Everybody knows that crap with the Charlie Chaplin mustache was just saying, "There's the door." Everybody knows that.
Peter was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his
Who am I? Petey Pop, motherfucker. Strongest kick IT service. What does that even mean?
Madison Resources, and they interviewed and hired Peter in less than 3 weeks.
Oh, bot service.
Helped Peter find the right
Oh,
job.
what if they just, instead of calling it bot service, they called it Rabbi Rothschild Rocks? Who am I? Petey Pop, motherfucker. Oh, there's the door. Why? Everybody knows that crap with the Charlie Chaplin mustache was just saying, "There's the door." Everybody knows that.
They're the ones that keep the show rolling along.
I know it.
So make them happy. Go get something.
Can't wait to count band. Really? Oh, for sure, dog. For sure. No doubt. I've had, like, no doubt about these accounts are, you should just already consider them banned. Who am I? Petey Pop, motherfucker.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of my favorite comedians. You know her from everything, and you also know her from a recent amazing.
Are you fucking serious?
I present to you one of my good pals, one of my favorite comedians, the great Andy Letterman. Everybody.
Who am I? Petey Pop, motherfucker.
Fresh off the tennis court, Andy Letterman.
That's right. I actually didn't play tennis, but I wear the outfit. I feel like if you wear the outfit, you might play tennis.
That's exactly how I feel, and that's why I dress like a golfer all the time now.
We do. Tony and I, we match in rich people outfits.
Yep.
But you know what? I like listening to Brian talk about. Do people know that's her name? Red Band. I like listening to Red Band talk about books. And then when I walked in, I was watching him struggle to try to read the fucking ad. It was amazing, right? Like, is he gonna get through it?
Well, we just have it on little, or big pieces of paper.
Like, and then put hashtag Tony's podcast. You guys.
Anyway, welcome tennis player.
Penis Williams, guys. This is my new character, Penis Williams.
Oh my goodness, what's so special about Penis Williams? Does she have a penis?
Well, I did coke with,
Whoa.
I like to say her name.
Oh my goodness.
Years ago.
Does it rhyme with Serena?
It rhymes with vagina.
Alright, well this is gonna be fun. Andy, it's been a while since you've been on this show.
Hey, Piper.
Oh my goodness, that's the last time you did
I
it?
killed him.
Wow.
He worked with me and then dropped dead. He was like, ugh.
That was it. He's been doing her with everyone.
He's like, who was this? Was she a lesbian? I can't tell.
That's how it works. That's how it works with you. You were also the last person to hang out with Brody Stevens. You were Robin Williams' last opener.
That's
Fuck yes.
You know it's a sexually transmitted disease? Is this a tough crowd in here? I'm nervous. Ooh, I'm sweating.
We're going to have fun. Andy, I don't even know if you remember. It's been so long, but we have a band on this show. Every single episode, we commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. They've been getting ready in the back. Maybe they're astronauts. Maybe they're reptilian soothsayers.
I hope they're in
Lincoln Park.
I hope they're in blackface.
Could be. Anything can happen. I present to you the band of the land, the Kill Tony band. Jeremiah Watkins, Stolberg Johnson.
I mean, that's pretty
Wow.
good. That's pretty good.
Sweet. Oh my god.
Fuck it.
Wow. My goodness. Like real basketball players. You can hear the flatness of the Spalding that Jeremiah has. The first noise I heard was the classic sound of a flat basketball bouncing up the stage.
Not to be confused to when Red Man doing that. Yeah. But anyway.
Are you?
I need Joel.
Welcome, basketball players.
Yo, what up?
Right, I guys, long time. You've been on the show before. T-Switch and Rich. Oh, T-Switch. Okay. That's important. Do you make a lot of shots? Because you look like we wouldn't be able to count on you for a free throw.
I'm actually very good at basketball, you bitch.
Really? Well, we're gonna have to see. Maybe we'll have a little shooting competition later.
Dog, that's bullshit.
I've never seen you with these basketball players.
What's up? I'm a W street ball.
Oh my goodness.
And I'm a slam drunk. I drink on the court and I.
Slam drunk?
That's me.
I love that.
Goodness. You're like Stone Cold Stephanie Austin. Got a little Bud Light there. How exciting. You look like if Kathy Griffin got stung by bees in the morning time. What's your name?
Slam drunk.
Oh, that's your actual name. Okay. Wow. That'd be an odd trip to the DMV.
These are our birth names.
Oh, they're just your basketball, your court names?
Yeah.
Wow. And who's this young whippersnapper back here? Looks like he only shoots three. You know, you got Red Band up front. You got Urban back here. Oh my God. Is that your name? Hell yeah, Urban back here. Laying it, dunking it, shooting threes from downtown.
Shooting threes or banging threes?
These guys all sound like they watch the
always.
basketball game. You're shooting shots from downtown, Tony.
I never watched a basketball. I grew up without a TV, Tony, so.
Wow, you always wear that mask?
Yeah, that's right. I'm rim job. I gotta keep my mouth clean so I can eat that ass later.
Wow. My goodness. You have a steady girl who's ass you eat, or do you get around a lot?
Shit.
But what is it?
Shit.
Wow.
Shit. That's what eating ass is.
Rim job. T-switch, slam drunk,
T-switch, like a switch, homie.
Oh, that's right.
He's using his personal life of switches.
Wow.
First, I guess.
Can we switch him out?
You need switch.
It's like a gauge.
Oh, you're the only one that knows the gauge. I'm in the room. What's that mean?
Like a switch, like a Nintendo Switch.
That's what I thought you meant.
Your microphone's starting to make more sense.
I've never
Tell
heard
us more.
of it. I've learned so many sexual things on this show. Like, what's the one where you put the pencil in the dick hole?
Oh.
Sounding. That was the classic one. There's another weird one. Switching, like switching.
No, I think it's switching like you can top or bottom.
Yeah. All right, I don't know. T-swish, rim job, slam drunk, and Urban back here. The whole band is here. Andy Letterman. Let's start the show, shall we? This is Kill Time. If we get 60 seconds, then we enter words. Starting out the show, ladies and gentlemen, I mean truly an icon on the show. An absolute monster. I love him more than anything. Sometimes I give tough love the best out of it, like you would with a delicious orange in the morning time. If you're into fresh juices. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. What else can I say? Long-time regular, great comedian. Here's William Montgomery.
Oh boy, here he is. Don't you want to squeeze him?
1 minute uninterrupted from William Montgomery.
I haven't seen Jack Nicholson on the sideline lately. That's my impression of a poser Lakers fan. For all the atheists that hate my material, as the late great Rick Moranis said, God bless the haters. Y'all ever notice how every commercial these days has a product? What's the name of that band? Played that song you hear when you accidentally call a fax number? No, really, what's that band's name? You know times are tough when your coke dealer goes to... No, seriously. Oh, man, a good friend in Memphis had to go to rehab. And Scarlett is saying, I left your voice in the movie Her.
Okay, there's a minute.
She does have a hot voice.
William Montgomery.
She could get it. Really? You would have sex with Andy Letterman?
There you go.
Yeah.
William
Why?
Montgomery, another
Why not?
very funny set. 45 seconds.
It was a truck walker.
lightning,
Oh,
and
for
then,
sure, dog.
then you
Everybody knows
start,
that truck walking.
commenting on things. It's pretty
The
awesome.
fuck is Mail to
I
World?
like that fax machine.
Rabbi, you sent me an email from Mail to World. Who the fuck you think it is, baby?
Jack Nicholson,
Oh,
Greg
dog. What is it? What are
Moran.
the domains? Don't be shitty.
Actually not dead, but
Mail to USA
He's a recluse.
and future domains.
Have you ever been a recluse?
I have been
How about
bit by brown
future
recluse
domains?
before in my house in Memphis. Yeah.
Choose the category.
Very toxic bite.
Dog, what is this bullshit?
Lower leg
At Mail to Fun,
Yeah, thanks for the snake sale.
Mail to World. Oh, this Rabbi is under Mail to World. Oh, well, that's good. That's a good one. Is it? Dog, I get so many fucking accounts banned.
In the south side of Memphis, we were on a waterbed.
A waterbed?
A waterbed.
She had a waterbed?
She had a waterbed.
A black girl had a waterbed?
A water.
Yeah, what do you mean?
I lost my virginity on a waterbed.
I grew up with one.
You grew up with a black girl or a
waterbed.
African American?
The problem with waterbeds is they weigh so much that you can't really have them on a floor. So.
The black or the waterbed?
Were they ever? It's still the waterbeds, Annie. Really is. I don't think they were ever really comfortable, were they?
Oh no, this one they had different models. Like mine almost felt like a real bed, but it was.
The black girl or the waterbed?
Yeah, right. It depends how big they are. That's
Damn, Eddie Letterman.
Cool thing is you can heat it up.
Trying to land this fucking joke. It landed, girl.
No, I lost my virginity when I was 14. Northeast Philadelphia. We're fucking bumping DMX. It was fucking sick, dude. I got sick.
How was it?
How long did it?
It wasn't good. I don't know how long a lot of time. I couldn't tell time like that. I was 14. I was a fucking
You
kid.
could tell time at 14?
I couldn't. I was a very slow kid. He took advantage of me. Thanks for bringing it up.
My God.
Pumpkin
Did he lose his virginity to her?
No, he had already lost his virginity. In prison, no, he did end up in prison though. Not for fucking me at 14. Heroin. Turns out if you get your kid a waterbed in high school, they're going to be a heroin addict.
I've read that.
It's true.
So you were on a waterbed with a black girl. Then what happened?
I felt something tickling my lower right leg. I tried to swat whatever was off my lower right leg. Turned out to be a big brown recluse.
Oh my goodness.
It bit me. The next day we go to see the Harlem Globetrotters.
No, you didn't. Wait, no, you
Hell of a show.
You're making up a story about hanging out with a black girl. This is what you think they
And then went
do.
to the globe.
No,
Harlem Globetrotters.
no fucking, no
Go see the
fucking
Harlem Globetrotters.
We went to a game.
telephone.
Southern Tennessee.
They beat the Washington Nationals.
No, that's a baseball team.
You know what's weird though? Jack Nicholson was in the front row.
That
The
is
callback.
true.
People in the room.
That's good. Did you really do cocaine?
I did. At the suburban across the street, standing hotel. She after she it was her first time, and after she did it, she went, "God, my dad doesn't let me do anything. Like our dads don't let us do coke either, by the way. Your dad just made you like the most athletic person on earth. Your dad was right. Ours was wrong."
That's incredible.
So cool.
William, what's been going on this week in your normal real
I
life?
still have the same shorts on.
Yeah.
Oh my God, get out of it.
How often do you watch those? I've asked you this.
It's not my dick, it's my tummy.
No, we know that's your tummy.
It's part dick, part tummy. It's the same.
David Lucas has this video on his phone of his first time meeting William 2 years ago, and he has the exact same shorts on.
No way. Is that true? Oh,
Were they broken?
These are the only shorts I wear. I did not, I bought Birkenstocks.
Oh my God.
Super comfy.
You usually wear
Highly recommend.
call your dad. Call your dad. Put him on speed to get used to new shorts.
Somebody stole a
My previous plan of having people send you shorts did not work. What size do you wear again?
I think we know. I think it's a large.
A large?
Well, it looks like you're wearing a medium. It looks like you're wearing a
It's a
medium.
36, 32.
That's why it's broken.
Call your dad on speakerphone real quick.
My phone, I don't have my phone.
Yes, you do.
If you're listening to my backpack, send it shorts to William.
Rick,
I'm
grab
going to get my phone on my backpack.
You just grab his back.
This is important.
Dog, what is this bullshit?
Oh, it's on top. We're gonna call this
Thanks, Greg.
We have to get.
Can you FaceTime him? I want to
This
see him.
is the music from that game, the Harlem Globetrotters game that him and the black girl were.
Also, he said African American, which sounds like the N-word. Now, don't you think? It's like he's trying. It's worse, right? It really is. Since the bird watching bitch.
Uh-oh, here we go. Put him on speaker, turn the volume all the way up. Might be late over there, huh? What is it?
Wake his ass up. It's kill
It's
time.
like after 11. Volume up. Put it right. Lava. Put the microphone to the bottom of the phone, will you? Hi, Mr. Montgomery. It's Tony Hinchcliffe. Can you hear me?
Oh my gosh, yeah, how you doing, Tony?
I'm great, man. You know, I just wanted to hear your voice and say hello. You know, we're big fans of you over here. We're doing an episode live right now, and I want with you about the shorts that William has been wearing for what appears to be pretty much 2 years continuously. It's
Not a short time. Let's just say.
yeah, he says that it's the only pair of shorts that he wears. What can we do about this?
I think he's been wearing those since he was a sophomore in high school.
No loyalty, your dad. No loyalty. I love that.
And he has, sometimes they've been too big for him, and sometimes they've been too small.
Well, we're at the small part, Dad.
Oh my goodness, we're definitely at the small part. The front is busted open.
He's Louis C.K.ing all of us right now.
Yeah. He needs to invest in another pair of shorts.
What do you think we should do? Should we start a fundraiser or something like that? Or maybe we should,
Yeah, I think those actually make about $12.
We could probably find the exact manufacturer of those shorts and buy a new pair of those shorts, William.
You know what? That's what we're going to do. We solved the problem, Mr. Montgomery. Thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you, Papa. I love you.
Oh,
We love you. We miss you. Come back, visit us soon.
We will. We love you. Miss y'all too.
Awesome. Bye-bye. See.
Fucking do that. Papa was on the phone.
that was so
What did we
cute.
do? What do we
Y'all made me look like a fool.
do?
Your pants made you look like a fool.
He really upped the ante. He told us you've had those since you were
Oh,
9
yeah.
years old. School. He said that they've too big on you, they've been too small on you, that you fluctuated weights through your life.
It's like your little blankie at this point.
What?
Is that like your little blankie? Are you scared to get rid of those shorts for a reason?
Oh, it's so upsetting how small they are on you.
Jeremiah, do you like if I see you lucky, Jeremiah?
Is that a plastic bag coming out of your boxers?
I see what you are, boy. Just Thank
William.
you. All right.
William.
All right.
Do you think that if we bought you a new pair of those shorts, would you wear them?
Yeah, do you know the brand of those shorts?
They're Old Navy.
They're Mountain Hardware.
What are they?
Mountain Hardware.
Mount hardware?
Mountain Hardware.
Mounted wear?
Mountain Hardware.
Size what?
These are probably a 36.
Well, what do you need?
38, obviously.
38.
Well, I got a 40 and they were way too big.
38.
Oh, you tempted a new overshot? I love
Yeah.
that.
I got a 40. I got a size 40. It was sad. I looked like a fucking clown.
They were down around your ankles,
They were, and I tried to put a belt on.
and then put it on your neck accidentally.
Mounted hardware. There it is.
Pants and shorts are one of the first things that comes up.
Oh my goodness. Oh, these are expensive. That's why they last so long.
Yeah.
Like that. How'd
Yeah,
you
really
get
great
these?
shorts.
How'd you get the original pair your sophomore year? Your parents or your grandma one?
I was working in an outdoor store in Memphis, Tennessee.
What was the outdoor store?
Called Outdoors Incorporated.
Outdoors
Is
Incorporated.
that when you just put your cup out? And put,
Wow, guys, breaking news. They absolutely have the exact same
Oh
shorts.
my god.
Do they really? For $38.
That's William, too, the model.
Holy short.
pretty happy for you.
I remember around Christmas time when I was working there, Lawrence, the main manager, gave everybody a $100 bill for a Christmas bonus, and he didn't give me one.
Why?
And I wanted to cry that night.
I feel like I know why.
Why didn't he give you a bonus?
I don't know. I don't know. I
What exactly
remember
did you do there? You agree?
I worked, and at that point in time, I worked in the, what is that place called? A big enclosed building with where you have products. A warehouse. I worked in the warehouse.
Yeah. What'd you do at the warehouse?
I got clothes. I stole a bunch of shit.
What did you do? What did you do for work at the warehouse?
People would buy stuff on the internet, and I would find their products that they were looking for. I would get them, and Lawrence didn't give me $100 Christmas bonus.
Do you think it's because you were stealing from them?
He didn't know.
You know.
And we have it all rung up here. It's on sale, in fact. Spoiler alert. It's a men's JG short. It's on sale for $45.
They have free inseams though, 7, 9, and 11.
What's your inseam? My guess is yours is a 911. Because it is a disaster.
Because your balls are falling. The twins are falling.
It smells like hundreds of innocent corpses. Okay, all right, that was too far. The 3 9/11 jokes got lost before that. You say innocent corpses one time, everybody gets all mourning in here. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the pictures they have of these shorts.
William, what's your
What's your butt? What your butt looks like in these shorts?
There is a hole in the.
And there's a hole in your. Oh my God, there's a hole right in his butthole right there.
Can we get someone to measure William's inseam?
Have you ever pooped out of the hole?
Yes.
No, come on.
There's a little. Oh, there's a hole underneath it that goes right to
Let me
the butt.
see.
So
Let's see it. Sit down on that table behind you, William.
You do the
And then
Sharon
zoom
Stone.
in on this.
You do a Sharon Stone.
Yeah, just lean back.
Oh my god.
there,
What is
Zach.
that? It's like a.
Look at that.
Oh, that's a big hole.
Oh my god.
It's a vaginal hole.
Oh my god.
Huge hole. That's a
Move
baby
your
hole.
hand.
Just picture me with the black girl in Memphis, just under a waterbed.
William, move your hand.
Yeah, don't hold it like you're holding your
Wait,
camera
okay,
holding
no,
a vagina
hold
open.
it. Hold it again. Lean back.
What a good song!
Spread your legs out.
Spread your legs. Let the light get in there, William. It's very dark.
Oh god. Oh
Wow.
no, I see red hair.
No, that's my pubes!
Okay. All right, you can zoom out, Zach.
We shoot the basketball in there. I know I can make it.
Uh-oh,
What the
slam
fuck
drunk.
did you just say?
I can shoot that basketball right in that hole.
Oh, God.
Slam drunk is talking some smackaroo.
Yeah, what happened there?
All right, William. Well, so much fun. Great set, great interview, great talk with your pops. There he goes, the great William Montgomery.
R.I.P. Jack Nicholson.
All right. This is an exciting one. We have our pre-selected 4 in the bucket. A couple of these people I thought were new people that haven't had a shot yet. This is one of those people that I thought were new, but it turns out he was on a few weeks ago, he said. So let's see what happens here. The comedy stylings of Reagan Wartner, everyone. Here we go. Hey! Yeah. Please step back from that ledge, my friend. Here he is, Reagan Wartner.
So, over the past few years, a lot of my friends have been of the female variety, you know. And with this, I learned they like to talk about their significant other sex life in pretty great detail. And I hate this, you know, it's a lose-lose. They're going to lock in on one big flaccid disappointment, or they're just going to write me out to begin with. I mean, I can't have you spouting all our dirty deeds to the whole world. I think that's why Bill Cosby did what he did, you know? I mean, everyone knew how much he hated a dirty joke. So, San Diego Comic-Con just got canceled, you know? I mean, it's a shame. I had my costume ready and everything. I mean, I was going to go as the Batman, you know, had the rice hat, the chopsticks. Only missing the COVID, you know? But it's looking like I'm not going to be able to get the COVID. Like, so I'm going to have to go to one of those COVID parties. Have you guys heard about those? Where you go and potentially try to catch a disease, new disease? It's like going to the 80s.
Reagan Wartner. So Reagan, let's talk about it. How long have you been doing stand-up?
About a month.
About a month. No better month to start stand-up than this month.
The craziest thing I've ever heard in my life.
You have all the on-stage energy of a man that's been doing it 1 month in August of 2020 of all the months.
That was way better than your last.
That they didn't remember, that they forgot you were here.
That's probably good.
It was definitely good. It was a little bit frightening when you started talking about how women talk about sex. You don't want them to talk about your dirty deed. Then you went straight into a hardcore Cosby joke.
Yes.
Rationalizing that was into raping because he liked to clean jokes.
Because he didn't want the woman.
I think that they're in there. A million words don't need, but there is something funny about them talking shit. It's good. It's a good. Your brain is going in the right direction, but your eyes are not. You shouldn't be looking back here.
I mean, Cosby is a great comedian. Don't sleep on him.
Oh, you basketball players love Bill Cosby. Is that correct?
Yeah, man, I never sleep on him.
How about you, Slam Drunk? What are your thoughts about Cosby? You're a woman.
Yeah, I've never heard anything bad about the guy. I don't get any of the jokes you guys are talking about.
Did he do something? Did he do something?
You don't know Rim Job?
No, I don't have a TV, man.
Wait, what year is this?
You know what? 2020, the ball was flat.
Oh, shit.
We don't have time for pop culture. We're on the court playing ball.
Social distance, I hope.
Of course.
Man, they took out a lot of the Rams in the park, man. You gotta go to special parks.
Reagan, Warner, where you originally from?
Minnesota.
Minnesota. How long have you been in Los Angeles, California?
Moved here during the pandemic. So like
Oh my God.
Wow. Moved here during the pandemic.
Did you wait? Can I
This
ask?
is the hardest laughs of the night, by the way, that anybody's
Yo,
done.
I've seen a lot of traveling in my day. That might be the worst.
Now, did you move out here because you were watching Kill Tony and you're like, I want to come out and start doing stand-up?
Sure, why not? Yeah.
Oh, don't lie to us now.
So when exactly did you move from Minnesota? What month are we talking about here? Pre or post George Floyd?
Right after George Floyd.
Oh, that's
Right
why
after
you moved.
George Floyd.
Yeah.
Were you close to that incident?
I wasn't working in that area at the time. I lived right by there. Like,
Is that your
right-
favorite cop?
Oh my goodness. So you live? How far do you live from where he was? Where he passed away?
About 40 minutes.
Oh sure, murder for all of us.
Passed away.
For all the
He
people
was
that
gently,
for all the people that have marched and whatnot, I guess I'll
he
say
was
the word
gently,
murder.
gently passed into the night.
I mean, I guess
He did fall asleep first. I'm not gonna lie. He did fall asleep. He died in his sleep.
where he passed away from natural causes on that street.
Jesus.
I'm kidding.
We're all kidding, by the way.
Maybe it's him. Maybe it's
Nowhere.
Oh, I'm about to call it technical on this show right now.
So how far away did you live from that?
About 40 minutes.
Oh, 40 minutes isn't close at all.
I mean, yeah, not super close.
Wow, you're trying to be close to the drama. That's weird.
Yes.
Seems
I'm
like you're
bringing up
closer
Bill
to like
Cosby
Stephen Avery's junkyard than George. He's in Wisconsin. So what do you do for work?
I'm a Postmates driver now.
Did you inherit a bunch of money from a recently dead grandparent?
No.
Have you or has someone you loved recently been diagnosed with mesothelioma?
Did you save a bunch of money on your car insurance by switching to Geico?
What happens? You get bored after 480 episodes or something. Have you or someone? All right. Tell us something interesting about you.
So I found out about $515 claim this week yesterday.
What kind of claim?
So apparently I didn't cancel my gym membership, and so they're trying to put a claim against me.
Get the fuck out of here. You had a gym membership? No.
Look at those biceps. Of course he does.
Made up to like most of the steroids.
This was in.
Well, I called them.
Losing, you win.
I mean,
Yeah, fuck that.
Wait it.
But you have to make sure.
Yeah, don't fuck your credit up though.
Yeah, you have to take care of it with them. You have to be very straightforward with them.
And this is
Take care of it,
sponsored by
or else it's going to affect your credit.
no, they already brought it to like a debt collector.
How,
But they never even told me about it.
how much is your monthly gym membership?
It was $50. Well, he did $25 every 2 weeks. Which is good.
Yeah, that is weird.
So after like the first month of not paying, they just said, "Oh well, we'll just keep on charging him for it."
Yeah, no, during COVID, they kept on charging me, and like, so I tried to can't like stop it because I'm like, you can't charge me during when it's not open. So then
That's the
they,
reason why
I blocked my credit card.
That's why I won't go there.
That's why I won't go to the gym.
I only go to that pizza one.
That's Planet Fitness. They actually have pizza.
I know.
So you have a claim against you at the gym. What else is going on in life?
So just moved to a new apartment out of a co-living place, which is awesome.
What's co-living?
So
Roommate?
That's a cool way of saying roommate.
It's much worse.
Share a bathroom?
It's like 8 roommates in one room.
Oh!
Yeah.
Shit!
That's not
How
how
else
it's
that
like-
work? Explain it. 4 bunk beds?
No, so they had like these holes in the wall, these pod holes.
Webcams.
that you climb into. They do have webcams all in the house. And
Okay, so you're telling us
not in the bathroom.
I think you were on the show Big Brother and you didn't realize it.
But so there's like about 8 pods in a room, and then one bathroom, and yeah, it's really bad.
Oh my god. How much is your rent?
That rent was $800.
What?
We've had somebody on the show before.
Yeah,
that
no, I
stayed on
remember
these
watching a
pod
show
places.
that someone did that.
$800 a month. So now, is that what you did before, or is that where you're living now?
I just moved out of there. I only stayed there for
So
a
now
month.
where have you moved into? Now you have what?
Apartment right by the shittier side of La Brea.
Shittier side of La Brea. That's both sides.
So I don't know.
La Brea and
Right in
what?
the middle of Hollywood area.
The Hollywood area.
Willoughby.
Willoughby. It's a great street, tucked snugly between Santa Monica and Melrose, I do believe.
Tony also is an Uber Eats driver.
Yes, I deliver food all the time. I will be at Willoughby and Santa Monica in 8 minutes. Whoa, whoa, whoa! All right, so what's the craziest thing that's happened to you while you've been delivering Postmates or whatever that you do?
Postmates. Well, yesterday I had to leave, and I just left because there's this crazy meth head who wouldn't get out of the way of my car.
Did you say oot?
Out. Wouldn't get out to the.
They're close to Canada.
Yeah.
Like it weird like that. I didn't even know they did it.
Very passive.
Minnesota. Yeah, but so she just kept on like going all around my car and wouldn't let me leave.
It was a girl?
That actually happened to me recently. I had a crazy guy that was on meth, and he started. He went on the. I was at a meter, busy street, St. Beverly Boulevard, right? And I was at a meter, and I get back into my car. I'm on a phone call too at the time. And so I'm not really moving, but I prepaid the meter, so I'm like, I'm just gonna chill here. And the guy has no shirt on, one of these ripped fucking Latino. I mean, totally messed up though. Totally like Breaking Bad, like fucking Tuco Latino guy. You know what I'm talking about back there. And he has his shirt in his hand, and he starts like detailing my tire. He's like, man, these tires are way too awesome to have this kind of like dust on them, man, or something like that. And I'm like, it's okay, pal. You don't have to do that.
Oh,
he's like, yeah, whatever. And he's like, no, I'm gonna do it, man. It's just from the heart, I'm like, no, seriously, if it's from the heart, it's gonna have to be. I don't have any cash on me. I cannot pay you for this. And he goes, I don't need your fucking cash. I'm a zillionaire. And I just rolled up the window because I was trying to complete this phone call. It already sounded like I was like in a bad neighborhood to the person that I was talking. It was like already bad and embarrassing. So anyway,
Yeah, I tried to roll down the window and like say, just give her $1 so she'd leave me alone. But then like I rolled it down, she's just sitting there, just screaming. It's nonsense. I just okay, never
There was
mind.
one
Roll
point-
back up the window.
right, yeah, there was one point where the light turned red at the intersection that the traffic was at. And I swear to God, the guy's like, it's been like 3 minutes now, and at this point I'm annoyed because I can't drive away, and I can't get him away. I've already tried, like, now I've tried multiple times, like, please, man, please, I'm begging you, you don't have to do it. But like, this guy could snap at it. He has veins popping out of his neck and chest and shit. And at one point, the light turns red, and traffic stops a cop car with 2 cops in the SUV. Stops right next to me, but I don't want to be like, excuse me, officers, this guy is cleaning my tire, right? But instead I gave them like this sort of like that, because I just wanted to be quiet, and the guy looks right at me, and I'm like, I pointed that guy cleaning my tire, and I give him the old like, I don't know what the fuck this guy's doing.
We got a switch in the Corvette.
But I didn't say anything, and What? But the cop basically looked at me like, fuck you, buddy, because
We get to fuck
who gives a
Go
shit?
fuck
Yeah,
yourself.
exactly.
I live in that neighborhood and it's just gone fully homeless.
Tony's like, Corvettes matter, man. Come on, help me out over here, dog.
It's unbelievable what has happened to one of the loveliest neighborhoods in Los Angeles since the big riot in June. It's absolutely incredible. It really changed the dynamic.
They burned a couple cop cars and now...
Good thing we solved racism, though. Totally worth it. Great job, everybody. Anyway, Reagan, anything else?
So my mom's getting divorced.
Whoa!
I was gonna say, and your dad isn't? Uh-oh, what did you do?
Yeah, they got divorced a long time with my mom.
Why's your mom getting divorced?
Because apparently, like, her husband is being weird. So he's like a narcotics officer.
Oh, Jesus.
And he's getting retired and he's just acting like super strange. Like, it's super like mad all the time.
Wow.
Stupid stuff.
He's dabbing in his own supply.
Is he collecting minerals and stuff like Hank did in Breaking Bad when he wasn't able to work?
He's like, William Montgomery's a drug dealer.
So do you think her mom and dad will get back together?
Hell no, they hate each other.
Then
Do you have siblings?
Yes.
Yeah? You have a sister?
Yep. Well, 2 stepsisters, 3 stepsisters.
Whoa,
No, real
this is like my favorite porno.
But what I was wondering is, since my mom's getting divorced,
Doesn't count. You're like, you're about to go for it.
siblings and stuff.
Fair game, dude.
You do that anyways, let's be honest.
Yeah, we know that you have. You ever jerk off to like your stepsister's like underwear or something?
You ever put your underwear in your dick?
You ever do anything weird with your stepsisters? Tell the fucking truth,
I
dude.
have never done anything weird with my stepsisters.
Come on, you think that clip's gonna get us a lot of hits? Come on.
Tell us what you did to her.
My younger stepsister's like a butch, so.
Ooh, a challenge.
Fun.
I love that.
Heck yeah. It's good to
Turn
try.
that lesbo. Turn that lesbo.
It's good to try out. Okay.
Go ahead. Just let it out.
There you go. So, not into the bush, huh?
Not the butch, no.
How about the more feminine stepsisters? You think you should call one right now and tell her that you've always wanted to fuck her? How many of you think that's a good idea?
I'll do it.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
You
There you
gotta
go.
do it.
Reagan Wardner showing improvement. His second time on Kill Tony. 1 month of experience.
He's having quite a career already.
Huh?
He's having quite a career.
Yeah, I always wanted a Corvette my whole life. Or not Corvette, a convertible my whole life.
Yeah.
And I found out very quickly that you do not want a convertible at some red lights. You'll just be sitting there, there'll just be like crazy people like lurching over you. That's why I have a roof for it.
Yeah, I have a convertible and I very rarely use it. It's actually quite shocking. Even on beautiful days and things like that, like the sun is fucking aggressive and it gets way too hot.
The roast mask, he's afraid of
AC.
sun.
No, I already have enough sun. I don't know if you can tell, but I look like a fucking homeless. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Vitamin D. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Make some noise for your next comedian. He goes by the name of Kenneth Burnett.
What's up, Jones? Make some noise in this bitch. All right, what's going on, man? My name is Kenneth. It's a very simple name, but people always mess it up for some reason. Like, I got a job at this Mediterranean restaurant, and the lady, she's like, "Hey, Canoe, can you come help me with the trash?" I'm like, "Bitch, I am not a water raft." Like, the fuck? Like, 10 minutes later, she's like, "Hey, Kayak, can you come help me out on the grill?" I'm like, "Bitch, I am not a boat, okay? I understand if our conversations are making you wet, but I am not, okay?" I'm half white, and sometimes that works out in my favor, but not like you think it does. It's not like I get pulled over by the police, and I just pull out a picture of me and my mom at the Grand Canyon. Like, "Am I free to go, sir?" They're like, "Nah, we're going to have you step outside the car. We're going to need to see who this white woman is. She might be missing."
go, exactly 1 minute.
What's up, Tony?
You got a white mom?
Yes, I do. She has a black name, though. Her name's Regina.
Oh, shit. My goodness. My brother once had a friend named Regina.
He said it more black than it was like Regina.
But she says it like Regina.
Oh, she tries to be
My
Italian.
mom used to be a little thought.
Parmigiano Regina. Lovely, lovely. Where's that at?
Where's my mom?
Yeah.
Mom lives in North Carolina. I'm from North Carolina.
Oh, nice.
I moved to California like 8 years ago.
Lovely. Lovely. You back to North Carolina and visit what?
I actually drove from San Diego to fucking North Carolina in 3 days.
Which car?
Acura 2006. And yeah, it was good.
What were some highlights of that road trip? I feel like not
I
enough
feel like
people
the biggest highlight is I didn't get coronavirus, and we stopped in Texas, you know, so that was good. I saw my dad. That's the best. That was like the one thing I did. I went to see my dad on Father's
Did
Day.
you find him? He was just walking down the
Oh
street.
man, I know my dad. Don't do that, Tony.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's a stereotype.
You did picture like you found him.
My dad had child support. He actually went down and signed up for crap.
Oh, this guy's like the Jackie Robinson of child support.
And then he'll come and get me once a month to the McDonald's. And then,
Excuse me, what was that?
McDonald's?
Yeah, that's McDonald's.
Yeah, McDonald's. And we would sit in front of the house in a bench.
Wait, is your dad David Lucas?
No.
Okay.
I think I'm a little bit older than you.
Why do you think you McDonald's?
I'm one of
North Carolina. Did they call the most popular sandwich a Big Mick? Is it like switch or is that?
Last time you guys roasted me because I had on a red shirt and you guys said I looked like I worked at McDonald's.
Well, now you look like you have the Jay Leno collection shirt on.
The old J.J. Leno collection.
The guy Fieri's house and I stole this shit. Sorry, guy.
That is awesome. I like your style, man. I do. You've lived in LA for 8 years?
No, I lived in San Diego for like 8 years. I was living in LA for like a year prior to the coronavirus, so I've been out here like a year and a half.
Okay.
It's been good though.
How's the
I had some good
coronavirus
strides.
been treating you? What have you been doing during this quarantine?
Well, I fucked the stimulus money up. Like,
Yeah, what'd you spend it on?
you know, like Rico said, you get the bag and tumble it. I fumbled the shit.
Right.
I fumbled it.
Tell us some of the fun stuff you
Well,
spent.
I was doing dumb shit like buying $90 pre-rolls, you know?
Oh, God.
I just did that. I
Literally just
think I would have
smoking
Jordans
away.
before the coronavirus. Oh, no, this is
Wow.
$170.
Wait, was that from one of my favorite shoe stores on Melrose? Did you get those in June?
I got these here. These are like the best shoes they had in Greensboro, North Carolina.
Okay. But
I think they look good. They look good. It's worth it.
did you think at all on that one wild night about looting at all? Did looting
You know
cross your
what?
mind?
I wanted to, but like,
I mean, I
I was watching it live on the news. I'm like, I could get there in 10 minutes.
not only
10 minutes on e-bike, that's fast, man. It is.
I mean, Rick Kosick, my neighbor right there, and I actually weathered that storm together. We walked out to the intersection.
what you guys started the George Floyd
Fairfax. No, the night of the big LA riot, though, Rick is my very close next door neighbor, and we're very like neighbors. Like
To a far away next door neighbor.
Jesus Christ. Okay, wait, squeeze that one in there, Joel.
5 YouTube comments back there.
My God, yes. Yes, anyway, and for example, like the Trader Joe's was wide open, and the paper sorts, like these are behind, anyway, it's right around where we live.
I've been arrested once. I don't want to be arrested again. I spent exactly 12 hours in jail, and that's enough. That was enough. I learned my lesson.
Did your butthole get it?
Actually, you know what? Once you get past the fact that you're in jail, it's actually kind of relaxed. It's actually kind of relaxed. next.
In 12 hours, you got there?
Man, that's like being on the bench and just accept your fate as a player.
Well, they brought me in around 11:30. I was like in my I guess room by midnight, and then I posted the mail.
What jail was this? North Carolina?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it maximum security?
Home of the first sit-ins. What happened?
Maximum security. Is it McDonald's?
I didn't think it was good for you.
Yeah, I agree.
Aww.
It was maximum.
But I enjoyed it.
As opposed to far away.
I'm kind of nervous you guys had a white woman on stage, and I'm not going to lie, you guys kind of make me nervous.
Oh, you're good.
I
You're
like
good.
your honesty, but you don't.
I do. Like, I was traumatized by one of them.
What? Really?
Yes.
Did I traumatize you? It's always
You're
me.
not a white woman.
I mean,
I wish it was me. I wish I
I'm
had
a voice of a white woman. I'm a sensitive son.
This white girl liked me. Another girl lied and said that I touched the white girl. The white girl said I didn't even touch her, and I still got suspended from school. My dad took me home.
You should have your mom pick you up. You would have gotten off.
You didn't even get to touch her?
I didn't even touch her.
You know what, Annie? You should let him get a free. I'm kidding. I'm just joking.
I was ready, so I was like, these are my reparations. Here we go.
I'm with
Grab.
But no, so my dad didn't say shit to me on the way. He got me home, turned around, and slapped the shit out of me. He was like, boy, don't you know you can go to jail for that type of shit?
No McDonald's for 3 months.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I never really, like, I was in 10th grade. I never even talked to white girls, like, until I was like, I just spoke to you just now, you know?
Well, welcome back.
Are
Not all
So
liars.
you haven't talked to white girls?
No, I'm joking.
Oh, yeah.
Look, I'm looking to start having sex with them more, and maybe not marry.
What do you mean by more? How many white girls have you had sex with?
I fuck like 4 white girls.
When's the last time?
Yo, one more, you're out, dog.
2018, I fucked this girl because she was like 19. And I just
Wait, say that again? Say it again?
2018, I was 27. She was 19.
Wow.
Okay, you scout young. I walk the line. I walk the line.
I checked the ID.
Oh, very good. Good job. Well, that's fun. So it's been that long since a white girl?
Real question, because I always am curious when I hear that you people like check IDs and stuff. Like, how long before you had sex did you check the ID? Was it a casual thing?
You do that while you're eating at the time. Like give it the one eye.
You gotta pull some Mac shit. You gotta be like, hey, babe, go in the store and buy this from me. So you don't ask them for it.
Right.
But
You ask them to buy you a pack of cigarettes and a 6-pack of beer, and you see what they come out with.
Cigarella.
Well, gummy bears. Over 18? Under 20?
Hey, man, go rent this car for me.
Yo, can you get some Smackdown tickets while you in there? Yo, you want to go get a tattoo real quick? Hop out real quick.
Yo, vote for me.
I only got this mama's milk.
All right.
Dude, I said get beer, not Gert.
Yo, Tony, I gotta talk to you about something. I walked up on you one night and I asked you, I walked up on you. I walk the line.
I was like 5 minutes late, by the way.
Yeah, but he just said walk.
Okay, go ahead.
And I told you I wanted to do a rap battle with your boy in Arizona.
Right, Tristan.
Good guy. And you said, yeah, sure, set it up.
Oh, Jesus, why do I have to sound like that?
That's what you sound like. That's what you sound like.
Everybody's goddamn impression of me.
And I hit him up, and he was down with the shit. And then coronavirus hit, and then I hit him up like after, like, yo, let's go to the store now. They're doing it, and I ain't mad at him, but I feel like he dug it.
He's in love right now.
I know, I was in love too.
Tristan's in love.
He's in love. He's making sweet love right now.
Yeah,
I ain't mad at him.
yeah. But I'll tell you this: when things get up and running, I know
I
for
want to do
a
that.
fact.
I want to do that.
You know, Tristan, when the pressure's on, big audiences, that's when he shines. So he's probably waiting until the energy's back a
I'll
little
watch
bit.
the forward and set it up.
Hey, man, I can't wait. I'm pretty sure.
I'm not going to lose a rap battle to a white boy in those civil rights movement. I'm just not going to do it.
Oh, what if you do?
Now I want to see that. I just can't do that shit.
You have that behind
Unless I
like
want to
a
go
Confederate
viral
flag and like have it be real.
There's a Macklemore joke here somewhere. If you guys want to look for it,
I like that. Get it, Mac.
I think you just did it.
and I can give myself a rim shot. You fucking idiots!
Rim shot from Rimjaw. There you go. All right, Kenny. Well, so much fun. Great fucking interview.
Have a good night.
What a great guest. Great flow. Kenny Burnett. All right, it's one of those times right now where I get to bring up one of my favorite comedians, guys. This guy, for sure, knows something or other about being an African American. Am I right? I love this guy. We're good friends. Hang out all the time. Here's David Lucas, everybody.
Yeah. Girls swear it hurt us when they tell us you'll never meet another woman like me. And it's kind of like, bitch, that was what I was aiming for. Love is not hard to find. Women always make it seem like you'll never love again like you love me. Like, I convinced myself to love a dog, and all that nigga do is piss and eat. So it won't be too hard to love a bitch that fucks me and get on my nerves. It's not. Love is not hard. Who the fuck won't fall in love with somebody that fucks them 3 or 4 times a week? Like, I be in love like a motherfucker. I think the perfect woman is a deaf mute. That's my perfect chick. She can't hear shit or say shit. Like, Helen Keller would have been my perfect bitch. That'd be a 10 in my book. I want me an old Helen Keller ass bitch. You can't see your hair? Oh, hell yeah. You won't see me cheating on your ass. Then you won't hear me opening this door.
Awesome. That's an interview with David Lucas.
I gotta hear
let me just tell you, my insight on a set like that is that I don't even think you would have gotten through 40 seconds of stuff that you talked about, because I think if there was an audience and a pause after you won't meet another like me, after you tell a girl you don't want to be with her anymore, that's exactly, I mean, that was just slow builders that starts sort of like boom, and then it just builds. It's interesting how the translation of well-written jokes and the timing and everything, it's so off, but if you have an ear for it,
Right.
that's extremely smart. I haven't heard that before. You won't meet another woman like me. Like, why did they say that if you're breaking up with them? Because
That's a beautiful blessing. Thank you.
Exactly.
Bitch, you slapped my tires and broke my windshield. Why the fuck do I want to do liability in my life?
I love it, man. Real quick, I want to give a shout out. Comedy store icon right here in the room right now. A guy who has, I believe, okay, he's walking away. He just walked away, everybody. And comedy store legend, the great Jeff Scott is here.
Oh my God.
House piano player at the comedy store for well over, it's almost 3. A guy who is extremely respected and loved by absolutely everyone.
Absolutely. And you know, Jeff told me a piece of advice, because as a lot of people may or may not know, your guys get the opening spots on a lot of the main room and original room shows, and I paid attention to what you said, Jeff. Jeff said he misses the days when Mitzi had the opening comics introduce him. I'm like, if that means that much to him, I can take 20 seconds out of my set to introduce Jeff Scott tickling the gaps.
Best part is that Mitzi never told him that, and he just trusted him.
Yeah.
You got Jeff.
He's making like a fool, dude. Man, Mitzi used to make all the opening comedians get them by $100.
And a blowjob. That's my dick.
Should you miss those Mitzi days?
Also, some of the coolest Halloween costumes.
Yeah, it's incredible. I've seen this guy turn into a dinosaur, turn into a skeleton, man. He made a dinosaur thing out of milk cartons.
He starts right after Halloween for the next year. He really puts a lot of effort in. It's good.
Hey, Tony, you know what my favorite Halloween costume is? My mom did for me.
What were you?
She gave me a white t-shirt.
Honey, I blew up the baby's kids.
God, you racist, motherfucker.
Was it a creamsicle and you're wearing it now?
It's racial.
She gave me a white T-shirt and a red hat and told me I was a gallon of milk.
You'd be a Trump supporter now, which is amazing.
Or good.
Burger.
Yeah.
That's funny.
She's gonna be for Halloween, so
Oh, you know me. I'm gonna be a gay guy.
you're gonna be a toilet seat.
Yeah, that's right. You know me. You know me. You're allowed to just sit on me and either take a number 1 or a number 2.
Or just pee on it.
Sure, absolutely. You pee on the toilet seat?
All
What
the
the fuck's
time.
wrong with you?
Yes, he does. Look at him.
Oh, well, you know,
He
actually,
makes Helen Keller clean it up.
it depends on if the toilet got stains in it. Because if the toilet got stains, I pee on the stains.
Oh, you're trying to get rid of the stains. That makes sense.
That's
I'm
fine.
upset.
I went to the bars that had the little soccer balls in the urinals.
Oh, where are those at?
I'm trying to think where the fuck they was at. Maybe at the Denver airport.
Oh my goodness, little soccer balls in there?
Yeah,
I think it was.
when you have little games when you pee, you're like, well, I'm playing game.
Oh my god, I don't have anything in the girls' room for
Yeah,
that.
you guys just have to sit down and let it
Put
flow.
dildos in the toilet for us to sit on. It's unfair.
Tony went in there before you.
What?
She said there were dildos in the toilet.
All they do is they put these dildos and go up and down in the toilet at the Denver airport. It's unfair.
Stop snitching on that dick. Are those pilot wings on your shoulder?
Yeah, you heard those Microsoft simulator.
Yeah.
They're Trump wings.
I earned my wings.
You let the pilot sit on.
Yeah, that's it. They call me the cockpit. Alright, what else is going on in
David saw your wings, he got hungry.
Hey man, shut your broke, dirty, and whiskey looking ass up.
Alright. Okay.
What else have you been up to?
I'm
What's
going
going
deep sea fishing tomorrow.
Oh my goodness, really? Are you gonna just jump in the water? And just sink?
I don't think fish like dark.
Oh my goodness.
Where are you going?
Long Beach.
Oh, they always have Groupons for that. Where you can go.
Well, here's the story, dog. All right, so I'm like in negotiations of producing my first movie in Georgia, right? So they got a producer. So he just called me tonight. He's like, "What are you doing tomorrow?" I'm going fishing trip. I'll take it right now. We get before in the morning, and we can cuss everything. So I'm like, "Oh shit,
A bird or you? Deep sea.
Remake Free Willy? Why
Might catch a Marley brother.
I'll share my location with everybody on Kill Tony the whole time."
But it doesn't really help when you are in the ocean.
But I mean, at least y'all know where I left from.
He's gonna try to fuck you or murder you.
Yeah.
I'll take my pistol, man. I'll take my Glock.
You're not gonna take this.
Can you imagine if David drowned and the police find him and they're like, this body found his extremely bloated body, and I'm just like, he's only in the water for 20 minutes.
Like his Glock was weighing him down. He sunk to the bottom because he had a gun in his pocket. What if it's because you bring the gun, the guy tries to fuck you, and then you're like so startled that your gun fires into the boat's bottom, and then it sinks because of the hole you
You gotta
shot?
squeeze the trigger. It's a Glock, not a high one.
Yeah, but what if your rolls just went in there?
Oh my
Man,
god.
you want to talk about rolls, motherfucker?
I know you have
If you ride a fucking motorized
What's your favorite? I like fire
get your
rolls.
ass out of here, boy.
Fire roll?
Yeah.
You guys talking about sushi?
Yeah.
Oh my
I
god.
know in between your shit smell like a California roll.
No, that doesn't make sense. I dated an Asian girl. Should smell more like an Asian roll.
That's why she like it, nigga.
Yo, I was at the airport this week and there was a Wendy's next to Panda Express and I thought of you.
Wow, that's like.
I like Wendy. I don't really care for Wendy's.
You guys take it so seriously, so sad.
The girls working there, it's like.
Oh, I don't
They don't got no Asians, they got Mexican Express.
Hello, Brian. Oh, hey, can I get an orange chicken? You want that little man? No, yeah.
Everybody sounds like, what's her name that sings the song?
Oh, that shit.
What's her name?
Oh, man.
She's a legend. Oh, what is it? It's Nicole Tran. Yeah.
Tony is the boy.
I miss Nicole.
Yeah, Nicole's the shit. We gotta get Nicole back soon. Did we talk to her over the quarantine? I think we did. We had a pandemic talk with her, yeah.
Yeah, real, so shit. That, going deep sea fishing, it started at the MMA gym last week.
There you go.
That's why I wasn't here, because I fucking fucked my neck up.
Really?
Yeah.
Day one.
But that's my first time being on a mat in like 10 years. You know, I used to wrestle in high school, so I ain't really like wrestled or grappled anything in like 10 years.
And then how long did you wrestle for? How long were you on the mat for?
Yesterday, last week, we did 3 3-minute rounds, and that shit felt like I ran for 2 hours.
Right, yes. It's extremely hard. Hard to not vomit after 3 3-minute rounds straight on.
Yep. And then one time he caught me in the stomach with me, and I felt like I was really dying, bro. Like, you already like at point. So it made like earn a new respect for like UFC fighters. I'm like, these guys are exhausted, getting choked out, arm bars, and they're not tapping.
Right.
That's a lot of fucking heart.
It's crazy. They do usually tap with the arm bars. Two things you can't really get away from is a real rear naked choke and an arm bar. Am I right? My jiu-jitsu specialist back here.
Yeah, I can't watch MMA with people who don't like respect that because they're always like, "Why didn't you just stand up and knock him out, dude? I would have just stood up."
Idiots.
You ever play basketball? Because we need a big man.
Yeah, I can shoot like a mama.
Really? Is that true?
Yeah.
My goodness gracious. Who do you think shoots better? You or
I'll not shoot anybody on stage. And I'll put money on it.
Okay. Let's grab a trash can or something. Somebody want to grab the trash can off the main room, green room? Let's see what
Trash
happens.
can.
It's gonna be our first.
I'm right here.
It's gonna be our first ever Kill Tony shoot off. It's very exciting.
Not a shootout, a shoot off.
That's right. No shootings here. There you go. That's good. That'll work. We don't. Yep. Here we go. Okay.
Now pretend the ball is your sperm and this is a fertile egg, okay?
Make it happen. Good luck.
Let me get the
Go
ball
stand
off.
with David. Now we'll put it out on the edge.
There's no way basketball fit there.
Give me a fucking basketball. Throw me the Jesus. No, it's
Break
not. What are you talking
How
about?
bad are you?
I'm gonna make it right now. Yeah. Make sure I don't break anything. Oh, right off the front of the rim. So close. My rebounder actually somehow let the ball roll right over. Yay, there it is. Yeah, put it over there. Put it over there. Put it over there. It's been a long time since Brian's been near a basketball. He thinks that they fly multiple feet any direction. Put it over there. Okay, take the trash bag off. It's okay, Brian. Relax. It's all good. Play the Harlem
Oh,
Globetrotters.
look at home. I love
Take it over there. Play the Harlem Globetrotter music. This is perfect. This is our first ever Kill Tony shootout here. Oh! Did you get that, Zach? Can we get a light over there? Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, David, Luke, Jeremiah, I had a feeling Jeremiah wasn't going to like this very much. He didn't think we would call his
this
bluff.
flat ass ball. He's gonna blame it on the ball.
Here we go. Jeremiah with a big shot. Oh! This is incredible. The lighting just simply could not be any worse for this, but trying our best. Can we get maybe... Can we get like all... Yeah! Sure. There we go. Oh! Nobody has missed. For those of you keeping track, nobody has missed the first ever Kill Tony basketball shootout. Oh, Jeremiah from way downtown. Oh, he gets rejected by the ceiling. That's it. For those of you paying attention, the game is over. The black man won the basketball game. Oh, there it is. All right. See, you should have quit when you were ahead. Okay. That's it, everybody. There you go. Jeremiah not taking loss easy at all.
This is so fun.
It's over. It's over, Jeremiah. It's over. All right, this is the last one. There you go. Good job. That's it. Jeremiah, get back on stage. There you go. You missed. That's the end of that segment. Jeremiah, get back on stage. That was fun. No. David, no.
Don't make us edit out a whole nother chunk of this.
Okay, stop fucking playing. Jesus fucking Christ, bunch of goddamn animals in here.
Oh my God. Tony trying to get Jeremiah to stop, and he's like, good job, buddy. Okay, it's over now. Hey, the round's over.
Bouncing the ball up the ceiling.
Great work, bud.
You just fucking Brad Williams, rest in peace, just got crushed by a basketball. He was gonna pop in.
Oh my God.
Anyway.
He's gonna pop out of the trash can. Look at that. Get out of my house. I guess the Brad Williams segment. Hey, the world back up.
David, so much fun.
Yeah, bud.
We'll see you next week. There's David Lucas, everybody. On to the next one we go.
Holy shit, that's funny. Oh.
Some great shooting. David and Jeremiah could not miss until they started missing.
Yeah, I would like to actually see them play. One-on-one.
Yeah, we might have to.
I love how clean your guys are
the
being.
Kill Tony Olympics could start any day now.
Yeah, I'm better at not playing with trash cans.
All right, this is exciting. This guy has had a ongoing storyline on the show, and he's great every single time he's ever been on. So he's back again, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Joseph. Here we go. It's that time.
I install security cameras during the day. It's usually for like paranoid women that are afraid to live alone. I'm thinking about getting a job doing it too. I just dreamed that my stepmom died last night, and my whole family was crying, freaking out. I just woke up drenched in my own semen. This brother is adopted from Africa, and recently came out of the closet to my parents, and we're all pretty upset because we really try to make that closet feel like home. Everyone knows China's racist. They talk about they eat dogs, and women are second-class citizens, but there's a lot of bad stuff too. There's this construction crew next to my house driving me crazy every morning. I made reports, yelled at them, but I still hear them speaking Spanish.
Ryan Joseph. Ryan Joseph did it again.
I like that you did it in the "We Can Do It" strong girl hat.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
keep myself going.
You look like Sean when he was a bad boy on Boy Meets World.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
I forgot about
This is what Chris.
Ryder Strong. Oh, that's funny.
This is what Chris Benoit looked like. He was murdering his family.
Who's that?
Chris Benoit.
He's a wrestler.
Who is he?
Known for being
Oh my
short
God,
and
shit.
strong and effective. I don't know.
Okay.
Chris Benoit murdered his family.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you do look like you would just fucking murder everyone in your family.
Yeah, lately I guess I do look like that.
What did you look like before?
So, keep us posted on how's the relationship been going.
Pretty crazy.
Catch Annie up a little bit. Give her the short end of what she's missed the last few weeks.
In a nutshell, started dating this girl during the pandemic, and she basically she was dating another guy at the same time as me, and but once we went exclusive, she told me about it and said she's gonna cut him off and everything like that. Took her on this nice trip to Arizona. We decided to go exclusive. We get back and apparently she fucked him. And didn't know about it. And then and she also told me she'd never like talk to him again or whatever like that about shit. And
he said, why don't you delete his number? She did. And then he goes, why don't you unfollow him off Instagram? She's like, I won't.
Yeah.
She's like, I have to look at his hard cock on those pictures.
Pretty much.
Well, do you think it's because you thought you took her to a nice trip in Arizona? And she's like, this guy thinks a nice trip is in Arizona. I gotta get back with this guy I'm still following on Instagram.
I was running away from the riots. I was freaking out, and I didn't even know that.
Are you scared of black people?
Yes.
You kind of have a Trump. It's like a Trump bandana.
Yeah. No, like I
really
she
everything red in Trump now.
I do.
My goodness,
even Native Americans.
Your Trump toes. Look, these peppermints are white in Trump.
Yeah, I got a Trump spot in my panties once a month.
He's a good marketer. He's a good marketer. You know how pink is for breast cancer, red is for Trump. It's good marketing.
It's like probably like at least the third or fourth most popular color in the world.
He took it from fire engines. It's no longer from fire.
Wow. You mean Trump?
Trump engines.
Trump band? I wonder what Donald Trump would say about. I wonder what Donald Trump would say about being recognized for the color red. But I guess we're not going to find out because we don't have a soundboard or anything. How hard would I have to set this up exactly? Let's see if we can get him on. He's a big fan of the show. Donald Trump, Annie has. Oh boy, Annie. Okay. All right. Mr. President, Annie Lerman has stated on this show that you know Annie.
So probably I'll sue her because it'll be fun.
Oh my goodness! Wow, he's gonna sue you.
You didn't want to get my period, I think, about it.
What do you think about Annie's?
And it only makes common sense.
Okay, this isn't really working today, Mr. President. Because I'm chasing a dragon that only popped up once, huh?
Thank you very much. It's really
You're
nice.
welcome.
Thank you.
Good to have you on. Thank you. That's the President of the United States of America. The owner of the color red, Donald Trump.
It's true.
Okay, so what happened this week with this girlfriend?
Okay, let me just finish.
Because last week, right, go ahead, yeah.
So I didn't know it. I didn't care anything about it, but she kept being like, are you still talking to any of those girls that you were seeing? And I was like, no, I told you I would delete all their shit, but you won't delete that guy's number. And she's like, I will right now. And she deleted it, and I was like, well, what about Instagram? And she's like, I can't do that. So then I knew, right? And then I came on to talk to these guys, and I freaked out because I knew it was building up. And so I looked this guy up on Instagram. He's a copywriter, pretended I wanted to write a book. And I tricked him into being. I was like,
he literally tell her the message you exchanged.
I was like, hey man, what's up? I'm a comedian from LA. I want to write a book. I was wondering if
because he knew that the guy was a copywriter.
Yeah, she said he didn't live in California. I was like, do you live in LA? He's like, oh, I do, but I'm out of town for now, but I'll be back. I was like, oh, okay. And then I was like, so I see you're mutual friends with so-and-so. When's last her, man? I haven't seen her in a while. He's like, oh, we talk all the time. I saw her like 3 weeks ago. And I was like, I took a screenshot, sent to her, and then it just started.
Didn't even wait. Have you thought about it since then, how you would have handled it differently with all the information that you gathered? You got excited, you blew your load.
Then he like sent me a picture of a.
You're still on the phone with the guy. You're already sending her screenshots.
I've been like haunted by images, man, of killing this guy, but I would never do that.
Did I freak?
Never. Seriously, like, hey, yo, I'm gonna need a timeout real quick. I would never do it. But like, it's there.
It's not his fault.
Anyways, so he like sent me a picture of a knife, and I was like, what the fuck? He's like, you poke around, buddy, and you'll see what's going on.
Wait, did he send you like a emoji of a knife?
No, like his knife. It was like this weird, like the most threatening teenager ever. Yeah. He's like, you know, and that's what makes it worse. He's like this fucking loser in a cabin in Washington State.
He's such a violent copywriter.
This bitch is
I would
gonna
not want to start shit with a guy
fucking
who lives in a cabin, though. I feel like I can take anybody in an apartment or a house, but a cabin, that's where shit gets scary. Those guys, they have to go get wood for their,
Do you really think you can take anyone in your apartment?
Obviously, I can't beat up
I don't know, maybe
anyone
you're
who
a
lives
tough...
in an apartment or a house. Pretty sure Brock Lesnar doesn't live in a fucking cabin. Anyway, do I really think that?
I'm just curious. I don't know. I'm learning you.
So anything new this week?
I'm learning you too.
I'm learning you, boo. I'm learning you.
Yeah. So here we go. This week's update.
Yeah, I just keep going back to her and we fight.
And then what do? You make love?
Yeah, it's like really hot, like jealous, hate sex, which is nice. But then like, you know, we'll try to like get it together and then I'll be like, just have images of him like fucking her or fine.
You like it. I'm telling you, you're into this whole thing.
I'm actually getting close.
You want a girl that's also wanted by other people. You're not used to that. In your past, you're with a lot of overweight girls with like frumpy eyes, things like that. Am I right?
Were their eyes bad?
I was only with like one
They would wake up really swollen. They had swollen mornings.
No, one semi-fat chick. One semi-fat chick. Came to my window and asked me to have sex with her.
She came through your window. How big was your window?
Hey, what do you have?
Jesus, it was a sliding door?
Yeah.
Dude, it's when I used to like do drugs, right?
What'd you say right there?
She thought it was a drive-through window. Where do you fuck. It was man. I'm from Florida, and it's when I used to do drugs. I was doing like Adderall and coke the whole night. Wow. She shows up, and she's like, my boyfriend just broke up with me. You can do whatever you want.
And what'd
Did
you
I
do?
put you on a diet?
I was like,
Get you to the gym. Let's go jogging.
You just started personally training her.
she had a pretty face. Did you have sex with her from behind, and then like you trying to put it in her butthole, and she got back on vibration? Wow, you're on these kind of drugs, you can't get it up, right? You can't.
I thought I already saw you take the longest shot. I was gonna see you.
Oh man, that's half court. Here's your full court, dog. Yeah.
Okay, what did you do with the big girl? What was different than sex with a normal, normal shape?
I couldn't get it up because I was on tweaking so bad. So I was like, "Do you have any weed?" She's like, "Sure." I like smoked all her weed that night. And then I was like disgusted with myself, and I slept on the floor in the living room.
Right. And why do you think you felt so disgusted?
I wasn't really attracted to her.
How big are we talking about? Like David Lucas or William Montgomery? Or
No. We're talking on a one to red hand. No. I like petite, like thin girls. The girl I'm dating now is Latina, right?
Oh, dude, you're never gonna get her to stop fucking me.
She's gonna have other men's children while you're dating her. You realize, right?
There were red flags. I got slapped by a bum on our second date. I went to pick her up.
And you mean Trump flags? Go ahead.
No, I'm waiting to pick her up, and I guess you can't take pictures of homeless people. They get freaked out, and like 3 guys like attacked my car, one of them slapped me in the face. And I kept thinking maybe that's a sign I shouldn't go on a date with this
Maybe
girl.
it's a sign you shouldn't take pictures of homeless people.
Yeah, I didn't know, but other people do.
Steal their soul.
Yeah.
I saw a sign on one of the tents near my house now, the street tents that said, "Don't take pictures of it. It gets us homeless people raped." I'm like, what?
Wow, the fuck?
How does that?
I think living outside does.
Yeah, it's getting you raped.
I didn't even see them. I was taking pictures of the tent.
You know, when you're a rapist, someone in a tent is just unzipper more than
Pop up, you don't have to pop buttons.
double the zippers.
But anyways, I also went on Tinder, right? And I took screenshots of all the girls that matched with me, like I found the hottest ones and sent them to her. Like, I wonder if this girl's a faithful bitch. So now,
I love your ex-tweaker energy. Is so good.
Yeah. So I just want someone that's faithful. And then we get like back together and like we're gonna be over, baby.
Oh my goodness.
And
let me ask you this: when you're having sex with this Latina girl, do you ever like dirty talk about her hooking up with another guy? Like, have you ever been like, "Hey, dude,
I feel like a cuck, but I'm not into it.
2 copyrights don't make it wrong.
Oh shit!
He's been holding that one.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. It's like I feel like a little bitch because I took her back, and
boy, that guy's gonna take her back eventually too.
correct. You don't feel like one. He's one. Well, the thing is, like she's gonna take her back. I told her I wouldn't talk to her, and I didn't until she sent some text saying like, "Don't ever message again." Blah blah blah.
Right.
Fucked up.
So then you're like, now I'm gonna message you
Right.
again. You said don't
Now that
message
she
you.
cut you off, you're like, you can't fucking cut me off. I'm cutting you off. You can't fire me because I quit.
Well, she's been like calling, like begging, crying to like get another chance.
This story is becoming sad.
Oh no, I love it.
There's a
Absolutely
knife
not.
involved. We
No.
gotta get the knife
Should I
back.
stop talking
See,
about it?
no, not at all. No.
I eventually.
Your comedy is way better than these stories.
No, it's incredible. It's a compelling story with funny comedy.
We learned that she's Latino. You can't fix that.
Latina, and there's ways on it.
My friend told me that.
Here's my solution: is that you might need to start fucking someone else as well, and then this is what your sister told you. There you go. This is what I have. Everybody always says Tony Hinchcliffe has the most sisterly advice.
Or finding a healthy relationship, maybe.
Oh my god, Joel, go fuck yourself.
Someone call the boring police on Joel.
You are really
Why don't you go find yourself something awesome? Why don't you slow it down a little bit and stay inside for 20 hours?
Why don't you have one girlfriend over 13 years?
I've never been that kind of guy.
That worked out for you, didn't it, bitch? That ended well.
I told you that in confidence.
That ended well.
Yo, that
You put all his eggs in one basket, and that basket
last time I
cheated on him.
Oh my god. Yo, this bitch just brought up
Andy's dropping nuclear warheads over
Don't
here.
know me.
I just think that like encouraging more crazy shit is gonna end really bad.
That is
He's
my
gonna
new
kill
favorite sound effect, by the way.
No, he won't kill.
Andy's dropping bombs over Baghdad. I fucking love it. All right, Ryan. So let me ask you this: do you think that's a possibility that you might have sex with someone to increase her jealousy a little bit? This way, you're no longer the bitch. Now it's just a fucked up thing.
Well, it'll probably just fall apart. There's no trust, right?
So there's already no trust, right?
Yeah, there's no trust. She's going to New York for a couple of weeks.
Oh, she is gonna fuck every guy in the Bronx.
She's going to a cabin. She's going camping.
Go, Brad, new start of it.
She wants to make sure what she's doing, she's trying to get back together with you so you don't fuck anyone else. She's in New York fucking everyone.
Yeah, that's what I told her. Pretty much. All she does is like, are you gonna? I'm afraid you're gonna be with other people.
Oh, you guys.
Yeah.
Fuck,
I know, but Farrah's talking
So
about
when
it.
she
like,
goes to New York, what are we gonna do? Let's come up with a battle plan. When is she going to New York?
Dude, I'm just getting to the point right now. I assume she's fucking.
I care for you.
You care, you're still higher.
No, like you get to the point where you're just like, once you're like, I don't know, you just get to the point where you don't care. I just hope comedy in the fucking world opens up again, so I have nothing to do.
You're doing a good job at having.
You have something to do, you have a whole dramatic thing you're dealing with. This
Yeah,
is fun. You're having a great quarantine, like you're having
She
drama.
had a book called Ethical Slut.
Did he do the copy for it?
Who had a book called Ethical?
That was the other red flag.
Annie did not.
This girlfriend of yours wrote a book called Ethical
No,
Slut?
she didn't write it, but it was on her coffee table when I first came.
Oh my god.
What a dumb bitch, sorry.
I know. I'm like, oh, it's okay. I'm still dating.
We gotta, okay, next time you do Guilt, I need to read that book and come with like what she
Yeah, grab the book before you break up with her.
It's like a Bible for poly people or some shit.
Oh,
She's a Pauly Shore fan? Stupid.
Yeah.
Polyamorous just means a really
Dude, that's what I call my fans, the Pauly people.
You can get one of those black lights that you can keep in your pocket, and every time you come to your house, just shine it all over her bedroom.
It's gonna be really sad for you when her face lights up.
Why is it around your eyelids? You look like a raccoon.
I'm gonna stop talking about her on this show.
No, we've only just begun.
Too late now.
Fun times, Ryan. And this has been, I mean, you're an absolute killer. And like I said, I'm going to keep the invitation wide open for you now. And because this is really, really interesting stuff. It's fun. Not everybody gets to have a wild, California Latina relationship. And it's fun to get updates with things like that because it is different than, dating a fucking basic white girl. And,
Yeah, I've always been in the Latino. I'm from Florida.
Right.
And like I lost my virginity.
To an alligator, but
Yeah.
Ryan Joseph, everybody, there we go. On to the next one.
there was only one more in there.
This is it. One more of these.
I like that you searched around for so long.
Well, no, because you have to get it. You have to find this little piece of paper.
I thought you were trying to make it like
I
there's
got a
so
couple
many
Sharpies in there, an extra jewel pod. I got to make sure I grab the right thing. All right, your final bucket full of the night goes by the name of Castle Wolf. Castle Wolf. And this I know for sure. Hey. There you go, Castle Wolf, everybody.
I've been on a plant-based diet for the last 4 years now, and this shit has really opened my mind. I'm at a point now where I'm not opposed to the idea of sleeping with a transgender woman. I figured I've been eating Beyond Meat all these years. What's wrong with trying Beyond Pussy? I am a little surprised to see that the celebrity pedophile sandwich spokesperson, Jared Fogle, was not on the Epstein flight logs. Come to find out, he was forced to take the subway. I found out that Tinder does not have a sense of humor. I was very drunk one night and decided to change my bio to Islam on the streets, jihad in the sheets. Yeah, I was banned
Post haste. Next morning. What's time? Thank you.
There you go. That's a minute. Castle Wolf. Am I saying that correctly?
Castle. It's horrible. Castle. C-A-S-V-A-L. Casabal. It's Spanish, but Castle.
Okay, Castle. What ethnicity are you?
I'm Cuban.
Oh, did you fuck that guy?
I did. Took his virginity.
Goodness. That's exciting. Were you born in America?
I was. I was born in Miami.
Miami?
Yes, sir.
Wow. How long have you been in Los Angeles?
I've been here in and out for 10 years now.
Okay, what do you do here?
Well, before all this happened, I was a touring musician, and now I've just been hanging out.
Oh, really? What kind of music do you play?
I play in a rock band, but then I also write for people, so it's...
What's the name of the rock band?
Vespera. Vesper with an A at the end.
Wow, that's a Vespera.
Vespera. Everything with me is very hard to pronounce. My name, my band name, it's wonderful.
So it's V-E-S-P-A...
P-E-R-A.
Vespera. Oh, Vespera. Okay. Very exciting. What do you do in the band?
I sing.
Really? Give us some. Yeah, can you give us a little diddly? Something from the official YouTube video Sleepless?
Oh, you don't want to play that? Shit's heavy as hell. No, I'm not going to scream on a microphone right now, but...
Come on, fucking do it. Yeah, you have some pent-up quarantine energy? Here, play it.
I don't. I'll give you some Sinatra. I'll give you something else.
This is your plant-based diet right now. You need to fucking man up, dude. Eat some meat.
Here, I'll sing it for you.
That's
You know what it is?
Yeah, that's like last night.
Wait, are you lip syncing?
No.
He's whispering. He doesn't want to blow our ears out. I fucking like that. That was good.
Goodness, that was one of the laziest performances I've ever seen.
Dude, quarantine's fucked me up.
Man, that was the quietest screaming I ever heard.
Sing Sinatra. Let's go a cappella. I want to hear this Sinatra that you said you could do.
You guys want to play something?
When I was metrosexual.
Hey, you know the song Hey Ya by Outkast? Can you do a metal version of that song?
Welcome to a segment we call Shoehorn a Song That You Learned into the episode. Today's segment will have a Hey Ya from Outkast.
I mean, it's a pretty universal song.
I think that's cultural appropriation. I don't think we can do that.
Do Sinatra a cappella. Come on, you got it.
Oh, wait, a shoehorn a song into the thing that you were singing earlier in the show. That's crazy, dog.
Yo,
Shoehorn a
Billy.
Song That You Learned is what I said.
that is fucking hilarious.
That's what Jeremiah thinks his singing sounds like.
Yo, Annie just double dribbled it for Peggy's dog.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, and I'm hard as a rock. You have everybody excited.
I want to hear Jeremiah try to sing it now.
Yeah,
Since he's going up against
Wow.
Jeremiah's like, I gotta read.
That was a good one.
Yeah, it's your turn.
I don't know the lyrics really of that song.
Give me to the moon.
Is it Frank Sinatra?
I just know Fun to the Moon in other words. The other part I know.
Sing that part. Here, try
How
it.
about some
Give it.
Justin Timberlake?
Sorry.
Everything I you got a moment we don't tell us.
Stop it. Oh my goodness, it's working.
Alright, guys,
I'm from
kiss.
Miami. I don't know this song, unfortunately.
Kiss.
Okay, alright, this is beautiful.
Jeff Scott wants to see you guys kiss. I can tell by his
Okay,
laugh.
Like Cottonmouth.
alright. Caswell, tell us something else interesting about you. What else in your life? You get a lot of girls being the lead singer of a cool hit band. You have tattoos on your wrist. You have a nose pierced. You seem like a good-looking guy. You're Cuban. You probably know how to romance them. You can make like a rose pop out of anywhere or something.
He's
Right?
like the Saul Bennett.
Yeah, dude, I grew up on I Love Lucy, so I just pull those tricks. It's worked so far.
So what else? It's quite the entrance. going on over here? What else? What else do you do for fun?
Wait, do you have long hair you're hiding?
I do. I'm like in that awkward phase because of the growing up.
Let's see it. Shake it out.
Oh my god, it's so different now.
Whoa.
Hello, everybody. It is me, Casper Wolf.
We see the wolf now.
Yeah. It's horrible right now.
So what are we talking about? Girls, boys? What are you into?
Oh, I'm straight. I date women. I just got out of a relationship like a month ago, maybe.
Yeah, with the Latina girl that is currently
Black girl.
I wish. I lived in
she an
Miami.
ethical slut sitting on her coffee table.
I think it's embedded into her, maybe. I don't know.
Why that relationship end?
You know, when you get into enough emotionally abusive relationships, you kind of pick up on the patterns, and you're like, you know what? I'm going to walk out of this before I end up like Ryan Joseph. So I was just like, I was out. And that's it. I just walked out before I got fixing it.
How long were you together?
4 months. It was a quarantine.
That's good for you.
Thanks.
What's your favorite thing in the bedroom? You have any special sexual maneuvers that you do on a girl? You give them the cubano,
I call it the.
That's where you put a sandwich over there.
Yeah, you put a sandwich on a hole, and then she poops it out.
That's so good.
You ever give a girl the old Fidel fucking Castro?
What I like to do is I go to the room and I just put stuff in the room and make a makeshift raft, lay them on it, and then I sex on them.
Oh, Elian Gonzalez.
Honestly, Elian Gonzalez grew up to be fucking smoking.
Is that true?
He is my celebrity crush. He is fucking banging.
Wow. Look at that.
Sorry, it's true.
You check out the baby on the boat, the kid on the boat.
They got hot and shit. The dolphin saved him.
Yeah, that baby.
Come on, the dolphin saved him. They probably raised him. You can talk about dolphin raising.
On a dog.
Not a baby anymore. It's all grown ups. All right, Castle.
Yes, sir.
How about any of these? How do you kill time in your place during the quarantine?
I am very fortunate to have a studio where I live, so I've just been working for the most part.
Wow, you just make music all the time.
Yeah, sometimes I learned to make cold brew coffee on my own. It was fun.
Wow, you just put it in the refrigerator for a couple
Yeah, dude, I was blown away. Well, the filtering part's the worst part, dude. It takes so much time to make it.
It's pretty hot.
Jesus.
Yeah, it is pretty hot. Wow.
Yes.
He was a young boy turned to a man.
Inner tube immigrant.
Yeah, exactly.
I hear he still has the marks from the raft on his back.
Wow. The rubber meets the road.
Do you play any instruments outside of singing?
I do.
Like what?
Everything that's here.
Whoa, really?
Except trumpet.
Better than that?
Yeah, I suck at the woodwinds now. I think I got into that when I was 6
How about
years.
drums? Can you play drums real quick for us?
I started learning how to play it during quarantine.
Nah, that's not good.
Well,
That's not good enough. You can't even beat me in a
but who is you?
Wait,
I'll take a bet on that.
actually, I would like to see that.
I'll take a bet on that. I'll take a bet on that.
Ever white drummer versus the Cuban guy. Oh my God! I can't believe it's going down on Kim Tony for the first time ever. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen, y'all. We going into overtime right now.
We gotta keep it moving. There goes Castle Wolf. Thank you very much. Castle Wolf.
Thank you for
There you
having
go. Maybe episode 500, I'll do a Mexican drama.
He's got to go and practice. Tony gets good at things.
Stay tuned for episode 500. Because if I do a Mexican drama, it's got to be against Joel.
Yeah, this was the one episode.
And then if he wins, he gets to take my job for an episode, and it'll be an episode of Kill Joel. But if I win,
You get to fuck his ex-girlfriend of 13
I guess
years.
no matter what happens.
Yeah, but then you have to be the drummer for an episode, and Joel gets to be.
Yeah, that sounds like fun.
That sounds like a lot
I
of
get
fun
to make
me.
fun of how bad Joel is at hosting the show.
Just has a shower with him.
Do you remember when Jeremiah hosted it?
Yeah.
And it was like 30 minutes of ads up top.
Yes.
Alright, sorry, I don't know why I was throwing you. Yeah, dog, I love you. What happened, dog?
Kiss.
Well, you trying to get out enough on that side. Why you crapping on me?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time that I look forward to every single week. An absolute genius is amongst us. A guy, I don't know if you've ever seen Moneyball, but this guy bats 1,000. He slugs 1,000. He gets on base every goddamn week. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of my favorite comedians on the goddamn planet and a creative genius. This is the creative force of Michael Blair.
Love the shoes.
Here he is, live in the joint in his mouth. He is rolling around. He is getting in his zone. We've seen this before. He's away from the microphone. He's approaching the microphone. This is Michael Blair. Originally from New York, through Chicago, and now okay, here he is.
Before I start the minute I'm not gonna do, I'd like to say I'm what the house cripple, but I'm also the house ombudsman. And this has been an amazing episode. And Annie, you're a big part of that. Like, you brought a great energy today. And these fucking basketball players. And one white chocolate over there. I feel you, homeboy. Annie, those bamboo earrings.
Yeah. I
Mm.
took them actually out of a black girl's ears.
Yeah, I'm a big Hello fan, so, and I'm from New York, so I recognize those earrings. But, Tony, shut the fuck up. Alright, so, obviously Hollywood's all up my ass. They're like, Michael, you're so good at writing. We need you to be the next Dick Wolf. I'm like, what? Like, we need you to be the next Dick Wolf. I'm like, what? Like, Dick Wolf. He got the cop shows. He got the firemen, he got the doctors, but we're not playing. What do we need to show up on now? The nurses. Tony, pull out the box.
This is the box that was given to me before the show by Michael Blair. I'm opening
This
the box.
is my Dick Wolf.
Oh, wow.
Alright?
That's that other guy's
Oh my goodness, there's scripts in here. Here we
Yeah.
go.
Pass out to everyone but me.
Thank you.
Because no one tells me anything, so I have no idea.
Should I? What do I do with all these? Pass them.
Pass them
I
out.
have some of these.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Wow, where'd
more
you get
than
this? Pass them to the
six.
band.
still make these?
Brian.
Are we all supposed to use them?
Yeah, what's the
There
name
you go.
of the show?
Smoking nurses.
Yeah, what are you holding?
Cigarettes. These are candy cigarettes.
Alright, pretty intuitive, right?
Yeah.
Like, to help with since I'm melting, I didn't have to explain everything.
Okay.
Alright?
All right. Here we go.
So, Tony, is everyone ready?
I think so, and I think
This
the
is
band.
my Dick Wolf. Everyone in Hollywood is like, Michael, they're right the next Dick Wolf. And I'm like, okay. So, Tony, help me out.
Here we go. And remember, band. Let's do this as if though your characters are doing impressions of your actual
Yeah.
people, not in character. But
Pardon me. Thank you, Tony.
you're welcome. This is the Smoking Nurses from a guy who watched Law and Order, Michael Laird. There's Tony. And here we go. Themes on in 3, 2, 1.
Overtime. They smoke, they nurse. They are the smoking nurses.
The Smoking Nurses is filmed entirely behind the hospital where the nurses go to smoke cigarettes.
I am so burnt out. Frontline better turn into fun time ASAP because Nurse Redband needs to get FUCK fucked.
At least you have fucks to look forward to.
Nurse Redman, I lost 7 patients to corona this morning. I courageously offered each of them one last chance to bust a nut.
Nurse Jeremiah, that's a violation of your nursing.
To heck with those! This is the rapture, honey. These men deserve a final nut blast.
One of the men who died was only 40 years old.
No one's safe from corona.
Well, he also has gout and gangrene from abusing crocodile.
Corona!
Man, I hope this plague never ends.
Nurse Jessie!
Fuck y'all. I love living in isolation. Away from my rotten kids and son of a bitch husband. Watching reruns of The Sopranos and freaking farts. With no commentary for my rotten kids or son of a bitch husband.
Time to ourselves is important. Some of these patients were the last people they'll ever talk to. And holy moly, will they not shut the fuck up.
It's like they see the light and want to get everything off their chest. I must have heard a dozen murder confessions.
Speaking of confessions, why does everyone have a new Disneyland lantern except me? Because we all went to Disneyland in the middle of a pandemic and didn't invite you. You nurses are a bunch of Rudy Tuesdays.
We didn't invite you because you wear scrubs on your days off. It's embarrassing.
They're the ultimate in comfortable clothing. Why would I wear something less comfortable?
Say you're naked under your scrubs.
Well, excuse me. It is a health code violation to not wear underwear with scrubs.
Probably.
Fair.
Now, you better not wear scrubs to the chief of staff's wedding.
Canceled. Half of her bridesmaids killed themselves from exhaustion. She thought the ceremony would be in poor taste.
Suicide. The ultimate party foul.
Next week on The Smoking Nurses.
I thought you quit.
Smoking?
No, nursing.
You wish.
I do wish. When you're gone, I'll be the charge nurse. That's the nurse in charge.
I know what a charge nurse is. I am the charge nurse.
I'm just saying, you leave, I'm the charge nurse. The nurse in charge.
We all know that the charge nurse is in charge.
The week after that, on The Smoking Nurses, we all got the GD Corona. How? We wore the most protective clothes.
It's getting in through our shoes. The average pair of Crocs have 40 dime-sized holes.
Damn you, Crocs.
The end. There you go, The Smoking Nurses.
I ate all my cigarettes.
That was fun.
Hey, Annie. I met you on my first day when Tony pulled my name out of the bucket.
Outside, right?
Yeah. And right now, I'm having my 46th appearance.
Wow.
But
Almost a year. We almost have our anniversary coming
no, I traveled. Don't make it an abacus. I'm trying to make a point.
46 episodes.
And I met you, and you were talking to the guest, another amazing comedian, Dan Turner, and my son was here. And even though I look so young, I have a 21-year-old son, and he grew up in Wyoming. And I've got to meet Dan twice, and my son goes to me and goes, yeah, that makes sense, he's from Colorado. Cause he's a good dude like that. And you're good people too. And I look at your earrings and I think about how before I wanted to be a comedian, I grew up in Queens and I always wanted to be a rapper. I was White Mike. I was the minority in my successful. And let me spit one hello verse at you and see how it goes.
You're gonna spit a verse at Annie?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Wow, what a great way to
with respect.
Absolutely, he's gonna spit a verse. Here we go. Michael Lair spitting a verse from a guy who watched Law and Order. This is a verse.
I love a girl with extensions in her hair, bamboo earrings, at least 2 pair. Offended back in the bad attitude. That's all I need to get me in a good mood. She won't walk with a switch and talk with she's like. I love when I'm wanting this kid to doing things. Tending that the bus stop, sinking on the ladder. I want to get popping this time to make the hardest stop. She loves to dance to the right jam. Too sweet as fried sugar with the candy yams. Kinda complexion. Cutest little thing. Let's hear from the girls from around the way.
Wow, look at that. Not only did he spit a verse, I think that was 2 or 3 verses, and he also did it all in Latin.
I loved it. Thank you.
Tony, keep testing me. See what happens.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna wrestle you on the floor.
Oh, okay. You wanna do some fucking floor wrestling?
I can't walk, but my muscles are right as rain no more.
See, that's a challenge I can't turn down. Floor
There's
wrestling.
so many challenges.
Your lips still red.
Jesus
Christ, Red.
Red,
Raid is something
ruin the
else.
moment, Red Man.
Never met
Raid
someone.
is weird. We need to get Red Man a cat scan. Your cat scan. What'd I do this time? It turns out we looked at your friend's brain. It turns out
there's an actual cat in it.
baloney.
It turns out his brain is just a dolphin with 8 buttholes. All right. Michael, anything else before we end this puppy pie?
2 things.
Okay, 2 things.
One, with Red Band, I've never met a man who obviously likes pussy so much, but is really homo.
That's true. I've noticed that too.
Yeah.
He's always the one that brings up all the cases.
He knows a lot of gay terminology.
Yeah. Oh, you don't know about
And then he goes, I think that's what it means.
That's
It's like
called
you
a
were very
crossover, by the way.
confident.
It makes me laugh. Go ahead, Michael.
Tony,
Yes.
I use you and Brian's platform to make a shout out.
Absolutely. Give a shout out.
Alright, you see my shirt?
Yes. It says Sharna versus everybody.
Now, Sharna Halpern is the Mitzi Shore Improv. And for 40 years, she fucking invested her life in comedy in ways you never fucking know. And the plug maybe ended it, but I love you, Sharna, and thank you for making my dreams come true, like these gay guys right here.
That's right. Thank you, Charna, for giving us the great Michael Lair. MichaelLairComedy.com, Michael Lair. Tons of merch, tons of awesome content, tons of awesome everything. Michael Lair is the man. We'll see you this week, Michael. Here comes a drawing from Ryan J. Even. Let's see what we got tonight. Ooh, la! We're all playing basketball, it seems. Extra John Watersy type of vibes, sort of a scary movie. It's unbelievable what you're able to accomplish in this amount of time. Ryan J. still showing explosive advances every week. Unbelievable. You got everybody in that thing in an hour and whatever this was, 15 minutes or so. Well, we did it. A lot of fun stuff happening, guys. Annie Letterman, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. It was fun.
What's going on? What are you plugging? You have podcasts.
My podcast, Me Inspiration, comes out on Thursdays. You can see it on YouTube /Annie Letterman. And other stuff, I have a Patreon, also /Annie Letterman. L-E-D-E-R-M-A-N. One D, no T's, one D.
And at the end.
Yes, one N.
Letterman.
Yeah.
L-E-D-E-R-M-A-N.
And follow my Instagram.
At Annie Letterman.
Yeah.
Awesome. Absolutely great. Jeremiah Watkins was the leader of the band. There you go. Venmo at Jeremiah-Watkins. What else, Jeremiah? Tell us about the work that you've been doing.
Man, I got a new breakfast show called Eating Breakfast with Jeremiah.
I tried to request it the other day. I was eating a sausage, egg, and chicken to go play golf.
It is sausage while driving, not school.
I requested to watch it to normal people.
I didn't see it then.
All right.
Somebody trolled me as Tony Hinchcliffe spelled differently, and I accepted him, and then it was a bad impression of you.
Oh shit!
So I thought he kept requesting me. I didn't know that was the real you after that.
That's so funny.
But yeah, I got a lot of Jeremiah Wonders out with like Dr. Phil, Mr. Fumnar. The band was on recently. I've done a lot of cool things, Jeremiah Wonders, and then I want to give a shout out to Kenny Brown. He was a local comic in the OC area. He passed away recently. And I want to shout out to his friends and family.
That's right. He's been on the show. He passed away. He's no longer with us. Yeah. We don't know what happened, but
I was hanging out with him right before it happened.
Really? Is that true?
Oh, it's a callback to the
that's
beginning
right.
of the show.
That's right. The great Jet Ski Jessie Johnson was here. Absolutely killing it as always. She has brand new ornaments for sale, and you can get those. They're like Christmas ornaments, but I like to call them anytime occasion ornaments.
Anytime, any religion.
She hand makes them. Every single thing is handmade by her. I've seen them. I actually bought one off her. I have it hanging. It's the first thing you see when you walk into my place. It's just dangling by a string.
So your name is more Etsy than Jetsy.
Whoa! Yeah, that's what I do. That's my style. These ornaments are unbelievable. You can get them by hitting up jetskijohnson@gmail.com.
Or my new website, johnson.com.
Wow, Jetski, I haven't even gotten to go there yet. I can't wait. Expect some traffic.
And real quick, Comedy Store YouTube page. Check out Through the Looking Glass with Mitch Burrow and I. Annie was on it. Red Band, Tony.
I was on it. We had a lot of fun. Yeah. And hey, everybody, that was Chroma Chris back there this whole time. Chroma, what do you think about tonight's episode?
Yeah, it was ballin', Tony.
What else, Chroma? Tell us something else.
You can follow me on Instagram at Chroma Chris. I've recently been writing, coming up with some new music that I will be putting out soon. So keep on the lookout for that.
We will be on the lookout for sure. Follow him on social media. Guys, I know you're not going to believe this, but the entire time, rim job, that was actually Joel Jimenez. Joel, what's going on back there? You got Leslie Sorry the podcast. What'd you do this week? What's going on?
We're on hiatus because David's out in Chappelle Land, so I'm waiting for him to get back.
Oh.
So we'll see. We'll be back. That's it. Mostly sorry. I love you guys.
All right. Well, Red Band.
Check out Virtual Red Band, my virtual reality show, and all others in cursive. We got a new Patreon. And Dead Air with Brian Holtzman, Squad.tv.
Right. A whole bunch of new merch at Tony Hinchcliffe. And there's the Patreon, patreon.com/Hinchcliffe, where I go over everything roasting with the writer's room of all the roasts, all the meanest people. We talk about us being mean to people, making jokes, of course, and honoring the ones that we love.
Oh, also, wait. I have masks for sale that are...
That's right. Where can they find those masks?
You can find them if you go to my Instagram. It's in the bio. Hit them up. They're fun.
There you go.
They're selling out.
Thank you to everybody.
Hey, this is Redman coming live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony.
Ah! How exciting! Wow, that sounds like applause. Oh my goodness. That was interesting.
Big hands.
That was the effect. A lot of big hands in the room tonight. It's a big hand audience. What?
Hey, Tony.
How are you?
Good.
Good. Great. Ryan J. Ebelt is here, everybody. Look at that. Whoa, there's the
Whoa.
turn in the wave. RyanJEbelt.com for every print, every poster in Kill Tony history, every single episode
Maybe
of the
most
show.
pathetic shit you've ever seen.
T-shirts. RyanJEbelt.com. Just doing auctions, a bunch of fun stuff. An
No,
incredible
Tony,
artist.
you
He's
gotta
already
calm down.
started drawing.
You gotta get a grade A communist. Really? Oh yeah. I'm sure somebody in my family is rolling over and they're gonna be on the communists. These motherfuckers are such communists. They're communists. Be that fucking Chinese guy.
A nation governed under the last great empire, the Qing dynasty.
Qing
is about
dynasty.
to bear witness to
Ching Chang
radical
Chong.
reforms and social changes never before seen in the country. The infamous Chinese Communist Party seizes power from the nationalist Kuomintang Party, establishing the People's Republic of China. One man of humble beginnings would change the very face of Communist China, implementing his own liberal economic policies and creating the emerging superpower that it is today. He would rise through the ranks of the Communist Party, facing many obstacles and setbacks, but would, nonetheless, ultimately become one of the most prominent figures in recent Chinese history, and arguably one of the most important political figures of the second half of the 20th century. His name, Deng Xiaoping, the father of modern China. The man known to history as Deng Xiaoping was born on the 22nd of August 1904 in Guang'an, in the province of Sichuan in southwestern China. He was a descendant of the Hakka people, a branch of the Han Chinese. His father was Deng Wenming, a landowner in rural Sichuan, who acted as the head of the Paifeng village, having been selected by the Chinese government to collect taxes and report on issues such as crime in the region. He university education in law and political science. Others serving as for the federal government. Wenming also collected information on political activities happening around the region. In addition, his father was heavily involved in a religious sect known as the Religion of the Five Sons, which incorporated elements of all the major philosophical and religious traditions of China, such as Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Deng's mother was Deng Danshi. Unlike her husband, she was illiterate. She had 4 children, 3 boys, including Deng, and a daughter. However, she was absent from Deng's life from a relatively succumbing to what is now believed to have been tuberculosis, dying sometime in the 1920s. Deng was the eldest child of Wenming and Danshi. Not much is known about the future Chinese leader's early life, although he was later described by villagers who knew him as a young boy as a stable, energetic, and happy child. He was also marked out by his school friends as being playful and mischievous, though serious and intelligent too. By the age of 5 in 1909, Deng began private tutoring and received his honorary name, which was provided by his teacher. This was Qixian, meaning to aspire to good. He was also trained in the classical writings of Confucius and would later attend a conventional primary school where he continued his education on the ancient philosopher's work and learned to recite passages from his writings. Deng was growing up in a time of immense change throughout China. For roughly 150 years, between the start of the 16th and the 17th had closed themselves off contact with the outside world, and in particular, the European powers had begun arriving to the Far East, fearing that the newcomers would disturb the traditions and way of life. By the 1830s, the British, French, Americans, and others had reached a stage of technological and military development where the Chinese could no longer keep them out of their ports. The introduction of Western ideas on the back of the Opium Wars launched by the British caused immense disruption in China. The second half of the 19th century saw a gradual decline in the imperial system, overseen by the Qing dynasty. Yet, despite only political instability ensued, the imperial government finally collapsed in 1911, following which a Chinese republic was established. However, even then, a period of further unrest followed, in which traditional Chinese warlords ruled various parts of the country, while new progressive movements like the Kuomintang, or nationalists, and the communists began to emerge amongst the more educated middle classes of China's many great cities. These forces of modernization and instability formed the background against which Deng's life played out. Deng's life was being shaped by the force of modernization from an early point. In 1915, when Deng was 11 years old, he attended a boarding school in Guang'an, before moving on to middle school in the same district in 1919 at the age, this time focusing his studies on science, mathematics, and geography. And his youngest son, Shang, in the diligent work, frugal study program, whereby Chinese students were sent to France, halfway around the world, to study and learn modern Western ideas. It is inconceivable that such an educational move could have been considered for the sons of a middle-class Chinese politician from the provinces just a half-century earlier. The reason that Wenming chose France for his son's education was that in China, France was deemed a bastion for political and economic learning, while also being free of much of the political baggage of British involvement in China. Deng was unable to obtain a full scholarship due to poor grades, and he also learned French. He didn't pass exams, which allowed him to attend school in France. Moreover, as his father was a strong believer in the future success of his own nation, he instilled in Deng values concerning the betterment of Chinese society. Deng set sail from Shanghai on the 11th of September 1920, arriving in the port city of Marseille on the 19th of October. Upon arriving in France, he and his fellow students met with representatives of the Sino-Franco Society of Education, who escorted the students to Paris. From there, Deng was sent to the town of Bayeux in Normandy to study at a secondary school. While in school in France, the young Deng complained of discriminatory treatment towards his fellow Chinese nationals, who, according to him, were treated like children, were taught at an inferior level, and were sent to bed early. Many Chinese students students also found themselves without proper food or amenities during the economic recovery of France following the First World War. Dung managed comparatively well, using the resources his father had accrued by selling off his land to fund his son's education. Nevertheless, despite being in a relatively better position than his fellow students, 16-year-old Dung began working part-time for the Schneider and Company iron and steel complex, which was situated between the cities of Paris and Lyon. As Dung was unsettled by the working conditions here, he decided to return to Paris after only 3 weeks of work to find employment. In the French Chinese neighborhood in the suburbs called La Garenne-Colombe. Whilst there, he survived on little funding and only communicated with his own community, as he knew very little French. Although Dung had attended school in France to learn about modern technology and science, his real interest lay in political demonstrations and movements. On the 21st of January 1921, Chinese nationals attended rallies at the Chinese embassy in France to demand better living and working conditions. Those involved criticized the work-study program and lack of employment, which resulted in funding being provided to the poorer civilians. But the social policies introduced in response by the Chinese ambassador Chun Lu were inept and did little to support those who were struggling financially. Shortly thereafter, further demonstrations took place in the southern French city of Lyon. Many of the Chinese students were forced to return home because of these. But Dung was not among them. During the next 4 years he spent in France, Dung had very little funds for schooling and continued his interest in political developments. Between 1922 and 1923, when his personal funding slowed, he again found work on factory floors, including for the French car manufacturer Renault. Despite enjoying the lifestyle in France, attending football matches and sampling the local cuisine, he later claimed the first 2 years he spent in France were the most valuable, teaching him about the uncertainties surrounding the capitalist economic system favored by Western nations. Many of the Chinese students remaining in France in the early to mid-1920s became influenced by Marxist and Leninist ideologies. This was an era when radical socialist movements were becoming more and more prominent across Europe in the aftermath of the success of the Russian Revolution of 1917. This prompted Dung to begin attending political meetings from 1923 until 1926. In 1924, he formed a close relationship with Zhou Enlai, who was responsible for covert publications released by the Communist Youth League, releasing their journal under the name The Red Lights. Dung became a fully fledged member of the organization later that year and was responsible for writing his own newsletters. He subsequently became editor of the journal and continued to move up the ranks of the newspaper while senior colleagues returned to China. This did not go unnoticed, and soon he was being observed by the police in France. Eventually, the French authorities raided his home in January 1926, but Dung had learned that the raid was imminent and made plans to flee from France, heading across Europe by train via Berlin to Moscow, the capital of the Soviet Union. In the Russian capital, under communist patronage, Dung began studying at the Soviet Union's Eastern University, primarily focusing his studies on communist theory. He soon went on to become a member of the Chinese Communist Party and was increasingly a committed Marxist. After studying at the Eastern University for a few months, Dung moved to the Sun Yat-sen University of Moscow, which was established in 1925 and named after Chinese nationalists who had become affiliated with the Soviet Union in the first half of the 1920s. He founded the Kuomintang and the nationalist movement back in China, which ironically, after his own time, would end up involved in a civil war with the Chinese communists. At the Sun Yat-sen University, Deng continued his education in communist principles and about the broader history of China. It was also here that he was taught the Russian language, whilst also being introduced to Russian military strategies that had evolved during the First World War and the Russian Civil War that followed. He also learned that following the Opium Wars of the 19th century and China's decline as a power, many people placed responsibility on the failure of China to modernize industrially. In this light, many people had come to believe back home in China that the best way for the country to prevent foreign interference in its affairs and become a great nation again after centuries of decline was to industrialize. Deng became convinced through his studies that the development of a communist state would be the best way to achieve this goal. Meanwhile, events in China had become tumultuous in the years that Deng was studying in Europe. In December 1915, one of the warlords, Yuan Shikai, had attempted to reconstitute the imperial system with himself as Emperor of China. This proved abortive, and by the late spring of 1916, the Republic had been re-established. The chaos continued for years thereafter, with Sun Yat-sen to role in the country's politics in the 1910s. By 1919, his nationalist party, Kuomintang, had become the most dominant force in southern China. Other movements also emerged, notably the Chinese Communist Party, which was founded in 1921. At this early date, the nationalists and the communists had much in common. Both wanted to bring an end to the instability wrought by the old, backward-looking warlords and to modernize China. Both were also somewhat left-leaning during Sun Yat-sen's time. Thus, they found common cause in 1926, a year after Sun Yat-sen's death, and launched the Northern Expedition, whereby nations like Chiang Kai-shek marched North China towards cities like Shanghai and Nanjing, with the goal of securing the major cities of China from the warlords and establishing a strong national government once again. By 1927, they were substantially successful in their goals and had established a new national government in the city of Nanjing. In Moscow, Deng read of events in China in 1926 and early 1927 with great interest. Eventually, he decided to leave the Russian capital and set off for Xi'an in China in early 1927, traveling via Mongolia and across the Gobi Desert. In March, he reached the front lines of the conflict and hoped to begin playing a role in the military affairs of the Northern Expedition. However, upon his arrival, Deng was consigned to delivering lectures to the army personnel of Feng Yuxiang, a commander based in northwest China who was receiving the backing of the Soviet Union. He was, though, present to see the Northern Expedition take a fateful turn. A Chiang led the right wing of the nationalists to engage in a sought to completely undermine the left wing of the nationalists and the communists. As part of this, many communists were killed and others imprisoned for their association with the party. Deng himself was let go unharmed, thanks to Feng Yuxiang choosing not to violently purge the communists within his ranks. Still, the purge by Chiang Kai-shek in 1927 signaled the beginning of the Chinese Civil War between the nationalists and the communists, one which, in one form or another, would last for over 2 decades. The nationalists controlled the great cities in the east of the country, while the communists land and built a base there. At the start of the Chinese Civil War, Deng went to join his communist comrades in the city of Wuhan in central China, the new capital of the communist movement. These early years of the war were very difficult for the Chinese communists. Owing to internal divisions, a split occurred between the senior ranking members, but the communists soon regrouped under new leadership. Deng, who it must be remembered was still just a young man of 22 when the Civil War began, obtained a position as a record keeper. It was at this time that he changed his name from Xixian to Xiaoping. His goal was to counter attempts at identifying him by the nationalists, but it was a name that stuck for the rest of his life, and by which he is remembered today. It was also around this time that he met a young communist leader by the name of Mao Zedong for the first time. He was also to teach the party's setup and push those disloyal to the communist movement. Deng married for the first time in 1928 to Zhang Xiyuan, who was a like-minded fellow student that he had first met in Moscow at the Sun Yat-sen University. They rekindled their relationship in China and married not long afterwards. However, it was short-lived, as his wife died following complications during childbirth less than 2 years later. The baby girl she was carrying was lost as well. To compound the difficulties, Deng was also unable to attend his wife's funeral due to the nature of his work during the Civil War. He married again in 1931, his second wife being Jin Wei-ying. Little is known about her, and they separated around 1933, owing to the difficulties the communists were experiencing during these years of the Civil War. Eventually, he divorced and married for a third time in 1939 to Zhuo Lin, the daughter of a Chinese businessman. This third and last marriage would last for the rest of Deng's life and resulted in 5 children, 3 daughters, Lin, Nan, and Rong, and 2 sons, Pu Feng and Zhi Feng. In the midst of his familial shifts in the late 1920s, the communists continued to experience difficulties and military reverses in the growing conflict with the nationalists. Deng began organizing communist activity in Guangxi in the south of China in 1929 as secretary of the 7th Red Army, leading the Bi-Sur uprising of Guangxi. He also soon joined forces whose forces situated in the Jiangxi province to better organize his movements following defeats to the nationalists who wore down much of Deng's remaining fighters on their journey northeast, with many dying due to exposure to the elements as they were under-equipped for this journey. In February of 1930, Mao had created the Jiangxi Provincial Soviet government in the region, but faced internal problems as he was seen as anti-revolutionary because of his moderate stance on many issues. Despite an attempted overthrow on the 7th of November 1931, Mao announced the creation of a Chinese Soviet Republic in the region he controlled in Jiangxi. Though his power when control of the Red Army was given to Chinese diplomat and future head of the Chinese government, Zhou Enlai. Hence, as prominent as Mao was becoming at this juncture, he was far from the absolute leader of the Chinese communists. Meanwhile, Deng continued to be a middling official within communist movement, though one whose talents were evident and who would continue to rise. Deng's political career was somewhat harmed by his return to Shanghai in the early 1930s to try to drum up support for the communists clandestinely in the city, leaving his army faction behind. Some felt that Deng had betrayed the party and managed to escape punishment for his actions, as he had claimed he was merely a political trainer and not a commander of war. His position was possibly safeguarded thanks to the intervention of Zhou Enlai, his old friend from his days in France. After a time, Deng returned to Jiangxi province. Despite the Communist Party's popularity, Mao was locked in internal conflicts with competing military strategists, with a frequent turnover in power causing uncertainty around the strength of their army. Opposing factions debated the military strategies being employed, with the nationalists gaining territory consistently through the early 1930s. Deng was initially demoted within the party for his allegiance to Mao, who had yet to consolidate power. But due to his long-standing commitment to the party and status as a veteran, he was subsequently promoted to party committee secretary in Beijing, in the Ganzhou district of Jiangxi province, which was now a Soviet administrative region in China. In 1933, Deng continued to experience fluctuating fortunes within the communist movement, as some viewed him as being too right-wing, while others looked favorably on his close ties to Mao and the Jiangxi Soviet. Meanwhile, the communists as a whole were struggling to deal with a fresh attack by Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist forces. After a massive encirclement of their positions, Mao's forces just managed to break out and flee westwards in 1934 before turning north. These events would become known as the Long March. They represented a low ebb for the Chinese communists, but in later years they would be lionized as the point at which Mao allegedly saved the communist cause, party law, in decades to come. During it, an estimated 80,000 communist soldiers of the First Front Red Army, with approximately 15,000 party members and government representatives, took part in a cross-country march, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of people from starvation, exhaustion, and attacks by the Kuomintang army as they moved westwards. Only 1/10 of those that made the trip north to Yan'an survived through to the end of the Long March. It was began Mao's path to power, as he showed great leadership skills during it, and so gained the support of the members of the Chinese Communist Party. It also aided Deng's further rise. In the year leading to October 1935, he was promoted to serve as a prominent secretary of the party, being promoted by Mao and furthermore, as party membership plummeted significantly across the country, as it looked like the communist cause was doomed, Deng rose to the inner circles of the Communist Party. During this time, he had been traveling with Mao throughout parts of their retreat. But by the end of the grueling adventure, he had begun to suffer from typhoid fever and almost succumbed to his illness. Although party membership fell, the virtue of their sacrifice in retreat was highly thought of, with many peasants hailing them as national heroes. Deng's backing of Zhou and Mao turned out to be to his advantage, as they controlled the direction of the party's military to a substantial extent thereafter. The entire Chinese Civil War took a dramatic turn in the years that followed. Back in 1931, the Empire of Japan had invaded the Manchuria region of northeastern China and had occupied it, establishing a puppet state called Manchukuo. While mired in the Civil War, neither the nationalists nor the communists were really in a position to strike back at the Japanese. Buoyed by the seeming ease with which they had acquired Manchuria, the Japanese continued to make incursions over the border into China in the mid-1930s. This eventually expanded into a full-blown invasion in 1937, after the Marco Polo Bridge incident in Beijing in July that year. The Sino-Japanese War would last from 1937 down to 1945, and is viewed by many as constituting the beginning of the Second World War in the Far East. In the first months of it, the major cities of the East fell to the Japanese, and the nationalists, earlier, fled westwards into the Chinese interior. There, the communists and the nationalists formed a common cause and put aside their differences for as long as they had a common enemy in the form of the Japanese. Their capital was established in Chongqing, and they would fight together for the next 8 years. Deng spent much of the first few months of the war against the Japanese, ensconced in various guerrilla units operating in the northern provinces and tried to strike against the occupation forces in Beijing and other regions of the northeast. This set the pattern for the rest of the war, with Deng generally active in provinces like Hebei and Shanxi. He notably played a senior role in the 100 Regiments Offensive in the autumn and winter of 1940, a massive engagement between 500,000 Japanese and Chinese forces across a large front. This was symptomatic of the wider war. The clash between Japan and China was equaled in ferocity during the Second World War only by that which occurred between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe. The nature of the conflict in China changed from December 1941 onwards, when Japan attacked the United States and Britain, thus providing the Chinese with new allies and a source of material aid from British Burma. Thus, by the time the US dropped the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945, and the Japanese began preparing to surrender, the uneasy coalition between the Chinese communists and nationalists were making major advances in recovering the many cities and towns along the eastern coast and rivers. Over 20 million people were dead in the Sino-Japanese clash at that stage, and the country was utterly devastated. Nevertheless, no sooner had the Second World War ended than the communists and the nationalists began preparing to resume the Chinese Civil War, which had simply been put on hiatus in 1937. Deng was involved in some brief efforts at peace talk between the two warring parties in Chongqing in the immediate aftermath of the war. These proved abortive. Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists were unwilling to compromise too much, arguing that they had the upper hand before the Japanese invasion. This was true, but the communists were in a much stronger position coming out of the war, having obtained the support of a large cross-section of the Chinese population for their spirited war effort against the Japanese, whereas the nationalists left the conflict in 1945 with a reputation for inaction and appalling corruption, having embezzled a huge proportion of the financial aid the United States had sent to China to aid in the fight against the Japanese. Fighting soon resumed. In this, Deng played a key role as both a military commander and especially as an organizer and propaganda official tied to the Second Field Army. By 1948, the war had turned decisively in favor of the communists, in large part because the Soviet Union was much more willing to aid them than the US was inclined to support the nationalists. In the final year of the conflict, Chiang Kai-shek organized a tactical withdrawal to the island of Hainan in southern China, and then to Taiwan. This was completed by the end of 1949, leaving the communists in charge of the Chinese mainland, while the nationalist Republic of China came into being on Taiwan. Theoretically, the Chinese Civil War never really ended, but to all intents and purposes, it ended in victory for the Chinese communists in 1949, with a mopping-up operation to take Hainan in 1950. Towards the end of the Civil War, Deng was still playing a role in the Second Field Army, which controlled Yunnan, Sichuan, Xikang, Guizhou, and Tibet to the southwest of the country. As the conflict ended in communist victory, he oversaw a process whereby many intellectuals and students in these territories were forced into re-education camps. This was part of Mao's intellectual rectification program. The takeover of 1949 saw the end of the Republic of China. The state would now undergo the transition to a Chinese brand of communism that would become known as Maoism. On the 1st of October 1949, Deng attended the proclamation of the People's Republic of China in Beijing, thus welcoming the newly declared communist state into being. In its earliest days of the People's Republic, Deng served as a political and military organizer as he had done in the past. He quickly found promotion under Mao, who had emerged after the war as the preeminent figure in communist China. and found Deng's political skills to be exemplary. Thus did Deng accompany Mao on a visit to Stalinist Russia in 1950 to reaffirm the close ties between the two nations at a time when the Cold War was heating up over escalating tensions in Germany and the Korean Peninsula. The visit was also organized to discuss the terms of the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance and Mutual Assistance. Much of the agreements included in this surrounded the recognition of the People's Republic of China by the Soviet Union, while matters such as infrastructural development, development of the Chinese Eastern Railway, and Soviet access to the ports of Dalian and Lushun were touched on too. These talks also Soviet financing for the redevelopment of China's economy after decades of war and instability. In the aftermath of the successful negotiation of the Sino-Soviet Treaty, Deng was promoted to vice premier in 1952 and held a growing number of important positions within the government, such as deputy chair of the Committee on Finance and later Minister of Finance, including a post as the director of the Office of Communications. In 1953, the increasingly powerful Mao Zedong introduced the first five-year plan, in emulation of the Soviet five-year plans that had commenced back in the late 1920s and which had transformed the Russian economy. Through these, Mao aimed for China to rapidly industrialize, furthering the country's transition into socialism. A key component of this was the collectivization of agricultural land into giant state-run farms that would then be run more efficiently, freeing up labor to work in the new factories in the cities. This would also aid in removing large estates from the hands of wealthy landowners and break down the capitalist nature of Chinese society. Following this, the intention was to reorganize industry and commerce at a later stage. Although the first five-year plan was successful economically, industrial production grew at the rate of 19% between 1952 and 1957. Agriculture lagged behind, with growth rates of 4% because of a lack of state investment. The gains coming from the reorganization and cooperation fostered by cooperative farming. Through Mao's centrally planned economy and collectivization of agriculture, the industrial economy boomed, and the country's wealth grew. Living standards improved markedly for the average person. However, more stringent plans would later be implemented, which would cause great strife across the nation. In 1954, Mao consolidated his grip on the state when he entered the office of first chairman of the People's Republic of China. Deng continued to do well during this period under Mao's patronage. He retained his place as a vice premier and later secured positions as head of the Communist Party's organization department, as well as participating of the Central Military Commission. He was also instrumental in influencing legislation as a government administrative officer within the Communist Party's policy-making board. Yet a growing ideological split was developing between Deng and Mao. In 1956, the party underwent constitutional change at the first session of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party. Deng assumed a stronger position within the party, serving as Secretary General of the Secretariat under the Politburo. He was also involved in the country's daily decision-making, alongside President Liu Shaoqi and Premier Zhou in support of Mao. At this time, in 1956 and 1957, the 100 Flowers campaign was introduced by the government, where the people of China were allowed a rare opportunity for open criticism of government. This, though, was not long-lived and was instead used to identify those critical of the government. Then, in 1957, Mao's anti-rightist movement emerged, which was initially supported by Deng and other leaders of the party. It would last down to the end of the 1950s and was used as a basis for purging both the communist movement and wider society of right-wing elements. Deng was not purged in any fashion. But his position within the regime was called into question in 1958 when he formed part of a splinter group which opposed the further introduction of what was termed Mao Zedong thought into the statutes of the Chinese Communist Party. Despite his earlier rise under Mao, this signaled a clear split with the leader of the country. It was a gamble, but also points towards the fact that Mao was never as secure in his position as head of Communist China as Joseph Stalin was in his control over the Soviet Union in the 1930s and 1940s. In the second session of the 8th Congress of 1958, the Communist Party adopted the Great Leap Forward as government policy. This was the second 5-year plan and was Mao's vision that the country could eclipse Britain in terms of its industrial productivity within just 5 years. The Great Leap Forward was enormously ambitious and, in retrospect, quite delusional. It aimed in particular to increase Chinese steel production to a level where it would eclipse British steel production within 5 years. Ambitious targets were also developed for the amount of coal being mined in the country and other industrial processes. To ensure that these were met, pressure was on regional party officers to press people out of agricultural work and into industrial factories, and then to develop maximum efficiencies countrywide in the factories and mines. The result was a catastrophic famine, as party officers forced so many people off the farms that food production suffered. In some instances, the local communist officials had to melt down farm implements like plows and basic tools in order to increase the amount of steel they could claim was being produced. There were also problems around infrastructural projects like dam construction being undertaken in a poor and rushed fashion, leading to flooding months later and the drowning of agricultural land. By 1959 and 1960, an appalling famine was occurring, and Mao's position and authority were immensely damaged. Tens of millions of people died across China. The exact death toll is still widely disputed. As terrible as these events were, though, they benefited Deng's career. In the aftermath of the disastrous Great Leap Forward, Mao was weakened, and his political rivals saw an opportunity to move to undermine his authority. A branch of the party, one which included economic reformers like Deng and Liu Shaoqi, now sought to convince the party leaders that a new approach might be employed. At the 7,000 cadres conference of 1962, their proposals were greeted warmly. Mao was not in a position to aggressively oppose these. All the same, it was clear that a division had emerged between the leader and the young protege who had risen under him back in the 1930s. Further divisions were seen when Mao recommended developing what he termed the Third Front movement in the mid-1960s. By this, he meant that China needed to become more industrially and militarily independent from the Soviet Union in the context of the Cold War, owing to the growing rift between Moscow and Beijing since the mid-1950s and the death of Stalin. Deng openly opposed Mao's approach and argued against expensive investment in an enlarged military. In response to the weakening of his position as a paramount leader of China during the Great Leap Forward, Mao launched the Cultural Revolution in 1966. This was designed as a movement to purify the culture of China through a species of constant revolution, whereby counter-revolutionaries and any unreformed capitalists and bourgeois elements would be rooted out. In reality, it was an effort by Mao to galvanize his own support base and reclaim full control of the state. It quickly spun out of control as gangs of younger Chinese secondary school and university students formed into violent Red Guards who terrorized their own teachers and parents for not being ideologically fervent enough. In time, the government had to resort to programs whereby the Red Guards were sent to the countryside from the cities to try to reform their ideological fervor. between 1 and 2 million people would be killed in atrocities across China over the next decade as the Cultural Revolution went on and on. The attacks included vendettas against a great many senior Communist Party figures. Amongst these were Deng and his close ally Liu Shaoqi, both accused of being unreformed bourgeois right-wingers on account of their earlier stated views on economic policy. Owing to all of this, Deng would spend the late 1960s and much of the early 1970s on the periphery of Chinese politics, though eventually, in 1973, under the patronage of his old ally Zhou Enlai, he was restored to the party hierarchy in Beijing and acquired new positions of authority. In February 1972, Richard Nixon visited China as the first post-communist era president of the United States to do so. Since 1949, the US had largely acknowledged the Republic of China on the island of Taiwan as the legitimate government of China. But with the passage of more than 2 decades, the US was anxious to develop economic relations with mainland China. Nixon's administration also perceived that China had a role to play in bringing the Vietnam War to an end in a way which saved American face as much as possible, as it was a war which it was currently losing, but was still fighting. The state visit began the process of normalization of US-China relations, and eventually, in 1979, the administration of President Jimmy Carter would acknowledge the People's Republic of China. Deng played a major role in this process, both as a more junior figure within the communist regime in the early to mid-1970s, and after he became the leader of China in the late 1970s. This was a vitally important episode in modern history, as it paved the way for its miracle by opening the US market to China was beginning to use in ever greater quantities. Deng's character was not always popular amongst senior American politicians, with some, such as Henry Kissinger, labeling him a, quote, nasty little man, a view shared by many people in the Nixon administration and beyond. Zhou Enlai died in January 1976. His death was soon followed by mass protests and violence at Tiananmen Square on the 5th of April 1976, as discontent at the Cultural Revolution and Mao's rule boiled over. On the day, large crowds congregated to pay their respects to Zhou, who was highly regarded among the populace. Those in attendance were considered counter-revolutionaries and were labelled as such by the Communist Party's Central Committee, who afterwards sought Deng's arrest for the alleged planning of the event. Deng himself had remained largely absent from the square, although he had been spotted visiting an area close by. As a result, he was accused of leading the protesters, a claim he strongly denied, but which meant that he lost his status as a senior member of the Communist Party and was removed from his position as vice premier. 100,000 people descended on the square and riots broke out, with government buildings being taken over. Security forces, led by the Gang of Four, that had obtained substantial power during the Cultural Revolution, cleared the square with a militia. The Tiananmen Square incident not only led to Deng's dismissal from his positions, he was also placed under house arrest by the regime. But then, only 5 months after the riots, an ailing Mao Zedong died of a heart attack on the 9th of September 1976 at the age of 82 years old. Thereafter, Deng was quickly rehabilitated within the party, and indeed his resistance to Mao's growing autocracy from the late 1950s onwards and alternate vision for China's economic development made him a frontrunner to become Mao's successor. In the course of 1977, he was restored as the vice premier and also promoted to become vice chairman of the Chinese Communist Party and vice chairman of the Military Commission and Army Chief. Hua Guofeng, a military leader, was made the temporary leader of China during a transitional period following Mao's death, while the infamous Gang of Four were attacked by the government they had so recently led, with several members spending much of the 1980s and 1990s imprisoned. With the end of the Cultural Revolution and a severe swing in China's politics following Mao's death, Deng was pronounced as the paramount leader of the People's Republic of China in 1978 and became the de facto leader of the communist state. Deng would rule China for the best part of a decade and a half, down to the early 1990s. The era of his leadership became known for policies collectively known as Orluen Fanzhou, a term which translates to something close to eliminating chaos and returning to normal. A clear statement about how China was leaving behind the instability and violence of Mao's time as head of state and moving progressively forwards. The Cultural Revolution was very firmly brought to an end, and reprisals were sought against those who had led the violence. Ideological divisions were toned down, and the communist government became much more tolerant. Gone was the unrepentant quasi-Stalinist approach, with the supreme disregard for the value of human life which Mao had displayed. In its place was a new government of stability, harmony, and progress, which Deng, a much more tranquil and stable character than Mao, would oversee without fanfare or excessive efforts to promote himself as absolute leader of China. Some of the key elements of Orluen Fanzhou were the policies of opening up and the four modernizations. Opening up involved the adoption of many elements of free market capitalism. Much of the Chinese economy would continue to be run along communist lines, portions of it controlled by the government and owned collectively. But in reality, China began to adopt much of the Western capitalist approach from an economic perspective from 1978 onwards. This included purchasing goods from more countries than it previously had, many of them US-aligned Western countries. More saliently, it involved selling the goods which China was producing in ever greater quantities to Western countries, and above all, a number of key states like the US, Britain, Germany, and France, countries that, in time, would develop a voracious appetite for cheap Chinese electronics and manufactured goods. The Four Modernizations was a term for the more wide-ranging reform of Chinese society to facilitate this broader economic development. For instance, the Chinese education system changed completely under Deng in the course of the 1980s to emphasize training people to better the economy, rather than placing emphasis on churning out ideological communists. Many of these were ideas that had been championed for years by figures like Zhou Enlai, but it was under Deng they had become state policy. All of these reforms led to the beginning of the Chinese economic miracle. Starting in the late 1970s, Chinese economic policy was reorientated towards being export-driven and producing goods which would find a large foreign market. In the late 1970s and for much of the 1980s, the products involved were very different to what China is known for today. Much of its trade balance sheet in the Deng years involved very basic manufactured goods and products made from agricultural products and basic industry. Then, as the Chinese economy quickly developed and the educational reforms began to have an impact, there was a shift towards more complex goods. Much of this echoed the model previously used in South Korea and Taiwan, as China production of small electronic goods, automobiles and the like. The next stages would occur after Deng's time, as China has moved towards establishing its own major corporate entities that have challenged US companies in the spheres of computing and much else besides. The government did an awful lot in China in the late 1970s and throughout the 1980s to encourage this economic shift. For instance, special economic zones were created in cities like Shenzhen and Shanghai. The result was that China experienced average GDP growth rates of about 8 or 9% annually through the 1980s, 1990s, and 2000s, sometimes peaking at 15%. Admittedly, there's a phenomenal growth in China under Mao, but there was no stability to this, with years of nearly 20% growth followed by economic crashes that then lasted 2 or 3 years. The Deng years brought much greater stability. In the process, an enormous societal shift occurred as middle-class aspirants engaged in arguably the largest mass migration in human history, with hundreds of millions of Chinese people leaving the countryside and moving into the new megacities, which developed along the course of the Yellow, Pearl, and Yangtze rivers. A visitor to China today can arrive to cities of 10 or 15, which were little more than towns when Deng became leader of the country in 1978. The development of these urban centers is very much the legacy of Mao's successor. Deng's time as head of the Chinese state also saw the continuation of the rapprochement with the United States that had begun under Mao. With the US led, other Western countries followed. This was significant of China's relations with the United Kingdom and Portugal, both of which still had territorial enclaves in southern China as a legacy of their colonial involvement here. In Portugal's case, this was Macau, and in Britain's, the territory of Hong Kong. In 1984, Deng's government successfully negotiated the Sino-British Joint Declaration with the administration of Margaret Thatcher. Under the terms of this, provisions were made for Britain to hand Hong Kong back to China in 1997, but following the principle of one country, two systems, whereby Hong Kong would become part of China while retaining its democratic system in a form of self-government. 3 years later, a separate agreement was reached with Portugal for a similar handover of Macau in 1999. In large part because of the negotiation of the Sino-British Joint Declaration, and also owing to the phenomenal economic growth the country was experiencing, peaking at over 15% GDP growth in 1984, Deng was named Time Person of the Year in 1985. He had previously been named Person of the Year in 1978, joining a very short list of individuals such as Joseph Stalin, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, and Ronald Reagan, who had been named as the Person of the Year on 2 separate occasions. No assessment of Deng's time as leader of the People's Republic can overlook the fact that China's controversial one-child policy was initiated in 1979, a year into Deng's tenure. By the end of the 1970s, the country's population had nearly 1 billion people. It had been growing at an enormous rate in the aftermath of the drop, Borders Great Leap Forward 20 years earlier. In 1962, the population had been around 665 million people. It grew to 850 million or so by 1970, and was continuing to expand year on year by an average of nearly 20 million. By 1979, government demographers and planners felt that intervention was necessary to prevent the population exceeding 1.5 billion before the end of the 20th century. And so, the one-child policy was introduced. Through this, it was, in theory, established that each couple should only have 1 child each. However, so many stipulations were placed on it in the years that followed, that in theory, less than half the public had the one-child policy imposed on them. While a policy of this kind can only ever be applied in practice to a limited extent. For instance, fines were imposed on families that exceeded the one-child limit, but some families were simply affluent enough that they accepted the fine and had a second or third child. The policy was successful over time in terms of its stated aim. Population growth slowed in the 1980s, then further in the 1990s, and very much so in the 2000s. The problem is that it caused many social problems in terms of implementation, as well as sociological issues in the long term. Moreover, today, nearly a half-century later, China is facing a demographic crisis caused by a rapidly aging population and overall population decline in the decades to come. This will forever be one of the more controversial elements of Deng's time as leader of China. Of course, there was another controversial chapter in his time as head of the Chinese Communist Party. In mid-April 1989, mass protests began at Tiananmen Square in Beijing following the death of Hu Yaobang, a leading reformer within the Chinese Communist Party. The protesters were aware of wider movements in Europe to reform the communist governments of countries like the Soviet Union, Poland, and East Germany. The unrest was also the outcome of a society which, for better or worse, had experienced immense changes in the decades since Deng took over, whether it was the introduction of the one-child policy or the opening up of the economy. Negotiations between the protesters and the government had been underway, but the unrest had spread across China, inspiring protests in other cities. With no resolution in sight, in early June 1989, Deng ordered the breaking up of the protesters on Tiananmen Square. Martial law was declared late on the 3rd of June, and the following day, soldiers and tanks rolled into central Beijing. The exact nature of what happened on the 4th of June remains widely debated. A bloody ensued, such that it has become known as the Tiananmen Square Massacre. But the exact death toll has been placed anywhere between a few hundred people to thousands across the country. The truth is unclear. What is evident is that the crackdown in 1989 presaged the Chinese Communist Party's iron grip on power down to the present day, and the reluctance of the state to introduce any kind of liberal reforms in response to public protest. It would also be one of Deng's last acts as the head of the government. Late in 1989, at 85 years of age, he stepped down from his position of the Central Military Commission, a move which indicated his intention to start handing over power to his successors, Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao. Deng had stepped down from his position as chairman of the Central Military Commission in 1989. This, along with the damage to his authority which had occurred as a result of the Tiananmen Square protests, had weakened not just his position, but also the reform program which he had launched a decade earlier. Many people within the communist hierarchy believed that China was liberalizing too swiftly and was moving completely away from the roots of the Chinese Communist Revolution, a view which was compounded when attempted reforms of the Soviet Union by Mikhail Gorbachev in the 1980s inadvertently caused the collapse of the communist governments there and elsewhere in Eastern and Central Europe between 1989 and 1991. In order to prevent the same occurring in China, the reforms rode back in many respects in 1990 and 1991. It was this which led Deng to undertake his famous Southern tour over the space of 5 weeks from mid-January 1992 into late February, visiting many cities and economic centers in cities like Shanghai and Shenzhen. Deng reaffirmed that modernization and opening up were the way forward for China. He managed to win over sufficient support that it re-galvanized the Communist Party's belief in the program he had started. The Southern Tour was a vital moment in ensuring the continuation of the modernizing program and the economic miracle. In the years that followed, Deng continued to be in partial retirement, with Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao theoretically controlling the Communist Party and the state. However, it is widely understood that Deng was a kind of emeritus ruler of China for much of the 1990s, insofar as his policies continued to be adhered to after the Southern Tour, and consulted by Jintao and others in an unofficial capacity on major policy matters. Yet, he was also an old man by the mid-1990s, and his health was declining. In 1995, it was confirmed that he was suffering from Parkinson's disease, and his movements were increasingly restricted. He died on the 19th of February 1997 at 92 years of age from a combination of illnesses, including a severe lung infection. Several weeks of national mourning and commemoration followed for one of modern China's most significant leaders. The Chinese economic miracle continued and, in fact, only accelerated into the 2000s. Owing to the reforms he set in place, the world's second largest economy, and is predicted to become the largest at some point in the mid-2030s. Deng Xiaoping was an understated figure. He lived most of his life in the shadow of figures like Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai between the 1940s and the 1970s, and even when he did rise to become the leader of the People's Republic of China, he was content not to broadcast his rise to become the paramount leader too overtly, certainly not in the same way which Mao did. Furthermore, he was unusual amongst the modern leaders of China in that he partially retired and stepped down from frontline politics in the early 1990s, once he believed his work was largely done. But this lack of fanfare should not lead us to view the minor ruler of China. Deng Xiaoping, architect of modern China. He moved the country away from the Maoist version of communism and developed a more market-orientated economy, which blended elements of communism and capitalism. He also continued to repair relations with the United States and opened up China's economy to the world. In doing so, he was the architect of the Chinese economic miracle of the period between the 1980s, and was much more to Deng Xiaoping's legacy than that of Zedong. Indeed, when the history of the 21st century is written, although he died in 1997, many will note that in setting China on the path to becoming a superpower to rival the United States, Deng substantially shaped the century that followed his own time. What do you think of Deng Xiaoping? Was he the great hero of China's modern economic and political reform? The individual who brought about the Chinese economic miracle? Or was he an unreformed communist strongman who should be viewed more in the light of the Tiananmen Square massacre of 1989? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
אחודה תפסה את התרנגולת בשער ונתנה לה פריס כראש, אבל לא הרגה אותו, זה לא שוב, מקום שהוא עושה ספר, זאת אומרת, מקום שהוא עושה ספר, במוח, מי כאן אנחנו כולנו? אז באור, אז אנחנו נדבר, לא צריכים לדעת את זה כל היום, ובכך, הנה, זה באור, זה כל החלקי אז העוף אוכל, זה מיד נכנס למקום שזה זפת. ובשם מהזפת זה עובר לקוקבן. אין זפות לאנשים בקוקבן, זה משהו מיוחד בפחות. ואם נקרא בקוקבן, פשוט חור קטן שמתאים תתרוק. לקבוע דקים, זה המעיים הדק, חור קטן תתרוק. לא פלאום, אם היא נפלה לתוך ראש. לא מתה, היא התנחם, והחיים שם, חולף ומובנים מהם. והעם שלה ישרפו, אז יש לנו עוף שישרף קצת, ואנחנו מובנים מהם, אם פסולים, אז אנחנו מסתכלים. אז אני רק אגיד לכם משהו בגברה, זה מאוד פשוט. אם זה עבר אדום, מול מקווה, אם זה מתנפח לי הרוב, זה פסול. אם הדומים שלו, אם הם זזלם, עם כל מה שהתחיל מהאדום, הוא נשאר אדום, זה קשה. לא היה גם תגיד, שירוק, משהו שירוק, כמו הזבל, נהפך לאדום, זה גם טרף, כמובן. והנה, דוגמה. לא, זה גם של דמיון. זה דמיון. לא, זה לא ספורט. סוג של מי זה? זה טוב, זה שהוא... טוב, לנו יש יותר טוב. זה לא
On the 6th of October 1976, Jiang Qing, the widow of Mao Zedong, the man who had ruled communist China from 1949 until his death in September 1976, was arrested. Jiang was rare in communist China as a woman who had risen to play a prominent role in the country's politics. Yet even her position as Mao's former wife couldn't prevent her from being sentenced to life in prison. What had she done to prompt the communist regime to destroy her once Mao's reign had ended? This is the story of Jiang Qing, real driving force behind the Cultural Revolution. The woman known to history as Jiang Qing, Madame Mao, was born in the spring of 1914 in the town of Juchang in Shandong Province, China. Her exact date of birth is disputed, though she was almost certainly born in March 1914. Her parents gave her the name Li Shumeng. Jiang Qing was a name she adopted many years later, after joining the communist cause in China. Her father, Li De-wen, was a carpenter with his own shop. He also operated a small inn. The mother, whose name has been lost to history, was Li De-wen's secondary wife or concubine, and Shumeng was the couple's only child. Though her father was a fairly prosperous, Shu benefited little from her father's prosperity. Li De-wen had a legitimate wife and 5 other older children. While she experienced a good deal of bullying, both physical and emotional, from her older half-siblings, her mother endured far worse from Li De-wen, a heavy drinker who often beat her. Some biographers have speculated that the relationship between Shumeng's parents might have come about following the family's engagement of her mother as a domestic servant. Life became even less stable for Shumeng and her mother in 1920. During the annual Lantern Festival, Li De-wen became excessively drunk and enraged by disagreement with his second wife and savagely beat with a spade, breaking one of her fingers. According to her own later account, 6-year-old Shumeng tried to defend her mother, and her father's spade struck her mouth, breaking one of her teeth. Shortly following this terrible episode, Li Shumeng's mother left the family home for good with her daughter in tow. Mother and daughter remained in Juchang for less than 2 years, during which time Shumeng started elementary school. She found the atmosphere little more bearable than her father's family home had been. The other students bullied her mercilessly for her awkwardness, her shabby clothes, and unconventional background, just as her siblings had done. She was expelled from her first elementary school after just 1 term. Li Shumeng was growing up in a tumultuous and often violent world. Just 3 years before she was born, the Chinese imperial system that had existed for thousands of years had been overthrown. A new republican government was established, though in reality the country descended into anarchy, with local warlords claiming power in different parts of China. Shumeng regularly heard the crackle of gunfire on her way to school as local conflicts raged, and the government tried to impose law and order. Life was especially difficult for Shumeng and her mother in these circumstances. Sometime in 1924 or 1925, Li De-wen died in a typhus outbreak. left the bulk of his property and estate to his legitimate wife and children, but he also bequeathed to his secondary wife and illegitimate daughter the part ownership of the house. Li Shumeng's mother, now nearing 40 and beginning to suffer from significant health problems, wrote to her parents, who lived in Jinan in northwestern Shandong, for help. The elderly couple had only one other daughter and were presumably relieved to have their daughter and grandchild come to live with them, and perhaps to help care for them in their old age. Using a portion of their small inheritance, Shumeng and her mother purchased train tickets, packed their few belongings, and left for Jinan. Once there, Li Shumeng was given a new name, Li Yunhe. Whether she received her new name from her family or her new school is unclear. Either way, almost everyone who knew her agreed that the name did not suit her. Yunhe, meaning crane in the clouds, suggested a far more serene, gentle and passive character than Li Yunhe, as her early experiences had made her rebellious, defiant, and fiercely independent. Rather than stoically accepting mean or poor treatment at others' hands, Yunhe invariably fought back and asserted herself. After what she had seen of life as a poor, marginalized daughter, Yunhe could only reject the Confucian ideals which her family and her school were trying to teach her. The woman, according to Confucian philosophy, obeyed her father, her husband, and, after his death, her own son. She was to be modest, chaste, neat, quiet, and a willing and able housekeeper. But to Yunhe, the 3 obediences and the 4 virtues were nothing more than handy propaganda, and her life experiences had taught her to resist these traditional Chinese values. 10-year-old Yunhe resumed her elementary education in Jinan, but fared little better than she had in Juchang. Her classmates still bullied her, ridiculed her awkwardness, and ostracized her for being the girl without a father. Rather than run home and cry to her family, however, Yunhe instead grew harder. Nourishing a fierce pride, she refused to speak when her family inquired about her bruises or her torn book bag. Yunhe finished her formal education in 1926 or 1927, when she was about 12 or 13 years old. Around this time, Yunhe and her mother traveled to Tianjin, perhaps for better work prospects, where they stayed for several months with one of Yunhe's half-sisters. Yunhe did not return to school, but earned her keep doing housework for her older sister. She particularly hated having to do household chores and tried instead to get a job rolling tailor-made cigarettes for a local tobacco company, which her family was quick to forbid. In 1928, her mother married again. Although the details of her marriage life are unknown, Yunhe continued to live with her grandparents in Jinan for only a few months more. She did not return to school, and it is possible that her grandparents could not afford the fees. Instead, in a move that seemed to suit her unconventional and rather individualistic personality, she joined a local theatre troupe. It is unclear whether Yunhe ran away from her grandparents' home to become an actor, or if she was coerced into doing so. Whatever the circumstances, Yunhe appeared to love the performing life and remained with the company for a year or more. As Yunhe gained more experience and was given more and more significant acting roles, she realized that directors and audiences liked her. She began to gain confidence in her developing artistic abilities as a result. One night, many months after Yunhe had disappeared from her grandparents' home, the elderly couple attended a production of the Beijing opera Beating the Princess at a small suburban theatre in Jinan. When the leading lady took the stage in a magnificent silk robe and a headdress bedecked in pearls, Yunhe's grandparents were shocked to discover that the graceful and talented ingenue on stage was their own granddaughter. The couple were forced to pay an unknown but apparently exorbitant sum of money to persuade the theatre owner to release Young-Her from the company and allow her to return home. We do not know what Young-Her's reaction was to being removed from the theatre company, but there is reason to believe she was disappointed, for she actively sought more involvement in the theatre and artistic training shortly after returning home with her grandparents. In 1929, Young-Her passed preliminary exams and was accepted to the new Arts Academy, funded by the Shandong provincial government. As one of the few low-income students to gain admission to the school, Young-Her received subsidies in the form of free accommodation and meals, as well as a regular allowance of 6 yuan per month. She studied acting, playwriting, and music with accomplished professors, trained in both Chinese and Western styles and techniques. It was during this year at theatre school that Young-Her's later political beliefs and overall worldview began to develop. Although the school was established in an old Confucian temple in Jinan, the professors were young, with modern ideas and political beliefs, which leaned closer to the communists than to the nationalists in the Chinese Civil War that had broken out between these two groups in 1927. The left-leaning stance of teachers and students at the Acting Academy did not lead to them opposing foreign influence in China or prevent them from embracing Western artistic mediums, styles, and techniques, or even European plays. Similarly, while they embraced the collectivist social and political ethic of communism, they admired the romance and individualism of Western art, many examples of which the later Chinese Communist Party would officially deem capitalistic and counter-revolutionary. It was during her year at this experimental theatre school that Young-Her first read Henrik Ibsen's A Doll's House, an outright indictment of marriage as a social and political prison for women. This play resonated deeply with Young-Her, and it remained a favourite dramatic work. Young-Her's personality was beginning to emerge more decidedly at theatre school. As only one of 3 girls studying had a certain amount of notoriety among her fellow students, which she amplified with her boldness. Her classmates remembered her as pretty, outgoing, plain-spoken to the point of being labelled pushy, and unafraid to be daring. On one occasion, a group of her male classmates set one another a challenge to prove their manhood. The student who would brave the forbidding temple sanctuary to remove and retrieve the headdress from a statue of Confucius there would be accounted the most courageous. This challenge went unanswered for several days, as none of the boys were fearless enough to attempt it. They were shocked one evening to see Young-Her stroll casually out of the temple sanctuary with the headdress in hand. I never thought that a girl could do that, remembered one of her male classmates. Unfortunately, the experimental theatre school was closed a year after it opened, a victim of the turbulent political environment. Young-Her briefly tried her luck in Beijing, securing a few small roles, but she was apparently not considered sophisticated or well-trained enough for Beijing opera, and she soon returned to Jinan. Unwilling to work outside the arts, and even more unwilling to accept a position as a domestic servant or other similar position for which her minimal education qualified her, 16-year-old Young-Her got married instead. Her husband, a wealthy merchant's son named Fei, had first seen Young-Her in one of her early theatre productions and had become an instant and ardent admirer. Her family were likely relieved. For instance, biographers speculate that her grandparents would support marriage. Dowry was typically required, and there was no one else in Young-Her's life who could have provided it. Perhaps they were simply grateful that Young-Her had entered an honourable marriage and would now presumably settle down to a more traditional life, which would bring her security. As it turned out, Young-Her's first marriage lasted only a few months. Though he no doubt found the prospect of marriage to an actress exciting initially, Fei soured on his new wife within weeks, and Yun-He returned the favor. As tradition demanded, she had moved into Fei's family home following their marriage, but she had no intention of performing the traditional wifely role. Her mother-in-law disliked her for what she viewed as Yun-He's laziness. She slept late every morning, did few, if any, household chores, did no cooking, and went out to parties, dinners, and the theatre with her friends at night. Fei's outraged mother complained to her son that, instead of taking care of her family, Yun-He seemed to expect others to wait on her. Fei and Yun-He soon began to argue constantly. He had believed she would accept the traditional role and duties of marriage, but she was affronted by what she viewed as his unreasonable and unrealistic expectations. She gave Fei a choice: move out of his family home with her, or grant her an unconditional divorce. Fei and Yun-He divorced in 1931. In 1930s China, divorce was seen as a significant act of emancipation for members of the nascent women's movement. Like girls and women who resisted the traditional practice of foot binding, to seek a divorce was an act of women's liberation. However, it was also still largely controversial for most people, and it is possible that Yun-He's split from her husband served to distance her from her family. Rather than return to her grandparents, she traveled to the bustling seaside metropolis of Qingdao to attempt a fresh start. Yun-He arrived there in the spring of 1931 and promptly sought out one of her professors from theatre school, Jiao Tai-mo, who was now employed as a professor and dean at Qingdao University. She did not have the academic credentials for admittance to the university, and neither did Dean Jiao know of any theatre work for which he could recommend her. But he kindly set her up with temporary accommodation in the university dormitories. Deciding to try another tactic, Yun-He paid a visit to Jiao's wife, Yu Shan. Moved to compassion by the girl's story, Yu used her influence to get Yun-He a job as a clerk at the university library on campus. Although she was described as pushy and unaccommodating by some who knew her there, Yun-He made the most of her new circumstances and received much of her political education while she was living in Qingdao. Though she could not formally register at the university, she attended lectures on theatre, literature, and music, as well as politics, history, and philosophy. Yun-He, well situated by her difficult childhood to absorb the outrage against the long-standing class system, readily subscribed to many of the central tenets of communism. Class struggle was a concept that particularly resonated with Yun-He. Most of Yun-He's direct engagement with communist politics in Qingdao occurred as a result of her involvement in local theatre. She joined the Seaside Theatre Company, a political theatre troupe which wrote, staged, and toured small-scale productions of revolutionary values, as well as anti-imperial and anti-foreign messages in the wake of the Japanese occupation of northeastern China. While most young Chinese artists at this time aligned more closely with the communists than the nationalists, few broadcast this fact at a time when the nationalists were close to defeating the communists in the Civil War. Nonetheless, Yun-He secretly became a party member during her residence in Qingdao. Friends reflected years later that Yun-He's understanding of politics and philosophy was never very sophisticated. In fact, one acquaintance she probably couldn't have explained clearly what capitalism actually was, and what the distinctions between it and communism were. Despite a relative lack of political sophistication, Yun-He became a zealous party member. Another factor which strengthened Yun-He's political education in Qingdao was a new relationship. Yu Qi-wei was a genial and intelligent biology major at the university, the handsome younger brother of Dean Jiao's wife, Yu Shan. Yun-He and Qi-wei met at his sister's house and soon began dating one another. They fell in love and opted for an informal cohabitation rather than a formalized marriage, which was unusual at the time. Though Chi Wei was quite a brilliant student, he spent most of his time engaged in politics, a fact reflected in his average grades. They worked together assiduously, both in secret and in public, for the general promotion of the cause, especially through the theatre, but also through participation in public protests. In late 1932, Chi Wei was arrested for his political activities and only secured his release through the intervention of an influential uncle who worked for the nationalist government. Yun-He was questioned by police about her partner's political activities, but it is unclear to what extent she cooperated with their investigation. When Chi Wei was finally released, he did not return to Yun-He, but left Qingdao quietly to pursue another mission on the Communist Party's behalf. We do not know why his relationship with Yun-He ended so abruptly. Biographers have speculated she may have incriminated him during her police interviews, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Whatever the reason, when Chi Wei left, Yun-He was heartbroken. As she had previously done when she left Jinan, she endeavored to look forward rather than backward and decided to try for a new life in Shanghai, the center of the country's developing film industry. 19-year-old Yun-He arrived at Shanghai in 1933, the richest and most cosmopolitan center in China. Shanghai was known as the city for sale, and the film industry attracted numerous young and hungry artists from all over China. As was the case in Beijing, casting directors and theatre owners had their pick of hopeful artists, and Yun-He initially had a hard time becoming established here. She secured some limited work with local political theatre troupes, similar to the one she had worked with in Qingdao. But the newest artists and theatre companies were apt to end up sewing costumes, painting sets, and doing bit parts for months before being offered more significant roles, if any. To make ends meet, Yun-He took a teaching job, included free accommodation. Yun-He's busy new life did not preclude her continued involvement in politics, as most Shanghai artists at the time had communist political sympathies. The arts in China, especially theatre, had always been a political arena. In the former imperial era, theatre bolstered the class system, reinforced Confucian values, and encouraged social order. By the 1930s, theatre was expressing and disseminating revolutionary values. Yun-He joined the League of Left-Wing Theatre Artists and also engaged in classes in the arts, politics, and philosophy at Shanghai University, where the academic establishment had similar colleagues. Unfortunately for Yun-He, these activities led to her imprisonment during a nationalist government crackdown of Shanghai. Differing accounts exist of Yun-He's jail term. According to her own report, she remained incarcerated for 8 months and was subject to cruel and neglectful treatment. She claimed to have made a fierce and attitude toward the authorities, and also noted that she lost a dangerous amount of weight in jail. Her release came about following an intervention by a friend and on health grounds. After her release from prison, she appeared dramatically thinner, drawn and pale. According to police records, however, Yun-He was imprisoned for only 3 months, not 8. Contrary to Yun-He's own account, the guards who watched over her treated her well, and they remembered her as charming, with a good sense of humor. No doubt she was anxious for both freedom and self-preservation. As soon as Yun-He had dictated and signed a confession, the guards claimed that she was released with a warning to distance herself from any future communist activities. When Yun-He was released, she did just that, refocusing her energy instead on pursuing her career as an actor. To that end, she soon took a new stage name, Lan Ping, meaning Blue Apple. In 1935, a production of Ibsen's Nora opened at Shanghai's Golden City Theatre. The play ran for 2 months, an unusually long run for any play in Shanghai. Opening night was well attended. All were allegedly transfixed by Lan Ping, the former Li Yunhe, in the title role. Her reportedly incredible performance finally brought her to the notice of Shanghai's artistic community and theatre-goers. 1935, recalled one critic for a local newspaper, was the year of Nora. And get steadier acting work. She never became wealthy, but nonetheless achieved greater financial form. She gladly embraced her new independence, as it allowed her to upgrade her lifestyle. For a person with such a revolutionary bent of mind, she enjoyed a rather bourgeois existence and embraced many Western attitudes and fashions. Like many young women artists in diverse and cosmopolitan Shanghai, she admired the films and attitudes of Greta Garbo and Mae West, and she often dressed and did her makeup in the Hollywood style. She pursued romantic relationships on her own terms. Tang Na, a Shanghai theatre critic, first saw Lan Ping on stage as Nora in her breakout role. He was immediately infatuated with her, and the two soon began dating, moving in together after a few months. As Lan Ping's star began to rise with the beginning of her film career, she and Tang Na were sometimes mentioned in Shanghai's gossip columns. Her visibility led to opportunities at both political film companies and studios. Though she starred in at least 9 films during this period, Lan Ping's biggest successes in Shanghai film industry were Old Bachelor Wang and Blood on Wolf Mountain. Despite the apparent glamour of their life together among the city's bohemian artists, Lan Ping and Tang Na had a tempestuous and ultimately toxic relationship. Despite the couple married in 1936, the marriage fell apart within a year and almost certainly should have ended before then. Both seemed to expect absolute faithfulness from the other, and yet neither seemed able to give it in return. Lan Ping favoured a divorce, but was forced to remain with her husband for several more months. After Tang Na, in his despair at the prospect of occasions to take her life. By 1937, the Shanghai Lan Ping knew and loved was beginning to disappear. The Japanese were poised to invade after the Marco Polo Bridge incident triggered the outbreak of the Second Sino-Japanese War, and the film and theatre industry would be sure to grind to a halt in Shanghai. Local artists were already dispersing, and soon the communists and nationalists would put aside their differences to fight the common enemy in what was effectively the beginning of the Second World War in the Far East, before it ever broke out in Europe. Before she left Shanghai, Lan Ping authored a local journal article entitled Our Life, a reverie artist's manifesto, which clearly presaged some of her most infamous later deeds during the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s. In this, she insisted that art and drama were social tools and vehicles for change, rather than bourgeois diversions. Artists were not mere dolls, the playthings of audiences or the prey of producers and directors. They were revolutionaries, active creators, and must, above all, be independent-minded and strong in spirit. This manifesto, her ex-husband Tang Na later remarked cynically, was Lan Ping's meal ticket to the rising establishment of the Communist Party. But there is good reason to believe that she meant every word of what she wrote in this article. After she left Shanghai, Lan Ping journeyed to Yan'an and the headquarters of the communist rebels led by Mao Zedong. The renewed convinced her to pursue the revolutionary cause directly, rather than simply as a test. She first reconnected with some of her past party comrades, who were helpful in introducing her and vouching for her with the Communist Party officials surrounding Mao. Lan Ping was accepted at Yan'an and began taking classes at Lushun College. where she also taught drama classes herself part-time. Mao Zedong's third marriage was on the rocks by this point. His then wife, He Zejun, was one of the few revolutionary women who had been with Mao and his rebel army all through the Long March back in 1934 and 1935, when the communists had only barely managed to avoid complete defeat by the nationalists by breaking out of an encirclement and marching a long distance across China to regroup. Unfortunately, her husband had tired of her. Disgusted and betrayed, He Zejun finally left Yan'an and Mao. Lan Ping and Mao Zedong first became acquainted in the fall of 1938, when Mao came to give a talk at the college. Lan Ping was present, listening raptly as Mao discussed the social and political importance of art, and she rose to her feet to clap enthusiastically when he finished his speech. Mao was much less remote to his supporters at this early stage and easily approachable to Yan'an. Lan Ping found the courage to introduce herself to Mao after his lecture, and the two shared some brief and friendly conversation. They continued to meet and spend time together in the ensuing weeks, and soon became lovers. When they decided to marry, the couple encountered significant opposition from Mao's fellow communist leaders, particularly the future Premier Zhou Enlai, General Zhu De, and Chief of Staff Liu Xiaoqi. Lan Ping was controversial. She had come to Yan'an from Shanghai, a nationalist stronghold that most rural communists considered bourgeois privilege, excess, and permissive nods to capitalism and imperialism. She was also attractive, stylish, and modern. Everything poor, unpolished, and hard-working proletariat was supposed to despise, according to communist theory. Mao insisted to his top officials, however, that his marriage to Lan was necessary. Without her love, he said, he could not continue the revolution. He even threatened to return home to Hunan province, become a mere farmer. The party and military officials surrounding Mao eventually relented. He was granted a divorce from He Zejun and permitted to marry Lan Ping, as long as she stayed out of the running of the communist hierarchy. Thus, within just a year and a half of her arrival at Yan'an, Lan Ping was married to one of the most powerful men in China. To mark the occasion of their wedding, they chose Lan Ping's new name together, Jiangqing, meaning Green River. It referenced a line from a sentimental Han Dynasty poem. The first 10 years of Jiang and Mao's marriage were harmonious between them, though they were lived against the backdrop of the immensely destructive war with Japan down to 1945, and then the resumption of the civil war with the nationalists. Jiang Qing gave birth to a daughter in 1940, the only child she and Mao would have together. Interestingly, the girl was not given her father's name, instead being given Jiang's original maiden name. Na lived closely with both her parents during her early childhood and could often be found playing on the floor of her father's office while Mao was working or taking meetings with party members. She was raised as a sister to He Zejun's youngest daughter, Li Min, who, strangely, was also given Jiang's maiden name. All submitting to traditional marriage and domesticity, Jiang nonetheless seemed happy in these early years. She served as one of Mao's secretaries, a vague and barely articulated position which included report writing and general paperwork on Mao's behalf. She was honored as Mao's wife and admired for her seeming grit during the war against the Japanese and later the struggle with the nationalists. As time went by, she began to demand special accommodations and was invariably catered to. Such was her influence with Mao. Even when the ardor of their marriage began to fade and Mao's eye began to wander to younger women once again, Jiang did not react the way her predecessor predecessor had. She tolerated his many mistresses and affairs. In 1949, the Communists finally defeated the Nationalists, the remnants of which fled under the leadership of Chiang Kai-shek to Taiwan. Mao's triumphant establishment as the ruler of the new People's Republic of China created greater distance between husband and wife. Mao was now busier than ever, and the bureaucratic and security apparatus which grew up around him at the capital in Beijing saved Jiang Qing from her husband's daily routine. As the wife of a leading revolutionary on the road, her presence during strategy and policy discussions had been accepted. Now, in the halls of power, where women were rarely, if ever, elevated to influential positions in China, she found herself excluded. She had faced significant health challenges during the war, even suffering from an attack of tuberculosis, for which she underwent a month of treatment in the Soviet Union. But it was when Jiang Qing found herself blocked from any position of power that Jiang's health, both physical and mental, began to suffer. Aware of her desire to be more than a secretary, Mao arranged for Jiang to head one or two committees charged with assessing theatre and film for alignment with party politics. Initially excited and motivated, Jiang dove into the work, but she soon began to find the position infuriating, as her recommendations were only heeded when Mao happened to agree with them, which he frequently did not. Her working relationships worsened, as did her colleagues' opinions of her. Jiang had always been a defiant, forceful personality and difficult to work with, but now she became even more difficult. Numerous interviews with contemporaries recalled Jiang's increasingly unreasonable behavior in the 1950s. She made many enemies among Chinese filmmakers, playwrights, and theatre directors for criticizing or attempting to ban their work. Though Jiang was now a mature and politically powerful woman, she had gained little more intellectual sophistication. She believed the new China only focus on and celebrate proletarian victory and communist values. Anger from her painful childhood may have also been at play here, with her ideas about political justice being bound up with the notion of personal vengeance. Those who displeased her often found themselves and their work dealt with more harshly than they deserved to be. Her feelings of impotence and her anxiety at the new distance between her and her husband began to manifest in her health. Depressed and bored to distraction, she began to complain of feeling physically ill. Dr. Li Jie-sui, Mao's private doctor, recalled that as far as he could see, there was nothing really wrong with Jiang Qing. Her frequent fatigue, mysterious aches and pains, heart palpitations, and anxiety were common, he said, to virtually all of the patients he treated among Mao's inner circle. The exceptionally high stress and culture of fear which prevailed among those at the top of the power structure was striking. Qing was sent away to the Soviet Union several times during the 1950s to convalesce in private hospitals. Sometimes she got the impression that her husband was sending her away to avoid her or keep her from meddling further in politics. She received few visitors, but one notable and reliable caller was Zhou Enlai. Though several of Mao's top officials visited the Soviet Union periodically, few of them liked Jiang enough to pay her a visit. Zhou, however, was one of the few power brokers who remained whatever he thought of Jiang personally, what her delicacies and views from home, making every effort to cheer her up, for which she was grateful. Despite this, Jiang would eventually alienate him too, by attempting to have him removed from office. In 1955, it was confirmed that Jiang was genuinely ill after tests revealed that she had cervical cancer. She returned to the Soviet Union for cobalt-60 treatments and remained there for over a year, recovering. She was made quite comfortable in a private hospital in Moscow and a resort in Yalta with access to a film projector and a regularly replenished selection of Western movies, technically banned in both Russia and China. She ate well, listened to opera, and read a great deal. Her attitude toward those she considered subordinates, however, continued to get worse. She would complain that her bath water or the temperature in her room was too hot one moment and then too cold when her staff tried to address the issue. By the time Jiang Qing returned to Beijing, a new decade had dawned, and the political situation in the capital was quite different. Mao's popularity had declined in the wake of the Great Leap Forward. The chairman's disastrously executed 5-year plan to reorganize agricultural activity and maximize the growth of Chinese industry. The results had been horrific, leading to one of the worst famines in human history, during which tens of millions of people died of starvation. Trenchant criticism of Mao was now rising across China, even amongst Politburo members and Mao's top officials. But rather than admit the failures and human miseries resulting from his regime, Mao doubled down. He sought instead to cement his power through a program of cultural and artistic reform, which would squash such avenues of dissent and allay any challenges to his power from popular leaders of the communist movement like Deng Xiaoping or Zhou Enlai. It was in this context that Mao finally granted power to Jiang Qing, of the kind which he had long sought. She would become one of the key architects of the Cultural Revolution that sought to reaffirm Mao's control over Communist China from 1966 onwards. As one of the main organizers of it, Jiang was a member of the Gang of Four, along with Jiang Chongqiao, Yao Wunuyan, and Wang Hongwen. This quartet oversaw the Cultural Revolution on Mao's behalf, though Jiang was the most powerful of the four. The Cultural Revolution was geared around the idea of instilling a rigorous communist purity into Chinese society. Jiang Qing began by reading and evaluating more than 1,000 artistic works, including films, operas, plays, and ballets, for their conformity to the Maoist principles of socialism, as well as for their lionization of the proletariat. Any works that did not conform to the party line, any art that glorified the wealthy, capitalists, imperialists, past emperors, or the aristocracy, was deemed bourgeois or counter-revolutionary, and were either reformed or banned. Jiang also undertook to identify the most superior works of art in this respect, and made sure they were recognized publicly as good art, both politically and morally sound. Thousands of artists whose works made them politically suspect, their reputations and livelihoods ruined, and came under attack from Red Guard, which were often little more than gangs of violent youths, whipped up into a frenzy by Mao's Cultural Revolution. Those whose political crimes were considered especially egregious were fired from their jobs or forced to undergo ritualized public humiliation, marching slowly through the streets in dunce caps while the crowds jeered and abused them. The most controversial political offenders were imprisoned, some for years on end, and most without charge or trial. Worst of all, Jiang seemed often to wield her terrible influence on those at whom she held personal grudges. For Jiang, class struggle was a vengeful process in which the proletariat punished and subordinated their oppressors. Jiang's role in the Cultural Revolution saw her reach a position of power which she had never previously held in China, although Mao still ultimately made the final call on all matters of policy. It was the chairman's habit to discreetly pit the most powerful and closest to him against one another in order to keep himself at the center of all possible intrigue. He often criticized one official to another, just to test them, to see how they would respond. Still, Jiang was certainly one of the most powerful people in China between 1966 and 1976. Under her direction, Red Guards terrorized teachers and lecturers in the country's schools and universities, accusing them of political impurity, while the nation's cinemas, libraries, and theaters all became battlegrounds in the bizarre conflict, which was both an effort to enforce political purity and also a performative campaign in which the government was well aware that it was systematically terrorizing innocent people with the primary aim of strengthening Mao's position after the disastrous years of the Great Leap Forward. The worst years of the Cultural Revolution, which would alter lives of anywhere between 500,000 and 2 million Chinese people in waves of political violence between 1966 and 1969, though it dragged on well into the 1970s. By the mid-1970s, it became clear that the chairman's continued ill health indicated that he was in the final stages of Lou Gehrig's disease, and the talk around him began to turn to succession. It is important to remember that Jiang was only just about to eddies. Following death from cancer early in 1976 and the ousting of Deng Xiaoping, she may have believed that there was a path to her claiming power once Mao died. Though she had made many enemies during her rise to power, she had the support of roughly 40% of the Politburo. Jiang also had a good deal of support among China's youth, rural workers, and roughly half the army. During the summer of 1976, Mao sent Jiang what one biographer described as a farewell poem. "You have been wronged," it read. "Today we are separating into two worlds. May each keep his peace. In the struggle of the past 10 years, I have tried to reach the peak of revolution, but I was not successful. You, though, could reach the top. If you fail, you will plunge into a fathomless abyss. Your body will shatter. Your bones will break." This missive seems to suggest that Jiang had Mao's support to become Madam Chairwoman after his passing. And yet, when the top officials came together some weeks later for their final meeting with Mao at his bedside, he appeared much more ambivalent about his wife's potential succession. But he stated quite clearly that he did not think there should be any sort of presidency at all after he died, but that a broad, multi-generational coalition should govern and lead together. "It is up to the Politburo to decide whether Jiang Qing shall be included," he said. Toward the end of his speech, his voice began to fail as he grew weaker. "Help Jiang Qing," he began, before his voice trailed off, and the party members strained to hear his last muttered whisper. His wife's supporters among them claimed that he said, "Help Jiang Qing carry the red flag." Moderates in the room claimed he said, "Help Jiang Qing correct her errors." Mao died on the 6th of September 1976. By then, Jiang had failed to cultivate any support among Mao's top officials or attempt to repair relations with those whose enmity she had earned over the years. At a meeting of the Politburo just day of Mao's death, she encountered no immediate opposition. But less than 2 days after they adjourned, guards sent by the top political and military officials burst into Jiang's bedroom in the middle of the night and arrested her. Jiang spent 4 years incarcerated without charge or trial, though the conditions in which she lived were quite good, and she was permitted regular visits from her daughter, Li Na. By 1980, Deng Xiaoping had claimed power and was overseeing a program program of reform that rejected Mao's legacy. The Politburo had put behind them and their attention to Jiang once again. She could not be released because of her previous role in the Cultural Revolution, but neither could they make her a martyr for unreformed Maoists. Deng was facing criticism from the left for seeming to have betrayed the revolution with his more moderate policies. The way to rewrite and contextualize history, the moderates believed, was not to blame Mao's revolution that many still deeply revered. It seemed far easier to blame Jiang Qing and the other members of the Gang of Four who had overseen the Cultural Revolution. Jiang Qing expressed incredulity when she was informed that she would be placed on trial 4 years after the death of Mao and her arrest. Nonetheless, on the 20th of November 1980, the trial of Jiang and the other 3 members of the Gang of Four began. They were charged with anti-party activities and the persecution of hundreds of thousands of people, leading to tens of thousands of deaths. Far from being cowed by those to force a confession, Jiang remained defiant and unwilling to acknowledge or admit any guilt. She reiterated that her so-called crimes were political and were committed under direct orders from Mao. If she were a criminal, Jiang insisted, then so were most of her judges. They too had carried out Mao's orders to persecute individuals and to use the powers of the state according to the chairman's direction. I was Chairman Mao's dog, Jiang insisted. I bit whomever he asked me to bite. What you are doing now, she continued, is asking a widow her husband's debt. To you all I say, I am happy and honored to pay Chairman Mao's debt. The trial continued for several days. It was effectively a show trial for Jiang and the other 3 members of the Gang of Four. In the end, when the ruling came down in January 1981, Jiang Qing was found guilty, and the judge, still afraid of popular unrest, commuted her sentence to life in prison, provided that she maintained good behavior. Jiang spent the last 11 years of her life incarcerated. In the mid-1980s, she contracted throat cancer and was temporarily released to hospital care for treatment. Watching China slowly change outside her windows, Jiang began to fall into depression. Just as the Soviet Union had gradually reformed in the 1950s and 1960s after the passing of Joseph Stalin, so too China moved to a different model after Mao's time, and with some Western elements was developing, one that would prove far more successful than the controlled economy Mao had disastrously tried to oversee. By the end of the 1980s, it was clear that a new country was emerging, in which Deng's reforms were the key determinant, not Mao's legacy. As Jiang grew older and sicker, she fell into despair. In the early morning hours of the 14th of May 1991, Jiang Qing took her own life. She was 77 years old. The note she left behind read, "Today, the revolution has been stolen by the revisionist clique, and the result of this omission is that unending evils have been unleashed on the Chinese people and nation. Chairman, your student and fighter is coming to see you." The Politburo would not permit Jiang Qing to have a funeral. She and Mao had wished to be buried next to one another, but their last wishes were not adhered to. While Mao was mummified and placed on display a memorial in Tiananmen Square, a stern and forbidding sentinel forever guarding the spirit of the revolution, Jiang was quietly cremated and her remains laid to rest in Futian Cemetery in Beijing. Her grave marker bears the name Li Yunhe, not Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing or the white-boned demon, as she came to be known, had lived across most of the events which transformed modern China. She was born just 3 years after the millennia-old imperial system came to an end, and she lived through the Civil War, the Second World War, and the establishment of the People's Republic. She had had many names and many lives, first as a poor child, then as an actress, then as a politician's wife, and finally as one of the orchestrators of the Cultural Revolution. Her position was somewhat strange to an extent. Mao and the Communist Party did not allow her to wield much power as his wife for many years. It was only in 1966, after the disaster of the Great Leap Forward had threatened Mao's hold on power, that she truly rose to prominence, as Mao tried to utilize the Cultural Revolution as a means of re-cementing his position. It was then that she finally rose to prominence as a member of the Gang of Four. Over the next decade, her influence over China was entirely nefarious. The Cultural Revolution ultimately led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of Chinese people. The exact numbers are unknown. Worse still was the collective scarring of Chinese society as it attacked itself for the better part of a decade. Though Mao could never be criticized, the government of the country he shaped so much in the 20th century, after his death, those who had survived sought revenge against the Gang of Four. Far from claiming any sort of power for herself, the revolution was ultimately the undoing of Jiang Qing as well. What do you think of Jiang Qing? Does she deserve to be as reviled as she is? Or has she been unduly demonized because her detractors could never publicly criticize Mao, since criticizing Mao was to admit that the revolution had failed? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. The 11th of March 2018, nearly 3,000 delegates have flooded into the Great Hall of the People in Beijing, in China. They are there for the first session of the 13th National People's Congress. This inaugural session is different from most others, however, as an amendment to the Constitution has been proposed by the Central Committee of the Communist Party and is due to be voted on as the first act of the new Congress. The amendment is wide-ranging, but the key feature of it is the removal of the clause in Article 79, one which limits the President to serve no more than 2 consecutive terms. The vote passes by almost unanimous consent, and so the way is cleared for the incumbent president to rule China indefinitely and to become the most powerful ruler of the country. His name, Xi Jinping, leader of the People's Republic of China. The man known to history as Xi Jinping was born on the 15th of June 1953 in the city of Beijing in the People's Republic of China. Because of the way Chinese naming conventions work, Xi is his family name, while Jinping is his personal or given name. The reverse of Western naming traditions, where the personal name comes first. Jinping's father was Xi Zhongshun. As barely a teenager, he had joined the Chinese Communist movement back in 1926 as the Northern Expedition that had brought the Chinese nationalists to power quickly turned into a civil war between them and their recent allies, the Communists. Zhongshun sided with the Communists in the Civil War, which began thereafter. He remained so into the 1930s, despite coming under severe ideological scrutiny at one time. After the Japanese invasion of China in 1937, the nationalists and communists had temporarily put aside their differences to fight the foreign invader. Xi Zhongshun was amongst the communist fighters in the years of conflict that followed. After the war, he returned to the communist side, though, as we will see, in later years, his family can hardly be seen rewarded for his long service to the communist cause. Jinping's mother was Qi Xin, his father's second wife. He was one of 4 children the couple had, of which Jinping was the second youngest. Xi, too, came from a communist-aligned family. Xi's childhood was tumultuous. The Chinese Civil War, ongoing since the Northern Expedition of the mid-1920s, had only been put on ice because of the Japanese invasion in 1937. It resumed as soon as the Second World War ended in the autumn of 1945. However, where the communists had been on the brink of defeat in the 1930s, they exited the Second World War much strengthened, in large part because of how appallingly corrupt the nationalists or Kuomintang were, to the extent that President Harry Truman of the United States was unwilling to provide them with anything near the support that the Soviet Union gave the Chinese communists after the war. In 1949, the nationalists were driven from the Chinese mainland and established their own miniature state on the island of Taiwan. Today's Republic of China is the direct successor of it. On the mainland, the communists set up the People's Republic of China as the second most powerful communist state in the world, next to the Soviet Union, and the largest in pure population terms. It was led by Mao Zedong, a figure who had emerged gradually in the 1930s and 1940s as leader of the Chinese communists. He was never quite as powerful as Joseph Stalin was in the Soviet Union, though he wasn't too far away from it. Like Stalin, he was also willing to engage in policies which aimed to transform Chinese society in a period of just a few years, with dramatic consequences. In Mao's case, he decided he wanted China to become an industrial power on the scale of Britain within a period of about 5 years. And so, in 1958, he initiated what he called the Great Leap Forward to massively increase steel, coal, and other industrial output. The policy was horrifically mismanaged and led to a massive famine which killed tens of millions of people. Scholars debate the figure. It could lie anywhere between 30 and 60 million. It was against this backdrop of famine and revolution that Xi Jinping grew up. Xi's family were insulated to an extent from the worst ravages of what many now call Mao's Great Famine, instead of the Great Leap Forward. After the Chinese Civil War ended and the Communists came to power in 1949, Xi's father had been rewarded by promotion into a number of important positions. By no means could he be said to have been a leading figure within the new government. Yet he served at the higher end of the middling bureaucrats in the government, acting as a vice chairperson of the National People's Congress for a time in the second half of the 1950s, just as Mao's 5-year program was being initiated. This meant the family escaped famine or excessive privation. All of that was threatened when Xi Zhongshun was purged from the party ranks in the mid-1960s. People needed to be blamed for the horrors of the Great Leap Forward, and Xi's father was one of Mao's targets. The ostensible excuse for his demotion was his role in the publication of a biography of Liu Zhedan, a figure who had died all the way back in 1936 during the Civil War, and who was seen as a communist martyr whose legacy Mao was anxious to have erased from the collective memory in China. Xi's father was demoted to become a factory worker overnight. By that time, Jinping had acquired what was a decent enough primary education by the standards of China in the 1960s. This involved learning communist thought, a skewed version of Chinese history, and other subjects. The family was forced to relocate to the province of Henan, further inland, as a result of his father's demotion and appointment as a worker in a tractor factory. Reports differ on whether this happened in late 1963, 1964, or early 1965. In any event, it was a major fall from grace for the family as Xi neared his teenage years. While the worst of Mao's reign was unquestionably the era of the Great Leap Forward, bad times still lay ahead. The disastrous policies he had pursued had weakened Mao's position. It was not simply the famine and the mass deaths. Part of the Great Leap Forward had involved a mass building program to erect hydroelectric dams and other pieces of infrastructure. Several of these were so badly built that they were collapsing within a few years. In an effort to shore up his power, in 1966, Mao launched what is known as the Cultural Revolution. Through this, he initiated a campaign whereby he claimed a mass capitalist bourgeois conspiracy was underway in China to reverse the revolution, and that people needed to increase their zeal for his Maoist thought in order to save the revolution. School children were particularly stirred up into a frenzy and ordered to denounce their bourgeois teachers. In the midst of this, Jinping's fledgling secondary education pretty much ground to a halt. The family was also further to their demotion a few years earlier. Jinping's father was arrested and jailed for a period of time, and in the febrile atmosphere of zealousness, his family members were urged to denounce him for anti-revolutionary sentiments. Meanwhile, Jinping eventually took part in the move which Mao promoted, sending students to the countryside, as it was termed, on which the dictator had devised as a means of ridding the cities and towns of the lawless gangs of students that he himself had stirred up between 1966 and 1968. Jinping spent time in the countryside in Shanxi province. The experience, although under very strange circumstances, was a formative one for him, and it is noted that Xi, as leader of China, has had a reasonable affinity with rural Chinese people and the relative stresses of both urban and rural life in China. Still, he did not enjoy it. On several attempts, he tried to run away to Beijing and other cities, only to be repeatedly found and sent back to the countryside. This pattern continued for Xi into the early 1970s. By then, the worst excesses of the Cultural Revolution were beginning to die down, although it went on in one shape or another until Mao's eventual death in 1976. Although Xi's father remained periodically imprisoned and under a cloud, Xi managed to begin his political career in the first half of 1970s. For instance, real official elements of the reform that lingered in the countryside after the Down to the Countryside movement of the late 1960s and early 1970s. He did apply for more formal positions, but his applications were blocked on account of his family being blacklisted. Nevertheless, by 1974, the political floor was sufficient that he was given the formal position as a local party chairman in Yangzhou. It was the center of the Chinese Communist world. Yangzhou is on the northern periphery of Shanxi province, a very rural and underdeveloped area at the time. To put this in Western terms, it was as though he was being appointed as a local council chairman of a small Midwestern village in the United States. Still, it was a beginning for a young man in his early 20s whose family had been vilified by the Maoist regime. As part of his work here, he developed an interest in modern fertilizers and how they could improve local agricultural yield. An interest which would later translate into him studying for a degree in chemical engineering, which he obtained in 1979 after several years of study at Tsinghua University. Chairman Mao Zedong, the man who had led the Chinese Communists for nearly 4 decades, had been the de facto ruler of China since 1949, died on the 9th of September 1976. His death had the almost immediate impact of rehabilitating thousands of his victims, and so Xi's father was finally allowed to return to public life. He was quickly promoted again to become one of the senior officials within Guangdong province. Interestingly, after he essentially became the governor of the province in January 1979, he began promoting the idea of special economic zones that would be used to build up China's economy. Meanwhile, his son had begun his studies at Tsinghua University to achieve the degree, which was seen as a major boon to one's chances of promotion in any future political career. This was a period of profound change in China's political and economic life. It wasn't simply that the Maoist autocracy was at an end. There was a sea change in the ideological outlook of the government of the People's Republic as a new generation of leaders came to power. After a miniature power struggle in the late 1970s, though a peaceful one, Deng Xiaoping became the leader of the government in 1978. He was a communist of a kind, though one who was not bound by the ideological straitjackets displayed by his predecessors. Instead, observing the huge economic growth that other Far Eastern nations like South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and Singapore had begun to enjoy in the aftermath of the Second World War, he decided to open up China's economy and make it more market-orientated. The government would remain an autocratic Soviet-style communist one, but economic policy would take on strong elements of the Western capitalist system, albeit always with the presiding over affairs. This was the beginning of one of the most important developments in modern history. China, after centuries of underdevelopment and crisis, was about to awaken from its slumber and become the economic and political behemoth that its sheer geography and population meant it always should have been. Deng, more so than any individual, would be responsible for initiating this transformation. Xi's luck was that he had just concluded his chemistry degree in 1979 and was ready to embark on his career as China's new economic revolution was commencing. Based on his father's rapid rehabilitation after the death of Mao at the end of the Cultural Revolution, Xi was quickly promoted into the offices of the military departments within Beijing after leaving university. Then, in 1982, he was dispatched to Hebei province to act as the deputy to the party secretary there, an important position for a man just turning 30, whose family had so recently been in the political wilderness. He distinguished himself in Hebei, overseeing several important infrastructure and development programs. His projects were eclectic. Some focused on urban development projects. Another one aimed to develop a local film industry. His efforts caught the attentions of the party planners in Beijing, and he was promoted as vice mayor of the city of Xiamen in Fujian province in 1985. This was the start of a long period of a decade and a half in Fujian, in which he oversaw the economic development of the province and its cities. He wasn't just a doer either, but a theorist. He wrote papers and short books on how to promote economic growth and lift China out of poverty. These were subjects of intense debate in China at the time as the country rapidly modernized. Xi was always a promoter of the idea that Chinese economic growth should focus on islands of development around major cities, which would act as focal points for further economic growth within these provinces. Airports, highways, and large-scale building projects were part of his multi-faceted work in Fujian province in the 1980s and right the way through the 1990s. Xi's private life changed these years. Back in 1979, as he finished up his studies in chemical engineering, he had married Ke Ling. It certainly had the air of a political marriage. Xi's father had just been rehabilitated and made a provincial governor as Deng began reforming China from the top down after the Maoist era, while Ke's father was Ke Hua, a seasoned diplomat who had been appointed as Chinese ambassador to the United Kingdom in 1978. After marrying, it was a very tempestuous relationship. Ling is believed to have wanted to move to Britain to join her father there. Xi wanted to remain in China and begin his fledgling political career. At the end of 3 years of arguments, they separated in 1982. After years of focusing on his career in Hebei and Fujian, in 1987, Xi married for a second time. On this occasion, his partner was Peng Liyuan. 10 years his junior, she was a singer who had acquired national fame in the 1980s on account of her abilities, and would later go on to become an actress in a number of Chinese television programs in the 1990s. Their marriage in 1987 came just a year after they were introduced in 1986. They would have only one child, a daughter named Xi Mingzi, born in 1992. She has appeared every so often in Chinese public life, though there is no suggestion she will ever try to succeed her father politically, as political power in the People's Republic of China remains overwhelmingly in the hands of male politicians. Beyond this, Xi's personal life and personality can often be viewed as a blank canvas. He is widely described as an unemotional man, and it is very hard to tell what he is thinking. Anyone who has observed him in international affairs over the decades will notice he gives little away. He has a number of long-standing and close friends and political allies, and is broadly characterized by his stability, both in personal and political affairs. In short, the man who would come to rule China in the early 21st century is something of an enigma. Xi's career took off against the backdrop of the beginning of China's economic miracle. The decision under Deng to open up the economy was bearing fruit. While the 1950s and 1960s had been chaotic, depending on what policies Mao was overseeing, from 1977 onwards, China entered into a period of sustained economic expansion. GDP growth rates averaged between 8% and 11% in the 1980s. The Chinese economy is believed to have grown by nearly 15% in 1984 alone, right before Xi was promoted to his new position in Fujian province. At first, this economic growth was about making China the workshop of the world when it came to simple goods. Textiles, small household goods, and trinkets of all kinds became the mainstay of Chinese industrial output. Still, while Xi was in Fujian over the late 1980s and into the 1990s, the Chinese government was developing grand plans. In the 1990s, the Chinese began moving from these cheap, mass-produced goods to more sophisticated industrial hardware, like automobiles, and then into making small components for technological companies from the United States, who found it cheaper to get these goods manufactured in Asia. By the 1990s, the Chinese economy was surging. Hundreds of millions of people were beginning the largest mass migration in human history from the countryside to the cities and towns. Villages became cities in a matter of years. The humble eastern city of Linyi, for instance, had a population of not much more than 20,000 people in the mid-1950s. Today, over 1.5 million people live there. According to certain metrics, China was outside the world's tens in 1980. A quarter of a later, it would be pushing to eclipse countries like Germany and Japan as the world's second largest economy, behind only the United States. Xi had proved himself to be an enormously capable overseer of this economic transition within Fujian province. His writings on the topic of economic development had also helped cast him as a strong promoter of the policy of economic growth and market development. In 1999, he gained his final promotion in Fujian when he was made a governor of the province. As one of the most powerful regional politicians in China, was followed by promotion to become the interim governor of the province of Zhejiang. This was an important adjustment. Zhejiang is one of the easternmost coastal provinces of China and a center of both trade and economic activity. At exactly the same time, he received notice that he was to become a member of the 16th Central Committee. The Central Committee is the main body of senior politicians of the Chinese Communist Party within the People's Republic. Members had been voted to it since before the Civil War, and its members were viewed as the most senior politicians in the country. These dual promotions in 2002 signified Xi's rise to become one of the few dozen most powerful politicians in China. In Zhejiang, he also earned a reputation for taking a strong stance against corruption. Therefore, in 2007, he was appointed to the Politburo Standing Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. This consists of 7 members and constitutes the most important branch of the government of the People's Republic of China. Xi Jinping had arrived at the very heart of power. A year later, he was elected as Vice President of China. He held this office for 5 years, down to 2013. For a half a decade, through a great financial crisis post-2008, Xi was the second most powerful man in China. It became evident in the course of late 2012 that Xi was being prepared to succeed Hu Jintao as president of China. He was elected as the General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party and and chairman of the operating committees of the 18th Central Committee of the party. He was theoretically the leader of China from November 2012, though this was only fully acknowledged when he was elected as president of the Politburo in March 2013, in a vote where he received 2,052 votes out of 2,955. The vote confirmed exactly how popular Xi was and how well planned his entire campaign to succeed Hu Jintao had been. He has since become the most powerful political leader in China since Mao Zedong. It is difficult to determine exactly how long people remain in charge of China, because some leaders exercise their power as chairman of the Central Advisory Committee, some as general secretary of the party, and others still as president. Deng Xiaoping, for instance, first came to power in 1978 as the chairman of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Later, he exercised his leadership as chairman of the Central Advisory Committee. Increasingly, though, whoever is president is leader of China. Since Mao's time, all Chinese leaders have served either 1 or 2 terms, regardless of what their official title was. Xi Jinping has served as president for 12 years and counting as of 2025, and is in the middle of his 3rd term. It became apparent, a unique case in the course of 2022, as it became evident that he would be elected to a 3rd term in 2023. Having already had his position as General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party confirmed in 2022. Effectively, Xi is the undisputed leader of China. There are no rivals to challenge him. Xi's methods as president have been a mix of pragmatic economic leadership and ideological rigidity. His overwhelming focus is on socio-economic life in China. While China had enjoyed an economic miracle between the 1980s and 2000s, much of its wealth was unevenly divided. Large parts of the country had been left behind, and there were hundreds of millions of people who still aspired to become middle class. Xi championed this program, calling for what he called common prosperity. One of the ways he sought to do so was to break down the huge level of wealth that a class of Chinese people in the major cities had acquired during the 1990s and 2000s, and to try to redistribute it to a broader mass of society. For instance, Xi, perhaps inspired by his experiences in his youth when he spent years living in the countryside as a result of the Cultural Revolution, introduced policies to favor greater development of rural communities. This was needed in other ways. China's miracle had seen dozens of cities, millions or even tens of millions develop. In order to stop them developing even further and becoming congested, larger towns and villages in the countryside were fostered by Xi's government. He also prioritized home construction. China, the largest middle-class building boom in history, with state companies erecting enormous residential tower blocks all over the country. Many of these were planned cities and districts. There are parts of China that can be visited today that are enormous urban centers and which were part of the countryside only a few decades ago. Xi is not solely responsible for this transformation of China's built infrastructure, but he has played a huge role in it. This being said, it has become evident that Xi's building program became excessive. China's building conglomerates are in big financial trouble, and some of the planned towns and cities that have been constructed during Xi's time in power now lie as ghost or entire ghost towns. These broader domestic economic challenges aside, Xi has promoted a new form of Chinese economic development which has surpassed even what Deng Xiaoping championed back in the 1980s. Back then, the idea was to make China the world's workshop for cheap industrial goods. Anyone who grew up or was alive in the 1990s will remember that all manner of small manufactured items came with stickers saying, "Made in Taiwan" on them. In the 1980s and 1990s, China determined that these would be replaced with made in China. A more mature economic policy was developed in the 2000s and then really took off in the 2010s under Xi. Through this, Xi's governments have invested huge amounts of state capital into thousands of companies. Imagine that the Chinese government and Xi Jinping has become a giant startup investment agency. It invests into companies that develop electronic cars, technologically advanced solar panels, modems, computers, software, online commerce platforms, search engine companies, and much more besides. The vast majority of these companies that Xi's government has funded have failed, often losing hundreds of millions of dollars in the process. However, for every 10 such companies that fail, one succeeds. Then there are the enormous success stories that make it big, pay off the initial investments tenfold, and have become giants of the world economy. These are companies like DeepSeek, TikTok, and Unitree Robotics. Others like Alibaba, Tencent, BYD, Xiaomi, and Huawei were before Xi rose to power. Yet the way his government has championed them as international and not just domestic brands has seen them become worldwide entities. BYD, for instance, was established in the mid-1990s. There is no denying that Xi's government redirected it to become a rival to Tesla in recent years. Often these earlier companies are now engaged in completely different activities, trying to outperform American rivals and becoming key suppliers in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and even Europe. However, the success of these companies has not come without accusations from Western competitors that intellectual property theft and industrial espionage are rife within China, with many claiming that Chinese companies, backed by the Chinese government, reverse engineer Western technology before mass producing cheaper alternatives which undercut the price of Western competitors for a comparably or slightly inferior standard of quality. Therefore, it could be stated that China's economic model is not based on innovation, but rather on copying Western product for the mass production of cheap alternatives. The Chinese government also uses state ownership of companies to maintain more effective control over China. Companies are expected to share massive amounts of data with the government in order to control Chinese society more effectively, or to promote values which align with the regime's goals. This extends also to Western companies that have major presences in China. Because Apple has become so embedded in the Chinese economy, it has become a kind of foreign lobbyist for China, even within the United States, as seen in the clashes over US-China tariffs in 2025, when Apple was asleep lobbying for tariffs on China to be kept low. Similarly, Volkswagen has become so dependent on the Chinese markets in recent decades that it has become a kind of foreign promoter of Chinese interests in Europe, fostering stronger ties between Beijing and Berlin at a time when China is looking to expand its influence into Europe as much as possible. Mass-producing advanced technology and equipment is fine, and while China does have an enormous domestic market, with a population of around 1.4 billion people, it also needs to sell to other nations. Xi made this a top priority. In 2013, just as he took over as President of the People's Republic, he launched the Belt and Road Initiative, sometimes referred to as the New Silk Roads. This is a program whereby China either loans or simply gives money to scores of nations to develop key infrastructure, which allows for the speedy transport of Chinese goods to markets all over Asia, Africa, and Europe. There are a number of different roads. The main ones are the traditional Silk Roads, running from China westwards across Eurasia. One runs north of the Himalayas to countries like Kazakhstan, and then into Eastern Europe. Others run south of the Caspian Sea into the Middle East, North Africa, and the Mediterranean. Another runs into India. Two routes are marine ones. running from China's ports to Indonesia, and then further west into the Indian, splintering off to either run north to the Horn of Africa, the Red Sea, and the Suez Canal, or else moving off southwards towards East Africa and the Cape of Good Hope. China has invested over $1 trillion in developing roads, bridges, ports, airports, and other pieces of vital infrastructure as part of the Belt and Road Initiative. A sign of how ambitious this has been is that when Greece was effectively bankrupt and involved in emergency loan negotiations with the European Union in the mid-2010s, the Chinese attempted to buy the port of Piraeus in Athens to use it as a major endpoint of one of the new Silk Roads in Europe. Xi's ambitions are vast. The Belt and Road Initiative has helped to foster China's soft power. The concept of hard and soft power is a fairly easy one to distinguish. When a country invades its neighbor and takes over a border territory, this is a clear case of hard military power. Soft power is where a state acquires influence and power through more amiable and conciliatory means. For decades after the Second World War, the United States was the great soft power of the world, winning friends and allies by providing aid where needed and fostering democratic governments that mirrored its own. China is slowly pushing it out of the way. For instance, if we go back 50 years, some aid and cooperation across Africa was from successive American governments. Now China is the biggest foreign player on the continent. If one arrives to a resource-rich part of the Congo today, one is more likely to find the locals acquiring the expertise of Chinese mining companies rather than American ones. Xi's Belt and Road Initiative accelerated this process, not least because he identified a number of key countries that China wants as allies there, notably Ethiopia, a regional power in the Horn of Africa, which plays a huge role in controlling access to the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. Nearly $10 billion worth of Chinese investment has been made in Ethiopia under Xi's direction. Many other examples can be cited. Although first created in 2004, the number of Confucius Institutes designed to promote Chinese culture and interests in foreign nations has also ballooned under Xi. In 2018, he ordered the creation of the International Communications Center to direct foreign-related propaganda programs and efforts. Xi is very alive to the value of soft power. Note how his foreign minister, Wang Yi, seemed to be on an endless tour of world capitals in 2025 as the United States launched a tariff war against practically every nation on Earth. Xi's government's message was clear. China can be your new partner in a new world order. Perhaps one of Xi's foremost accomplishments, though it does not generate a lot of international attention, is the campaign he launched against corruption. Whenever a country experiences a huge economic boom, especially one the size of China, there are lots of opportunities. Illegal enrichment. A building project can be located in a certain district if a local party official is given a payment. A sprawling system of social service abuses developed in China. Payments were being made to long-dead relatives or to people who never existed in the first place. In other cities, people pretended to be government officials with fake cards. This extended all the way to the top of government, and Xi made it a cornerstone of his government to net what he called the tigers and flies of Chinese corruption. Tigers being senior officials, flies those committing smaller crimes lower down. Over 120 senior officials were prosecuted in the years that followed, and this set a clear example to the rest of Chinese society that corruption would no longer be tolerated. A system of mass surveillance was put in place, and it is believed that more than 2 million officials have been censured or charged with one corruption crime or another, though many of these are small infringements. Often this can be about clipping the wings of those who they believe are becoming too powerful. The example of Jack Ma, the head of Alibaba, active. Late in 2020, after a number of thinly veiled criticisms of the government, Ma was basically removed from public view and had his positions drastically reduced. An IPO of his company on the Shanghai Stock Exchange was halted, and Ma was basically demoted out of existence by Xi's government, though he nominally retains much of his wealth, if not any influence. The anti-corruption drive is just one prong of Xi Jinping action and thought. Xi Jinping thought has become the orthodoxy of Chinese political and cultural life. This builds on earlier views expressed by Marx and Mao, while offering a 21st century vision of Chinese communism. The official name of it is Xi Jinping Thought on Socialism with Chinese Characteristics for a New Era. In many ways, it is actually a more developed form of Deng Xiaoping's views on China's open economy with socialist elements. Xi Jinping Thought is derived from both Xi's speeches over the years and his written and published papers and books. It takes a long view of history and China's development, with Xi stating in one of his speeches that the achievement of China's goals will take a long time and is the struggle of generations. A key concern of Xi in his writings and speeches has been to assess why the Soviet Union, after rising to such immense power in the 1950s and 1960s, suddenly went into decline and quickly collapsed. How can China avoid the same fate, he has wondered. His core belief is that strong party leadership at the center collapsed and corruption took hold among semi-independent rulers of provinces of the USSR. Hence, Xi Jinping Thought holds that a very strong central government need to hold enormous control over all parts of China's life. He also maintains that the government must have complete control over China's expanding military, perceiving that Mikhail Gorbachev's reform program in Russia collapsed in 1990 and 1991 after he lost the support of the military. It is clear from studying Xi's writings and speeches that he does view himself as a Marxist-Leninist who is committed to a communist future for China. There have been many controversial elements to Xi Jinping's rule over China. Mao is seen as the great tyrant by many, the man who killed millions through the ill-conceived Great Leap Forward, and then followed it up with the terror of the Cultural Revolution. His successors have not been saints either. For all but Deng liberalized China, he also oversaw the infamous Tiananmen Square in 1989. Xi's list of crimes is large. The most infamous concerns the treatment of the Uyghur population of the province of Xinjiang in the northwest of China. This part of China has been inhabited by Turkic and Mongol people since the middle of the first millennium BC. Many converted to Islam over the centuries, influenced by their Turkish brethren further west in Central Asia. Ever since 1949, the communist government had been trying to establish greater control over the huge province by colonizing it with the Han Chinese people. These efforts failed, and in some instances provoked resistance. The Urumqi riots of the summer of 2009, in which nearly 200 Han Chinese people were killed, and thousands more were injured by Turkic Islamic Uyghur radicals, was a major turning point. The Chinese government began a repressive approach, Hu Jintao, but it was really under Xi that the worst elements were perpetrated. Xinjiang has been turned into a surveillance province, where state cameras are everywhere in cities and towns. An estimated 16,000 mosques have been destroyed. Huge re-education camps, prisons have been set up through which millions of Uyghurs have passed. Most disconcertingly, birth rates in Xinjiang province have plummeted over the last decade, and it is understood that forced sterilization is being practiced by Xi's government amongst the Uyghurs. Policies like this constitute genocide under international law, although, as other international crises have emerged in recent years, the Uyghur atrocities have simply disappeared from the international agenda. The other element of Xi's provincial stance that has attracted international headlines over a period of years is his approach towards Hong Kong. The island of Hong Kong was acquired by the British as a colony at the start of the 1840s and remained so until the UK granted it independence in 1997. In the process, it became a thriving metropolis and major Asian financial centre. When independence was granted in 1997, it was so under the aegis of the One Country, Two Systems rubric. This was the idea that Hong Kong would become part of the People's Republic of China, but it would retain autonomy as a Western, liberal-style city-state for 50 years until 2047. In power, as leader of China, Xi has crushed the One Country, Two Systems arrangement. In 2019, the Hong Kong government was pressured into passing an extradition law whereby people from Hong Kong can be sent to the Chinese mainland to face prosecution under Chinese law. Then, in 2020, came the much more serious Hong Kong national security law. This opened the door for Xi's government in Beijing to crack down on free speech in Hong Kong and to begin dismantling all of the things which make society here different to mainland China. In 2022, with the process far along, despite protests that captured the world's attention, Xi visited Hong Kong to appoint John Lee Ka-chiu as the chief executive of the regional government of Hong Kong. Chiu is a hardliner who is now overseeing the final dismantling of the One Country, Two Systems arrangement on Xi's behalf. Since 2022, the pair have worked hand in hand, with Xi publicly praising Chiu in 2024 for his oversight of security laws which crush free speech in Hong Kong. The situation in both Xinjiang province and Hong Kong correlates broadly with the decline of human rights in China under Xi. China is a police state. Its development under Mao mirrored the Soviet Union system of Joseph Stalin at the end of the Civil War and has never looked back. Indeed, a strong reason for the Sino-Soviet split that occurred gradually during the 1950s and 1960s was that the Chinese were more keen to defend Stalin's legacy than the Russians themselves. Under Xi, this system of control has been expanded and has begun to make use of every instrument of new technological surveillance. The internet is heavily regulated, as is media. This can include everything from Wikipedia to sites on Marxism and the history of communism being banned in China. The result is that ordinary Chinese people have virtually no access to information on issues which Xi's government does not want them to have access to. Notably, the long-standing controversy over China's occupation of Tibet. Xi allows foreign businesses to operate in China, but under heavy censorship rules. Although the United States is the country with the highest incarceration rate in the world, China comes second in terms of prison populations worldwide and is miles ahead of any other country when it comes to the number of citizens which it executes. Xi, it must be said, has relaxed the figure. Over 10,000 were regularly being executed each year back in the 2000s. Under Xi, the figure is believed to have fallen to around 2,000 to 3,000. Clearly, Xi's human rights record is not good. It must always be remembered, though, where the starting point was. Before he ever even became vice president, let alone president, practitioners of the minority Falun Gong religious movement were appallingly persecuted in China, including a program whereby tens of thousands of members were allegedly forced to engage in organ transplants in the late 1990s and 2000s. Xi had to China's human rights abuses, though he did not start them. The takeover of Hong Kong of the One Country, Two Systems arrangement, just halfway through the 50 years it was meant to run for, is simply one element of Xi's more aggressive foreign policy in the Far East. It was an easy target. More difficult has been his attempt to claim control over the South China Sea. The South China Sea is a relatively small body of water compared with something like the North Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean routes between Japan and America. However, for all its small size, it is one of the world's busiest shipping routes. It encapsulates the waters between southeastern China to the north, Vietnam to the west, the Philippines to the east, and then southwards towards parts of Indonesia. Huge amounts of container ship traffic run through here as goods pass from places like Japan to India or from parts of Africa to the ports of eastern China. According to international law, territorial waters only extend about 22 kilometers away from the mainland of any country. This means most of the South China Sea consists of international waters. But under Xi, China has aggressively tried to take over this vital waterway. There are lots of small islands and atolls here that China has claimed as a means of extending its jurisdiction, while it has also engaged in a program of building artificial islands under Xi's guidance. Much of this focuses on the Paracel Islands in the very center of the South China Sea. Xi consistently argues that these are traditional Chinese territories and prove China's claim over most of the South China Sea. Yet some of the islands are little more than shallow coral reefs. China has consequently built up around them. Xi has also sponsored aggressive Chinese naval activities in the region to restrict Vietnamese and Filipino shipping in the region. While the South China Sea issue is a controversial one, it looks unlikely to lead to war and an international crisis. In the long run, China will simply exert its control of the South China Sea, and its neighbors will be able to do little to stop it. Taiwan is another matter entirely. The island has been ruled as the independent Republic of China since the remnants of the nationalist movement fled there in 1949 at the end of the Chinese Civil War. The People's Republic of China has never made any attempts to suggest that it considers it to be an independent nation and that it plans on one day reclaiming Taiwan, an island which is also now extremely valuable because of its large population and high-tech electronics industry. Xi is no different than any other Chinese leader in this respect. A striking element of this was a New Year's speech which he gave at the end of 2024, in which he proclaimed that no nation or power can stop the eventual reunification of China and Taiwan into one country. He has also ordered naval drills around Taiwan in a way which have been much more inflammatory than any leader since Mao in the 1950s, who was eventually dissuaded from attempting to invade Taiwan because of the threat from the United States if he did so. But does Xi intend on ever actually invading Taiwan? That is possibly doubtful. A destructive invasion could destroy the Taiwanese economy and would lead to enormous international sanctions of the kind which Vladimir Putin's Russia has faced for invading Ukraine since 2022. Instead, Xi will probably try to take a play right out of the Putin lesson book and attempt to establish a pro-Beijing party within Taiwan, combined with economic pressure to create a situation in which Taiwan will become more conducive to voluntary union with the People's Republic. It is hard to say, but an actual invasion of Taiwan does not seem like something which the prudent and conservative Xi will attempt at any stage in the near term. Early in 2020, Xi faced what is probably the foremost crisis of his time as leader of China. For most of the world, the COVID-19 pandemic came to their attention gradually in the first months of 2020. As the name suggests, though, it was first detected in 2019. The origins remain controversial and disputed. The most accepted is that the novel coronavirus jumped between possibly several species, including a pangolin, in a wet market in the Chinese city of Wuhan. However, this theory is complicated by the fact that not far from this wet market is one of the world's largest virology laboratories. Perhaps quite understandably, people soon began to question whether the virus had actually leaked from the lab. The story of the pandemic that followed is well known. The world ground to a halt from March onwards, as a billion people were told to remain at home to stop its spread. This was a controlled crisis. Not only was he the leader of a nation that is home to over 1 in 6 of the world's people, China also had to deal with lots of questions about the origins of the virus. There was a boom at first too. As Western nations struggled to maintain lockdowns, China's authoritarian system and the command economy it operates looked much more suited to dealing with such a crisis. Xi was running into criticism. In 2022 and 2023, as vaccines were rolled out and Western economies reopened, Xi maintained lockdowns that seemed draconian and garnered a level of criticism within China which was unprecedented. It was one of the first times his control over China was in any way shaken. More broadly, the way in which the pandemic was dealt with in China points once again to the totalitarian nature of Chinese society. Where large outbreaks occurred in buildings, they were often sealed up, and people were literally imprisoned for days or weeks at a time. Often, when we hear about Xi Jinping in these days, it is in the context of his relationship with the United States. There is no doubt that there is a kind of economic Cold War underway between China and the US, and that Xi has fostered it in his own way by ordering what could largely be called intellectual property theft from US technology companies and by trying to undercut American businesses in doing so. This strategy has been enormously successful. Consider the manner in which the electronic car manufacturers like BYD have completely undercut much more expensive American rivals like Tesla, or the shock to the world in January 2025 when China's cheap AI model DeepSeek onto the scene, demonstrating what OpenAI's ChatGPT does for a fraction of the price and energy demand. As all of this has occurred, American presidents have become more antagonistic towards Xi. The relationship that has captured the imagination of the public is that between Xi and Donald Trump, although Joe Biden was perhaps even more strident in his criticism of his part, often referring to him as a dictator and slamming Chinese governance. Trump's relationship with Xi is peculiar. He clearly despises China's undermining of the American economy, although in reality, China has simply taken jobs that would be much more expensive to perform in the US. Strangely, he was decidedly muted on Xi in the first month or two of his second presidency in 2025, before his all-out trade war began to focus on China, in particular in March and April of 2025. Xi has not been docile. In a number of public pronouncements in the spring and early summer of 2025, he has made it clear that China is not some economic node to be bullied by the United States. It will strike with sanctions of its own in the developing economic war. What implications all of this will have for future Sino-American relations remains to be seen. Of course, Xi Jinping's biography cannot be fully written. He is still alive, a seemingly healthy man who turned 72 years of age in June 2025. There is no sign that he intends to relinquish power anytime soon. Since Mao's death, a tradition has been established that no Chinese leader served for longer than 2 5-year terms as president or leader in some other manner. Xi is now in the midst of his 3rd term and will almost certainly serve a 4th. If he does so, he would be entering his 80s upon seeking a 5th term. This might not happen. Unlike in the Western world, where in some countries the halls of power have seen a growing flood of octogenarians unwilling to hand over power to a younger generation, China does generally believe in the idea that politicians should be young enough that they have some stake in the future. With the exception of Xi aside, Chinese political leaders are ineligible to be elected to the Politburo Standing Committee. once they reach 68 years of age. While it is likely Xi will serve a fourth term as ruler of China, he might possibly step aside thereafter. As to how the remainder of his time in office will go, it remains highly debatable. Will he attempt to take over Taiwan? Unlikely, unless it can be done by undermining its politics from within. Will China continue to massively expand its global influence through its soft power? Almost certainly. More pressing are problems at home. China's one-child policy, which ran for over a quarter of a century from the late 1970s, has left a lopsided and aging population. Furthermore, the days of the Chinese economic miracle are over. The economy has slowed and is facing challenges. How he responds to these issues in the next 5 to 10 years will determine his legacy in the long run. Xi Jinping is the most powerful leader of China since Mao Zedong, eclipsing even the heights to which Deng Xiaoping scaled as the architect of China's economic miracle back in the 1980s. What is so surprising about this is the straitened circumstances from which he came. It all could have been very different. Although his father was a long-standing communist and had fought diligently for the cause all through the long-running Chinese Civil War, he fell from grace in the mid-1960s during the Maoist purges which followed the disastrous Great Leap Forward. The Xi family were banished to a provincial city, and Xi's father spent much of the Cultural Revolution that followed in prisons. Then, everything changed rapidly after Mao's death in 1976. Xi's father was rehabilitated and made a provincial governor, and Xi soon acquired a foothold in the government. This was not nepotism, though. His rise to power was based on his consistent and effective application as a skilled regional administrator in Hebei, Fujian, and Zhejiang in the 1980s, 1990s, and early 2000s. Brought him to national attention and finally into the Politburo, where he successively became vice president in 2008 and then president in 2013. His years in power have witnessed China cement its position as the world's second most powerful nation and a rival to the United States for political and economic power around the world. His successes have meant that no one challenges his rule in China, even 12 years after he assumed power, while Xi Jinping thought has become an ideology in and of itself. There are certainly a lot of controversial elements to his rule as leader of China, not least the quasi-genocide of the Uyghur people in Xinjiang province, the aggressive dismantling of the one country, two systems arrangement in Hong Kong, the aggressive rhetoric surrounding Taiwan, and the efforts to take over the South China Sea, despite it effectively constituting international waters. But few can doubt that under Xi's leadership, China has continued on the path to power that was started by Deng decades earlier, like the Soviet Union, which experienced its own economic miracle in the 1950s and 1960s, and then descended into decay and decline. Xi has charted a path and it continues to grow and will quite possibly become the world's preeminent power in the second half of the 21st century. Whatever one thinks of him, and he is something of a chameleon in any event, there is no denying his impact on the history of the 21st century so far. What do you think of Xi Jinping? Is he as nefarious a leader of communist China as Mao Zedong was? Or is he basically a figure focused on an ordered state that maximizes economic growth and Chinese power at the expense of civil liberties? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
באותו חוליה, כמו החוליה נשארה. מה לא? זה אצלו נופס. אחד מימין, אחד משמאל, אבל החוליה נשארה. הוא אומר שאחד עם החוליה לא טועה, שואל אותו, פרובקציה, האם שתיים על החוליה שם? הוא אומר, רבי, אני לא מבין מה שאתם שואלים אותי. תראו מה זה, אין לו צלעות כאן, יש לו סוג שחסר, אז זה כאילו פעימה לחצי. אז הוא אומר, שזה סיפור של שני הצלעות, עשרים, שני צדדים, של החוליה, אין לו, הוא לא יכול, הוא לא יציב, כן? הוא כאילו חצי לו חצי. אוקיי? אז בואו עולה עוד פעם. הוא אומר שהוא צלע אחד עם כל החוליה, חסירה זה טריק. אתם, מה שאתה אומר זה גיסטריות, זה נביא, עזוב טריק, זה יותר גרוע. נבינה, אי אפשר כאילו לשחוט את זה. אוקיי. זה דבר נורא כמה גיסטריות, אנחנו חוליה, אם צלע אחת, מה, זה לא גיסטרל? למה זה שזה יהיה גיסטרל? כי אין חוליה, אין צלעות משני הצדדים. ומה נדבק על השני כבר לדבר? אם אין חוליה, אז גם אם יש צלע כאן, כאילו שהוא לא דבוק, הוא מת להבין. אין מה שישמע, הוא לא עושה כלום. הבינה חתוכה לחצי. הבינה תדרכך, מה זה דבוק במסע? יכול להיות דבוק במסע, אז לא צריך שדרה בכלל. כל דבוק במסע. השדרה תופס הכל. הכל תופס את הכל. אם הלך חוליה, הלך שתי הצעות בשני הצדדים. איזה דבר הלך חוליה, אם הלך צלע אחת. אם אמרה, אתה צודק. הוא אומר, אתה צודק. צלע ולא חוליה. לא. הוא אומר שצלע אחת, בלי החוליה אתה. חוליה דור, הוא לא נגד דבר. הוא המפורש הלך חוליה. טוב. צלע וחצי. רק רוצה להזכיר לנקודה שהיא יודעת כבר.
It is 1991. The Soviet Union is in a state of collapse. After years of decline and attempts at reform, die-hard communists within the regime launch a coup d'etat against the Soviet premier, who is detained. But this plot is soon halted when the ringleaders fail to gain the support of the army public, who are increasingly desperate for change. With the authority of Moscow weakened, the satellite Soviet republics declare their desire for independence one by one, goaded on by the Soviet leader's rival, Boris Yeltsin, who will soon emerge as president of the Russian Federation. Finally, on Christmas Day 1991, the leader resigns, bringing the Soviet Union to an end after nearly 70 years. Mikhail Gorbachev, the last premier of the Soviet Union. The man known to history as Mikhail Gorbachev was born on the 2nd of March 1931 in the village of Privolnaya in the Stavropol Krai region of southwestern Russia. Privolnaya lies between the Sea of Azov at the northern end of the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, south of both Rostov-on-Don and the city of Volgograd, the latter of which at the time as Stalingrad. He was born with a distinct birthmark on his head, a small one at the time, caused by a malformation of blood vessels, though one which grew larger over time. Mikhail's father was Sergei Gorbachev, an ethnic Russian in this part of the USSR that straddled southwestern Russia, Ukraine, and the North Caucasus, and which was consequently an ethnic melting pot. Conversely, his mother, Maria, came from a Ukrainian family that had migrated from Ukraine sometime earlier into southwestern Russia. She and Sergei married in 1928, when they were very young. Mikhail was their first child. They would have another son, but he would not arrive into the world until much, much later, following the Second World War, by which time Mikhail was already a teenager. Mikhail was born at a time of truly revolutionary change in the history of Russia. 14 years earlier, in 1917, in the midst of the First World War, a series of revolutions had eventually brought the Bolshevik communists to power. A bitter civil war had followed over the next half a decade, one in which millions of people had died and famine had stalked large parts of the country. At the end of it, though, the communists had established control over Russia and maintained their dominance of Ukraine and Belarus, as well as much of Central Asia and the Caucasus, though they had lost the former territories of the Russian Empire in the Baltic States region and Poland. In 1924, the first leader of the Soviet Union, Vladimir Lenin, died, and after a power struggle, Joseph Stalin established himself as a ruthless autocratic dictator over the USSR. In 1928, he launched the first 5-year plan, an economic program designed to begin transforming the Russian economy and transitioning towards socialism and communism. What this meant early on was trying to shift away from an overt reliance on agriculture as the primary basis of the Russian economy and towards industry. Trying to rapidly achieve this was chaotic and brutal. A program of creating mass collectivized farms was initiated, leading to severe unrest and creating a man-made famine in much of Ukraine and southwestern Russia that killed people. In the long term, though, the Soviet economy did begin to change. Economic growth occurred in the 1930s, and the shift towards hard industry would be compounded by the outbreak of the Second World War and the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union in the summer of 1941. Once the work of rebuilding was done in the late 1940s, Russia entered a period of unprecedented economic expansion in the 1950s. Thus, by the time Mikhail would enter his adult years, the changes that were underway when he was born in 1931 would have utterly transformed Russia from the rural agricultural country it was at the time of the Russian Revolution in 1917 into an urban industrialized nation that was the world's second largest economy. Mikhail and his family experienced many tribulations while he was growing up. To begin with, they were living in the epicenter of the region worst hit by the famine of the early 1930s. Though Mikhail would have been blissfully unaware of how bad things were at that time, it was a struggle for the Gorbachevs, who were poor peasant farmers trying to adjust to the government's traumatic imposition of the agricultural collectivity. Several extended members of the family, including young Mikhail's uncles and aunts, died during this time as a result of the food shortages. Nevertheless, both his father and mother's families were committed communists. Mikhail's grandfather on his father's side, in whose house they lived during his younger years, had helped organize one of the first collective farms in the district. Yet this brought its own problems years later, as Stalin commenced the Great Purge of the communist system in the USSR, leading to the imprisonment of both Mikhail's grandfathers in the second half of the 1930s. Finally, in 1941, there came the trauma of war, as Nazi Germany and the other Axis powers invaded the USSR that summer. The region where the Gorbachevs lived became in Europe a year later, as the German dictator Adolf Hitler attempted to strike a decisive blow against the Soviets by taking both Rostov-on-Don and Stalingrad and securing the Caucasian oil fields further south from these two key cities. This completely disrupted life for the Gorbachevs. While Sergei had already been recruited into the Red Army by then, though reported as being amongst the millions of Russian men who had died in the conflict at one point, he later turned up alive in 1943. By then, the tide had been comprehensively turned in what Russians like the Gorbachevs would come to know as the Great Patriotic War. While the Gorbachevs were very poor, one of the genuine accomplishments of the Soviet regime amidst the famine and state terror of the 1930s was that education was expanded to be universally available to all, regardless of their social and economic status. On the other hand, young Mikhail's education had been interrupted for several years by the war, and it was in 1944 that classes resumed. When they did, he began to emerge as a gifted student, with an interest in both Russian and Western literature. He also took an interest in politics, which led to him joining Komsomol after the war, the full name of which was the All-Union Leninist Young Communist League, the youth division of the Communist Party. He was soon in charge of the local branch and used his position to organize a theater group. Mikhail had developed a love for Russian theater already by that time, one which would remain with him for the remainder of his life, often visiting the theater in Moscow in later years once or twice a week. Other interests that he began to develop in the more settled times of the post-war era included an interest in playing the piano and chess. His life was tougher in many other respects. His secondary school was many miles away from the family home in Privolne, and he had to walk nearly 20 kilometers to and from it every weekend. Summers were spent working hard days on the farm, but Mikhail had a good role model in his father, who was awarded the Order of Lenin in 1948 for both his farm work and his wartime service. Mikhail was awarded a more junior honor, something which helped not long afterwards when he applied to go and study at the Moscow State University in the Russian capital, the most prestigious university in the USSR at the time. His application was accepted, and so in 1950, he set off north to the capital. In Moscow, Gorbachev became more keenly involved in Soviet politics. He acquired full membership of the Communist Party, a prerequisite for any future political career, while at the same time, he continued to advance within Komsomol. He also met his future wife, Raisa Titayenka, came to the Altai region of Siberia in central Russia and had arrived at the capital around the same time as Mikhail to study philosophy. They married in 1953. The marriage was one of love and respect, though they would only have one child, a daughter named Irina, who was born in 1957. Raisa worked from a teacher, married Adele, just as the country was beginning to change in profound ways. Stalin died in 1953 and was replaced by Nikita Khrushchev, a leader who began a program of de-Stalinization through which he aimed to move away from the overt authoritarianism and state terror that had characterized the dictator's reign. Furthermore, after a quarter of a century of Stalinist terror, famines, war and social turbulence brought about by communist policies, those same policies finally began to bear some fruit as Russia, Ukraine and the other parts of the Soviet Union entered into a period of unprecedented prosperity and growth. As all of this was occurring, completed his studies in politics and law in Moscow, and then acquired his first postings as a government official back in his native Stavropol region in the southwest of Russia. Over the next several years here, he began a slow but steady progression up the local government administration. For his generation of Soviet politicians, This was how one earned promotion. It had been different in the days of the revolution, when promotion could be achieved much faster through having performed some daring act in the midst of the Civil War. Mikhail would spend the better part of 2 decades working as an official in Stavropol. His ascent in the regional politics of southwestern Russia was aided by the fact that he was personally inclined towards the more reform-minded politics of the age. He agreed with Khrushchev's criticisms of the excesses of Stalin's time in control of the USSR, that a more open and transparent form of politics would be better for Russia and its communist empire, a belief which he would hold for his entire life. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, while he was still a young man himself, his primary role in Stavropol was to head up the regional Komsomol branches. He was promoted through a number of different positions, working for a time within the Agriculture Bureau and on environmental policies. His relationships with several senior officials eventually led to his acquiring a position as a secretary within the local administration. In the second half of the decade, he undertook numerous trips to other parts of Eastern Europe, and these would prove formative in the development of his political ideology, as he came into contact with people who were a lot less happy about Soviet control over East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Hungary and Poland via the Warsaw Pact, its Eastern European military alliance. The Soviet propaganda back home in Russia would have suggested. He was also sympathetic towards the cause of the reformers who led the Prague Spring in Czechoslovakia in 1968 and looked with disapproval at the violent Soviet repression of it later that year. The removal of the reforming Khrushchev from power in Moscow and his replacement with the much more conservative Leonid Brezhnev back in 1964 had also depressed him, and for a time he considered an alternative career path, though he ultimately remained in politics. Mikhail's decision to continue in politics began to reap a dividend in the 1970s after he was promoted to become first secretary of the regional government of Stavropol. This made him the leader of one of the larger provincial administrations of the country. It also came with a big budget, not least because the Great Stavropol Canal had been under construction here since the 1950s and was due to take many more years to complete. Gorbachev was a guiding influence in the further development of this 480-kilometer-long artificial waterway. Other duties included oversight of the region's large collective farms and factories. As first secretary, Gorbachev was also regularly called to Moscow for meetings of the heads of provincial government, and he began to develop relationships with senior Soviet ministers in the capital. He was also appointed to several delegations of Soviet dignitaries that were sent to Western Europe at a time when a different strand of communism was developing in France and Italy. Just like his visits to East Germany and Czechoslovakia in the 1960s, these trips abroad were formative for Gorbachev. He found the Western countries to be different to the received view of them back in Russia, and that some things worked inherently better within them than in the USSR. This is not to suggest that Gorbachev's ideology ever became one of thinking that the Soviet system was inferior to the Western one, simply that he was able to evaluate both on their own terms and see the pros and cons in each. It was this which would mark him out as distinct from other leaders of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev's ascent to become leader of the Soviet Union was fortuitous. He had already been one of the youngest regional first secretaries ever in the USSR when he took the helm of the Stavropol government back at the beginning of the 1970s. Now, late in 1978, he was appointed as the secretary of the General Committee of the Communist Party. This meant that he and Raisa had to relocate to Moscow, though she was soon offered a new teaching position, and he was now at the very center of power in the capital. His work was varied here. Much of it focused on the centralized management of the harvest and agriculture. Other work was more operational and administrative, and abilities as an organizer were noted. It was these which led to his promotion yet again in 1980 to the Politburo, the political bureau of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, the most powerful governing body of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev was appointed as its youngest member at that time, at 49 years of age. His timing could not have been better. The Central Governing Council at the time was staffed by aged individuals in their late 60s and 70s, men who had first risen within the Communist Party establishment during the war. Since 1964, Leonid Brezhnev had led this generation of Soviet politicians. He had been ill since the mid-1970s and eventually died in 1982. The former head of the Secret Services, the KGB, Yuri Andropov, succeeded him, but he was already nearing his 70th year, and he died early in 1984. The third leader in less than 2 years was Konstantin Chernenko. At 72 years old when entering office, his appointment was hardly a long-term solution, and so it proved. Chernenko died after just 13 months at the helm of state. It was then that the party establishment began considering whom from amongst them might make for a suitable leader that would last more than a year or two. A younger man with new ideas was surely what was needed, and thus Mikhail Gorbachev was made General Secretary of the and the new leader of the Soviet Five. Gorbachev came to power at a time when the Soviet Union had been mired in problems for many years. While the 1950s and 1960s had seen huge growth in the Russian economy and a transformation of the material standards of ordinary people, thereafter the system had completely stagnated. Some of this was relational developments. The 1973 oil crisis also triggered nearly a decade of so-called stagflation in many Western countries, whereby economic growth flatlined even as inflation remained at a persistently high level. However, the Russian case was different. There were some parts of the Soviet economy that had simply become dysfunctional. For instance, in order to ensure that everyone was employed, there were often 2 or 3 people carrying out work that could have been completed by just one person. On top of this, there were overt levels of bureaucracy. Perhaps most worryingly, there simply wasn't the same level of innovation which was present in the US or in Germany and Japan, but had been devastated in the war, but had bounced back as high-tech economies, boosted by association with the US economy and the dollar. Moreover, even when the impact of the oil crisis of the 1970s receded, and countries like the US and Britain entered into a fresh period of economic boom in the 1980s, the Soviet economy continued to flatline. These economic problems were also reflected in the military situation, and there was little doubt that the US was winning the Cold War in the 1980s, a far cry from the 1950s when the Russians had been in the ascendant. Gorbachev was aware of all of these problems. Unlike the vision of conservative leaders that he was now replacing, he was determined to do something about it. He would embark on a reform program that he hoped would once again make the Soviet economy grow and would revitalize the communist system after a long period of decline. Gorbachev's reform program was complex, but it focused above all on 2 things: one, economic, or political issue. From the economic perspective, Gorbachev favored perestroika, which translates into English from Russian as restructuring. This concerned the reframing of economic policy and ethos in the Soviet Union. Communism is based on the idea of property and goods being held in communal ownership, with the state acting as a powerful broker to ensure that there is an equal division of resources amongst the entire population. This requires a command economy where all elements of economic life are mediated to some extent by the government. However, because of the myriad problems which the Soviet economy experienced in the 1970s and into the 1980s, many were casting a more critical eye on the communist system within Russia than they would have done in the 1950s and 1960s. Gorbachev was sympathetic towards the idea of some limited reforms, whereby elements of free market economics would be introduced into the communist system. This is hardly so unusual. Within capitalist countries, there are different forms of capitalism. Some capitalist economies emphasize free market enterprise economics, where governments take the view that they should interfere in the economy as little as possible, and more interventionist to balance out what are to be imperfections in the free market system. In adopting perestroika, Gorbachev was claiming that some small elements of the free market system should be introduced into the Soviet economy. What this meant in practice was the introduction of a level of private ownership of property and goods in Russia by Gorbachev's government that had not been seen in the country since the end of the Russian Civil War over 60 years earlier. Reforms were also introduced into how the USSR traded with other countries. The second major prong of Gorbachev's reform program was encompassed in the term glasnost, which transliterates as openness or transparency. This was the idea that ordinary Russians, Ukrainians, and people from the other constituent parts of the USSR should be free to discuss politics in a more open and transparent fashion than they had in the past. For virtually the entirety of its nearly 7 decades in power, the communist movement had governed along authoritarian or narrow lines. During the long dictatorship of Joseph Stalin, this had been so severe that even talking about political affairs in a public context could have been sufficient reason to end up in the Gulag prison camps of Siberia. Things had moderated in the 1950s and 1960s, but there was still a lot of repression in Soviet society. Moreover, the way to political advancement was seemingly exclusively by working one's way up through the established communist hierarchy, a method which tended to produce fairly unimaginative bureaucrats whose worldview rarely looked beyond preserving the status quo. Gorbachev was arguing for a new approach through glasnost. The Soviet Union would not become a democracy overnight, but there would be greater transparency until people were put into positions of power and a more open discussion about society and politics. As part of this, a more open media, what to all intents and purposes simply a propaganda wing of the Communist Party, was allowed to develop. In 1986, Gorbachev began regularly using these two terms, glasnost and perestroika, to describe the new approach he was employing towards winning the Soviet Union. Gorbachev's effort to implement these policies was launched through the 12th five-year plan of the Soviet Union, which ran from 1985 to 1990. Through this, a range of other policy measures were implemented. One was ускорение, meaning acceleration. This was an expansion of something which Andropov had half-heartedly tried to adopt between 1982 and 1984, and which was similar to the concept of economic stimulus in Western capitalist countries. Money was pumped into the system to try to develop a greater amount of mid-sized businesses, though ultimately This had an inflationary effect and was abandoned in favor of a less aggressive form of perestroika before long. New administrative measures were introduced. Several government ministries and entities were amalgamated into Agroprom, a giant government body in charge of Soviet agriculture and food production. This then engaged in efforts to stimulate local ownership and production, the idea being to create elements of a more free market economy. In all of this, he stressed that what was being introduced was a latter-day new economic policy, which Lenin had followed back in the early 1920s. Finally, a problem of Gorbachev's economic policy, one with a social element, was an effort to curb alcohol consumption, which had become a scourge of Russian society, leading to deaths, ill health, and huge amounts of lost productivity. Overall, Gorbachev's reform program would have mixed results. His economic reforms were broadly unsuccessful. Conversely, his political reforms could be viewed as a great success story. People began to really question the society they lived in and how it operated. The only problem, as we will soon see, is that this served to undermine the integrity of the USSR and the Warsaw Pact that it led in Eastern Europe. Gorbachev's reform program was not restricted to domestic affairs. He also wanted to relations with the United States and the Western Bloc. When he came to power in 1985, the Cold War was in one of its hottest phases of the entire conflict. Not since the early 1960s, when the erection of the Berlin Wall and the Cuban Missile Crisis had pushed the world closer to nuclear war, had things been as bad. Much of this was fueled by the aggressive approach of Ronald Reagan after he entered office as President of the United States in 1981. Reagan and his advisors could clearly see that the USSR was on the back foot, as Western economies rebounded in the early 1980s and the Soviet Union remained static. America also had growing technological advantages as it entered a period of dynamic personal computing. Washington consequently decided to commence a new space and arms race of sorts. In 1983, Reagan had announced of the Strategic Defense Initiative. The idea was to create a missile defense system in space, which would make it possible to intercept Soviet ballistic missiles armed with nuclear warheads if they were fired at the United States. It was fanciful to imagine that such a system could be developed in the 1980s, and indeed, many people derisively referred to it as the Star Wars program at the time. But in pushing, Reagan was challenging the Soviets to a space race at a time they had neither the resources nor the technical capabilities to engage in one. More broadly, this led to growing tensions between the US and the Soviets, which manifested in November 1983 when the Soviets came close to initiating a nuclear strike after they became convinced that NATO training exercises in Europe, codenamed Able Archer 83, were possibly a front for a real attack on Eastern Europe. Though it is little known about today, barring the Cuban Missile Crisis, this was the closest aim to a nuclear confrontation during the Cold War. Gorbachev immediately embarked on developing a new relationship with the United States. In November 1985, he and Reagan met for the first time at Geneva in Switzerland. The summit was markedly successful. Reagan and Gorbachev liked each other and were able to get along. Though their political ascents could not have been more different, with Reagan having been a Hollywood movie star before he rose through Californian and then national politics to the White House, they both came from humble, rural backgrounds. They also got round to discussing how much both countries had to gain by defusing the Cold War than by continuing it. Meetings often ran over at Geneva as they discussed a range of matters agreed itinerary. American time remembered Reagan arriving back to the American team after meeting with Gorbachev, and that Mikhail was a fundamentally different type of Soviet leader to those which the US had dealt with before. This initial good start was followed up on at a second summit in Reykjavik in Iceland in October 1986. Both teams arrived with ambitions to strike a May deal that would cement the perception of a détente or major de-escalation of the Cold War. To this end, Gorbachev was primarily looking to persuade Reagan to abandon the Strategic Defense Initiative, the new American effort to extend its program of nuclear deterrence into space. Reagan wanted to press Gorbachev on domestic reform and issues related to human rights in Eastern Europe. At the end of it, no agreement was reached, as Reagan walked out of one meeting on the issue of the Strategic Defense Initiative. But both had realized how eager the other was to drastically tone down the nuclear threat after decades of heightened tensions. Reykjavik paved the way for the end of the Cold War. In the end, the Geneva and Reykjavik summits bore fruit in 1987, specifically in terms of a wide-ranging agreement on nuclear de-escalation. In the aftermath of the initial meetings in Geneva, Gorbachev had made it publicly known that he worked with the US that both nations would begin to scale down their nuclear arsenals with a view to potentially banning such weapons of mass destruction altogether in the 21st century. While this was fanciful, it did his commitment to drastically reducing the nuclear threat. The failure to reach a binding agreement at Reykjavik did not scupper these negotiations, and early in 1987, further progress was made when the Americans and their allies in West Germany declared that they would remove some of their nuclear-capable long-range missiles from Central Europe. This gesture of goodwill was followed by a third summit between Reagan and Gorbachev in December 1987, this time in Washington, D.C. Both leaders faced some domestic turmoil, and Reagan's second term in office and time as president was nearing a conclusion, with elections scheduled for November 1988. As such, they both wanted a success out of the summit in the American capital. That's exactly what they achieved. Shortly after lunch on the 8th of December 1987, they signed the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. This banned American and Soviet intermediate range missiles that could carry nuclear warheads distances of up to 5,500 kilometers. As a symbolic act, it created a desire to end war to defuse decades of tensions. Numerous other agreements were reached between Gorbachev and Reagan and his successor George H. Bush between 1988 and 1991, notably the 1990 Chemical Weapons Accord, which aimed to massively reduce chemical weapons stockpiles. Cumulatively, these agreements constituted the most wide-ranging efforts to end the arms race between the US and the USSR of the entire Cold War. Though unfortunately, many of these agreements have been abandoned by either the Russian Federation or the United States in the early 21st century. Gorbachev was undertaking his ambitious reform program and the efforts to improve relations with the United States while he was confronted by a number of major problems. One was foreign and inherited, and one was domestic and came like a bolt from the blue. On Christmas Eve of 1979, invaded Afghanistan on the southern border of the USSR in Central Asia in an effort to shore up support for Afghan communists that had come to power in the spring of 1978 through the Saur Revolution, yet which faced growing resistance from numerous parties in the country, including Islamic militant groups. The Soviets became bogged down in Afghanistan in much the same way that the Americans had in Vietnam in the 1960s. Unable to defeat an enemy with much more limited resources, but which was able to survive through a tenacious campaign of asymmetrical warfare. By the time Gorbachev came to power, the war in Afghanistan had turned into one which seemingly could not be won, with religious mujahideen being supplied by the Americans, operating from bases in the mountains. Gorbachev viewed the war as an unwelcome inheritance. It was clear by 1985 that there was little to be gained from continuing it. He attempted a strategic alteration of approach in 1986, and when this failed to have any impact in 1987, he declared that Soviet forces would be withdrawn from the country. This engagement began in the summer of 1988, and the last Soviet forces withdrew in February 1989. Moscow continued to provide indirect support to the Afghan communist regime, but it was on borrowed time after the withdrawal, and the country descended into a more anarchic civil war in the early 1990s, from which the Taliban would eventually emerge as the new government. The other major crisis which Gorbachev faced early on in his time in charge emerged suddenly. On the 20th of April 1986, a reactor exploded at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant in northern Ukraine, near the border with Belarus and north of the city of Kyiv. When the incident happened, staff had been running tests on the cooling system. A woefully inadequate response by the security team on the ground compounded the situation. Most alarmingly, people were left in place in and around the site for far too long after the incident occurred, exposing them to toxic levels of radiation. Gorbachev himself was not blameless in terms of the response. He followed the Soviet textbook approach of limiting the amount of information being leased to the public and pushed through a state solution. Though in evaluating his response, it should be borne in mind that he was not a scientist. Instead, he was operating with the information provided to him in Moscow, which was very poor early on. Eventually, the entire area had to be emptied, and a vast containment zone was established. Gorbachev would later reflect that the Chernobyl disaster was possibly the single biggest cause of the collapse of the Soviet Union. It fundamentally undermined faith in the system in Ukraine and led to the sundering of one of the core elements that held the USSR together, the union between Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. It also fueled the drive towards glasnost, to a degree which Gorbachev had not fully intended. What else could be expected, other than more openness? It was the secrecy of Soviet government that had allowed the disaster to become as deadly as it did. The area around the plant remains uninhabited today, and is a still significant destructive nuclear accident in history. While just a few dozen people died in the immediate incident and the days thereafter, thousands died from health complications owing to radiation exposure in the years after. The Chernobyl disaster added to a sense of growing unease in Eastern Europe about Soviet rule. Moreover, in the more open environment which Gorbachev was allowing to develop, people were willing to express their discontent in a way which had previously not been possible. This was particularly the case in the Warsaw Pact countries. Nations like East Germany, Poland, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia, which were not part of the USSR, but which had formed part of the Soviet bloc of Warsaw Pact countries in Europe since the alliance was created in 1955. Earlier attempted revolutions in Hungary in 1956 and Czechoslovakia in 1968, and the way they were crushed by the Soviets, had convinced a generation of Eastern Europeans living in the Warsaw Pact nations that resistance to Moscow's dictates was pointless and would only lead to a more repressive environment. But now it seemed as though change was in the air. In 1986, there were mass student demonstrations in many parts of Eastern Europe. These were followed in 1988 by nationwide strikes in Poland, led by the Nobel Peace Prize winner and future president of Poland, Lech Wałęsa. These started small at numerous steelworks in the country and swelled in the months that followed, to the extent that the communist government was forced to enter into negotiations with the workers early in 1989. These culminated in an agreement to reform the political system, to introduce a more democratic governmental system. Gorbachev played a significant role in these developments. In the summer of 1988, Poland had informed the government there that they could not expect Moscow aid with a military intervention of the kind that had occurred in Hungary and Czechoslovakia in 1956 and 1968. Had it been almost any other Soviet leader in charge in Moscow, there was a military response. Developments in Poland opened the floodgates to further revolutionary developments in Eastern and Central Europe in 1989. This was epitomized by the fall of the Berlin Wall. Back in 1961, in order to stop a vast population drain from East Germany to West Germany via Berlin, divided up between the Soviets and the Western Allies at the end of the Second World War, the government of East Berlin began building a physical wall around West Berlin. It had become the very symbol of the Cold War, dividing a city, a country, and a continent. Moreover, while West Germany had boomed economically as the powerhouse of the European economic community, East Germany had stagnated. In late 1989, the wall would come crashing down very abruptly. These events began along the Austro-Hungarian border when the Pan-European Picnic, an event held in August 1989 to symbolize increased communication between the two neighboring countries, led to the border being opened between Austria and Hungary. Before long, there were people traveling from East Germany to Hungary, and then from Austria. All of a sudden, the Berlin Wall had become superfluous. Tens of thousands of people began making the circuitous trip to West Germany in September and October. As these developments occurred, security around the Berlin Wall itself was loosened. Then, on the 9th of November 1989, the East German government declared that people could visit West Germany. Within hours, people to begin physically tear down sections of the Berlin Wall. By the end of the year, thoughts were turning to the reunification of Germany after 4.5 decades of being a divided country. Gorbachev's response to these events was critical. As with strikes in Poland in 1988, if he had chosen a more hardline approach, he could probably have crushed efforts to open the border between Austria and Hungary and curb the movement of people in the autumn and early winter of 1989. Indeed, one of the concerns of those who organized the Pan-European Picnic in August 1989 was that if Gorbachev was seen to tolerate this breaching of the tight border arrangements in Central Europe, it could lead to a coup in Moscow and his replacement as Soviet leader, the more traditional Cold War leader. This did not occur, and while not explicitly sanctioning it, Gorbachev referred positively to Miklos Nemeth, the Hungarian premier, when asked about the developments. Nor did he attempt to stop what was happening in Germany. Free elections were held in the East in February 1990. Monetary union between East and West was agreed to 3 months later, and in October 1990, the two parts of the country were reunited. Incredibly, Gorbachev was more positive about these developments than his Western counterparts. Prime Minister of Britain, Margaret Thatcher, and the President of France, François Mitterrand, were both reluctant to see Germany reunited, believing, with some justification, that German unification back in 1871 had destabilized the European balance of power to such an extent that it led to the two world wars of the 20th century. They had grave reservations about allowing Germany to re-emerge as the most powerful economy in Western and Central Europe again. One of the provisions that were placed on the French agreeing to this was that the German Deutschmark would be transformed into a pan-European currency used by the members of what was soon to be renamed the European Union. Therefore, Gorbachev allowed German reunification to happen, whereas Mitterrand demanded the euro currency in return. The fall of the Berlin Wall and German reunification opened up an issue which continues to have striking significance today, 35 years later. West Germany had been a member of the US-led military alliance, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, more commonly known as NATO, since 1955. Reunification created a problem insofar as it involved an extension of NATO eastwards towards Russia and the Soviet Union, as East Germany effectively united with West Germany. This opened up an immediate debate about the future of NATO, as the Soviet Warsaw Pact collapsed in Eastern Europe, an issue with a modern resonance, given that Vladimir Putin has consistently argued that the core reason for Russia's invasion of Ukraine has been to ensure that the country does not become a member of NATO. There was never a formal agreement that NATO would not expand eastwards, and Gorbachev's statements over the years were not consistent about what had or had not been said in diplomatic discussions in the early 1990s. However, there is little doubt from examining the statements of leading diplomats and government ministers from various countries at the time that there was a tacit understanding that NATO would not expand further east after the reunification of Germany. Indeed, the first months of 1990 had even seen Gorbachev involved in debate about whether German reunification should be contingent on its leaving NATO altogether, so as to avoid an extension into East Germany. There was clear consensus when Germany was granted what was termed a special military status as a member of NATO, that this would be the final extension of the alliance. And yet the unwritten agreement was soon abandoned. As America's power reached its peak in the mid-1990s, and Russia descended into economic and military collapse, NATO was expanded, notably through mass enlargement in 1999, as Poland, the Czech Republic and Hungary joined, and then the Baltic states, Slovakia, Slovenia, Romania and Bulgaria in 2004. These concessions on German reunification and a wide range of other matters in the Warsaw Pact countries were leading to a growing wave of unrest within the core of the Soviet Union itself. Gorbachev could not win, it seemed. For liberal reformers who wanted to create a Western-style market economy, he was not moving fast enough to change the very nature of society, while for many conservatives and communist ideologues, what he was engaging was a complete aberration, a seeming abandonment of 3/4 of a century of Soviet policy and a capitulation to the West. It did not help matters that when Saddam Hussein's Iraq invaded Kuwait in August 1990, Gorbachev broadly agreed with the approach of President Bush in commencing what would become the first Gulf War, to force Saddam Hussein out of the small Gulf state. All of these developments led to a lot of grumbling in the Kremlin and the halls of power in Moscow, a city whose politics was still dominated to a large extent by elderly politicians who had come of age back in the 1950s and 1960s when the Cold War was at its height. In a clear sign of how perceptions of Gorbachev could could differ within Russia from the rest of the world. In 1990, when he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for his role in the radical transformation of Europe's politics the previous year, he actually received quite a lot of criticism within Russia itself. The award was viewed in some circles as a sign of how much of a stooge of Western interests Gorbachev had become. Still, he retained enough support to remain in charge and was re-elected as head of the communist leadership at the 28th Communist Party Congress in the summer of 1990, despite a vocal opposition group presenting itself there. Gorbachev's position as leader might have been reaffirmed in the summer of 1990, but the opposition to his leadership in some circles continued to increase. The events of the second half of 1990 and into 1991 were too much for many. During this latter period, several of the constituent republics of the USSR, like the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, affirmed their independence from the Soviet Union, meaning that it was no longer Warsaw Pact countries that were falling out of Moscow's control, but actual parts of the USSR. While Gorbachev made a strong effort to prevent any further erosion of the Union by negotiating a new Union treaty with republics like Kazakhstan, Georgia, and Moldova in 1991, a conspiracy to overthrow him was already brewing within the Communist Party by then. On the 18th of August 1991, the plotters struck in what has become known as the August coup. At the time, Gorbachev was holidaying at his dacha in the Crimean Peninsula. A group of men, including the leading KGB figure, Yuri Plekhanov, visited him there and after gaining access, detained him in the house while the coup was being launched in Moscow. In the capital, the vice president of the Soviet Union, Gennady Yanayev, was soon revealed as the head of the conspiracy. He moved to seize control of the government and was appointed as acting head. However, the plotters had not accounted for Boris Yeltsin, a leading figure within the Communist Party who had been acquiring more and more influence as Gorbachev's position weakened in 1990 and 1991. On the 19th of August, Yeltsin famously climbed up on top of a tank outside the Russian parliament in Moscow and spoke out against the plotters. It was a defining moment, one which played an important part in the collapse of the coup in the days that followed. But it also symbolized the manner in which Gorbachev was being completely out forces that his reforms had unleashed. His days as head of the Soviet Union were numbered. As the August coup collapsed on the 21st and 22nd of August, Gorbachev was released and went to Moscow. There he realized that Yeltsin was increasingly the man of the hour, the new leader of Russia as matters moved very quickly. The pair were engaged in a tug-of-war for weeks thereafter. Yeltsin criticized Gorbachev openly for his handling of the country's politics in such a way that led to the attempt. Meanwhile, the Communist Party's normal activity expanded in a highly fluid period in which communism seemed to be collapsing, but in which it was unclear what the end result would be. Gorbachev continued to try and promote plans for an alternative union that would keep Russia united with Belarus, Ukraine, the smaller Caucasian republics, and the states of Central Asia like Kazakhstan. In this, he was working at cross purposes with Yeltsin, who was actively promoting the idea of an independent Russia. The end came in December 1991. On the 8th day of that month, Yeltsin met with leading figures from Ukraine and Belarus at Vyskuly in the Byelovezha forest region of Belarus, where they signed the Byelovezha Accords. Under the terms of these, it was declared that the Union of Socialist Soviet Republics had ceased to exist, and that Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus would henceforth be independent nations. The accords were agreed to out of a fear that if a voluntary dismantling of the USSR was not effected, then it would descend into war, much like it erupted all across the Balkans in 1991, as Serb-dominated Yugoslavia tried to retain control over places like Croatia. In the days that followed, the other smaller republics of the USSR agreed to the dismantling. With this, Gorbachev's position became untenable, and on Christmas Day 1991, he stepped down as president of the Soviet Union, pushing control over Russia to Yeltsin. His goal had been to reform the USSR, but in the space of 6 years in charge, it had collapsed with surprising speed. Gorbachev now stepped entirely away from frontline politics. He played little role in the chaotic politics of Russia in the 1990s. This was a vast country, and one of the world's wealthier nations, yet for which the state had done everything, from industry and national infrastructure to home ownership and local shops. With the collapse of the Soviet system in such a tumultuous fashion, rather than the gradual reform of it that Gorbachev had favored, the entire country moved into a period of hyper-privatization. Vast state assets were to be sold off. Moreover, this was occurring in an environment of lawlessness, as the systems which had governed Soviet society for 3/4 of a century collapsed. Hyperinflation was also setting in. To combat this, the advice of Jeffrey Sachs, an American economist whose use of so-called economic shock therapy to combat hyperinflation had proved reasonably successful in Bolivia in the 1980s, was sought by Yeltsin's government. His approach did not have the desired effect in Russia, and by 1998, the country would be mired in such an economic quagmire that it had to devalue the ruble and default on its national debt. At the same time, the country's vast resources were acquired by a collection of several hundred Russian oligarchs, individuals who exploited their connections to the Russian political establishment in the 1990s to acquire enormous assets for a fraction of their value. This corrupt enriching of a small and elite occurred even ordinary Russians had their standards of living plummet as the Soviet system collapsed and was replaced by utter instability throughout the 1990s. The Russia of the 21st century was carved during this chaotic period. Gorbachev observed these shifts in Russia's fortunes from outside of the political sphere. He entered semi-retirement in 1992, but he continued to work on various projects, both domestically within Russia and on the international stage. Much of this centered on the International Foundation for Socio-Economic and Political Studies, otherwise known as the Gorbachev Foundation. It was a mix of a philanthropic entity and a think tank that sought to develop ideas for Russia's development in the post-Soviet era. It also aimed at preserving Gorbachev's legacy to an extent. For instance, in the mid-1990s, the foundation conducted work on exploring what perestroika and glasnost had been, and what Mikhail had been trying to achieve during his time in charge of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev also intent on establishing himself as an international elder statesman of sorts. While his reputation at home in Russia was mixed, abroad he was a Nobel Peace Prize winner who, along with Reagan and Bush, had brought the Cold War to an end peacefully. He spent much of the 1990s traveling the world in this capacity. The end of the decade, though, was a troubling time for him. His wife, Raisa, was diagnosed with leukemia in 1999. Her condition was advanced by the time it was detected, and despite traveling to Germany to advanced care, she died within a couple of months of her diagnosis in September 1999. In the years that followed, as he entered his 70s, Mikhail slowed down, though he was always reasonably active, speaking out against the US invasion of Iraq in 2003 and even considering a re-entry into Russian politics in the 2000s. In the midst of his own life changing considerably in the 1990s, Mikhail kept a close eye on how Russia's post-war politics were developing. He was critical of Yeltsin, who served as president of Russia down to the very last day of the 20th century, the 31st of December 1999. On the one hand, Gorbachev did not believe that he was managing the transition to a free market democracy well, while on the other, there were personal criticisms to be made of Yeltsin, a figure with a considerable alcohol problem. Gorbachev initially viewed Vladimir Putin more favorably, a former member of the Soviet secret services, the KGB, who had risen from obscurity in the USSR to become Yeltsin's successor when he left office at the end of the 1990s. Yet Putin began overtly manipulating the political system to remain in power beyond the end of his first 2 terms as president in 2008. Gorbachev became a vocal critic, especially so once Putin decided to run for a 3rd term in 2012. At the same time, he was not entirely opposed to all of the new president's actions. He agreed with Putin that the Crimean Peninsula was fundamentally more part of Russia than Ukraine, and so was not opposed in 2014. Nor did he think that the Western nations had any right to criticize Russia for playing a role in the Caucasus, given their own history of global imperialism. When the war between Russia and Ukraine was expanded in February 2022, however, Gorbachev was said to have been extremely critical of it in private, but he made no major public concerning it. This was because his health was very poor by then. He had suffered from numerous ailments since the mid-2010s, including deteriorating eyesight, a heart condition, a bout of pneumonia, and kidney problems. Eventually, on the 30th of August 2022, he died from an accumulation of issues at 91 years of age. He was not afforded a state funeral, and the plaudits for a man who more than anyone else had overseen the end of the Cold War, a process of nuclear détente, and the tearing down of Europe's physical and ideological barriers, was notably warmer internationally than it was in Russia. Angela Merkel, long-serving Chancellor of Modernity, perhaps captured this best, stating, quote, "To this day, I can still feel the fear that I shared with many people in the German Democratic Republic in 1989, where the tanks would roll again. But this time, no tanks rolled. No shots were fired." Mikhail Gorbachev was in many ways an unusual political figure. He rose from relative administrativity to play a highly significant role in the history of the 20th century, and then faded away again almost as quickly. Born in Russia during a period of immense change, he lived through the trauma of the Second World War and came of age in a period of vitality for the Soviet Union, when Russia was experiencing seemingly boundless economic growth, and it appeared to be gaining the upper hand in the Cold War. Thereafter, he played a role in provincial administration and rose to a reasonably high position in the central government by the time he reached his 50s. However, he only managed to become the leader of the Soviet Union because of a rapid turnover of leaders in the first 1980s. Once in power, he set about trying to reform the Soviet Union, a polity that had been in decline for many years and which was now clearly losing the Cold War. However, while he was a reformer, he certainly did not wish to bring about the end of the Soviet system. Instead, he wanted to introduce some minor elements of the free market system to buttress the Soviet system. while also liberalizing society. His tragedy was that in attempting to reform the system, he destroyed it. Once a more open environment presented itself, pent-up demand for change led to the collapse of the communist governments in East Germany and the other Warsaw Pact countries. This in turn led to political chaos in Russia, during which he was politically outflanked by Boris Yeltsin, and the whole communist system came crashing down. Gorbachev's career as a major political leader was over at that point, yet he remained a respected elder statesman on the world stage, though less so at home in Russia. Meanwhile, in lieu of the gradual reform which Gorbachev wished to implement, Russia descended into a decade of crisis, from which Vladimir Putin emerged as a successor to Yeltsin. Had Gorbachev's intended reform program been successful, the world might be a more stable place today. What do you think of Mikhail Gorbachev? Was he naive to think that he could reform the Soviet Union without having its power collapse? Or could a reformed version of the Soviet system have prospered if it had not collapsed between 1989 and 1991? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
יש איזה משהו, חלק מהקליפס, בצורה בצנצס, שהם עכשיו בארץ ישראל, למוכרים את זה, למה מסורת לא ייתכן, שהם כל כך משקיעים בקולים משהו, ואנחנו לא יכולים להשתמש בזה לסתום חול, להגיד שזה מספיק, טוב, זה לא קשר, כי העבודה הסורת זה עכשיו, אבל אתה לפחות שזה משהו, זה הולכים, שזה יכול לסתום חול, גם זה לא. אז אומרת, זה הבחיצה, שזאת עמדה, אבל אני אומרת, אשדוד כולי אמרי, ליגידוס, החץ, החלק הזה, העצבון, והמסכימים, שזה אסור, למה? כי זה טויסו. מה זה טויסו? זה לא דבור. ומילא, ולמדנו אתמול, שאם זה לפי רבי גיבל, צריך 3 פעמים לעשות כאלה. טויסות, גבול ונקלע. אז זה טויסות. או, סליחה. או, אבל הם סופרים, היעדר אבל, זה לא טויסות. לא, אז נראה להם אומרים שזה מותר. אבל הם ישראל אומרים שזה מותר לכל. וכך שכל העם הולך נגד זה טויסות.
It is the 20th of August 1940 in Coyoacan, Mexico. A man in exile reading in his study is attacked from behind by a Stalinist agent, hitting the man hard in the head with an ice axe, penetrating his skull and brain. Despite this terrible blow, the man gets to his feet and struggles with his assailant. Too late, the man's bodyguards come to his aid, beating the assassin off. But a day later, the man succumbs to his injuries. His name, Leon Trotsky, the arch enemy of Joseph Stalin. The man known to history As Leon Trotsky was born Lev Davidovich Bronstein on the 7th of November, 1879, according to the Gregorian calendar, the 26th of October by the Julian calendar, which was in use at the time. He was born in the small village of Yanovka, in what is today central Ukraine, and was at that time part of the Russian Empire. He was not born with the name by which he is popularly known, but was actually called Lev Davidovich Bronstein during his youth. His father was David Doteyevich, a relatively prosperous Jewish Ukrainian farmer. The family lived in a somewhat isolated part of Ukraine, which was over 20 kilometers from even the nearest post office. His mother was Anna Lvovna. Although the family was Jewish, they were not particularly religious, and Russian and Ukrainian were spoken at home rather than Yiddish, the language typically spoken by Ashkenazi Jews. The world in which Trotsky would grow up was one in upheaval. For centuries, Russia had been underdeveloped politically, culturally, and socially by comparison with its neighbors in Central and Western Europe, like Britain and France. This began to change in the 19th century. The population of the Russian Empire doubled between 1850 and 1900. Coal production increased 12-fold during this period, while iron and steel production doubled. Great technological advances, such as the introduction of the railways, telephones, and telegrams, also brought Russia and Russians into much closer engagement with mainstream European ideas and made the vast country stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Pacific Ocean more interconnected. Accordingly, a vast movement began from the mid-19th century onwards to reform Russian society and end the autocracy and inequality which characterized Russian rule under the autocratic emperors or tsars. In 1861, Russia became the last major European power to abolish serfdom, under which approximately 40% of the Russian population had been effectively under the control of the landholders on whose estates they lived. Further reforms were in store. For instance, censorship of the press was relaxed, allowing for a greater dissemination of political ideas. New political groupings began to emerge in this more permissive political environment. For example, Mikhail Bakunin founded modern collectivist anarchism in Russia in the mid-19th century, which theorized the complete dismantling of centralized state authority in response to the autocratic Tsarist regime. Other groups, such as the Emancipation of Labour Party and the Narodniks, argued for socialism in Russia in the 1870s and 1880s, for political ideas of the German political theorist Karl Marx. Their ideas began to find increasing support in Russia from 1891 onwards, following a catastrophic famine that year, which claimed the lives of approximately 500,000 Russians. Such was the unrest created by the famine that Orlando Figes, the leading English-speaking historian of revolutionary Russia, has argued that the roots of the Russian Revolution of 1917 can ultimately be traced back to 1891 and the death of 500,000 people at that time owing to food shortages. Compounding all of this were the Tsars themselves. While Alexander II, Tsar of Russia between 1855 and 1881, had started out as a liberal reformer, he retreated from this stance over time. His son and heir, Alexander III, was a highly reactionary autocrat. This was the political and social background against which the man who would one day be known Leon Trotsky grew up. When he was 8 years old, his father sent him to school in Odessa, the major city of the Crimea on Black Sea in southern Ukraine. Here, he was placed in an environment in which a historically multicultural city was becoming increasingly Russified, in line with imperial policy. From early on, his rebellious streak was evident, and while at Odessa, he organized a strike against an unpopular teacher. The events of this time also appear to have been formative in the life of the young Trotsky. Writing towards the end of the 1920s, in an autobiography he wrote entitled My Life, an attempt at an autobiography, Trotsky stated of 1891 that it marked, quote, the official date of the political breaking point in this country. Alone in his thinking, and the struggles engendered by the famine led to the rising popularity of the Russian socialist movement in the 1890s. The disparate socialist groups eventually coalesced in 1898 to form the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, a revolutionary socialist party formed to unite Russian socialists in the cause of advancing the lot of Russian industrial workers. The teenage Trot soon involved in these revolutionary political movements, and by 1896 he had relocated to the Black Sea town of Nikolaev, where he joined the Narodniks. A year later, he helped organize the South Russian Workers' Union in the town. Early in 1898, he was imprisoned for the first time, owing to political activities. But Lev Bronstein, the future Trotsky, was undeterred. Later, in 1898, he joined the newly formed Russian Social Democratic Labour. Following his arrest at Nikolaev in 1898, Trotsky had been sent to Moscow to face trial for his actions in organizing revolutionary groups in southern Ukraine. After months of inaction in 1900, he was sentenced to 4 years hard labor in Siberia, the thinly populated vast region of eastern Russia, which served as a penal colony for dissenters against the Tsarist regime. His life in exile in the east was tempered somewhat by his marriage to Alexandra Sokolovskaya in the summer of 1899. She had been a member of the political group which Trotsky associated with in Nikolaev, and was a major influence on his decision to shift from being a Narodnik to Marxism or communism. She accompanied him to Siberia. 2 daughters, Zinaida and Nina, were born in the 2 years that followed. Lev Bronstein never served his full 4-year sentence in Siberia. In the summer too, at the urging of his wife, he escaped from the penal colony by hiding in the back of a hay wagon. As he made his way back to Europe, Bronstein reputedly utilized a passport he had obtained bearing the name of one of his jailers from Odessa several years earlier. The surname on the passport was Trotsky, and Bronstein now adopted it as his alias, along with an alternate version of his first name, Leon, as his revolutionary name. Thus did Lev Bronstein become Leon Trotsky, the name the world has known him by ever since. The newly free Trotsky didn't remain in the Russian Empire and instead kept heading west, all the way to London. After escaping from Siberia, here he made contact with several leading members of the Russian Socialist Democratic Labour Party, who had gone into exile in England after the Tsarist regime of Nicholas II, another poor Tsar who had come to power in 1894, had cracked down on its membership. These exiles included Georgy Plekhanov, a leading editor of the Russian Socialist newspaper Iskra, or The Spark, and also viewed as the founder of the social democracy in Russia in the 1870s, who was generally regarded as having brilliant polemicist, was soon putting his own literary abilities to work with the newspaper. It was also during this period, after his escape from Siberia, that Trotsky met Natalia Sedova. Alexandra had remained behind in Siberia to raise their children, and Trotsky soon married Natalia in 1903. His second marriage resulted in 2 sons, Lev and Sergei, in 1906 and 1908. Trotsky and Natalia would remain married for the rest of his life. In London, Trotsky came into contact with Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, or Lenin as he has become known, a figure of some controversy within the party. In 1902, Lenin had published a pamphlet entitled "What is to be Done?" This had opened up a wide-ranging and divisive debate within the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party over the future of the party. On the one side were purists such as Lenin, who believed that the movement should build its support exclusively around the industrial working class against the Tsarist regime, the landholders and the bourgeois middle class back in Russia, while a separate faction argued the party should seek the support of the middle class against the Tsarist government, the upper class of Russia, which broadly consisted of the church and the aristocracy. As such, the division came down to one between ideological purists, led by Lenin, opposing faction of more pragmatic and flexible socialists. These divisions within the party came to a head at the second of the party, held jointly in Brussels and London in August 1903. The conference was held symbolically between 2 cities that Karl Marx had lived and worked in around the time he wrote and published the Communist Manifesto with Friedrich Engels. At this meeting, the party split into 2 opposing factions, known as the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. Bolsheviks means majority, while Mensheviks means minority, which reflected the results of a vote held on the issue at the party congress. However, this somewhat confusingly did not reflect the actual support the 2 factions enjoyed. In reality, the Bolsheviks, headed by Lenin, had the support of only a minority of the party membership, while in the years ahead, the Mensheviks, led by Julius Martov, were the more popular and powerful of the 2 factions, which resulted from the split of the Russian Socialist Democratic Labour Party in 1903. Trotsky's initial response to this split in the party was to affiliate himself with the Mensheviks. However, by the autumn of 1904, he had become increasingly disillusioned with the Mensheviks' excessive courting of Russian liberals and the Russian middle class. As a result, he removed himself from affiliation with both the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks, and would spend the next 10+ years as a non-aligned but nevertheless prominent actor within the Russian socialist movement. Unbeknownst to Trotsky at the time, his departure from the Mensheviks occurred just as the cause of political reform in Russia was to undergo the greatest spurs to action that had been seen since the famine of 1891. On the 22nd of January 1905, Father Georgy Gapon led a large demonstration of unarmed protesters through St. Petersburg towards the Winter Palace of Nicholas II to protest against the firing of several workers from the Putilov ironworks in the city over their membership of a workers' assembly. The protest was peaceful, but the large crowds of thousands of people still led to the deployment of thousands of Russian troops. Then, in the late morning, gunfire broke out in numerous locations. Several hours later, When the dust settled, as many as 1,000 unarmed protesters and bystanders had been killed. Bloody Sunday, as the day has become known, inflamed opinion towards the Tsar, Nicholas II, although he had not ordered the attacks. Strikes broke out in industrial centers throughout the country. This revolution of 1905, further driven by Russia's loss in the Russo-Japanese War, the first major military defeat for a European nation against an Eastern state in modern times. In escalating unrest caused by these events, Nicholas II re-established Russian Duma, or Parliament, in an attempt to conciliate public opinion, but the country had entered into a phase of increasingly radicalized politics, particularly in the industrialized cities, such as St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Riga. In the tumult following Bloody Sunday, Trotsky elected to return to Russia from his exile in Western Europe. He traveled home through Kiev in his Ukrainian homeland and then turned northwards to St. Petersburg, the capital of the Russian Empire in those days, in the spring of 1905. Once there, he again put his literary abilities to work and began writing for various underground newspapers associated with Bolsheviks. His activity quickly led to him being placed under observation and danger of arrest by the Tsarist regime, and within weeks of returning to St. Petersburg, he had to flee across the nearby border to rural Finland. At the time, this was part of the dominions of the Russian Tsars, but it was ruled separately as the Grand Duchy of Finland, and the police presence was less developed here. Trotsky spent the second half of 1905 moving back and forwards between Finland and St. Petersburg. During this time, he took over the running of the Russian Gazette and increased its readership to some 100,000 Russian readers. It was also during this period that Trotsky became highly influential in the formation of councils or Soviets of non-elected workers in St. Petersburg. These were being established in many Russian industrial
שאם אתה הופך את המהימה, אז זה הפוך, לכיוון הפשע. במקום צער של המים ולמטה, זאת אומרת, לכיוון הפשע. לכיוון הראש. לביאגוי, ואנחנו היינו ראש שמונה מקום שאין במילוס. מקום שאין בו צמד, כאילו, כזה, לא יודע מה, משהו. ובאבינו באום הנביב ובשמי דרב, אנחנו באמת שצורך לקרס, זוהי קרס, כמו שהיה לי בבלון, שיש את הבית של הקרס, אבל הדרך שלפני הבשת זה כס הכניס. אנו לימים הרוב בשמי דרמיוס והמגיחנינו, כל הכנס כולוי, זוהי כס הכניס. קיצור יש לנו כמה שיטות כאלה, לא יודע, 5-6 כאלה. זה הדייבי, זה כל הכרס, זה המקום שאין, צמר, זה הטבע בפניה, זה הכרס, כל כך. באיזה כאלה קיצורים? אוקיי, דיברנו על הפנימית, מה זה החיסון, שאמרנו שחשים שם מקורות, אוקיי, רואי הקודס. אז הוא אומר לא, ושיטות שהכרס, כל הכרס זה כרס הפנימית, כל הכרס, אז זה כרס חיצון. אתה צודק, זה לא כרס, זה בעצם בשר. מה הכוונה? כל הבשר שיושב מתחת לכרס, כל מה שנוצא גם באדום, זה נחשב כרס החיצון, זה לא כרס, זה הבשר של הכרס. בוא נצא הרבה לסגור לכרס. ואז הרבונו, רק רציתי להגיד, מהר בו, הוא הולך שמח לאחד מהשירות שלו בבולגריה. גם שהוא בבולגריה זה נגיד לשום עליכם. קוראים לו יוסי בלק, שמעתם עליו? בלק? לא, בלק, משהו, ישראל, בלק. בלק, לא בלק. אתה מכיר אותו? כל יום. אוקיי, יום לא שמח. קיבלתי. זאת גיבורת. אפילו שאנחנו נערים. איזה צבא. לא, זאת גיבורת. אני מערוף מלרבי שמחני. לא. כן, אמרנו. לא אמר. מפרטו. מה זה? הפנימי? מפרטו. מה מפרטו? או הרדיו, נגד אחד בבוקר, המקום למשל, טבחים, פותחים, עושים הכי דינר, משהו כזה. כאילו, חתך כך, מוציא את המים, זה מפרטו, בוא נגיד, כן, דוגמה. זה צועק. טוב, אבל כן. ולארבעה, פיקי רבו, שרבו עכשיו אמר שזה מפרטו, זה הפנימי. אז ולארבעה אמרו שזה הפנימי. אבל של הרימה, כל השמיים סומיים. עשיתם כמו רבי ברבור, שמה זה איפה שהטבח חסר שם בדיבור הזה. אבל אז עוד פעם שאתה שמה את הטבח זה איפה שזה וכולי וכולי. אז הוא אומר, הרי, הוא שייכים בדרבו לדרבו. הוא יותר מכין לכולם. אז כל אלה, הוא עושה את כל האחרים, את כל הטבח, את כל הזה, את כל הדברים אחרים שאמרנו, הוא עושה. כל לפעמים ברבי ברבי. רגע, הוא דרבה שם רבי יש לו מים, והוא לא ידע איפה שהמקום, הוא אמר, ואחר כך אמרנו, אז אם אנחנו נראים איפה זה, הוא אמר סטומי, כן, אמרנו, הוא לא יודע איפה זה. אמרנו שהוא זרק עכשיו את הכנס לבוא מקום, אז אולי כל הכנס עשו. אולי, כרפים שרחת לו ברבו, שאיפה זה נהיה צער, במקום שזה צער, שאתה קצת טוב. זה לכיוון הרוב. והאבינו, שהוא לא עושה לך, צריך לעשות לך את זה, הוא לא הרוב במים, הוא רוצה להכנס. אז הם תקעו, למה ברבו נכון להיות יותר מחמיר מזה, לא? אבל זה היה לבד מכיס, נכון? זה לא חולי, הם קולטים על רב שנעשה את זה, כל זה 2 דקות. רבי יהודו היה בתחול איתו, שמה, כרס שבין הגדולה, זה נכתב שם הטבע. ובגימה קטנה, זה הרוב. אומר רבי מיון, והיום הזה מגדרות, זה עובד בדרך כלל. יש לו שור ענק, הוא לא ידע לו טעמה, יש לו עקב קטן, אין לו, אבל שנקרא בטבע, כולנו בובו, זוג ששבו לגדול בטבע. אנחנו מדברים על הפיצוי. על הפרק הפיצוי, שנקרא טבע, הכותרת, אם נקרא טבע, והטבע זה לא רוב, הוא כך גדול, אז זה רבימה גדולה. לא צריך לא דנה. והוא בבריאה, אם נקרא הרוב של הפרק, זה לא טבע, אז הוא שנים אותנו בו, אז זה רבימה גדולה. עכשיו אני אומר, אם נחב רוב הכרס, זה לא טבע, אז למה שזה ודאי שזה טבע. הוא בבריאה יותר פשיטה, הוא בגיקול לקבל אחרון וממשיך אחד עצמו, זה כמו הכל. וצריך לו להבטב לו למשהו, יש כאן חידוש גדול, זה לא מראה, מה הגמרא אומרת? שהרוב טיפה פחות בטבע, טיפה פחות. אז הייתי חושב לעשות לספר טבע. זאת טיפה. אבל זה אימא הדיניקה בוטבע, בו יעד, טבע. אז במקרה כזה, שהרוב קצת פחות בטבע, אז רק תעשה עוד קצת נציגים כבר לטבע. כלומר שלנו שצריך לבוא איסאי, של הדפתור, ונעים. זה 10 שורות ולמטה, דף מצא, שורות האם נקודות להשתכח בציפוינו רבו תראה יש את הספון שהקנה נכנס לתוך המורה ושם זה מתפסק הנה גם בתמונה הכחול זה לא היה כחול לפני חצי שעה אני יכול להגיד את זה רק לאחרונה זה הכחול יושי התחיל את זה שם כחול בסדר, רואים שצבא שלנו עדיף ככה שזה מקוצל אחרי הקיצור והולכים לזה בשמאלה שם זה הסיפון העיקרי שם מצאו מה סיפון לדעת הציור מקבל דרמות יש לנו ראייה כאן, לא? בוא נראה מה זה הקנה נכנס לכאן והולכים להתפשט ולא רואים את הסיפון אי אפשר אבל איפה הוא לא הסירה הוא לא זה הוא למעלה יש מה אם שרוצה לעשות לוקח את זה לקחת את זה זה סירקל, זה יופי לא, זה יפה, זה צמיקה זה פרח הסיום לגבי לבורות טריפויד הביאו את הספון הזה במחת והבנים מחליפים לבורות טריפויד, מה הם מטריפו ספון? אמרו שיש מחת בסוף הראייה אז זה טרף אז הביאו אמרו בוא נראה מה הם אומרים זה בתוך הספון ספון זה לא הראייה ספון זה הצינור שנכנס לתוך הראייה ולא אמרו לא יצאו ליד ולא יצאו לכיוון זה פעם שנייה זה נכון זה לא אבל אני זוכר שאז אמרתי שפיים של אומר שהוא מותר לרדת להסנרב להגיד אני לא יודע לא אותו אתו לא יגיסו לא להחליט לא להחליט לא להחליט למה אתו היה אמרו שבועתיים הרי הם מחמורים בראייה והם אומרים רוצים מחד חייבים לחשוש שזה הגיע לא, כנראה בסדר, סיפורים אמר את זה בעיה טוב ואיסוננו לא יהיה פה ולא חזרנו לעשות סיפורים רב משתקה אבל מה יספרצות של צינור אם סיפורים לא תבצעו אולי זה באמת הגיע דרך התלת האם מחתות משתקה וחתיכו בכך מצאו מחש טוב הקבל כל דבר ברגע רבי יוסף למדבקו אז בקבל אז גם שוב אותו יכול להיות שזה הגיע לבלי האדם דרך הסופון יש את זה דרך ובספרים מסבירים שזה יכול להגיע דרך הסופון לבלי האדם זה עובר לבלי האדם ונכנס לקבל זאת אומרת או שזה הגיע דרך הבשר דרך המערכת העיכול ושם זה בסוף יהיה לתוך הקבל וממילא זה טרף דרך הראשונה זה לא טרף, דרך הבשר זה טרף אבל רבה שהיא מסתכל בביסקו אם היית מוצא מחר בתוך הבשר יבנה בתוך כלום ואיפה זה הגיע? זה הגיע אבל זה תוך הבשר, זה לא הגיע דרך מערכת העיכול יש גם כמה, למה זה שונה אם מראה מסתכל בחליכת בשר יש מזימה אלא אומר רבה שהיא זה לא טרף, כמו אם יש מחר בתוך בשר זה לא טרף אלא אומר רבה שמזינו יקרו פה לבער תלוי איפה הראש של המחר הנה לכאן הראש של המחר, איפה ששמים את החוט הוא יותר רחב אז יש קופו לגב, הקופו בחוץ לא, סליחה, הראש כן אם קופו לגב, הראש בחוץ זה מצד שמאל ומנהגן על סוי אז באמת זה שוכב, המחט, האחות שלו בחור בפנים, אז הוא הגיע מתוך הכבד, מתערב, הגיעו לגב, סיפור ממנו כאן לעשות. העין בחוץ, מתערב, העין בפנים, זה בסדר, מה אומר? אבל לגב, סיפור ממנו כאן לעשות. ואם זה הגיע עם העין בפנים, אז הגיע בפנים. עוד אני אומר, אני מיליבליטו, זה דווקא עם העין יותר גדול מכל המחט, אבל כתינטו, יש לך מחט כמו שיש לנו היום. נכון, לפעמים אנחנו נותן מחט, וגם היה לנו את ההזדמנות, ושיבה, נפעיל מחט, אז נכנס, השפיץ נכנס לתוך הבשר, כן? לא? אבל כתוב שלנו יש לי כאן, אבל אתם לא תראו. זה אותו גרום משתי הצדדים בעצם, זה נקודה. אותו משני הצדדים. אז לא משנה, העין לא העין, אם זה מחט דק, בואו נראה שזה אפילו יותר הרבה משאר המחט, אבל הנקודה זה שיש לזה שפיץ בשתי הצדדים, הוא יכול לעבור, אז זה כבר לא משנה, אין ראייה מאיפה זה הגיע. אני מבין להבין ככה, פתאום זה מחט קטן, לא ישלקו בו לגב, לא ישלקו בו לבא, לא משנה, עם העין בחוץ, בפנים, לגב זה בפנים, לא ישלקו בו לבא, בחוץ, לא לי להגיד לעשות. זה הגיע, זה עשה נקר וזה הצליף את הכבד. מה ישנו מנחת שנמצא באותו ידי פייסה קויסוס? אז אותו ידי פייסה קויסוס זה חשוב לדעת, שפייסה קויסוס, הזכיר לו איך זה נראה, זה ההוא מצד ימין, כן? בית הכוסות, משהו מדהים, זה הדבר, זה פייסה קויסוס. זה לא... הוא בעצם מפריד לזה, הוא נראה לי שזה הצורה לא נכונה. הפייסה קויסוס, מה שאנחנו רואים זה בתוך סק. כן, עוד שנפרס בפנים, זה נראה כאילו שזה מבחור, זה לא נכון, מבחור זה חלק, מבחור זה חלק. הפייסה קויסוס יש לו שתי שכבות. ויש מחט בין שתי השכבות, זה כבר את המחט מאוד נכנס בין שתי השכבות, רק באחד. מצד איכות שאלות, שתי צדות נקראים לדבר שזה לא מתעלם. למה שמה, אבל כאילו נציג, אם המחט הגיע מתוך הפייסה קויסוס לכיוון החוץ, כל הדוקאים של המחט מתוך הפייסה קויסוס, המחט לא נתחיל לכיוון הימין. אז זה בסדר. היא קופליקה, אם זה נראה שזה הגיע מבחוץ, שזה דבר מעניין, כי יש רק שכבה אחת שהפייסה קויסוס שחתום. אם זה הגיע מבחוץ, למה השכבה השנייה לא? אם זה הגיע מבחוץ. ורק השכבה הפנימית, יש תופעות, השכבה מבחוץ. אז כאילו, זה כבר, לא יודע. אבל בואו ננסה להפקידים לאיזה כיוון זה הגיע. זה הגיע מבחוץ, אז זה טרף, למה? כי זה עבר שתי השכבות. אם זה הגיע מבפנים, אז באמת זה רק שכבה אחת, זה נצא. שכבה אחת, זה לא מכיר את העסק, זה לא מכיר את הבעירה. אבל אני לא רואה אופציה, כאילו זה כזה, זה מלא אוכל, אפילו אפשר לראות אוכל, בסופו של זה, זה ספר, כן, זה האוכל, בכל של הספר, כן? אז מכיוון שזה מלא אוכל, מלא משהו, אז תחכו, הם אוכלים משהו, יש שם משהו שתוקף אותו, עם החול, יסוד תוקף. השאג וקפה, אין שום דבר שלא תוקף. טוב, מה זה נשתק לסיפור ישר ומתח? יש איזה בני אדם שעובר בצבא, ומצא שם המשחק. הוא אמר בריד רבידי, טוב, הוא אמר שזה הגיע דרך הרשת. הגיע דרך הרשת, אז זה הספרות ברשת, זה הספרות בעין, זה טרף. מה שהוא אומר לו, זה הגיע דרך הרשת. זה לא פשוט בדיוק. את המציאס, זה עובד, אני מנסה להסביר איך זה יכול להגיע לשם, איך זה דרך שיכול להגיע. טוב, אבל זה מבינים לך, עוד שאלו לבבינו. עכשיו הוא תבינו מה לעשות, אמרנו, שכאילו כאילו זה ספוי ספוי. השופטרה שאומר שאם הרב בידיים שלו תתחיל את זה לכלב, לכן אמרתי שהכלב זה לא הרב התחיל את הכבד הזה לכלב, צריכים לקחת לו זה לב, הוא אומר שהראייה המתוקרת. שזה בעצם הגרעין של התנ"ך. שני הקדומות. הגיע למערב, שהגמרא מדבר עליו. הגרעין הזה שומר אותנו, אז זה אחד. זה הגיע דרך הסיפור של הכבד, ושם זה הגיע. הפגעה, זה לא אחורני. אבל לא דבר מלא. לראות שהגמרא זזה, אז זה יכול להיכנס. זה לא טוב. ואני אגיד לו, אבל בסוף, אם זה הכל, זה יכול, ולהיכנס, או לא, לא אומר, הגעת את זה, באמת, לא צודק. למה קוראים לזה ראייה? כשאילו את זה עיניים, אם אתה אוכל מהראייה, זה נותן אותך אור עיניים. אוי, להכין לצעילה. כשאתה עושה את זה איכשהו ככה, או שעושים את זה מלא דברים, זה שאר הדברים, זה נותן לך אור עיניים. סיפוי לו, להכין לו את זה. סבולת, תושלה, אתם רמון בעלילה, עד זאת מסוזה. לא דבר שלם, כמה בסוזה. אין נתידו בארבו. ואתה רוצה לקנות, רק ראייה, זה לא ארבע. אבל זה צריך להיות, אם עשה את זה סוזה, זה צריך ראייה ארבע. בסוף בדי, להכין לו, נתחל את זה שהוא, ליגו בסוזה. תקנה, אבל, סוזה אחד. ותוציא את זה הראייה, תוכל, תקסה שלוש, למה אתה אלו הייתי סמור, עשית שרודה של כסף, עם כל ההתאבדים, זה עולה ארבע. או בן אדם כמו מסגיע חדשה, נק קורא לו, אם היה תקת, בתוך החיה. איך לא, איפה שהדבר, השולט מוציא את הביון. אז איפה שהידיים, איפה שהמשתקל בקורץ, אולי זה עצמו עושה שבזה זה ביון. למה יש כאן את המוזיקה? אתם רואים למה זה קרה? כי אני נגעתי שם. יש היום משהו שקורה, זה מבין פה מישהו שהרב דוד דיבר על זה, שלוקחים את האשכנזים, לוקחים את עושים ככה, לפעמים זה די סנסטיביים, ואחר כך מישהו ואז זה הולך, זה לא בסדר. אני חושב מה זה לידו את המות, אתה לא יודע מה לידו. האם אפשר לא תצאו באמצע של השור, טעות, לעשות משהו לעשות על זה סיפור. אבל אנחנו באמרנו לא כן, צריך להגיד שזה בגלל השול. כרגע אמרו, לא הייתה לידו. בסוף, לידו. הנה, הדבר מגיע, לא, אתה זה, לא כל כך שני, אתה, אפשר, בדיוק שמה, שוב ודבר, אז כן, אז יש מסתכל שמה. באמת, יש בעיה, זה על השול כדי לא לעשות בעיה, זה בעיה. או מה השול, זה מעניין. זה שמו ברגע לפעול, השול זה רחום לצוות. השול, הוא מי הלכה המורות. ומי שקל את זה רחום, רחום, האבא שלי היה בדיוק של רחום. הוא היה אמיתי. כמו שצריך, כי אבוי לי יושב שם ביפריקה עם אלפי אנשים, ואין לו קול חזק, אז יש לו אחד שצורק איזה בקול, אומר את הטוב בקול. והוא אמר, אני הייתי שם ורק פה אמר, תגידו, אפשר להגיד שהשופט עשה שם חוק. אמרו גלי לעוד מהגוף, גלי לעמורים גלי לעמורים. אמרו את זה במרצות, שומע בסדר שלכם, לא, לא תמוד. עוד עכשיו שגם עושה עבודה מסתבר. מסתבר הוא רבה מאוד. זו, תגידו בזה. מי שלא זוכר את הסיפור, הנה, החדשים, אז אז ודאי יצאת של החורים על שירה שלו, אבל החורים שאם היה שם כל החורים שאנחנו רוצים, זה לא סופר, זה לא בעיה, זה לא מסתבים, שאלה זה. וגם אצלנו, בוא נגיד, בדיוק היה, יש חוק, זה אצבע של השלטת של חושב. אומר את הגמור עוד סוגיה, הוא לא, יש תודה ואיך? לא תפקיד לו, בלי גמור יש לו ססוי ורבונות, לא אמר כל שכין הפוליש, לא אמר לאחד שכין הפוליש, מה קורה כאן? התולעת, התחפיל התולעת הזאת, היא מאוד מאוד מרצה. בדין של הפנה, היא לא רוצה לצאת, היא לא עושה חורים, למרות שהפנה חיה היא בפנים, זה החיים שלה. ברגע שהבהמה מתה, היא מרגישה שהיא צריכה לצאת. היא יוצאת החוצה, היא עושה חור, צריכה לזור, עכשיו צריכה לעמוד בהמה חיה, זה לא טוב לעשות את זה. זו תורה מיוחדת שחיה בתוך חי, לא בתוך חור. ברגע שזה מילא, יש שם חור, בוא נחשוש, בוא נתקל ונגיד שהתלד הזה יצא חוצה אחרי שהבהמה מתה, לא לפני. אז אחד אומר, כל איזה של הפעם שלנו לא נחליץ, אז אומר, למה של הפעם שלי? איך זה אבא של הפעם? זה החינוך, ויוצאים אחרי החביסה של הבימה, לכן אפשר להגיד. ושמינויים עצמיים. עוד פעם, סוגיה קצרה, עוד סוגיה. אבל לא שום שמן. אבל שאם יש בריאה, זה רק אם זה בביס סיפוינס. בתוך הסיפוינס, אז סיפוינס שוב, מה יש שזה שם כאן? זה סיפונטו, או זה כאילו סיפקר, לא בסיפון. אבל הוא לא יכול לסיפון. אבל זה סיפון, הכחול, סיפון. בזה של התלמוד, תקראו את זה בחתימת התלמוד, חתימת התלמוד, שזה רבשי, או הבנים של רבשי, הם שם פסקו דברים, פסקו העלות, הפסוקו הסלאם בגמור. זאת אומרת, רש"י אומר גם, תסתכלו על המילים האחרונות, שרש"י אומר שאם יש הלכה, כמו שראינו בנתיבות, אבל לא חכים ככה, מה היה בנתיבות? בלי בסוף, אני לא, אני אומר, איזה 8 שורות נפש שזה נראה לך במעלה. אז רש"י אומר, כאילו אמר שהעלות על השותנים לא, בסתם, אבל זה מי זה יצא? מי אמר את זה? אז גם כאן, אין עלות כאילו, זה עלות שחצים זה מה מצאת, סיימו את התלמוד, את התלמוד, זה באו, הדור שאותו זה, סוף המבוי, הם כותבים שעלות ככה. לקרוא כאילו, אם יש נגד בקיבה, לא אומר לי, יצרו כאן את מיליון בשעיה חיילים שם, גם היתימה, ויענן, לא הגבוי יחד. אז בואו נראה לכם סרטון קצר. לכרס יש, אנחנו נשתמש בזה יותר מאוחר היום אולי, אבל אפשר לעבוד את זה כאן. יש 4 חלקים לכרס, כן? אתם זוכרים את 4 חלקים? אבל כל נכנס לפה, לכרס. זה משהו גדול. ושם זה אומר לא, וזה פרסס. ואחר כך האמסס, ובסוף לקיבה. עכשיו יש שומנים שם, עכשיו אני רוצה שתראו את השומנים. כי יש אחד שהוא קשור ויש אחד שהוא מסתרף. קרס. עם הידיים הוא מופיע, כן? זה לא מה שעכשיו ראינו. בסוף ראינו מה חלק על הכרס. כלומר, זה חלק... אנחנו מדברים על החלק של הכרס. מצד שמאל, זה מצד שמאל, זה האחרון. אולי יש לנו תמונה עכשיו, בוא נראה. הנה, זה בעצם מצד שמאל למעלה. לא, מצד שמאל למעלה. זה החלק כאן. מה שראינו בסרטון, עולם ראשון קורא טוב דבר הזה, הנה חלק של הקייבו. חלק של הקייבו, קריאנים לא אמרו להם. ובשמות, שאם זה על הקייבה, מודה לחלק זה. ואיפה קיבלו בעדה ולא בשמות. שואר בעל ראשון אבל זה. בסוף הגמרא תגיד לנו, שבשמות עצמו לא סובל ככה. עכשיו הוא רואה את הפסיקה, שתמיד הגמרא אחת. זה לא בשמות עצמו. אבל זה לא ככה. הוא עצמו לא. לכן הגמרא, שמואל כהן הוא עושה כהן, שמואל בעצמו הוא כהן, הוא עושה לכהן אולי, עוד פעם אגב, סניה, כל סבור בני ישראל, למד הכהנים, לברך את בני ישראל, ובשמואל עוד פעם למד את רוב בני ישראל בגיבוים, זה כתוב בצורה כתובה שהכהנים מברכים את בני ישראל. בעצמו, אבל מאיפה הדברים בעצמם קבלים ברכה? כשרואים על המעניין, אוקיי, שזה בספר פסוקים אחר כך, צומו שמי על בני ישראל, ואני אעבור ביחד, צומו שמי, מי זה בסומו? הכהנים על בני ישראל, ואני אעבור לברך את תיק. זה פשוט פשוט. בסופו של דבר זה ישראל, ואני אמשיך את הברכה על ישראל, נכון? אני לא קוים לבוא מישראל, לא פוגע. אז אני הברכה אומר לשמוע את הבנה שלי. אתם תעשו את הבנה שלכם על בני ישראל, ואני אברכה ואני אברכה את הכהנים. אז יש גם ברכה על הכהנים. גיבורים למדנו בעד ישראל, יש לנו הלכה שקבענו שהכהנים שלנו לא נפגע, וביקשו לא למדנו, אבל כשרואים ואני המורחים הולך שהציבור מברך את כלל ישראל, כמו שכמה מובר שזה אחת של הפסוק. זאת אומרת, שם הכוונים שלנו, ואוהב שואל לבוא במשרות, או משהו, לא טוב, זה ואני אבוא. אלא לא הגיעו בו לגן ונולי, אז איפה לא הגיעו בו ברכה בערים, או המעיצות ותעבור. ועבור נבוא. זה לא הגיעו. שמשמור לו, שיש את הכהנים, כל מי שמברך יהודי מקבל את הברכה הזאת, וכל מי שמברך יהודי יכול לדבר. טוב, שלא קשור לכל. ומה זה היה בכלל? הרי גם לבקיבה, אני סתם הוספתי את זה, אבל גם לבקיבה, אומר שלכהנים יש, לבקיבה ובמסגרת, ובמסגרת בישראל, הברכה של הכהנים, זה אותו פסוק, אותו לא פסוק, אבל זה ממש שם, על יד הפסוק, שגם מזכרה לדברים, שגם לבוא בו ברית וכהנים, לא צריכים לדעת לדברים. שמואל שאומר משום הבוי זה מלאי. איפה שחלק של הכיבה, וכל, כמו שהם עוד צפו ששמואל הביאו את החלק של הכיבה. כל החלק, בעצם, כתוב בפסוק, כמו לא בפסוק, זה פעם. אז צריכים לעשות את המאפקה, כי זה כל הנקודה שלו, והגיעים לזה בפסוק, ואני חושב שהשם יזכה להבל, ואיס כל החלק של הקדר, אבל זה כבר בדיוק, מאוד חלק שעל גבי הדק, ואיקס כל החלק שעל החלק זה על הדק. אבל מה אנחנו נגבור? זה אומר, זה החלק ששמים על המזבח. זה המזבח, זה אומר שזה מוקדם או אסור להקילה? אסור להקילה. מה שזה אומר למזבח, אסור להקילה. אז אם זה נכלל בספוטר, אז זה אסור להקילה. אם זה לא נכלל בספוטר להקילה. אז לא, זה חלק על הגבי הדק, רק זה אסור להקילה, אבל החלק של הקרב מותר בקילה. לכן בשמור אומר שהחלק של הקרב מותר בקילה. כאילו, זאת חלק של הגבי הציל. חלק של החיפה לא הקרב. מיני, איזה חלק של הקרב, מוקשים לא יודע, מה חלק חצי זה קרב? הוא נקלע, שבל יודע משהו, עוד זכויות שילה את זה כבר או מישהו מהרסטות אתם רואים? זה באצבע ככה זה כמו זה משלט כזה זה נגלה כל דבר זה ככה אז גם החלק של הקיבה אסור זה כאילו לא מה חלק אז זה עכשיו זה כמו סוגליים ונגלה זה חתיכה אחת, סמלה, זה לא דבור הכל זה נגלה וזה מה שזה חלק של קירה זה לא חוצה, זה לא חוצה זה לא חלק כזה, זה לא חתיכה אחת זה וכן, זה רוצה מה אסור יש לך שלום חמש חליצות הוא ונגלה זה אסור זה חלק מהחצים אם זה מתחבר, אני לא תחבר אז כאן צריכים לעשות איפור או נעשה את זה כאן ומשמע אומר שחלק קיבה מותר דומים אומר שחלק קיבה אסור וכאן אנחנו רואים בספור שזה משמע אומר שחלק קיבה אסור זה מותר אז לא עושים את זה איפור השאלה למה איפור מה פתאום שנגיד שמשמע אומר אולי זה אחר יש לנו שני קבעים שצריכה לראות אנחנו החלטנו עכשיו שזה משמור בבן אמר שזה אסור, הוא אמר שזה מותר מי אמר מה להפוך, אולי זה כאן אז לא יודע, גימור, אני אגיד את עליו להפוך כל הרוב ובסדר גדול כאן ירצות שמישהו לבן פה כמה עשרים להפוך את הראשון, לבית הראשון זה טוב אחת זה להפוך, זה מה זה לבוא, העצם יהיה מה זה זה להפוך שלא רק אם נקטוני, מה כיוון שזה נכנס זה התפתקים מה חיים בבחר סכרת כיסים ולא לך גם את הסבוד למה זה ככה למה לא מכירים את ככה ולמה זה בסבוד לא ככה ובאמת זה יותר מספר שהפרץ הזה שומע את הסברות אני לא רוצה לשאול את הגימור תראה בשמואל תרגיני מה שמי התחיל את החלק בוא נסתכל רבי חילק בסדר אז כאילו זה שמתאים את החלק לפורענים אז כאילו את זה שצריך טוב לפורענים לא לשמור כאילו קיני אבל אני לא יצרוק שואו לשמוע כל יצרוק ולא יסביר להם משהו עשה טוב לפורענים כי הוא אמר מהבוא יצרוק הוא לא יצרוק כזה זה שבוע סובר חלק של קיבה של סוג כמו שיש כאן אבל מה שהוא אומר קודם שזה מותר הוא אומר בשם הבן שלי כן, זה שאמרה לו איך אתה יודע שהוא היה בסנו היה כהן וסיכו לו כהן, מסעי כהן הוא היה כהן בוא נעשה את זה בוא מראה חלק טוב תודה לך כלל חלק שהוא טוב סופר למה זה סופר? שהוא לא זז במקום שהוא טוב עכשיו היה לו טוב בוא נגיד אדום לקרקו כן, אדום לקרקו שאתה אמרנו שהחלב יכול לסתות פה יש לו פה באחד מהמערים יש שומן בין המערים, כן? שימו לב, השומן הזה לא זז הוא שם צמור אז אם יש חול, יותר נותן הוא לא זר. השקל, מאוד הייתי זכרת במקום של הכרס, לא יודע מה, אז זה כרס, כל הזמן זז, כל זז. אז אפשר להגיד אותו בדקה. זה לא נכון, זה משנה לתאור אותה. בוא נדיר חלק שלך יומיים. אנחנו רואים את הסורס האלה, חלק שחיה, שיש פה, האם אנחנו יכולים להגיד שזה סתם. זה הכל אחרת כל סורס ואין המקור. האם אתה מראה שכל חלק שטוב, חלק שחיה מותר נכון, אין שם חלק שעשו. אבל הנה שמונה, לא, תחור מטמא. זה בגלל שבתחור יש סברה שהוא מעדק, הוא סותר חור. ואנו מהאביגו, בחיה זה זז. מה יהיה? איזה שור להכילו, אני מגיון. והגלל אומר שהיא, נכון זה, נקרא לכל את המוזר, ואין לו את היכולת, זה מסתור חורים. אבל אני נמצא בחלב, כל מיני, לא זה תמיד רוב, היה חלב, וקמה, שזה הסתה בצנה הנקל. תגיד את זה לרוב, רוב, מה נקל שלו? יש לי סבור להכניס פה. עוד, בוא נראה שיש סבל תורים מהניסון, יש לי ראשי שזה אומר שזה סותר. ואוי, הכל לא חוסו, אבל לא נתיס, כן? אבל זה לא שנזרות בימה טובה. טוב, אגב, חייתי להם. אם בגלל ניסות טוב, מה אמרו? כל האלמות לזה, חדש בניסות. זה פשוט דבר. איך הוא? שואל אותנו במקרה הכי טוב. איפה הוא? מה? ראשון, המלכים. אבל אנחנו קוראים לזה הכל. אני אגיד לך איפה יש מלאכונים. טיטולים, שם, כן? אז בלכה זה רואים בישראל, אומר הכל ברוב, קודם כל שם פעולה שלוש זה עשו. וניסו עוד לישראל, משלוסם זה איסו זה עשו. ולארץ, הדור חוזר הרואים בישראל, למה אתה אומר, הדור חוזר הרואים בישראל זה עשו? הוא אומר, אני אומר, שזה זה, זה שם, זה רבה. והבוצה! יש ראייה שחלק מהראייה הזאת פשוט נמס, הוא שלו חי. כשכדי שלו ודאי, הנה, דוגמה כזאת, זה הראייה, זה רק חלק, כי אחרת זה כבר, זה הסוגיה של מה דתמו היטלר. גם נשאר לו גוף, נשאר לו פשוט סתית מעלות, אבל לבשר, אין בשר, לילה באופי, זה קשר, לילה באופי, תראה שלי איתו, החום שלו כאלה, אפילו מצגת רביס, אפילו אם יש שם גודל של רביס, זה יכול להציג, הלך לו הבשר, יש לו בפנים, כאילו שקית, מלא, מיסו, שם האוכי שלו, שלו, עם פרה, הוציאו את הלחם שלה, זה לא צריך והיא לא תמות. יש לו בעיה, תמות. אז כשאילו, כפני הקובץ שלו, אם יש מלא תולעים, בקבל, אז לא עושים. זה כל יום השייסה, ועוד הוא חוזר בני אסיו, כל שעות, גול חוץ לארץ. יום שלום יש, רש"י לפעמים אומר שזה לא היה ממש ביום, כמו שאנחנו לא... שלוש פעמים היה, לפעמים היה דרשות כאלה של שלוש פעמים מגיעים, שום דבר, מה קורה? אז היה שם חוק של הסנהדרין, הסנהדרין אמרו שזה מותר, זה קשה, זה לא בעיה שיש תולעים, אבל ההצעה זה שזה יבריק, רק הוא יודע ללפק את זה. בסדר. אבל יש גם מגיעים ליום רבה. ויום עשו כל הטועים. אז זה הבעיה. זה היה הבעיה של הכנס שלנו, ששכחנו. ויום עשו כל הטועים. יש ראייה שמחה, זה ראייה שמחה, מה יכול להיות? זה חייב לדבר אחד מסתיים, לא. אוקיי. ראייה שמחה של הטועים. אני יכול ששנו. אם זה דפוק, הנה התמונה טובה. למי התמונות האלה? נראה. זה שמחה, במוי זה, עכשיו כולם מבינים מה זה שמחה, עוד דקה אפילו יותר טוב. פשוט, רואים את הצלעות, רואים את זה, עכשיו מעניין, עכשיו אני קולט, לא שאני קולט, אבל עוד מעט, כמו תגיד את הנה, אז נגיד זה עכשיו, האם זה דפוק לצלעות או לבשר? מה עדיף? מה עדיף? לא לסוף. לא לסוף. זה מה שאתה זוכר מפעם שעברה. אז כמו דברים, אין כל ששנו. לא צריך לחשוש לחור. אז לא יסוד פעם, נסירה. מה, בנו על דלת מגיע. חום, זה דלת, זה מובן, זה ממש. לא צריך לחשוש. אז כמה לא חוששים. מכיוון שזהו, אולי מגיע מהסוף. אם אתה אומר באיזה צד, אם זה הגיע מהריאה, יש חור בריאה, הוא מנסה להבריא את עצמו, לרפות את עצמו, תשכו גם מה היה את זה. לא צריך להיות שום. אז הפור, זה לא היה שילד זה הגיע מהריאה, אבל זה הגיע מהריאה, זה פסוק. אז הוא אומר, גיבורר, לא צריך שקר, טוב. אם זה צמחים, מה זה צמחים? צמחים זה עוד כאלה. אבקורות, הנה. צמחים בריאה. לא, איפה זה? לא אומר, הנה. כאן, צמחים. אבקורות. אם יש את הצמחים האלה ליד הסרחה, אז מה זה אומר לי? שהסרחה הגיעה מהראייה ולא מהדוח שם. הנה, יש לו בעיות. הוא לקוע, יש לו כל מיני דברים. אז זה לא מהסרחה מגיע לשם. אם זה משמעי להביא מיום איך עוד זה ואיך עוד זה, כל שיבה. תמיד צריכים לחשוש, שסרחה שמגיע מהריאות, ולא מאמינים שזה הגיע מהדוח. אבל זה סוגיה מעניינת, שאם הפרה בלה מטה, ואנחנו צריכים לשמוע בתוך הריאה, אין נקל אין שום דבר. אז צריכים כל הזמן לחשוש בדבר הכי גרוע. בסוף זה הגיע דרך המעיים הזה. עכשיו שואלים כאן, גם כאן, למה לא חושבים לדבר הכי גרוע? יש לך שתי אפשרויות. יש לך אפשרות שזה הגיע, הסרחה מגיעה מהטוטו, שזה קשר גם, יש גם 50% שזה הגיע מריאה. אז כל סורי זה רעיצות או כל התמיד. נראה יותר, בפרוצי סתבים מקושייה יותר. הוא לא נגבור, אמר, יהודי משמי להביא מיום הרכות זה לחזר, כל שבוע. איתן. אז אם יוצאים ולהקשיב מה עושים. רוב והסין לסכין המרחק. מה זה סכין חלש? ראית שואל לך מה זה סכין חלש? הוא אומר לי, סכין שבקושי חותר. חלש זה מאוד מאוד חד. מאוד אחד, זה אפילו מה שאתם חושבים, או מה שאני חושב בתור אנליזאי. מסתכלים לגבי מאוד קל, דק, או מפגין לו, ועל ידי זה אפשר לחתוך את השמחה מהמקום. אם יראו סמדוי וכיבורים כמו איפה שהיה השמחה, אז מבינים שהשמחה והפרק הזה הגיע מהאופן, ואז מצוין, אפשר לחוץ הבשר, תן לי לא בסודוי. אילוי, עכשיו, מאוד צריך לראות שזה מגיע מהראייה, אתה אוטומטי יודע שזה לא הגיע מהתוכן, אז חייב להיות מהראייה, ואם זה לא חייב, זה לא משנה, אנחנו מקבילים שזה הגיע מהראייה ואי אפשר לחוץ הבשר הזה. ואנחנו צריכים את זה, אומרים לגיבורי, גירים זה בדוי בן, תלין לבוס הדוי בן, ואילוי, ואז אגב זה לא ישומח מזיקו. אפילו אתה לא שומע את הנהג, אתה לא שומע שום דבר, אפילו אין את הקולות האלה, צריכים להניח שזה הגיע מהראייה, הוא גמור, ולכן נקרא להביא את זה, לא בקשור. לא, הוא היה לוקח את הדבר הזה, עם כל הסרטה שלו, זה לבדוק חבית של מים, חושבים, עוד נגיד יש לנו אוויר, אם אין אוויר, אז הוא אומר שזה קשה. אם אין מזוק לברד רבון לברד רבחת לרבון, עוד רבחת לרבון, זה משהו של משהו, שנים. הוא לא עושה את זה. זה הסביגה שלכם, שלנו, שזה ראייה, שלצוק לקופה של האחרים. איך בודקים? שזה לבדוק מס. עד לא מסים. מה שבודקים בכל אישים, זה לא שלמדנו את זה. סוף. אני לא רואה את זה, מעטות, שחלו, מהטורים, כן? שהגרק כבר שמה, שזה לא פיסינו, שזה 1-3, לא 1-2. אם אתה רואה שהסיר סופץ, ואז תשאר פה. זה אומר, לא מסירים מהי. ואז זה הקשור. שאנחנו למדנו, אין מה לבדוק. אי אפשר לבדוק את זה. לא יעזור בדיקה. אבל מאוד לבדוק אפשרות, לא? אני בודק לראות אם יש שם חור, ובא שוב חושבים. אז לא, שיהיה, לא מבקש חומר. אין לזה שום דבר. יש לבוא, אם אתה אומר שהסוגיה הזאת אומרת נושאים, בסוגיה שלנו, שראייה, נקרא לדופס, אז אפשר להבין למה אתה בודק במה, למה? אני לבדוק בנושאים. אם אין הרבה שיוצא את תמונות, אז לפה הגיע לכל הסרט הגיע, אבל לא, יש לי איפה לא, אתה לא, אבל לא זו, אבל במקרה הזה יש לנו סיר כרת, יש לנו, טוב, לא משנה, שבין שתי אומנויס, עכשיו הוא עשה, הוא שומע שאלה פצצה, אני צריך אותו מתוך סלובית של מים, ואז מה תראה? אם יש אוויר, אז זה לזור, או מהול למעלה או מהול למטה. אין אוויר. יש כאן חום. לא יעזור לך מים. אם יש לך דופן, אז אין אוויר. בסדר, אין אוויר. לא יוצא אוויר מדופן, יוצא אוויר מלאה. אבל כאן שיש לך שתי דעות, אז מה אתה תכניס אותו למים? אבל לא זו, כי היי לא מסתיים, והיא היי לא מסתיים. אז משנה מאיפה מגיע העבורות האלה, זה נוגע בתוך האוויר. שגם נחמן אמר, יש מסמכים, יש מודל משהו על הדעה, צריך לחשוש שהסיר שיצא, שחשוב, לקשר את התוכן הריח, יש את המוקלט, והנה בוא נחזור לתמונה, ויש כאן סיר, שהסיר לא הולך מהריאות לתוכן, ויש גם מוקלט. עוד אנחנו חייבים, זה תראה, זה חייב להיות שאחת תלוי בשני, הסיר הגיע בגלל שיש כאן מוקלט, הוא דחוי. לא, אנחנו לא נגיד, לא חייבים ספרים, יש פה שני כבר, יש לך חור בריאה, לא יתקדם בשאלות. והבעיה, יש לך, בוא נגיד שזה הגיע מהריאה, אבל יש לך כאן סוכה שסופתמת את החור. ספרייה, מה הבעיה? לא קשור, לא צריך לבוא כאילו למיסו, אוכל שלא ללמוד רביס. הנה תמונה יפה. אבל דיברנו להסברה הזאת, לא ברביס, הכוונה היא, אם אתה מדבר על הרביס, ככה הרביס, האוזניים האלה, הם למעלה בגובה, בגובה של הבהמה. זאת אומרת, במקום היותר צר של הבהמה, איפה שמתחיל הצוואר, שם יש הרבה דחס. אז כאן אתם רואים את הסרטון, הנה, יש כאן סרטון, בין הצלעות על הבשר, מצוין. רואים כאן, יש לחץ מהצוואר וכל המערכת שם, אז הוא דורק, אנחנו שדורק שמה, שיש סתימה בין הדופן לריאה, וכל הזמן יש על הלחץ, אפילו שיש חום. זה לא מזיק לריאה. האוכל שלא יתמוד לביסו, אבל אם אתה מסתכל על האורו, מה זה האורו? הגדולים האלה, האם? עכשיו, מה? אני לא יודע להסביר את זה בדיוק, אבל רק תבינו ששם יש הרבה מקום לסוס. והדופן של הבהמה לא שמה עליו לחץ. ככה זה מציאות. לביסו ואין מוקים לביסו, חיתוך לדעולי, איפה שיש את העולי, את הקטנים האלה, האוזניים הקטנים האלה, שם מקום שזה, יש שם הרבה דחס, גופו, אבל בעצם אני אבל לא נחת. ראיו שניקפו, גדול וצילם תוקשי, אבל אמרנו שאם יש בגויה, ואפילו חוק אתה צמחית על מעמד, כאילו באופן, הדום של המילה סותר את זה קשה. אומר אני לדעו לסומך בבשרו, שזה, הנה כמו תמונה כאן, שזה דבוק לבשר ולא לצלעות. ככה זה מסתור נכון. אני מבין עכשיו שזה בשר ובשר, זה ככה יותר נתפס כזה, יותר נתפס השני. אתה רוצה משהו עצם, כמו חכת עץ, זה לא ממש... בואו נראה להביא את זה לרבינה. בגלל סוף ויחמאי, ואם זה לא ככה, זה לא נוגע ככה, ואיפה? לא מאמרים לקורי. אז מה, אל מאמרים לקורי. אומרים שיכולה לי שזה יהיה שם. אוקיי, גם אם זה דבור, דורדן יוניקה, עכשיו אנחנו עוברים לחושוב פה. אם בזקוס יש חור, אז זה פסול, הוא לא יכול לבוא בקהל. אסור להתקפל. למה? כדי שהוא שויסוס. אם הזמן לא יוצא, לא יראה כמו קץ, זה יוצא החוצה כזה בחלש, אז זה אסור לו לבוא בקהל. נסתר, חידוש כאן, כי אפילו בניתוח היום. זה הלכה מאוד רצינית, וגם היה נקודת לחים, ונכתב לו משהו. צריך להתגרש, לא קוראים פשוט. חלק לא היה. הלכה קשה להבין את זה, אבל יש, כמו מאוד חידוש, שאם היה לו מצב שהוא היה צבא, אבל אם נסתר, הזאת שאני אומר, זה אפילו זה מתוך אחר כך ומתקנים, זה לא מסכים. כאן, אם זה נסתר, החור נסתר, כל שעולה שום מועיל. למה? כי אין בעיה עכשיו, מועיל. זה המילה שאנחנו מחפשים, כתוב כאן, בברייסט, וזהו. המילה הזאת, זהו. זה ההלכה של נסתר. וזהו חוסר של כל שנת שבע. נסתר, במקום הזה, בהלכה הזאת, יש נסתר. ולא איפה, ולא בראייה. יכולה? זהו למודי מים, והמלמוד הגיע גם אצלנו, בסוגיה שלנו. למודי הגיע גם, לכאורה, זה בא להגיד שלא במקרה שלנו שהראייה נפח בכותל, שזה כאילו במסתם על ידי הכותל. לא, רק שם. לא, אתה צודק, זה בא למעט משהו. אבל לא מה שאתה חושב, משהו דומה. כאילו, רק תופס שמה, וזאת לא הגברה. זה כאילו, זו קפיצה רצינית. הוא אומר, לא, הקפיצה שלך מצוינת. רק המקרה בקרה, ראייה שאתה רואה את זה, זה לא שאתה חשב. אבל דרך אגב, ציפה למעט שיש חור בריאה ויש דופן שסותר, לא. יש משהו אחר שסותר, זה ההלכה של המדות פה. במודי, הוא שעוד המחמא סימקו, בדיו ואינו יקום. אם יש חור בריאה, וזה מסתם על ידי גלד, זה לא סתימה, למה? פה. לא פלסטר, כמו שיש לנו גלד, ואתה עושה ככה, והוא נופל. מה אתה עושה ככה? זה לא. לא. זה מקדש כזה. זה לא ממש, זה לא סופר טוב. זה לא סתימה בצד. זה הכוונה הענומית. שם באזור פה זה מסתם. אז זה סתימה טובה. כאן זה לא סתימה טובה. זה לא שם. איפה זה לא סתימה טובה? בלקרוא. אבל באופן זה באמת סתימה טובה. סתם שאלה. עכשיו, תראו איזה תמונה יפה עוד. וואי. זו לדור. יום שישי. תראו איזה יופי. אתם רואים, יש חור בראייה. איפה? כאן. אתם רואים את החור הזה? עכשיו שימו לב בשניות. עכשיו, צריכים את החור לפרצה. שזה יבוא דרך הדופן. אתה אומר שיש דופן, הדופן זה דם את זה. במצב כזה, איפה זה? במצב הזה זה קשה, למה? נכון, יש חור בראייה, אבל עכשיו זה סגור על ידי הדופן. אבל אני קורא, אתה בודק, הוא לא סגור יותר, זה סתם כאן, עכשיו הוא לא סגור. אין לך את הסגירה. אז מה אתם אומרים? זה מה שאלה בכלל. תראה. כאילו אם מדברים לאדום, היי, רגע. אם כן, אתה צודק. אז למה זה לא נקבע במשנה? שגם במשנה שנים היה חור, המאור. והחור מצוטט את זה קיים. המבעה, נמצא דבר כאן. כמו כאן. ויש עכשיו חור לבוס, עכשיו זה דבר. כל אחד יגיד שזה דבר, אבל לא מדברים במשנה. תירות. אז ודאי שזה טריפה, זה לא מתאים למשנה. כי עכשיו זה שתי חורים ושתי דברים שונים. אז כאילו לא... אז אנחנו לא מדברים. יש גם חור בריאה וגם חור באור, בסדר. מדבר, לא נורא, זה גם סיפור שראינו לפני כמה ימים. הנה, מה זה מה זה מוצא? אגב, על דבר כי זה מראה. אז אם החור של כיס המראה מתחת, ורבי שראה לנו מעינים את זה לא, כן, סגן וזה אם החור תחת, הוא שוטר על הכבד, אז עכשיו סתימה. אז תגיד, ואם הוא בא במחת דרך הכבד, מתוך החור הזה, תגיד עוד פסוק. לא, ראינו לקרוא בכל מציאות, שאילו, עוד את הדור, מה היה דרך? אם היה נגל בכבוד, זה לבוא ולהגיד עוד סוג של למה יש רק 18 במשנה, 19, הנה אחד שזה נגל, כבד, הוא הגיע להצמרה, זה מאוד טבע. אלו פיניק ודלם מיני, מתאר ולא אם הנגל לא מהדבר עצמו, לא מהכיס המרה, אלא נגל שהגיע מהכבד, אז זה כבד וכיס המרה. זה שתי חורים, אז אנחנו לא מדברים. להבין אין דבר, ולא יתורת, כי לא אנחנו מדברים על חור שיש גם חור בריאה, גם חור באור, אז אנחנו לא מדברים, או מדברים שבו מיני גם דבר אחד משמואל. אין זאת סמוך עימם, אם יש מלא הבחורות, ומלאים מוגלה, מה לא? לא מלא הקשיב. קשה, אני אוהב אותי. אני אומר, תמידים, גם נמצאים והבלוגו, שפותים, לא מראה מעשו, לא צבעים, לא. אם יש, הבורות האלה, הבורות, תראה, מה היא? סגרו, הנה, יש מוגלה מצד סרטות, מוגלה יפה, כמו איזה בננה, ויש מים צלולים, אז הצלולים זה בסדר, המוגלה לא טוב. עולה ההיא, וכולי להתראות, לא, צריך לדבר על, אתה מדבר על קריאה. ואילו יש מים, הנה ראינו, קיבלתי, והנה מה תשאול? סוגלה לא רעייה. תגיד זו בעיה צבא ובאות בעצמנו רבים משום סגולי לבוא, ממש סיפור יציב. תמיד הולך אחרי הרגע שלו בשוק. ולא, מה קורה שם? איך הוא מתנהג בשוק? לא נושא רביעי בשוק את לבוא. זה השוק שמוכרים בשר. אז אם הוא להלך וכאלה צימלס, פתאום הם אוכלים איזה דוחה. ורואים שאחד מהרעות יש לו מלא בבקרות כאלה מובילה. עכשיו הוא רוצה לדעת מה לא עושה. איך הרבל יוכל לצאת. הוא לא שואל אותו, הרב, האם זה קשה? הרב צריך לסטייקים לערב, לא? אבל לסניק גיטר. אין לי כסף. הוא אומר, בוא נענו. הוא אומר, אין לי כסף. אז הוא אומר, תדע מה, הרב, אני יש לי כאן, יש לי את ה... אני משלם על במקור. יש לי את ה... אני נוספת כאן, זה עליי. איזה לא. אני לא יכול לעזור לך, בקירות זה מקבל את ראשון קוראים את אותו שאלה. ושם הוא מקבל את רביעות ובדבישים, הוא לא רוצה לטפל בזה. הוא אומר, לך לבית של ראשון כל שם אותו. בוא נראה מה משמעת את הבנות ובדבישים. ואתה לא משמע את זה. אני אין לי. וזה מסביר אליי. אני לא יכול לעזור את זה, אומר רבי יוסון, כמו שאני לא שמעתי מהרבי שלי. אבל להכיר את זה בדי אני לא יכול. בעצם מישהו שנותן את זה את העיר. אז הוא אומר לו, מביאים לי יום, אני רוצה בחיים שלי, אני מבין מה שאתה רוצה לעשות לי. אתה רוצה שאני אגיד לך שאתה, אני לא מושג את זה, אין לי יש יותר סיבה להגיד שזה אסור, אבל אני לא שמעתי מהרבי שלי, אני לא רוצה מישהו אחר לידו. אמרו, גם סגרים לעצמי דרך בשוקו, היינו הולכים אחרי דבנאפו בשוק, בגדוי, ואנו בשוק דרקונו. בשוק דרקונו. לא היה בשוק בגדוי, אז יש לנו תמונה שבנט שלך, איפה זה? שוק בגדוי, הנה. זה שוק. זה אנשים שעושים שם דברים רמון, ויש כאילו לא, זה שוק של הרבונו. עכשיו אני לא מבין מה זה שוק רבונו, הדבר היחידי שאני יכול לחשוב, מה זה שוק רבונו, אבל זה? או, יש? בזמננו, מה זה שוק של רבונו? אצלי לא היה את זה בזמני, לא היה את זה. היום זה 3 שנים, שזה לתוך בליקות, בית המשפרי, יוצאים החוצה, שעות, טוב. יש לנו זה היה משוק של רבות. נכון, זה היה לנו לבד כאן וכאן. היה ממש... איפה כאן וכאן זה? הנה יום. כאן וכאן זה, יש את הצמחר היותר קטנים, יש לכאן באמצעי. ויש עוד שנייה, נראה, הוא לא מה לא מוכרים, מה אתם מוכרים שם? עכשיו אני בתור מוכר, הייתי לוקח את הערות האלה והייתי משפיע אותם. אבל הנה, תראו איזה מצב טוב יש לי, המאות נראים ככה, יש להם כאן וכאן כן, זה סוכריות כאלה, זה דבר רע. כן. אבל לא הביני. ורבי ורבסי, הבחר בנשוק את הצלחה. איפה רבי ורבסי היו גרים? בגלריה, איך אני יודע? כי זה תחילת השמס. זה תחילת כל החציסית, לא כדאחס, שהם היו מתפללים בין העמודים, בגלריה, כן? הם היו גרו בגלריה, אז הם היו שם בשוק. גלריה! כל הלך של גלריה! הם שבחרי ורבסי גרים. Also einer der keine mit Tino mitgenommen. Genau mit Tino, זה הרבה יותר גבוה. זה זה כמו אבנים, דומים, קשים כמו אבנים. ואבו לא מבין, לכן הוא שם זה כמו אבנים, כן? שמתם לב? בקיצור, אפילו שיש לפצעים כאלה, הוא לא אמר להמשיך לדבר. תגיד מה? עכשיו, יש לנו סוגיה מאוד מאוד מעניינת. מחט שנמצאת בבריאה. פתאום יש לך מחט, וסתום בריאה. איך זה הגיע לזה? עכשיו, איך זה נפל בתוך הריאה? אז יש לנו שלוש סופות. כי מה בעצם יכול להיות? יש כאן שתי אפשרויות. או שהוא בנה את זה דרך הכנף, שזה דרך הצירות של הנשימה, זה נכנס, זה נשאר בתוך הריאות. ואם ככה, זה תדף הוא כשר, אם לא צפור. הוא שורב בתוך הריאה, הריאה, אתה מסתכל על הריאה ואתה לא רואה שום חורים, אין חור. רבי יונס רמזות ומנחלים ממש אומרים, הוא בנה את זה דרך הכנף, תמשיך לנוקש, ולמה זה אחד, תמשיך לנוקש, תם תראו שזה למה? כי זה הגיע לשם דרך המים. אז בוא נראה, הנה, בוא נראה. טוב, זה דרך אחד. הדרך השנייה זה שהוא אכל את זה כמו שהוא אכל כל דבר, זה נורמלי, דרך המים. עכשיו, זה אחד, וסתוקר, ונכנס בבריאה, אז זה לא ישנקת כאן, הסיפור הזה לבוא איתי? יפה, בשני מקומות זה מטריד, כי גם מים במשהו מטריד, אז הוא יצא מהמים, גם הוא נכנס בבריאה במשהו, אז גם מטריד. שואל הגמור אלינו עוד מפלגים. בחיסור ולפני שני חיסורים, עבודה, צצה, מה זה חיסור ולפני? אם יש לך מחר, עכשיו עוד בדרך כלל יש מחר, חלודה, ומה חלודה עושה לבשר? זה אוכל, אז יש שם חיסדות של בשר, הרי מחר לא מחסים מבשר, מחר נוגע את הבשר, אבל הבשר נשאר שלם, אבל כיוון שחלודה, זה פשוט אכל את הבשר. ובסוף בסוף את משמעת חיסור, ובסוף היה לו משמעת חיסור, האם יש חברים כמו שקיבלנו כל החיסור, ובפניקים נאכל ולפנים את זה. בסוף גוי, וכולם בסוף בפנים משמעת חיסור, זה לא נכון, חיסור בפנים כולם מסכימים שזה לא נכון. ועוד אם בפנים חיסור, בסוף הוא לא כדסוי. כמו שראינו מהסרטון, הגיע דרך הכדה, הוא מהסוף ואז כאשר הוא הסוף אנחנו מנהקים, והסוי, זה עושה שני מקרים, וזה הגיע, עכשיו, איך זה מגיע? זאת השאלה. השאלה, איך ייתכן שנכנס מחט חול? אני באתי להשתק על מחיתות לדיו. עכשיו תשימו לב, חטח שריעה. אחרי שבאים מהבטח, פשוט היום חתיכה ביד, נשמע, ופתאום הוא מוצא מחט בתוך הלב. האיסור לקבל ולבעל. זה לא, שום עליו משהו, אז הוא אמר, בבקשה, איזו מיני מתאם זריקו, ראינו את זה פה במלדות כמה מהיום. הרי שניקו את חוספות. עשו במשנה שני סוגי צייצות, נקר וחסדים. מה חוספות? חייב להיות שם שני דברים שונים. אז חייבים להגיד לפה, אגיד להם לבחוץ, חייבים נקרות. זה לא יכול להיות אותו דבר כמו נקר, כי זה המשנה תגיד שני נקרות. אלא מה בעצם, יש אחד שהחיסרון זה בתוך הריאה, החברים שלך, מבחוץ, לא שמע ולא חיסרון לפני שמי, חיסרון לא רואים מכאן, חיסרון לפני חיסרון. עכשיו נראה כמה דברים יצרינו פה, סבלה שוב, עוד פעם, בואו נגיד שזה קשה. איזה דברים זריקו, יש חוסר, עוד פעם תגבור בשנה שני דברים. מה יכול לעשות להם בחוץ? זה לא יכול להיות אותו דבר. אלא לא להפרידים. חייב להיות שחד מבפנים, אחד מבחוץ לריח, יש לך כמו סתום בפנים, שני חיסורת. איך זה חיסרון אותך? כי זה ברזל, זה תלודה, עוד שאני רוצה לקבל לו בעמי לטוב. בעמי חולל, בוא לא שתתראה. אבל בוא נאמר שראינו שם, ואנחנו לא זורמות שבשרל, אומרים, הם הקשירו שירו מאיזה טעם הקשירו. אתה יודע למה הם הקשירו? כי שם היה להם את כל הריח. ובדקו את כל הריח. ולחור, מצוין, זה קשר. האדם איזה טעם משהו. אתה מביא לי חתיכה כזה גודל של ריח, עם מה חסיפים, אתה שואל אותי מה ההלכה. אני לא יודע, איך אני רוצה לפרק את זה ואני אעשה לנו. אני לא מבין איזה טעם משהו. אם היה בדרך כלל אם היינו רואים את הראייה הקלושי, היינו רואים שיש שם דסק. עוד אני אומר לנו דסק. זה בגלל שאין שם. לא תגיסים לו בגלל כל שאתה. יש לך כל הראייה לפניך, זה לכם, אתה לא שתקשר. בואו רב נחמן, אני ספור לדבר, לינק, יפרי טוב. חייב להיות כאן שהיה חור, איך זה הגיע לשם? איך הגיע המחט בתוך הריח? יש סרטונות, יש צינורות, יש כל מיני דברים, איך הוא הגיע לשם? חייב להיות שהוא שם לב את הסרטון, כי כאן כתוב, מה זה סרטון? כל הקנה מתפצל לשתיים, אחר כך מתפצל ל-50, לא יודע כמה, כל הפיתור יש. אבל עד שהוא מגיע לתוך הריח, הוא עובר דרך כל מיני צינורות. חייב להיות שבאיזה צינור הוא עושה הנקב והגיע לתוך הריח. כתוב שאם יש כזה דבר, אפילו חוק קטן בסרטון, זה תערב. אבל אני אומר לו, ההוא לחווי לו. כשיש, אין עוד פעם, זה הסרטון, כן? לא יודע מה זה אנשים האלה, מה זה אנשים? אז איך זה הגיע לתוך המסך של הראייה? היה חייב להיות שזה עבר דרך אחד לצינורות האלה. הנה, אתם רואים את המסך, שוחק למטה, בואו נעשה את זה ככה, הוא הגיע לשם, הוא עבר דרך הצינור, שאומר לא, לא, אבל כשיש שני סרטונות, צד ימין, שני סרטונות, ויש חור בקור. אז הסרטון השני, זה רק כמו רגע של תרנגולת. הרגל השני לא יכול לעזור לרגל הראשון. ההוא שיש לו חור, מה יסור לחור? הרי יש לו בידו אין בשר. רק עוד משהו קשה, עוד צפון, זה לא יעזור. אבל כשיש לו בשר ליד הסרטון, כמו כאן, שיש חור, אתה יכול לסמוך על הבשר שיסתור לו את הסרטון. ולכן זה לא תבר. בואו גם היי, אדונו דיקנדו, אם להדיח פה. אז מי שהיה בשליטה, בקיר. זה משהו יפה. זה אדונו דיקנדו. ולהיה לכם תמונה יוצאת טובה. זה השומן שיש בין המים. יש חלק מהמים, לא כל המים, יש חלק שיש לו שומן. השומן הזה קשר אותה ליד למודיים. קשה. אתה יכול לדעת. מה כאלה? אז אם יש חור שמה, בדיוק כאן, איפה שהאצבע שלו, לא, זה האצבע זה בשומן. אבל אתם מבינים מה שאני אומר, בתוך המים הזה יש חור, כי יבוא, המים השני, יסתום אותו. אז ככה, מה הוא אומר? אז גם אצלנו שיבוא, סיפור אחד, מסתום השני. מה התירוץ? מה שאומרים את היום, שבטים, מה התירוץ הקושיה הזאת? זה התירוץ. מה הקשר בין זה לזה? ואני אביא לך ראייה, שאומרים כזה דבר. זאת אומרת, אל תביא ראייה בקישקס ממים לריאות. מה הקשר? עכשיו אני אשאל אותך שאלה. מה הורג בהמה יותר? אם אתה חותך לו את הרגל למטה ליד הנעלה שלו, או אתה חותך אותו למעלה בשום, חותך אותו לגמרי, איפה ולמטה מוביל אחר? לא, בהיגיון, לא מה שאתם יודעים, מה שלמדתם בכל איזה חברה. למה למטה? זה לא הסיבה. הוא היה צריך להיות עוד שם, בן אדם, מה עובד יותר? שחותכים לו את האצבע כאן, או את היד כאן? איפה רואה? פה. אז מה אתם אומרים? אנחנו עוד פעם, רגע, חותכים אותו למעלה, הם צריכים לשמש, חותכים אותו למעלה, אם מהם, או יותר לאט, ממה שחותכים את ומה אתה למטה? ואני רוצה שבזמן מה אתה עובד יותר מהר? זאת אומרת, אני רוצה להוכיח מכאן שבהיגיון שלך אתה לא יכול להוכיח דברים וזה מה שאתה חושב שככה זה עובד ככה אבל זה אז בגלל שאתה למה? כי יש שם הרבה צילומות של דם, יש שם הרבה אין מה כלי דם וצמות, היום בדקתי את זה, בדקתי לי והם מסבירים שקשה מאוד לרפות בהמה שיש לה פצע למטה כמו בגלל שיש לנו סכרת לא, גם שם דם, יש שם בלגן, מאוד קשה לרפות את זה יש שם הרבה כלי דם, אבל יש הרבה כלי דם ואתה אומר את זה בצורה נכונה ולא פוגעים בכל הדם הזה אז שם הוא יכול יותר אז הקופונים אני אומר בראשי שאם יש כמדם על האדוני אתה מזמן את הריחות למים ולא צריך לעשות כל מיני זום אין איזה דבר מי שאתה לא תראי שלי שווה, אני אגיד לך לא, אתה חושב את הרגל מכאן עולה סיפונה חושב את מכאן, אבל למעלה, פחות זה לא בטוח איזה היום רבו איסאי שאנחנו נדבר טוב ונעים עושים מאוד ארוך איזה 15 שורות למטה ראינו שיהיה עכשיו מצוסו אם יש לך בריאה שקצת מתייבש קצת מה זה מתייבש אנחנו נראה מה זה מתייבש ואשר מתייבש תתראה וכמה איך אנחנו מגיעים עם הבריאה למשל או הפעמים משמי נוגות כדי ואתה עושה ככה את הציפורת וזה מתפורר זה מתייבש. עכשיו יש לנו סרטון, כמובן זה הכל ליד, זה בפייסבוק שעבר ויד. כן? כמעט, אם יש כאלה בשולו, זה חייר בלתי בשולו. וסעניו איזה יבשו של תינוקת, ואינו מציע אותי בזאת. עכשיו זה סנאפ מלך. כן, משנה. מגיע לתוכו. יש לה ראשון, צריכים לתת לך. אוקיי? אם אין ביסמים נושים שלנו לא מדבר תרומה, נגיד שהיא כל סמוך. זה מון קבוע. עכשיו, אם הרודות שלו יבש, אין זה יבש, זה לא יבש, ואין לו את זה בעצם יבש. מה זה? שתינוקת ודינו מציא את לי בזדף לא? ואיזה יבש שתינוקת ואינו מציא את לי בזדף ולא יש לנו שלנו יבש שתי שזה נכנס מציגו לה אז עוד פעם, אם אתה עכשיו אני זו מנחה, לא יצא דם אתה יודע שזה יבש אז אפשר לעשות אותו עכשיו ולא יש לנו שלנו יבש כדי שנכנס מציגו לה זה מה שאמרנו עכשיו שיצא של רוטה סובל כמו שהוא אומר שכמו איך תדעים זה לא שתעשה ככה עם הציפורת זה לא השיטה, שאתה לקחת שצריך חומי, שאם זה יש שם נגד, ולא יוצא סתם, אז הוא משונה, שפתאום יהיה אחיד, ולא פתאום אגב. אז אני מאוד אפילו תאמר, אפילו תאמר רבון, מה לחיים, אפילו תאמר רבון, גם יועץ בכל ובקושון וסיכון, אתה מדבר על העונות של הרחוב, שזה מחוץ לגמור, ויש שבועה שעוזר אולי יום שלא יום יומר, אז זה לא יום, אבל זה יום, זה לא קושון מהאוויר, זה צורך, זה עושה שם האוויר. אז אם זה רק כזה יום, שאם אתה רוצה צמח, זה לא אדם, זה לא מספיק, זה לא שזה קורה. זאת אומרת, האידאה זה קיימת, שזה גלת, בכל זה בברית. שהגוף לא שחור, זה שחור, אבל זאת שאתה היה שחורה, זה אמורה להגיד לך את זה, זה היה רציני. אבל זה תמיד כאלה שחורים. הנה, ילד כזה, יש איזה כתבים שחורים, או כל מיני צבעים כאלה, צבעוני, זה קשה. המאמין יש מדרוב, מקיף ובגבול. מה זה אומר? יש לך בבואה, ועכשיו עם הבואה הזאת, נקרא רדי הטבח, השוחט, או שם נגד לפני זה. אז מה עושים? אז תביא עוד איזה בואה, באיזה מקום אחר, יש לך בואה, אתה עושה גם נקד, ואז אתה מדבר אחד לשני, ואתה אומר, הנקד הזה קרה אחרי השליטה, אי אפשר לעשות את זה דבר. אם השוחט הכניס ליד שלו ועשה איזה נקד בתוך בועה, היה איזה בועה כזאת, הוא צץ את הבועה. זה לא טרף, כי השוחט עשה את זה. אם זה קרה לפני, נקד קרה לפני השליטה, אז זה טרף. אתה לא יודע אם זה קרה לפני האוכל, מה אתה עושה? אתה לוקח אחד, אתה מוצא בועה בתוך הריח, אתה מלחץ אותו, ואתה מסתכל על איזה צבע הוא. אתה אומר, הנה, זה צבע ירוק, אז זה הראשון גם טוב. לא, אי אפשר להשוות אחד לשני. הוא אומר, מה אתה רוצה הוא נגד? זה סליח או נעקות. אז יש לנו כאן מילה, עוד מסוימת, שמחה, שזה בעצם היה עיקרית היום של שמחה, שמחה זה דקות. כמו חלק כזה, זה נקבע. והריאה יש לו, כמו שלמד אתמול, יש לו שתי שכבות, שתי קרומים, עליון ותחתון, וזה יכול להיות בעייתי שיש חור בריאה, ויש נוזלים שיוצאים החוצה, מקלה או משהו, וזה יכול כאילו להדביק את החור הזה. עכשיו החור זה מגדיל את הריאה. אני יש לך כל מיני גפים כאלה, אתה לא יודע, זה בא לספות חור שהוא בעצם כרגע, או שהוא סתם שם. אז אני יודע עוד תכון להגיד. טוב. אז כל דבר על חור. אפשר לקרוא קצצות. בוא נגיד שזה הרגע, כן? עכשיו, יש למטה שתי בלון המלאכים ובעצם הריאה זה צד ימין וצד שמאל. זה תמונה נורמלית, אבל הבחירה תמיד מדפלת על הצד השני. אז מה שיצא לך שבעצם על המעלה הקטנים האלה, אבל לא הקטנים כמו מוצאים תמונה. ובעצם של תמונה עם שמאל תרדמים 3, מצד ימין זה 2, כאילו שאתה רואה זה החוץ. זה קיצור, צריכים להפוך, כאילו אתה רוצה את הביימה ככה, אז הוא כתב את זה יפה. 3 מימין ו2 משמאל, זה לא שום הסתר. זה הריאה כולה, אתה תפוך את הריאה, תסתכל לזה, תשים את זה במראה, ואתה תראה 3 מימין ו2 משמאל. זה היה צריך להיות הפוך, הוא היה צריך להגיד 3 מימין ו2 משמאל. אבל לא אותנו, 3 מילים, ושתיים פה עוד מעט פה להבין את הווידאו, זה ככה, שהבימה גדולה ככה, שהקנה למטה, הוא יחתנה למטה, זה 3 מילים. עוד שנייה נראה. מי סוד דבר טוב? זה רק כמו אופרה, זה כל בימה יש, היום יש תרובה, אבל מכאן יש שלוש בצד שמאל, כשאתם חזים את זה לא טוב, אתה חזר, אז אומר לו, מה קורה עם שתי ימים למעלה זוכים אחד בשני? אז קודם הוא אומר, אל תעבירו לדסריך או למחוקים אחד בשני, אנחנו נגדו, אי אפשר לקרוא. כי יש איזה חור ביניהם, והחור נסתר ולדפוקים אחד לשני. אבל הוא מסביר, ולא יעבור על אלו שני. זה, אם בואו ניקח עם קצת שזה סמור אצלנו בתמונה, אם מספר 1 יוצא מספר 3, זה בעייתי. אני אראה לכם למה. למה? בואו נשאול. כי ברגע שהאימה, הדעות שלנו שווה, אז 1 ו-3 מתמחים אחד לשני כל הזמן. 1 ו-2 הם מסתכלים אחד לשני, אז כל הזמן מיד, אז הם יכולים להדפיק אחד לשני, יכולים לסתום את החור. הם קרובים. הנה, בואו נראה לכם, הכל יהיה מוסבר. קודם כל נראה את כפסוש, מסביר מה זה ההוא והכל. זהו, בבקשה. אם היה עוד תמונה, מיד כל העונות זה בסדר, באזור של העונות זה בסדר, באזור אחר זאת כל לבד מצוין. עכשיו בוא נראה איך שהוא עושה את זה, כל כאן הוא מראה למה זה צד ימין, יואל, תסתכל כן, קדימה זה תמונה ששני עונות 1 ו-3 נראים למעלה זה היה עכשיו תראו מה זה תמונה 1 ו-3 נראים, אתם רואים את השיחה החוט הזה זה השיחה זה מצביעים אחד לשני עכשיו אפשר להבין שזה נפלא זה יכול להתפרק כי הם מוקים אחד לשני הנה חור יוצא מסכלה לא יודע מה יצפה גידה כאילו הוא מתחיל לשום אז הוא יקרה אם למשל המובילה זה שם אחת לשני הוא נושם וכל זמן הוא נשאר שם ולא יעבור עוד פעם תשובה אחת מלמטה ולא יעבור עוד שלא יסידות מה הבעיה בצרכה ממונה שלא אחת יד לשני אבל בסידות שצריכים אחד לשני היינו לניסאי הוא הפוך זה עדיף זה יעשה שהחוק יסתכל בעולם וזה לא יתפתח גם רגע יוצא ועוד הרוב אני איתן לפועד בסמיכו נעדות יש שתי קומות שאחת ישב שתיים זה תדות אחת זה בסדר יש לסיכו זאת אם זה שתי קומות או זה אחת זה רק שתיים אולי יש שקט ביניהם, אי אפשר שם. עוד המשחק כתבת, אבל אם זה אחד, שבעצם אחד, זה רק כמו שתיים, אז מה עושים? מייסים את סילבו, הולכים לו, ונרצים את הבנות. עכשיו לדודי, חודים שאם אתה רואה, הנה משהו כזה, בוא נראה, הנה. זה ליבוש, יש כאן שתי ליבורות, וזה מהבש. אבל אם זה נראה אחד, זה נראה אחד כבר, זה נושא חור. אם נשפע, אחד השני, זה אומר זה אחד, ואז זה קשה. כי לא, הייתה בנינו לפעמים. עוד לא, חומש, מוני, הסתודרו. יש 5. זה ראינו 3 מיונים, 2, קצת גבו. זה בשביליון, הוא היה בפלאפון שני. זה אם הוא תולק, מבימה, תולק, דווקא מול, שולט. הצד ימין יש לו 3, צד שמאל יש לו 2. אם אחד מעונות חסרים, אז זה חוסר, זה מה שכתוב במשנה, שיש חוסר והקבלה, זה תלוי. או יד, או מיוטה, או אחד, או 3 מצד שמאל ו2 מצד ימין, אז זה גם חוסר, זה הגיע כאן. לא יהיה לי חוסר. בסדר, אני אומר, הוא יתקיל בנעצר לפעמים בגלל הראייה, אבל לא צריך לבח לבחתי ישב שם מעטה. אבל אם היה אומר, הוא לא חוסק לך. אבל היה אפילו נעלה. הוא אמר שחד בסדר. אבל עוד ראינו לקבל. אני רוצה לחזור, ודאי מה, שצ'ר אותו אותם. אולי הוא לא מסתכל. אבל זה לא ימר שצמאתי לזה בפרוטה. אז זה לא ימר מיד. מישהו יושב בחוץ ושולח אותו בחזרה. אני פסקתי לו, מה הוא חוזר עכשיו בחזרה? תגיד, זה שיושב על דלת, לא יצליח לי עושה דבר יותר. מה אתה מפחד? כשאני אומר שהיא תארה, שקשה, זה תגיד לו שאנחנו לא תסכים אורות. אני מבין מה שהוא רוצה. אבל אתה גמורה, כמו שבבית סיים שם את הסרטון. ואני נדיקאי בבתור דמונה. מתי זה קשר, שזה מאותו שכונה עם כל הערים לשחק. אבל בין לבין, אם זה בין שני הצדדים, באיזשהו מקום או בקו, זה כבר, הוא ניסים, אתה רואה? זה ככה, על האומות, זה כמו כל יום נכון. אבל בין לבין, זה עוד קצת באמת בבש. הגיע אחד, בין לבין, זה דומה לתמונה שלנו, הנה. או, הנה. בין לבין, זה נגיד את הרבש. לא רבש לי דמי, רבש שרצה להגיד, שזה לא יש הכי אחד. הוא לא מכיר את זה. הוא אומר, אני לא יוצא. אז לפי הפשט השני בלילה שלי, כל החיות הילדיות והשבילים, כמו שיש לנו היום, עולים, משחקים לנו, מחכים אותם, יש להם כאלה. אז נצטרך שאומר שבדיעמנו לרובם יש כזה. עכשיו עוד שאלה, אם לרוב הפחות, היום יש עונה יתירה, יש את הארונה הזאת, שאנחנו רואים כאן באמצע, אז זה, כולם, הוא שוקל עכשיו 100 פחות, כולם יש, ואחד לבוא, תראה בו לא תראה, למה זה לא תראה, בוא נסביר, כי זה העיקר, וככה זה, ככה תראה, לא, זאת 3 ו2, עכשיו מה שקרה, זה, והיום, וכולם יש 6, בסדר, אבל כולם לא, הוא מצוין, 3 ו2, זה בסדר גמור. לא יודע, זה מקום לו את הבוקר, ניסה ונערות, זה לא להפרת, והנמיני מגבון. מגבון זה בפנים, אבל קבוצת מלפנים, הכוונה היא מבחוץ. כאילו, בני הבין את זה סוף היום, אני לא כל כך, אבל בסדר, אני לא אומר מגבון, מגבון יפה, הכוונה שטו, אבל הכוונה אצלנו, בפנים, הכוונה, מה שאתה אנחנו רואים, משהו רואה עכשיו, זה בפנים. ואני הבין מגבון, בפנים, זאת אומרת מה שאתה אומר, כמו שאני קורא לזה בחוץ, או שני נראים. אבל גם, מה שעל הסקאפ של הזיה, בצד השני, אפילו כסתר ודעת זה כמו הלב. של הלב, שלדעת זה לדבר אפילו על כל העיריות אדם לפתור ספק. אם יש לך ראייה דומה לעץ, זה תראה, אז יש לנו שתי תמוש בצע עץ. שיגיד לנו, זו סדרת שאתה ממש כמו עץ, זה יפה. שיגיד לנו, יש לו צבע דומה כזה, אבל שאתה מגיע בזה, זה ממש מרגיש, יש כמו עץ. שיגיד לנו, איזה פיקו, אז אם אתה מדבר על המענה שלו, הכוונה שאם אתה מנפח בה, ויש לו תסולם פיק, זה בעייתי, למה? בראייה נורמלית. זה למעלה, צבע... לא, אפשר לקרוא לזה מאוד, הוא לא לבן כמו אשכנזי. כן, זה טרף. אבל השאלה מה זה? השאלה אם האחוז או העץ, או העץ הוא קשה. זה הנקודה. נגיד העמד מנפיל, או שהוא לבן שאתה מדבר פה, נגיד העמד מנפיל, שהיא הנקודה שזה קשה, זאת אומרת, זה הבעיה, לא הצד. נגיד העמד שיר לא שיטה שלישית, שזה חלק. ולסדור, היתוך לדרונה, מה הבעיה כאן? אתה לא רואה, זה לא... אתה לא רואה אונו, זה הכל. גוש אחד. כאילו, או מרוק. כיכוך לו שלו. זה כמו כחל ששמים בעיניים, נשים שמים עיבור. צבע כחול כזה, זה קשה. כי גיוסו, אם זה כמו גיוש, זה שחור, זה... לא לא שמים. זה בנוגע לצבעים שגידו. שחור, אם אתה רואה שחור, צבע שחור זה... מתקרב לזה, אין שלא. אז אם אצלנו, בריאה, זה היה דום, זה לקה. אם הוא רוצה לך בריאה של לקה, אז מה לא כאן? לא, אם שם הוא בעייתי. כן, עכשיו הוא תראה. כל אחד נולד, נראה שכל שום נולד בגיל. אבל עכשיו הוא לקה, זהו, אז זה יתראה. ירוקו, אם זה ירוק, ירוק, הגברה בדרך כלל. זה צבע צהוב, אבל כאן ירוק זה ירוק כמו שאנחנו אומרים בעברית. ירוקו כשלא מתרמז, אדומו כשלא מתרמז. הוא מביא עכשיו שתי סיכונים מאוד טובים. ירוק כמו שאנחנו אומרים ירוק, ירוק כמו עץ, ירוק כמו עלים של עצים. שתי הצבעים האלה בסדר גמור. אין לכם יודעים, זה סער יום לא סלויגו, מה אתה צורקתי ככה היום? פעם הלכתי לאיזשהו דימוי, מאוד צעיר שרק אז נתון לי שכל בנות אישה לבמס. אישה אחת, אמרה את הבן שלה, הראשון, שני, לבמס. אז מה עושים? שלישי, סוגיות של אמור, זה לא נחשב אופן, זהו. יהודי, יש לו בעיה, הוא רוב. שלישי, ויחד לפונס, האמא. איזה שלו, ראיתי שהוא הטוב הזה, הטוב, האדם שלו. אז בין האור למסר אמרתי לו בידי, חכי לו עד שיבוא לנו פה איתו מולי. וחכי, אדם מגיע את חזרה לגוף. ואז הוא בא לסוף, הגדיל לו, יקומו לו מצוותו יום, הגדיל לו יקומו לו מצוותו יום, ולחי, יקומו לו יסוי, לא סנא פאפי עד שמי. אז מה אומרים כאן? שהאדום זה בסדר. צבע אדום, הכוונה, יש לו בעיה. עכשיו, מכנס חזרה לגוף, מתמפה, זה מצוין, אדום טוב. עכשיו אנחנו גם, מה חסר לנו? ירוק. איך אנחנו יודעים שירוק זה טוב? בשום לא סיפור. בשום לא חסר להפתיע למדין הסתכלות. הלכנו לקבל. עוד זה שבא לנו מישהו נקבל. כן, באמת, שלישי, נתפונה. ראיתי שהירוק יורד. ראיתי שהוא הגיע. למה ירוק? היה לו מספיק דם. זה לא. טוב, הצעתי פה למידה פריץ שלנו, סוכות, צבעים. קצתי בו את בעלו איתם פוס. יש כאן שתי בעיות, קודם כל יעבור. שנית, אפילו נעשה לו פסמינו, אין כאן כתוב עזם, אין כאן... יש כאן חיסרון בפתיח בעצמו. אמרתי לו, בלתי ימתינו לו ישיבו בלדומו. תגיע עד שנודע, ימתינו לו את זה, הוא בוא לא יעשה בפועל. אז מה רואים בעיקר רבות סייט? שיעבור, זה לא בעיה. יש עצמו לחכות עד שהוא מבריא, ואז הירוק הולך. אז גם הראייה, אם יש ירוק, זה לא בעיה. שחור זה בעיה שלי. או יש דברים לא ישראל, גם עוד ילד כאן, לא זה לבא לי, אז ככה יש לו. עוד דבר כאן, ותיקפתו, אם הראייה נראה כמו כלב, זה קשר. כמו מתוק, כמו בשר, זה יכול לסתלם. וסימונו, מה סימן? אז לא עושה לעשות בסייפות, כמובן, זה משחק של מילים. אם הבשר, אם הראייה נראה כמו בשר, אז זה טוב. עוד דבר, שמו ברגע רבה, היידר, דמיו, איזשהו סוס, תוכים כמו אינגיקו. הנה, זה צבע, אז דרך אגב, אנחנו צריכים את הצהרות של הזפרן. לא, יש כאן צהרות, אתם רואים? אז הצהרות של הזפרן, אנחנו רוצים עכשיו צבעים צהובים. אם זה דומה לחשוסו, שזה, הנה, מצאתי, לפני 7.5 שנים, עכשיו דרום הימה, זה נראה אף גדול, אם יש לנו שיזכים את זה, אבל זפרן זה בתוך האורץ, כאילו, אני לא יודע למה עושה את שם, ועוד נראה את הליק, זה הקו. אני רואה את אדם יש שוסו, כמו ליקו, כמו ביאסו, או כמו ביצה, בביצה, איפה? בקיצור, ראינו את זה בסרטון, שהם צריכים לראות אותו את הסרטון, מצאו עוד לא. אלא יורות לו, או שדמיו, איזה ירוק, זה לא הירוק כמובן, זה לא הצהוב, כמובן צהוב זה לא טוב, כמו ביצה זה לא טוב. אז תלינו שאילו הייתי דמיו, זה בסדר, כי גם זה דומה כמו, זה קראתי קצת שמאל, אז לא ישיב ישרות בגבליות, אז קיצור. לי זה כאן, זה לא קיצר, זה עוד אחת מהכל יאמר שזה כאן, יאללה פרויקס. זה כאן. קיצור, יש... זה כאן. זה כסף, בוא נגיד ככה. בוא נגיד אוטוס בזה, או אם יש ראייה... אם יש ראייה, תראו מה זה. זה גם וידאו. תראו את זה. עכשיו החלכה, כאילו, למה זה לא מטפח? כמו פעמות זה לא מטפח. זה בעיה. אז מה עושים? זה אומר שיש כאן בעיה. זה טוב. וקדינה את זה קילו וקדינה לא. חותכים את זה. יש פה מוגלות, רואים שיש מוגלה. ובאמת לא חושבים שזה רק בעיה קטנה של מוגלה. לא, אם יש לנו מוגלה, עושים לעלות כאן כל רויקות. כמו שואלים, כמו נעשה את זה עוד פעם. שמים שם איזה גרש ציפור קבוצה, ורויקות, מעלית. אם נצפת זו, אם נצפת זו שלו, אם נצפת בועות כאלה על חושר, לא הייתה אז אם יש בועות כאלה על שימה, עדיין, אם זה האוויר עובר, אם לא נתראה, לא מעלה את זה. לא, שאולות, אז מה זה בראייה? אם יש ילד כזה שעלה בגלל שהיה מכה בראייה, ואין לו עיקול, זה לא טוב, זה דרך. כי אנחנו יודעים שהגילד הזה ייפול, ואנחנו נשאר חכום. זאת אומרת, ואני ראי עוד עכשיו, עוד פעם, הנה, זה הסיפור של אתמול, אז נעשה את זה מאוד. יש לך ראייה, יש איזה רעש. זה הנה, זה עכשיו, הנה, הנה, באחרון, יש לנו לוקח פה קילו, זאת אומרת, זה קצה, רוב, נפוס, אם יש בועות, אז תראה, כי יש חום, מי לא יקשב. כי לא יודעים לו, כי לא יודעים איפה יוצא... מה יצא מישהו מוסו? זה מעיון, שויו, מאיזה חבית כזאת של מים או שני, וזה לא בגבוה. חביב לא התקעצי, אבל לא עושים מים למה... מי לא יודעים את זה, מה קשה. אז מה זה קשה? זה תישבר. אבל כאילו, זה צריך משהו, אם בבית נותן פה, אני חייב את הווידאו הזה, זה אפילו שראינו את זה פה, אני חייב את זה. כי זה מרגיש אשכנזי מגיע, וגם יש לנו שם חדש מאלעד, הוא לא ראה את הווידאו. יש לנו... הנה, זה הסרטון, הנה מצאתי, למרות זה אמיתי. כמו שסיפרתי לכם אתמול, יש שם מקום שילקחו את זה בפה, יש שם מכונה שלו. נתחיל את זה, הנה אתם רואים את הצינורות למטה שלה, להבין. רואים את זה מפעיל, ואז כנראה יש שם איזה סילבומן שרוצים לבדוק. זה פה, פצצה, תראה, אם בפזור, אם יש שם פה, כמו שעכשיו ראינו בסרטון, ואיפה, סביבו שלנו. למה? אז הוא שומע ראשים, ואיפה ראשים האלה, תתוי, הוא מלמטה, נהיה לו פה, אם לא יגיע לעסקו, יש שתי שכבות, אבל לא, אין לו, והייתה עכשיו מה שיש רעש, זיג בינו, שומע את הפיל, שובל, שתי השכבות, בואו נעשה את זה טוב, אחרת נקרוא שם. לא אמרו לו מה ביותר, היו של משפחה קיקיטו שלו. הנה, ריח של משפחה קיקיטו עם... הנה, גם, פשוט דבר. ראיתי אותך, חייבים לו רק זאת. קצת יש, כן ריח, קיקיטו. זה שלו קיקיטו. עולה מים. כשאלו. אבל תגיד, מה חיסון מומחים, יש בחיסון. הרי עלו במחוץ. איזה רגע, אבל הוא לא... הקשה, הרי שנקרא. שחוץ בו אמרנו שאם יש נקב קטן או שזה חסר, מה יש חוסרו? מה הכוונה? הנה בחוץ. אם אתה אומר שחסר מהצד שאתה רואה, היינו מקרא, אותו דבר כמו נקב, בסדר, הנה, הוא שמע מלא, חיסון מבנים שמע חיסון, אז למה אתה אומר אם החיסון מבנים זה לא בעיה? כאן החיסון כתוב, חיסון זה חייב להיות שונה מנקב. מה החיסון? מה אנחנו בין נקב וחיסון? אז אפשר להסביר, לא יהיו בחוץ. חיסון זה גם בחוץ. למה חיינו מקרא? אתה אומר שזה אותו דבר, הוא יוצאים לרמשים לדרום שאתם לא יצטרכו. הנה, אם אתם זוכרים, בסוף הראייה יש כאלה צינורות של אוויר. סימפולות. אז הנגב צריך להגיע עד לשם. יש נגב ולצל חיסון. אז יש נגב שיש חיסון, יש נגב שאין חיסון. מה זה אומר? יש נגב וחיסון שנמצא פנימית, יש חיסון חסר. נגב, צד שמאל, יש לו חור, אבל לא הלך לו שום בשר. לא אכל לו כל דבר, לא שום אכל אותו. הוא שם. אבל אם זה בסור, אפילו אנשים לא יודעים. שם האנשים יותר שלא צריך להגיע לסיפורות. לא עושים אותם משהו. ויום אחד אני יכול להמשיך. אולי יהיה זמייה חולה, אני לגבי לא עושים את זה. הנה, הוא סכם את זה, לא סמיים, זה הסיפורים של הגילות. לא נגולי ידור הגיעו. אני מקווה, ראייה שיש לנו בגידו ועכשיו. אומר זה קשה. ככה, הוא נקרא לסיפורים, זה דווקא שיש את הציורות האלה של ההפצה, או מדובר ברמה שהיא לא יצא. אני יודע אם יש סיפורות. זה הכל בלגן שם, זה שפח קיצור, זה הכל... אין שם דברים שאתה יכול לראות משם. הכל תנאי. מצינו סוד דקוניו, לוקחים איזה קערה של חרס, אבל יש לו גלייז, אמרו גלייז ביבי, ציפור כזה מבריק, גלזורה, או גלייז, ושווה לנו לגבי, הנה יש לנו אפילו תמונה, מה הבעיה? אתם לא צריכים לדעת מה זה, הנה. שולחים כזה כלי, ואם רואים בפנים חוטים כאלה, אז זה סיפור זרקה. אז חוטים, אז זה סיפורות עליהם השנה. שרואים לגבי, או שוליות, רואים שם כאלה חוטים לבנים, אז זה הסיפורות, ולא, שבע, והבוסטאי, או Coming up on the next Game Changer. On social media, it's a trend that's racked up over 20 years. Game Changer starts this morning at 9.
שמהמוח, המוח נכנס לתוך עמוד השדרה, ושם יש את כל מערכת העצבים של הגוף, וראינו שאם פוגעים בעמוד השדרה, באיזושהי צורה, רוב עמוד השדרה זה גורם לבהמה שתהיה דליפה. עכשיו, העמוד הזה הולך מהראש עד סוף הזנב. אם חוצים לו את הזנב, לא קרה כלום. רוב הרב יהודה ושמואל, אז בין הפרות קטנים מאוד, נהנה, הדבר הזה, אנחנו זה קשה, תסתכלו בשם שתיים, יש שם איזה משהו, זה הדבר, זה הראש, באיזשהי שלב, העמוד השדרה ממשיך, ואז הוא מתקצר. כאן הפיצול הזה זה מעל הרגליים הקוריות. ואז אחרי שתי אצבעות זה מתקצר שוב, ואז הוא מתקצר שוב. עכשיו אני אומר, עד בין הפרוש. בוא נגיד, עד האזור הזה, בין הכחול לסגול, עד כאן. אם הייצור אותם כחול, ובעצם את היחוסות. אם היא רצה ללכת בכחול, או זה כרגע, אבל תראי מה בין הפרוש ישראל, אני רוצה לדעת בדיוק על הבהימה, תראה לי בדיוק איפה. אבל זה עץ נגדי, ואף אחד, זה רק תקנה, אם זה כל כך כדאי לך, תשקיע קצת סרטים. ואז אני אומר לך, זה לך בדיוק איפה, בצלם, זה אסור. העץ נגדי שווה, אני לא יודע, שילם את זה הרבה כסף, משהו שווה. אבל בלי יוצא ולא יגיע. כאן קשה מאוד לראות את הפיצול, זה לא נקרא הפיצול. ואיך נחזור לחברים, העץ זה לקום, אז הביא לו משהו לזה, אז הביא, שווה לי אפשר לראות את החוצים, וזה כן. אבל בלי יוצא ולא יגיע. ראינו את הכדור שנכנס לצרק של הרצה. מה שאומר, שעכשיו, שם, זה בדיוק אפשר, זה מתבצע. קשה מאוד מאוד, כי זה נותן, זה דורחם אותו, וכיוון זה כל כך רזה, כל כך משחק את החוט, מאוד קשה לראות את החוט. ולא ידיע, קשה לראות את זה. אומר רש"י, שידע את זה, אבל אומר שרבי יהודה היה מאוד ממהר באותו זמן, לא היה לו זמן. הלכנו על סבלנות, הוא היה צריך להגיע לאיזשהו מקום, לא טוב די. בסדר, הלכנו כבר לנו פעמיים, קצת לקבל הרבה כסף. בואו אני אגיד לך מה שאני יודע, אני חייב לזה. לא רק לא, בואו אני אגיד לך, אני אלמד לך מה שאני יודע. לא רק לא משהו. עד אז טריפה. אז שוב. זה הזנב, זה הראש. זה הולך לכיוון הזה. כן, לא לפעמים, אני שמתי את העצים האלה, אני אגיד לכם עוד שנייה. הנאסס. זה אחד, בין הנסיגות, זה שתיים, בין הנסיגות לאדום, זה שלום, בין האדום לזנב. הדקה שהאזור הזה, כן, אתם רואים כאן? לא ממש על המסך, נשמע. זה כבר מאוד מאוד קרוב למוח, זה נותן המון עצבים וזה לגוף, תחסוך כאן באזור הזה, אפילו באזור הזה, שליש שאלות, מהדום והלאה,
לקשר, סליחה, קשר, זה כבר ממש לא, זה לא עושה אותו דבר, זה כבר חלק, שהוא לא פוליס שגרה כמו שאנחנו עושים. שניות, תחזור על זה, בוא נעשה כל האדום, אין לי יודע. בוא נעבור רגע ראשון. ואז בכלל, האם הכוונה שזה עד הקו הזה, או לא? זה גם כולל, הראשון כולל גם את כל האזור הזה. האם זה עד הפיצול הראשון, או זה גם כולל את מה שאחרי אחד, זה לא יעזור בכלל, זה אומר, כאילו, עד התחתון, עד הפיצול הראשון. מכאן והלאה, ספק. גם האזור הזה בין התחתון לציבור, בין שני הפיצולים, זה גם תרד ומעט. בואי נבוא זה לא עד בכלל, בוא נגיד שזה לא כולל את האזור בין התחתון לציבור. לא שומעים. בדיוק איפה שיש את החץ הזה, המשולש, שזה זה הפריצה לפיצול הזה, לחוץ שעולה למטה, לחוץ שעולה למעלה, אבל הפה שלו, ואנחנו שומעים, בעיקרו שומע. בואי נגיד, זה לא אומר עד בכלל, אם נגיד שבאמת כל האיזור אחרי התחול, מה קורה? התחול בעצמו. אם זה בעצמו, אם החול בעצמו. האם זה רק כאן, החול כאן, את הראש, שהולך מהראש, או גם החול של החיצור, הכחול. אבל נגיד מאוד לא שמע. בראש של טיבס גיבוס. הנה. החול בעצמו, זה שזה הלוך כמו בסך, זה לא מצליח את הבהמה הזה של החוץ. מה, בראש הראשון? ושנינו, לכאורה זה גם הגפות, בסגול, או זה גמור, לא, אין לך ראייה שלישית, זה האדום, האחרון. אז אנחנו לא יודעים מה קורה עם האחרון שבעצמו, עם החול בעצמו, האם זה מקריב או לא מקריב. או איפה סיימנו אותו. איפה ראש יש כזה שיטה, שולט מהראש עד הסוף של הגוף. וכאן אני אוהב למטור מן הגפיים, ולשלום שאומר, מן הגפיים. אם זאת, נראה לך את השדרה של החול. שיטה כאן אומרת, עכשיו שהיא מקבלת את הגפיים, אז האם זה איפה שהכנף מתחבר בכנף מתחבר לגוף, או איפה שסוף הכנף אחרי הכיפוי. זה לא יכול להיות המוצא, סוף הגוף, אבל זה איזשהו. אז כאן רואים את הכיפוי של ממש יש 3 כיפולים כאלה. אז בערך זה כדי להמחיש, כן, מישהו יגיד לי שזה לא ממש החץ האדום, ואולי זה קצת כאן, זה שם, נכנס לי שם. אז בקיצור, העבודה שגרה, אז ודאי, זה הגיע עד הכנף, עד איזושהי סגרה. אחר הכנף זה כבר מחלוקת בדיוק גם. ומה שהגפיים, האם זה עד האדום, זאת שם עד התחום. אבל כאילו ואז מה יהיו איפה? הביאו אור ובאז הוא עודת עד בין הבית עודת עד החץ האחרון שזה איפה שזה מתחבר לגוף ושולח בנסיעות על שפור של הנשיא קורא לא מה זה בעולם וואי זה זמן לא עובר הוא לא ידעני מישהו לצורך ומתעצבן לא ידעני לא צריך לבדוק כל על האדום כבר עד הכל או בדיוק הוא היה חייב לקום ולראות הנה שופו את נסיע צריך לבדוק שם את האוף על השולחן ובלח לשם אוקיי סיימנו עם התנאל הזה הוא אומר את הכינון רזית שהחלטו בהגיע לספור את כל הקפה גדולה ואתה חושב שם לא משתלם ממנו ראינו שיש בעצם שתי משניות סדומות, שלא אומרים לנו בדיוק מי הם, אבל כל אחד סותר את עצמו, אחד אומר זית זה משהו. אז עוד הגימור, אמרנו שזה נשאר אחד, נשאר בסוף, אנחנו הולכים לפי הסוף. השאלה זה זית זה סוף. אנחנו גם תראה את זה, אני יודע, כל מסתיים לנו, זית כשהם עובדים בצורה זית זה משהו. או אני אוהב שזה או אני אומר שמסיק משהו של באמת של ש"ס משם הוא מבדיל, הוא מציין את עצמו במודל כזה או רבי שמעון ברבי הבן של רבינו הקודש לדעות שהיה עשיר מסוים הבן שלו רבי שמעון אומר ספיזאי או דוקטיר היה זורק את הגל, רבי היה זורק את הגל, כמו שאשתי עושה. שם התחלנו את כל הסיפור הזה. הבן של רבי, בן של מיליונר, עם בן, מיליארדר לימד, לא לימד, אתה ניגש אמרתי, לא, מה זה שם, אתה שומעים שעות זה. מה הוא להגיד, זה משהו. אתה מכיר סטוינר? כן, מכיר. תשמע, אשתו, תסתכל עליי, אתה נמלה. אני לא יודע כמה כסף יש בה, אבל אתה נמלה. בוא נגיד שהכסף שלך מתחיל הם מתחילים עם בי, בי זה יהיה טוב. אתה נמלה, לא, אתה לא מבין, אני מבין, אני נמלה. לא, אתה לא מבין. זה נצא לבא, לא היה... זה לא רק, אני יודע מה. אני נמלה, נכון. אבל רבי הוא לא נמלה, רבי מיליארדר. אז לא מבין, לא לשם גם רבי נמלה בכל. הוא היה לוקח את הכבד והיה אוכל בזה, למה היום? כי הוא מבין שלמדנו גם שכל עבר שם שמענו היה בה, מביא את המלדה. שזה יותר תלוי, הבריאה יותר תלוי, למשל המוח, עוד יותר תלוי, הגוף עוד יותר תלוי במוח, אז עוד יותר מביא את המלדה. ומילא הוא אומר שלפי הבן של רבי, מכיוון שהוא מאמין שזה אוכל, שהאנשים גרים בו, אז זה צריך כזית. זה משהו משהו, זה צריך כזית. אז הוא אומר, זה במשהו. השירים גם, שזה הכלל, השירים אותם קצרים. למה השירים אותם קצרים? שזה שירים קשה לתת צדקה, שמוצאים צדקה, יהיה להם זכות. כל זה השיר, הוא אומר, זה כלום בשביל זה $100, לא, וואי, זה קשה לו להוציא את $100, זה לכן הוא מקבל, הוא עושה שיקבל שכר. אבל זה השירים הם קצרים, למה השירים הם קצרים? גם. כל סמותה, זה מותר, יש שם כסף, טוב. לא סדרות, היינו מגיעים כמודי. סיפור רב בברביון, זה ממש יום זה יום. למה בברביון זה פרטו? אומר ברור ובזה. זה לא פוגש. עכשיו, כשרצינו, קצת כי אבא שלו היה חיי המיסים. כנראה שהוא לא יכול לעשות פרוטקציה מהתלימות שלו. הוא אומר לו, זוי, אני גירשתם. זה הישעות הוא, ובכל כל דבר, מסתן הוא אומר, הוא אומר, זה פסק. זה כבר לא יודע, לא ממרה, הכל לתמונה. זה ככה נורמלי. שיש כבד, אתה רואה את המרה, המרה זה הירוק הזה. זה המרה. כאן, אין לך כבד, הלך כבד. מה נשאל? חתיכה קטנה, כאן למעלה, אתם רואים את החתיכה? זה מה שנשאל בכבד. העיקר שהוא נוגע במדע. אם הוא נוגע במדע, אז הוא בסדר. יש לו סיפור. עוברת כמו לילה, ואומר, ובוקוי שיחיו. לא מספיק. זה לא טוב שזה במקום המרה, זה מקום שיחיו. מה זה אומר? במקום של החיה. זה אומר מה במקום שיחיו. או מרב פופר, בעל הפופר אומר, הנה גם, הנה כדאי זו, ולא בו, הנה כדאי זו, ושיחיו, וזה התמונה הזאת. שתי כזה אחת שנוגע בפרה, אחת שנוגע בכליה, וככה, בואי רבי ירמיהו משחק מהו. אם יש לך חתיכות של כבד, זה לא רק כזית במקום אחד, יש לך רבע כזית כאן, רבע כזית כאן, האם סך הכל יש לך כזית, זה מספיק כדי לא להתחיל את הבהמה. כי רצוע מהו, הנה, יש לנו רצועה, זה לא כזית עגול, זה משהו עמוק כזה, זה כבר בואי נבקשי, כזית זה מלמודות מהו. זה ככה, זה דק כמו חתיכת נייר. לא של כבד. זה עגול. זה דווקא מקום כזה. זה לא חתיכו רואים לסקאפ, זה משהו דק, מצע. תיקו. מה עושים כשיש תיקו בבוי זית? מפרידים, לא אוכלים. בואי נצריקו ורבם. בואי נצריקו ורבם. ואז זה לא חופש. הוא מוכר ותרגישה אותנו. הכבד מושב הופך כל כזה. הוא מוכר, אבל זה כן מחובר מתרגישה. אמרנו שהתרפק זה הסרפת. אז אני מודע בולי נקע, נצא לרוצים טובה, זה תמונה טובה. שיש זה הסרפת במעלה. והוא מודע כזה, מרזיק ככה בחיתיך. אבל זה אני יודע מה הוא בחפת לי, יש מודע, לא מודע. אם אני לא מוכן מורה, אם אתה אומר שמספיק שכזית, כמו שיש בכיס המרה, יש לי כזית, יש לי יותר כזית, לא, יש לי כבד שלהם, מה הבעיה? אם אני לא רואה שיחיו, אני לא אומר, זה צריך להיות דפוק לקהילה, יש כאן יותר מכזית, מה הבעיה? אוקיי, זה סיימת את הסוגיה של... ועכשיו אנחנו אומרים, הסוגיה של ראייה. עכשיו, ראייה זה מאוד מגיע לנו, זה בעצם הנקה היחידי שאנחנו כל כך מאוד מפקידים עליה. זה השיחות של הראיות, זה מה שבדרך כלל עושה לבהמות ישראל, זה מה שאנחנו דואגים. יש עוד כמה דברים קטנים, אבל זה בעיקר מה שהמשגיחים עסוקים. הכל קודם, אז מי שרוצה לזכור, כי הרב היא יכולה לעשות, עושה את האנשים עם ראייה. איזה רעש היא עושה? זה דף מו. אז אפשר לזכור שהדף של הראיות זה דף מו. רב שמואל והרב עמי, הראיות שלי כבר. עכשיו זה, בראייה יש שתי כלומים, כמו שראינו, כמו במוח. יש כלום תחתון ומיליון. זה כמו שקיות ניילון שעוטפים את הראייה. רב ושמואל ורבן צידמי, לא. מה שאכפת לנו, שיש דקב הכי קטן שיש, זה מפנים את הבהמה, זה הקום העליון. הנה, בשביל ניסה כאן בסרניים, יש כאן חור בקום העליון. מה זה הקום התחתון? זה הדוח הזה. אז הם אומרים שזה מה שעושה, מה שמטריף את הבהמה, זה הקום העליון. זה לא כל הדתות. יש כאלה שאומרים, לא, זה התחתון. אבל יש פעמים מיום רב סימון, חיתנו לו, הנה, בוא נעשה את התחתון, הנה, נכון, אתם רואים את החור בתחתון? הנה, עכשיו תראו. לא אלוהים כבעל שפה למעלה ובסדר. והיית שומע רעשים, זה מדבר בינינו. אתה שומע פשוט את הרעש של האוויר שנכנס, הנה, משהו כזה, הנה, האוויר נכנס בין השכבות, אתה שומע, זה נכון, אתה שומע. אבל עדיין הוא תפוס בתוך הראייה, כי יש עוד שפה, יש לו שתי שפות. בכל דברים. מה אמרתי? הנה סוג של יש לך ראייה שהורדת לו את השורה העליונה, שנראה כמו תמר, למה אנחנו לא הולך נכון? הנה, כן, יש לי פחים קודם, שם זה הגיע, יופי. אני לא ראיתי את זה, אז אם יש כאן בעיה, פוליסית, זה לא השמתי. אם יש כאן שירד לו אור בלי מקום אחר, זה כאילו חוקת מכה, זה קשה, עומר. זה שהזדים לו מצוסות שאירו, סליחה, שם זה הלך על כל האור, כאן זה הזדים לו, יש לו צבע אדום, למה? מצוסות שאירו, זה חוקת מכה, אז זה קשה. לא, אם זה הכל אדום, אז לא להפריד, זה כל הלא למצוא צבית עינו, אתה אומר שנפגש יש לו מכה במכה, דעות רובניות, כי זה יתחבא. בורינה מאוד רובניות, גם כל הבריאה, זה אדומה במכה, זה יכול להביא, דיינו, אני למדנו, שם שקוצת ומוסים, שיצם דם, איש חובר בשבת, בזרימה, בשקט, בלטס. אתה חייב על הדבר הזה, אם יצא דם. אז ככה, גם כולו האדום, זאת אומרת, עד שיוצא אדם, אם לא יוצא אדם, זה בסדר, אפילו כולו האדום, אז מה הבעיה אצלנו? ואי בין 8 שרוצים, מדמיינו לו, זה 8 שרוצים, וה8 שרוצים זה שונה, שמה? לא צריך שיצא דם. ודעניון, אצל האדם, אתה רק רואה את האדם, כאילו, זה נחשב, זה אור גבוה, אז אפילו שזה לא יוצא קצת, זה נחשב, כאילו שהוצאת אותם, אבל מי שלא יוצא, אז גם בריאות, דווקא מי שלא יוצא, אתה רוצה לתחום לראייה, כדי להקריב אותו, אפילו במקום אחד, זה גם צריך להתחשב, אין עוד לא ישנו. מה זה לא ישנו רבו איתי? בשניהם, גם קצת, גם הרבה, גם כולו, זה כשר, רבו איתי, שאנחנו נראה, או, ונעים. אז טויסוס אומרים, מה תהפוך לבן אדם שאפשר להחזיר לו עמידה על ידי טביעת עין. ולעיתים אומרים, אני מכיר את זה, אני זוכר, מנהל ומרפס למטה, זה 12 שעות למטה. בואו רק לזה, זה סוי מהטון הציפי, מה זה סוי מהטון הציפי? שהוא שונא מתונות ושזה מחיה, זה רואה את זה ולעצמו. הוא רואה טריפה, הוא אומר, זה לא, אני לא רוצה את זה, כאילו הוא מתקשר, אני מכשיר את זה, אני לא דור של הזו הוא שדר הכי כל מי שואל כל מי שלומד ושוינר הוא משתיים זה רואה את טריפה לעצמו והוא מכשיר טריפה ולא קונה את זה ולשים משתיים לדרך החוק כל הכל זה מאוד להגיע לספר ולסויטר השני לא ותוי לא לא אני לא עושה את זה ולעזור יעד נעים שוקה שהנוסי היה שם צודק לו מתנות הוא היה לוקח ויעד מזם מלאי היו מזמינים אותו לערפה לא יוצא, הוא לא היה הולך הוא אמר, זה יחי, מה? הוא אמר לנוסי, מה, אתה לא רוצה שנתחיל אתה רוצה להרוס אותי? תפסיד, בסדר לא תודה תפיקיה מה אתה שולח לי מתנות? אני לא רוצה לתת אתה רוצה וזה כתירו, כמשענו לשוק הוא לא היה לוקח מתנות אז צער יוצא לה וקשיים מסורים אבל הוא מוכר כן היה יוצא למה? הוא אמר, ישעקו והיו סור זה טוב להם, הם מרגישים יותר ממני זה תראו לעצמכם החוב יצחיים מה לאכול את הסבא הוא עושה לך טובה, אתה עושה לך טובה אבל מסע לכם בסעודה, זה תחת טובה כן? אז אני שאומר, אני עושה לנו עושה טובה, אני מגיע, יגידו שזה יהיה אחת או מגד יגידו אומר נקפו, 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 נקפו נקפו אתה אומר, סבא שלי, מה? כל מה שרבים, כן סבא שלי לא מעביר לך נקפו כנפו, סתם תלו בו טוב, אז היום יש לנו תמונות מהכל השור, הרבה תמונות בוא נגיד שזה הקנה אנחנו מדברים על הקנה יש לו מלא קנה חורים קטנים כמו נפס אז איך אנחנו מבינים לראות את זה קנה הם מצטרפים לראות אתה לוקח את כל החורים מודד כמה חורים יש כמה הרוב, בוא נגיד שהרוב בוא נגיד שכל הסיבוב זה 10 סנטימטר אז הרוב זה 6 סנטימטר 5.5 סנטימטר אתה לוקח את כל החורים אם יש לך 5.5 סנטימטר של חורים קטנים רק האוויר אז זה רוב כאילו להגיעים גולד שיש בו נקב חפת רבוי הוא נגל גולד גולד יש בו נקב רבוי בוא נגיד גולד אפילו יש בו נקב רבוי מצטרפת לא יפתח יש מפתח מה זה סתמדה מפתח אבל אם החורים מצטרפים למפתח אז זה לא ילמד זה לא גולגולת, כן נכון? אם יש גולגולת, אז הגולגולת מכניס תשומה לתוך הקו אבל יש חור גדול בגולגולת, זה לא גולגולת החור לא יישאר לפתח אנחנו אוהבים שהוא לפתח שם, השיעור זה מפתח לא יודעים שזה הגול שלנו זה גולגולת, אם זה כזה גולגולת אז זה מפתיץ, אבל זה לא מפתיץ אין שם זה מפתיץ להיות הגולגולת אופן מכיר שהוא לקיסו יש מטבע שקוראים לזה איסר בוא נגיד שזה המטבע איסר אז אם כל החורים ביחד אז זה מה שמתחיל לדבר אז למה אתה אומר רוב שאומר נשואים לקבל 51% אבל הגמור שאתה מתחיל או אתה מתחיל כל יום הוא שכח במה לקרוא ויש בו כיסורוי, יש, תסתכלו, זה לא מאוד יקר שכל הראשון. אם יש לך מלא מכתבים, חסרים, אתה יודע שחסרים, הנה, אתה רואה את החתיכה שם, בקנה בצד, אתה לוקח את כל החתיכות האלו, בגודל של העיסה הוא בסדר. אבל, יש לך עוד תמונה כאן, שכל החיים ביחד, זה גודל של עיסה בתוך הקנה, וזה מפסיד את הבית. זה בגלל שמה זה חסר, הנה, רואים שהם חסרים, לפעמים אתה לוקח מחט ואתה מכניס חור לתוך הקנה, זה לא חסר, האור עדיין שם, הקנה שם, יש רק חור בקנה, ולא נרגע כיסור סתם וקיסור, שבם כיסור סתם וקיסור, אבל לא שוב אליי בימית, לא יגיע לנו כיסור, בוקס, תמונה, תחום ממנו בצורה. מצטרף לכיסו. אז לוקחים את כל הגודל, ורואים אם זה הגודל של הכיסו, ומתחיל. רואים להם כיסו כאן לפני רואים שבלי, ונקטו, פה. אז עכשיו דיברנו על זה. אם יש חורים כמו המפה, בקיצור, התמונה הזאת, או יותר מדויק התמונה הזאת, חורים כמו נפה, הרי הוא כבר אמר מדובר שיש בכיסרוי, אם זה המכתבים האלה, כשיש שם בכיסרוי, זה חסר הבשר, סתם בגיסו, אז בגיסו, שאין בכיסרוי, סתם בגיסו, זה לא חסר את זה לא. בואי ובאי, מה קורה פה? או מה נגיד זה מה נגיד, זה מה שלי מיני תראה בבוסו, אבדוי ומניחוי על פי הכולת. אבל הכולת נרלב אז בוא נראה לך. זה אני חושב שככה אפשר לראות את זה כל זאת. בוא נגיד שזה הקנה של האור. עכשיו, האור יש לו קנה מאוד מאוד קטן, הגיסוי כבר לא מתאים לאור, בחוסר בייסר שקוראים אותו. אם זה אור, זה מדי גדול בשבילו. אז מה עושים? אז זה סתם להפריש לכם לקח כזה וגדול. בוא נגיד שיש גם מלא חורים קצת. מה עושים? עושים ככה. ואז עושים ככה. עושים את המקום של החורים ועושים ככה. זה ישמע. רואים עכשיו יש פה כאן. לוקחים את מה שעשית, אתה תחת הזה, ושכל החורים הקטנים. אתה לוקח את החתיכה הזאת, אז אתה רואה אם זה נכנס לכאן. אם זה בגודל של כל הקנה, אז זה תראה. וכיוון שכאן הוא יותר קטן, או משהו כזה. לא, אם זה חסר את כל הקנה, את כל הפתיחה של הקנה. הנה, סתכלו בפנים, בואו נראה, בואו נראה את זה. מכאן ומניחה, מציעו הקונה. בואו, כן, אתה מכניס את זה בפי הקונה, כאן. אם חולקס, רואים מה הקונה, אם זה מכנסה את הרוב כאן, זה לא, כאן במקרה שלנו. בגלל שיש עוד מסימונה, זה נפל. אז כאן יש לך את החוץ, וכאן אתה שם את זה המשל, כמו החור, הקנה, זה הקנה מסביב, אתה תחצה אותו, הסביב הזאת, מי אפשר לעשות כדי? עכשיו, אז מה עושים? תוקעים את האיסור הזה, ואם האיסור בגודל של הדלת, אז הוא מתערב. זה לא צריך להיות גדול, אפילו אם הדלת מרובה, אתה לוקח את המקום שהוא מוכח, אתה רואה מה זה לא לכיוון הזה, את השטח, לא לכיוון הזה, אלא הרוחב של המקום. מיסטיקו, מה טוב בכוח? שמיסטה, ככל שהרימה אוכלת ומוספת, אז הסדק נסגר, לא נצטרך נסגר. אז קל להבין. אם יש סדק כאן ואתה מותח, אז רוב כל החוליה עכשיו, אתם תשמעו בגלל, רק אתה כותב חוליה, זה יכול להיות יותר חוליה אחת ושלוש חוליות. זה כמו ציצית. יש פה שום ציצית, הגמור קורא בחוליה אחת ושלוש סיבובים. ומילא, אז אם יש שלוש טבעות לצד, כל צד, זה בסדר, שלוש כאן ושלוש כאן, אז הוא אפילו שיש סדק, באמצע, חלק מורכותו. זה מה? שמעת שקט. הוא גם מדרגיות לו, מה חולים? אתה מדרגות שם. אלוהים אפילו משתתף לו משהו למעלה. הוא משהו למעלה, כשאילו לא צריך שלוש חוליות, צריך, אם יש סדק שישאר טיפה מהקנה בסוף, טיפה אתה בסדר. אמרו כרגע רביות במשווה, אמרו רביות שגם רביות אצל המעקב. אמרו לא, אמרו בקרוי, יש כאלה, מה? הם גם יודעים להתפגש ככה, וואי, מעניין, עכשיו שלא יודעים. לא יודעים לוקחים, אבל הם תקבל דרגות. כל הצעה מפכו לו, מתאמה שם כולו, הקלפי תהיו עצמכם. כל הקנה, למעלה, ראינו כבר את הצלחת הגדולה, היה ניקח לשיעור, כן? אין תמונה אפילו שזה היום. אז כל הדבר כל לא קשה לשליטה. טבעת הגדולה, מה זה טבעת הגדולה? מה הוא עושה טבעת הכוונה? זה גם עושים טבעת הגדולה, מסביב סביב, אין שם חסר בטבעתון, טבעת, עד כאן מגיע את הסולו. עד שתגיע לכנפיים של הריון, תגיע את הריון, כמו כנפיים. עכשיו מה הפלט הזה? בואו נגיד אז מה תחתון מה להיות כאן בזה? לכאורה התחתון בתפקידה עצמה ולאו זה למעלה כי אנחנו מסתכלים על הכבר אומרים שאפשר לשחול הכבר עד הראיית עצמה אז אומר לא הכוונה היא ככה אז נכון עכשיו אנחנו מתחילים למטה ואנחנו עולים למעלה אז זה הראייה התחתונה שזה עצם הראייה העליונה כל רואה את הטועים ישאים המילה תחתונים הזה לא כל כך תביעה זה בעצם עליון אני אוהב את זה כשאני צפור אותו גודל כל עוד עכשיו בהמה כל מה שהיא מזיזה את הצבא שלה כשהיא אוכלת עשר, זה חלק מהמקום של השליטה. ובעד של עונש, שלא תרשוק את הקנה החוצה מהריאה ותשחט שם. מה שנורמלי סביבי, מה שאוכלת, ובצבא זה נחשב הקנה. אוי, חלילות, חניות, עוד עצמו מהו. מה קורה עם הבהמה בעצמה, הוציאה קצת יותר כדי ברגיל. האם אפשר לשחוט שם? תיקו. אז דוד כאן אומר תמיד שיש תיקו, אז צריכים להחזור את זה בדיוק. לא זה להביא פה אנשים ונבטים שלא מגניב מביניו ונתעסקו על אופס. לא זה סימוני, משכת חזק בשמאלי, הוצאת מאיפה שהם לא היו צריכים להיות בתוך הראייה, ושוחד, שחלפשו לו. אם אנחנו אמרנו בין סין היה נקל של כל סין. ומענו בין החוזר, מי שתראה אומרת, ראייה זה גם במשהו. אז אם לקחת להתנהל, לתוך המחזה, במקום שהוא שלוש אז גם במה זה לא כאילו כל רבונו שאתה מבין את המטרה מהשלומת או לצפות אישות שוק הימין ביני מה נחשב כזה ראשון החלק האדום וגם הצלע הראשון משתי הדברים זה הרואה את הקרקע זה החלק האדום הזה שעומד זה רואה את הקרקע ומה פתאום עד הצבא זה עולה עד זה מגיע בצבא ומעלה עד הפרס מה זה למעלה? כשאתה עולה אותו אז עוד פעם אז הלמעלה אם הזנב למעלה אז הכרס הוא למעלה אז האדום רואים את הכרס כאן כן? האדום הולך על הכרס בואו נשים לייטר זה למעלה אם החלק כאן אם הוא תולה זנב למעלה או ראש למטה אז החלק הזה למעלה החלק הזה למטה זה למטה זה למעלה לא, עכשיו הבנתם? החלק האדום שהוא למעלה זה למעלה והחלק האדום שהוא למטה זה למטה שהוא מיד הצלע הנכון זהו, עכשיו למעלה זה ליד הכרס, למטה זה ליד הצלע ולמעלה זה למטה כי הבימה שיכולה ככה קוראים את הבימה הכי שאומרים אז רואים שתי צלועים שלפי רש"י שתי צלועים זה צלע אחת בכל צד ושתי צלועים, לא נזכה לכאלה וסתוי זה שתי צלועים וזה יכול להביא את הלביין מצוין זה מה שנותנים לכהן מה? רש"י זה מכאן הוא של מויה ראינו במשנה שעוד ראינו זה יש חור בשחרור זה לא זה המשמעות לנו דבר רומו לא אבל גם לא יצאים ביטתו יש שתי חורים במוח שימו לב זה התחום הזה מה שאתם רואים את האור המקובל הזה זה התחום שעל הגלגולת הוא יותר הזה וזה מאוד יותר רואים את השקית ניילון השק הזה מסביב למוח זה התחום התחתון כי אם אתה קודע מהראש ואתה נפס בפנים מה תמצא קודם? בתחום העליון הוא יותר הרבה, כן, יותר הרבה וגם בזה אז הוא אומר אם פגעת בעליון אז לא צריכים לגוע בפתון זה גם די ואמר לי לא, אם כפתון לא צריכים שלהם או מעמד לשמור בנצמינים בסימונם חייצו ומתנה ואימון זה השק שהמוח נח בו ששני הגיע לדעים למה בבקר הוא שוב עלינו זה כאילו בביצים בביצים יש שתי תחומים אבל זה לא רק כיס בחוץ, זה משהו שני תחומים, זה התחום העליון, זה התחום התחתון, והנה רייסליש מוריד את התחום העליון, זה מאוד ניכר, אפשר לראות מיד שזה התחום התחתון. אוקיי? כמו מלבשים אחד יום שוב עליהם, שוב בכחול, ובויה, כל מה שמגדי לו, הנה כמוה. מה נחשב מוח ומה לא? כל מה שתוך הגלגולת, זה נחשב מוח, ומה זה מה זה אומר זה נחשב מוח? שגם במשהו זה לביצ'וי ברגע שזה יוצא מהגלגולת לכיוון הצוואר, לכיוון השלוח, הוא לביצ'וי מכיוון השידרו. מכיוון השידרו, איך מתחילים מכיוון השידרו? במשהו ורואים ומאילו מתחילים משהו. ואם זה מקום במוח או בראש או מתחיל החדשה או לא אם אנחנו רואים לי פעם שאני מבין מישהו מדעים מכיוון שני כמו מילים תסתכלו איזה יופי, גם בכל הלשון. זה כאילו בסוף המוח, מיד כזה של לשון. הוא לא מביא על כאילו את זה בכניסה לראש, כאילו אתה הולך מהצבא, בתוך הראש, בתוך הבמה, עכשיו בכניסה יש שני פולים כאלה, ולהכל ולפני שם מהרמה לתוך הראש, זה הכל נחשב מוח, ובמשהו, או קטן שמשהו זה מחליט, ולהכל ולחוץ, אבל כיוון הדבר, את השדר, זה כלחוץ. אבל מה אני יודע, לא יודע מה לעשות, לא יודע מה לעשות. זה סתם, אני לפעמים כמו אומר, תסבר, להגיד, כמו המוח בעצמו, אני אומר די כמו כמו איזה באשק, כלים שני פולים, גם ברוב יש לך שתי הדברים האלה, הפולים האלה. בצורה אחרת אולי, הוא לא מעביק או צומי. זה אבוי, תגידו לי אם התמונות גם די חזקים בשביל אחר. מי גם עלי בבית חלום? אם יש מי גם עלי יש לב, ויש בתוך הלב חללים ששם נכנס אדם, והלב עושה קווץ', ואדם נכנס לגוף עוד קווץ', עוד פעם. אבל יש כמה חללים, בואי נרצה לנו בישראל, מה קורה בישראל מאוד, רוצים לראות כולם, מי שלא אוהב את הדברים האלה לא יסתכל. יש חלל גדול, חלל קטן. גם כולם וגם בייסט. יש תמונות אחרות, אבל משהו אורגינלי, ממנו. אבל אם הייתי קורא לו, מה שאני לא, כל איש לשם, כל איש שמדבר, לב, כתוב. אפשר לא אומר, עד שתינוגב, המשנה שלנו, עד שתינוגב, ובייס על סינפוילות, מדבר, גם מדבר על, וכתוב, בייס על סינפוילות. שזה כל הצינורות האלה שמביאים את החמצן בתוך הריאה. לא אומר רבי מדברים, התינוגב הסינפוילות, שם הסינפוילות לא, זה כוונה, הענק הזה, הגדול הזה, הראשי. והלב הוא עושה לטוב. החלב הדגות, אוריאה שלו עושה מביא קצת סמפורים שלו, מאוריאה שלו. מה זה מביא לי בעיה? עושו מביא הסמפורים שלו, אני בטוח שזה לא שווה הסמפורים. אז מהו הדבר העיקרי לצלול הסמפונות, או איזי, זה הצינור העיקרי הזה. זה לא כתוב לא שומע, ואין, נשארנו. שכל הקטנים הולכים לאותו אחד, אז זהו, לכן זה הראשי. והאוכל ביצחן לא יתודון. חלל אחד, כתוב לא צריך יופי, כבר לכל זאת, הוא חשוב. שכולם באים לאותו חלל, כתוב חלל, זה יכול להיות גם לדבר על החלל הקטן, אז אם יש דגל שנכנס לתוך חלל, זה כני הלב, זה עבור פה במשהו. מה זה כני הלב? משהו כזה, הקטנים האלה שיוצאים מהלב, רב אומר, שמו רב ברובו, זה לא חור קטן, זה צריך להיות רוב הקטן. הם יוצאים עליהם, מה זה קטן? רוב הרב אומר, יצאו רב, חלב של גם יצאו. זה החלב, זה שומן שעל התחלות. שואל בכל, התחלות זה כדאי בו. מה זה החלב הזה? מה זה בכלל? אכפת לנו מהחלב? זה, החיה לא תחוס, אם יש חור בחלב. זה לא, שהסגב יצטוף נראה, זה לא משהו. עוד מקודות, הנה, שמים לב שיש כאן חלב, זה הכהן, וזה הריאה, ויש כאן חלב על הכהן. אז בזה יש חור קטן, אז או מהווים יש בידי רב נחמן לא זכו נעבו, יש 3 קנים. אחד פורש שגידו, אחד הולך ללב, אחד פורש שריו, אחד הולך לריאות, אחד פורש שליטה. עכשיו מאוד קשה להבין את זה, מה שאומר שיש 3 קנים שיוצאים מהלב, משהו שיוצא מהלב, ואחד הולך ללב, אחד הולך לקבל, שאנחנו עושים שזה ממש ככה. אז כל אחד מנסה להגמש פרש בצורה אחרת, ואין זה השויים, הכל זה. אז הם מסבירים שיש 3 צינורות גדולים בגוף, אחד הולך לכבד, אחד עובר דרך הכבד, שזה יש, אחד עובר דרך הראייה, זה יש, אחד עובר דרך הלב. תראה, מה שעובר דרך הראייה, למשל, כאן אנחנו בתמונה הזאת, אז יש איזה הלכות של ראיות. זאת אומרת, מה ההלכה של ראייה? משהו פוסל, אז גם בקנה הזה זה פוסל. Riccardo, una la fa per vedere voi sai? Metal, culo, rak, non ne so più, loro devono cos'era? Sono dove la chiama cadesse lo sono là. Ma ancora che ne là, dai, ok, diciamo successo. Primo, non so come lo non deve vedere alla faccia non si deve sapere. Anche libro, invece, insomma, lei insomma, poi mi si muove un po', ma sarà che rimasti io. Direi che c'è la fine. Ma sono del Fabio, di nuovo, che dice di interesse colora. Riccardo, ma sono del Fabio, da fino di San Giovanni, di Trapima. Mamma poi bisogna mamma me macho poi io la voglio spedire di là come di scuola ci manca ma lei io dai dai se lei non già ci sta bene c'ha la più lascia o va da che mi fa versi ma se ne sbaglio ma lo speranza no e là sembra che hanno fatto che non si osserva che ci fa la cosa allora ci abbiamo un'idea di ciò che oggi che ha provato con sempre loro cosa ci non si sa siamo ci sono يعني هو يبقى كده ويجي كده شغل انا كمان ده يكون شغل مبني لو بعمل ايوه ما مش لكن كنت كده شغل كده بما كله ولا لا ده مش كده ده ما ماشي ده بلاش ده سبب شمس لا ازاي كده كويس يا بيك بياكل يقوم شباب كده بياكل شباب وما بقول لك بياكل ما في ده بيعمل או מסביב, זה מה שאנחנו קבלנו, ולא אכפת לנו מה שיש בפנים, לא כל הצווים, כל המערכת שעומד, כל החוקים שעומדים בפנים, זה מה שצריכים לחתוך את הרגל. אומר גם אומן לבוא ודאי שרוב כי הכתוב מבינה שאת הצווים, אז הוא נמצאים לשמאל לבוא, אבל האור לחוץ, כי אז גם הכל בפנים בפנים נחתך לא שמע, לא אמר ניבלי בתי הלילה, אין עוד ניבלי כל השעה אומר המון, הוא שאומר הוא רואה זה בעצם הוא אמר הוא היה זה לא ימד ולא יבואי אמרתי מהאור, למה? כי זה התרפס ולא זה מרוב ונער יוסף כמי נראה קודם הוא בדק את החוץ אחרי הוא בדק בפנים אבל כל זה למעלה ואלה לא ידע אתה בודק בפנים אומר רבי שוב מסבורת פוסט אם המוח בפנים נהיה כמו נוזלי אז בסוף מסמס מספוס וגם אם זה נהיה יותר רע באיזה המוח ואיזה המספוס המוח כל שנשמס איתו פשוט השפעה ראשונה אפילו תזרה הנה זה יוצא כמו בית נוזלי זה טרק מספוסו כמו שאני יכול לעמוד הוא לעמוד אחד כל הראשון זה אחוז השידור שעובר בשבוע אבל מה זה? בדרך כלל זה יכול לעמוד כמו התמונה למטה לחתמה זה נופל אז זה אם הוא יכול לעמוד אם הוא לא יכול לעמוד אחוז השידור נופל כזה כמו בתמונה בגלל שהוא נמס אז אני מבין אבל מה קורה פה ממש גדול אפור, טוב זה אני לא יודע אסור לכל זה בצד עכשיו בגלל הרמין, סמאס נספוס אם זה נראה אסור וסמאס נספוס אם חוקר קצת ושווה סביב שירותים לא זורים ואימו שנסמאס נספוס חוטליק עכשיו אנחנו אומרים המוח של השדר והמוח של הבהמה, מוח. אם סימץ מזמויכו, אם הלך קצת מוח, זה להבין, כן? זה המוח, כן? זה מוח של הבהמה או המוח של תרבות השדר, לא תמיד סוכר? שאתה בטוח? בסדר, יום שנייה זה מוח. המוח של השדר, אבל תגידו לא, זה אנחנו משימה, יש אפילו שהלך קצת, משימה זה שנהיה רע. שנהיה רע, היא באמת ראינו. מה יעשה? רבו יצאי! הגעת את זה. בוא, לידי ביה ויוסף עם הסוסו, הוא היה מקרטט את המרחק. אחד זה הוא גם לנתחר אינריישן. מי שדפק את הראש שלו בקיר. חזק. מה? בדיוק, פה זה לא בסדר. צ'ק, אבל כנראה בעצם בטח קרה. מה שקרה, הוא הבין שמשהו לא בסדר כאן. אז הוא אומר, עומר, חידודי, הלכנו קצת במוח. אז שואל, תגמור לעולם בלחיים, וואו, הוא רוצה להגיד שהוא אמינות גמור. אמר, ביי, לא יושב, בואי לי. אז היה כאן צבוע מאוד יפה, מאוד מצליח. אמרתי לה, אני לא יכול לעבוד את זה. ביי, זה משהו, משפט בסוף, שלא אנחנו בטוב. הייתי מדבר הרבה פעמים גם. אז אני מקווה שיום שישייה את זה. בוא נתפלל שזה לא יעלה. בוא נראה לי שהוא שינה. זה מופיע. אם הוא כתב מכה באבויה, אז הנה בואי לי, זה רבו ישי, שלכם לבוא, תנאים, הגות כלום. Agora, vou pegar no chão e sai. Eles fazem a próxima situação do raio. Agora e sai. Esse que chama, lá no zito da aqui no mês, se mata. A altura da água tem a boca. Aí a show. Já chega a trabalhar para a boca. Da água do espírito do humano, sabe? Como a verdade. זה ההתחלה, זה הסוף, זה הפה, זה הקיבה. עכשיו אנחנו יודעים שיש גבול איפה שאפשר לשמוע. אז בואו נגיד, זה החלק הזה כמו זה כל בצע הפשע. אז הוא מתחיל כאן, הוא מתחיל לשמוע כאן, טיפה, ממש טיפה, וגומר כאן. הוא גומר במקום טוב, באמצע ודאי, אז זה דיברנו, מה? כן, אז אתמול אמרנו שאנחנו רוב לפי השיטה הזאת בכלל בבשת, רק בקונר, הזכרתי בדרך אגב. בואו נראה שכתוב כאן. אז זה בעצם מה שהמושג של הגרום. זה בגרום הבשת. וכאן יש כאן עוד נקודה. הוא התחיל איזה כמשהו בסוף, הוא יודע שזה לא כל כך טוב בצוושת, אז הוא הולך לחסום כזה, וחוטף בשער הוושת. למה לא? לא, לרוב, נגיד נעלי, זה לשמור את התאריך הזה. אז רוב אומר משהו מוסר, ובסוף הגמור תגיד שהוא צודק, זה לא מובן. בואו ניקח שתי שיטות, וחבר אותם ביחד, ולסקר אתמול ראינו מה קורה בזרם רב ושמואל חושבים בתחום הצוות בסוף של התשת, בצד הזה וכמה זה מבצע לפי רב זה במשהו ולפי שמואל זה לא צריך ממש לחתוך לפי רב זה חלק מהוושת ולפי שמואל זה לא כאילו הולך ביחד, זה מה שאומר סיפור ובווש אוכל שאפילו בזמן שהוא עושה אז אפילו סוף סוף הוושת צ'אט טיפה, זה עושה למה? זה חלק מהוושת לפי שמואל לא חלק גדול, צריך לחתום על זה 51%. למה? כי זה לא חלק מהוושת אומר רוב, בוא נקח את שתי השיטות ביחד ונעשה ככה זה הוא אומר למה זה פוסל את השחיטה מכיוון שאתה עושה משהו אבל אם אתה עושה שחור משהו קטן באוזן ואחר כך אתה שוקף את הוושת זה בעיה בשאלה לא כי האוזן והוושת לא קשורים אם זה חלק מהוושת אם זה חלק מהוושת אתם שומעים חלק מהוושת אז אם משהו לא פוסל למה זה חלק מהשחיטה מה הבעיה? זה לא חלק מהוושת אם זה לא חלק מהוושת אז זה הרבה יותר ממשהו מחט לא נפסל שום דבר זה מחט באוזן מחט ברגל זה פוסל לא איפה נפסל משהו במחט בוושת אבל אם תאומת זה הוושת הסוף של הוושת זה לא חלק מהוושת אז מה כי זה לא מספיק אם זה כן חלק מהוושת אז אני אפשר לשמוע שם מצוין זה חלק מהוושת אפשר לשמוע אז אני אערבב את שתי השיטות של רב ושמואל מצד אחד אני אגיד שזה לא חלק מהוושת מצד שני אני אגיד שגם מקסימום עושה בסוף אבל אנחנו זה השיר אתה לא יכול לקפוץ את שתי חתונות לזכות את שתי חתונות גם להחזיק במורה ולהחזיק בשביל מה שאתה רוצה לא יודע גמורה, אבל בסוף הגמורה, אתם לא מאמינים, אתם לא אומרים שרוב צודק אבל רוצים לקרוא, הגמורה שרוצים, רוצים אחד חזק, קוראים לו שורות של ראש, כאילו קסים, משהו חזק מאוד לא, גם שהוא קופץ, הוא מורכב לשתי כדורות מה שאתה מחשבים שאתה מכיר, אתה לא יכול לקחת את החולה של זה, את החולה של זה ולצרף אותו ביחד לא נראה, או שני חולה של זה חולה דלב אני יודע את החולה שלה, בואו לא נעשה שהתחלת רק לשחקו בצוושת, אבל אם זה משהו הזה מתחיל לעשות לבימה אבל הבעיה שלא ברע כמו זה ממש המקום של השקידה מצוין, שכחתם על המקום הנכון אז מה יש מה לצאת ולחסור? בסוף למדת במקום יותר טוב אתה רוצה שזה ושת אז עשינו שקידה טובה לא מכיוון שכשמואל אתה גם הולך למקום כמו שמואל אתה אומר למה אתם שקידו? כי הטור הזה ושת זה לא מקום של שקידה אבל אני הולך כמו שמואל כי שמואל לא אמר ברור אבל זה לא מספיק לעשות חוק קטן צריך לעשות 51 לא, תראה, לא ממש צור, אני חושב שתי השיטות שמספיק לחתוך משהו ואתה מחליט ואתה מטבע את השיטה של שמואל שזה לא המקום של השיטה ובאלה, הכל יחד, יש לך הצעה גם גיל מיצור וכל אני אקבל להתרבשת ברבי אבא הדבר הזה, הרשע, העניינית הזאת, הגיע לגבי אבא מה מדברים? הרב אומר, בין הרב בין שמואל שוסי וכולה הוא רק מסתכל על רב הרב אומר, אבל הרב אומר שזה כמו שתיקה אז הוא מציע לצד השתיקה טובה שמואל אומר שצריך לחתום 51% של הוושת אבל שמואל אומר שזה לא מקום שתיקה אתה לא רוצה שתצא בכל מצב. עשית טיפה, למה טיפה זה לא המקום? כדי לעשות המקום צריך לעשות מוצאים. בקיצור, אז לא עכשיו זה טוב. רק מה? עשינו הרבה פעמים בריפלי רפלוסר. זה טוב, אנחנו נגיד את השם שלנו. אנחנו תגידו לבוטר, שזה הפלט של הפלוסר. ונשאר לפני זה לא לבוטר. מה שמסביר, כל כך היה צד להוציא אחרי, שזה באמת מצילות כאן, הוא לקח את השום של ההוא, וזה זה לתוך הפה של הכלבים. נתן את זה לכלבים. או, אז עשית בידיים, אתה חייב. אם סתם פסקת, אז לא תטעות, בסדר. עושה מהאוכל, אז זה מוספות את זה. אם התחלת בידיים, הכלבים, אתה חייב לשלם. תגידו לו לא בשוליים לשלם. זה קרוב מאוד מאוד גדולה, שזה $2,000. כל פעם ברגע עושים לדיוק אותה וסמי דרום. יש לי פצצה נגד הסונים של רוב. מה זה נגד הסונים? זאת אומרת, נגיד רוב. אני לא רוצה להגיד. את השם רוב. אז אני אומר, את הסונים של רוב, אני מדבר לרוב. יום הזה נולד, להכניס לו חזק. וואו, הוא קורא לו סף. הוא קורא לו סף לא יפה. יש מה זה להגיד, תשמעו, אתה לא צודק, יש משהו לכל מישהו שוי את זה. הוא לא מסכים. לא, אנחנו עוסקים על הכעד כמו מסיבות כל השאס. לא את זה לאט, זה לשעמס, אבל לא זה כאילו לשעמס, בסדר. אם אתה עושה אין במסיבות, או עושה פיקור לשעמס, סליחה. לא את זה לאט, סיפור לשעמס, לא עושה במסיבות. אם אתה רוצה לעשות כמו לשעמס, אתה עושה לשעמס. אבל אם אתה עושה לפני משם, יש לי מסיבות, אני שאתה מגיע תלכו לשם, הוא מסביר למסיבות. אם אתה לוקח שתי השבועות, כמו שאתה רוב עשית, שלקחת את התמורה, זה לא כל זה אפילו משהו. ושזה לא מקום שמידה, אז מקסים, פחות שמועד. עוד הפעם זה רואה, והאקסיר, פחות שמועד. אתה עושה להם שתי החורס, אז אתה גם אחוז כמו שם, גם כזה, אז חייבים להחמיר, כן, אתה הולך לקרוא, כל פעם אתה מחמיר. כמו משם, לא כמו ישראל, אז תקסיר. שלא, אם כאילו שם, שאני כאילו משם, ואין אותך, שם משם, גם כמה. פה, זה מקרה לבית משם. אם אתה אומר, אני מוביס את זה עד הסוף, אם אתה אומר, אני מוביס את זה עד הסוף. אז הבנה. כשמגיע לבהמה, יש לנו אומרים, כדי להחליט את הבהמה, צריך שני חוליות. צריך חסרים שני חוליות. זה לא חוליה אחת. אז שם יש עוד מובילים. אומרים, אפילו חסר חוליה בחצי. במכשירה לגמרי. רק חסר שתיים, אז אם חסר שתי חוליות, זה כאילו הבהמה בצבע. וסופר זה לא הלא שתי חוליות. זאת אומרת, בן אדם, אם חסר חוליה בחצי, אז זה עדיין ממשיך יותר תרומה. אז מכירים, השדרה של אדם ממשיך יותר תרומה באויר, עד אשר יחסר שתי חוליות. אבל הספורי הוא אותו דבר, שתי חוליות לא נחשב שדרה. עכשיו, זה לא נחשב שדרה. אבל השדרה זה לא מתארף בכלל. אבל אותו דבר, זה גם בגלל חוליה, שכתוב אויר, אם חסר רק חוליה אחת, ומשם זה לא נתן תרומה, אז אמרו לה. אז אתה לא יכול. אז התרומה שלי, שימו במקרה חוליה אחת, ואויר, שתי חוליות. אתה עכשיו, בספרד, זה כמה ספרד, עכשיו שלה את הספירה, שניים או אחת. אז אם אתה אומר לכו לגמרי, אבל אם הבשר נשאר שם, איך קוראים לבשר ראש פעם? בשר ראש נשאר במקום. הוא תופס טוב טוב את הכלבת הוושת, הלכו עליי, אבל יש שם בשר. אז זה בסדר, הוא עדיין נושב, הוא עדיין נופל, אין לו שיקול כאן. שהוא שומר, שהוא מתראה. שהוא הוושת, קשה, איך זה יכול להיות, אם אנחנו לא עושים את זה, יש כאן אמירה נקר הסיכון. אבל דבר ראשון, כולו יודעים את זה. וואו, הכול הוושת נקר, בסדר, באמת, הוא לא עלה, אז זה לא יצא. הוא אמר, הלו, שבוע, סימון שהוא דאג לי, מה יעזור לי שהלך? גם רוד, מכיר את המילה. אומר, אם זה עושים בכוח, אנחנו עושים לשני בבוא. בכוח, כן? אם אתה שולט, אם מישהו היה שולט את זה לגמרי, מה היה קורה? הוא עושה כל מיני בעיות שם, הוא עושה את זה להגיד. נכון, כאילו זה, וכאילו נקק לך איזה משהו לסגר על הולך שלו, או דהיגו מגוני מלובי סימוני, או. אז אם לקחת את זה לגמרי, סליחה, לא, הרי זה מקומות. או תיקח לי כגוני, אם הורדת את זה לצד, יש איזה מקום שזה מחובר קצת, אז מה יקרה? כיוון שזה בצד זה יתרפר. בפתרים כאלה שזה קצת מחובר, אבל אתה יודע, זה בכל שחיבור, זה לא יתרפק נכון. פירק את זה כמו שאומרים בנפרים. מכל כחוקי, פירק אותו. כמה חוק זה גגר? בבוי זה חזק כל. אז את זה היה לנו המון המון זמן. לא. סכין נכנס לרוב. אז אם מצאת וגם ילד, לפני שליטה, פתוח טוב, זה תדבר. אבל כמה הוא צריכים להבין כמה זה. למה? זאת השקעה, רואי פרסיון, ואז זה לא יושקע לו, אבל מה קורה? אנחנו מסתכלים. סבב. קודם כל זו תמונה אמיתית שסכין לתוך הגלגלת. ובעצם שלה. בואו נשים לב, תראו איזה אופי הקטן כאן. ותראו כמה יש עוד קטן. זה תמונה שלקלה ומסגיעה, זה נשמע מאוד. למעלה הוא ככה, ולמטה הוא ככה. עכשיו, אם תיקח שאיתו מלמעלה עד למטה, אז יש כאן באמצע. זה ה-50%. ואם אתה עובד ה-50% הזה, זה בריח לכל העובדים שלנו למעלה. אבל לא תצא באמצע העיגול. הוא אפילו 5 שקל ככה על כל גוף. או שלא, מתחיל מהעיגול. אתה מתחיל מהחמוד של הסגריה האמריקאית הדומה, שאתם אומרים בעברית לא? בייגל, החום של הבייגל. אם אנחנו רק מסתכלים על החום, הוא בדיוק, אולי תצטרך כמו מצד שמאל. מצד שמאל אנחנו מתחילים מהחום של הבייגל, זה 50%, זה היינו מתחילים. ולמעלה, עד שמגיעים, ואיפה מתחיל הרוב? אם אנחנו רק מתחילים, אם אנחנו רק מודדים את החלל, לא נוגעים בכלל בסבת מהחום, אז הקו יורד, היית שזה לגלגל. אז הגיע בדיוק כזה סיפור, זה עשור לי תמיד על המגיע דבר, לא עושה לי גבוה לגבות בגוי אופו. לבדוק את זה, לימור בצד, אמין, כאילו, אם אתה פחד בכל הסיפורים. אומר הרב כאן ובנה של הרב, והתורה ואין לנו את חלום, אתה אמין, לימד אותנו שאנחנו לוקחים את החלל, עכשיו גם ידענו עוד דיברו את חלום ולאפשו. ובאמת, בדק את זה לפי החלל, לא הטבעת, לא הבשר, וזו במינו, בעל עולם, בקטנה, יצר מיסטרי, שיטריס, לא, מבחינה ב-13 כסף, 13 ואתה מבעיה, הוא פוסק, שזה בסדר גמור, אחר כך הוא נקודה בשר, ולמה בסדר? בדיוק, יש כאן איזה אינטרס, ניגוד עדים, שזה כמו בעיקר וגם אין חברים, קודם כל, יש גם בעיה אחרת. אם רב אמר ככה, רב הלך לפי אתה הולך לפי החלל, אם תבין, ותבוא של אדם, או עושה לו לחבר, במקום כל אחד עשה דבר, תבוא של לאט, ותסכים לשאול שלומדים, שברגע שרב עושה שהוא, זה באמת נהיה אסור. אחד הדברים, לא שאני חושב שזה אסור, ואתה יכול למצוא רב אחר שאומר שזה מותר, ולא שאני חושב שזה אסור, מיד וזה איסור. כמה יש כן שלומדים. זה לא שואל, זה אסור להגיד. אנחנו נגיע למשתים, היום נלמד את הסוגיה הזאת. שאני אוכל, זה מעניין, דנים, יש את המושג הזה היום, נמרב, מוסר היום, שיש כן שאומרים לו, אין לנו זכות לעשות, כי אין לנו מספיק שיקול הדעת היום, בדור שלנו, זה סוף דברים. הכל דברים, שאני אוכל, זה רב להיות שר, ויסרקו את עצמו, לא באמת השר, שאלו אותו, איך אתה רוצה לבדוק את זה? הוא לא אמר את זה, אסור, זה לא אסור, הוא רוצה לבדוק את זה. שואל את הגיבור הזה, אם לא לבדוק חוכמות, זה שגאות. אם כבר היה פסק של חכם, אם באות מרגינות, איך מותר לך לאכול את זה, בבסיס, או איבה. זה ראינו כבר, בסוגיה הזאת. חזקאל אומר, אחורה, השם לי, כנדם שלא זוכרו, אתה יודע שאני יכול לא להתמד. שזה שידה, הוא אסור לתת. אינו לתמד ולא אחד, לא אחד, נמצא מים והענקו. הוא אומר, בוא, אתה יודע, כמה שאני טוב, אבל לא אחד עם רבינו לתמד. מה עליו לזה כל אחד יכול להגיד את זה? ולבוא בפי בשר פיגו, זה אינטרס של חורס. לא אחד פיגו, שהכל חשב, שהוא יוכל את הבשר הזה, שהוא שים את הבשר על המזבח, ושהוא יוכל את זה ממש בעוד 3-4 ימים, אבל בדרך שלו. אז אם מסבירה, אני לא חייב להסבירות, נותנים לה שבו ירבסיון לא נגיד בבית. ושם נתן שוב מסבירים שהוא באמת, אף לא נשאר פה. לא יהיה ביום ולא בא לתיקון בלילה. הוא נראה לו דברים לאחד, ואחד עם בשר וקויס לא אוהב לו. אבל בוא בפי בסך. זה, כל זה הסוגיה שלנו שבוא, תשחק את זה מהר לפני שהוא לא ברור. זה הסוגיה שמסוגלת שלנו. ובוא בפי בסך פיגו שלא אחד מדבר הוא שואל אבל זה כבר מעלה. החכם אמר שזה קשה לגמרי. זה קשה לא אחד שהוא נבוא. שאחד מהם שהיו רק לסר. אפילו שהוא היה כמו לא אכל, הוא לעצמו לתת רק לצפון לבדוע. זהו, רואים כאן שלא אוכלים בשר, עדיף לא לאכול בשר של אורד הגיבור. משתמש בגיון, כי החכם אמר שזה קשה. לא רק קשר, משתמש בגיון, הוא אמר זה נראה לי, לא רק לעשות את זה, לא אותו הלאה. בסוף זה מתקרב לו, זה לא פשוט. זה מה שלמדת על זה. זה יוצא שאתה לא מתקרב. כי ספקת להיגיון של הכסף לא עצמך. הרב בחנו, הגמור למצוא. הסיפוס הגרס, זה לא שהוא יוצא משהו. שזה הולך לפי חלל, ולא לפי רודו. משהו שאמר זה דברי דברות.
זה folks.
זה משהו אחר. זה משהו נגד. גם נותנו הגוס. שואל נגיד בו בבית, פשוט חשודו. הם אומרים את זה, זה הגעת כזה. הרי אנשים שדעו אותו, שהוא פסק שהבימה זאת שירה, אבל הקורונה תגלה ב13 סלעים של בשר, שמע. וכמובן, יגידו, הוא גם תגלה לכתוב, למה הוא הסיר אותה בימה, כמעט הלכה בית, הוא אמר שזה קשר, אז הוא אמר שיראו לו אז את זה. בסעניות, לא בסעדים, כולם בסעדים, ציפור מחיר, משהו לא יש לי זכאי, אני חייב, כאילו בקיר, מה זה שואל ששמעתי? אולי ההוא כבר לא יודע, מה זה שואל? שאחד, היה לו איזה עבור טוב טוב באיזה עסק. בוא נלך לבורים. אז הוא אמרו לו בורים. ואותו אחד שעבדו לחתום, עשו לו חתום, אז בבורות אז מישהו חייב עוד כסף. הוא היה, הוא לא יודע מה לעשות, הוא אין, אתה לא חושב. טוב. מי היום? הולך לבנותו, והחתונה שחוקרים הגיעה לבנותו זה היה חתונה של אותו אחד שגנב לבנותה. כל העסק וגם ומה הוא רואה בחופה? שאותו קורר וקפית ונכנע לתחת לחופה שלו. ואז הוא קלט מה קרה כמור, זה לא ברור. ואז הוא רואה את הכל, אז הוא ניגש אליו והחוזר מה שעשיתם לי הסיפור הזה כל מה שמכירו אותם אבל לא יסבור אבל לא שזה דבר איך השעה יש זה אתה דנת דין מה? אתה היה זה גם הגיע נמרה ברב סדור מה עושה? נגיד אמר שמשהו אסור, משהו נקר, בחלק, שיגידו עוד פעם, יש לך ניגוד אינטרס כולם משואל רגע מותר לקטות מהדבר הזה שמעתי שמותר לעשות גם הייתי אבל לא נכון, מה יכול להכיר הוא מנהדון עתיד צריכה להתמקל וזה אתה מתמוקם לא, איך זה אומר 13 סלעים שבשר שהוא עכשיו בשר שזה קשה זה כאילו, זה מגיע אומרת, הגמור היה למיד נמצא במשנה אם אתה צריך לעשות ערכה אם אין צריכים להעריך גם שם אז כולם יגידו, הנה הרב הזה אנחנו נותנים את הרב הזה אם אין את זה מה? אז זה בדיוק נותנים הרבנים הוא קיבל לאישה נזרה אבל אם אוכל אז קודם כל, זה הולך לפי משקל, כל אחד מכיר את המשקל הוא ראה שהוא לקח תר וככה בשר וכולם יודעים זה מותרים לבשר כמה עולה סטייק רבויסה, סטייק אחד ו-20 שקל לסטייק בצד 200 זה נורא לי אז זאת שאלות גם הרב שאלה 250 קילו, אני יודע שהוא שאלה, זה לא שהוא שאלה סבבת הגמור, ממש ככה רוב שורט, איזה סור, זה לא סיפה הוא אמר שהצליפה הזאת בסדר מה העולם פשוט זה? הוא לא שמותר אתם יודעים מה? תשמעו צריך חלק מהבשר הזה ומכרו לו עוד עולי פס רב חיסדו מי זה רב חיסדו? אשתו הבת של רב חיסדו המסמסמת שהייתה ילדה קטנה ישבה על מכאן שלה עכשיו, היא אמרה, אני רוצה לתתן איתו. מי זה השני? רוב בחורף, ורוב הרב, ואני השני. בסוף מסתתן שהם, רוב בחורף, בסוף רוב בחורף, והנה, היא נשואה לרוב. היא גדלה, הראשונה זה להכניס. אז היא יודעת, דבר אחד ושניים. היא אומרת לבעלה, רוב, אני לא מאמינה שקנית בסביבה, ואותו בשר שאתה איתה אותה, כולה משהו שתרם, אתה בשר, מה זה? אבא שורי בלכו, פעם אחת, ניגט גם בלכו. אין לי תמיד בשלושה, זה המלואים, לא היה מזה. והבחור שנותן הכהן, אין ברירה, אי אפשר לשחוק את זה, מה עושה? אפשר להביא את הקורבן, זה נגיד עד שליפול קורבן. אז הוא אמר, טוב, זה ליפול, זה ממש מאוד מצוין. אנחנו מתפגלים שיצאו אותם, נוכל לשחוק. וזהו, ואחרי דבר שזה נשאר לשחוק עכשיו, אבל לא כאלה נשאר. עכשיו תזכרו שבחור, וכל שבזמן הזה, כששופטים בחול, אחרי שיש לנו, עדיין יש לנו חמישה קצת של בחול, שמה? אסור לבחור אותו לפי משקל, כן, ומה עוד? פשוט, כן, פשוט. מה היא אומרת לבעלה? ולא, אב שלי לא עושה את זה. אז הוא מסביר לה למה הוא לא עושה, זה היה בחור, הוא מצוין. אבו, הנה, זה תמיד החכום, זה לא איזה אישה, כן? אני ראיתי את אבא שלי, מגדיר בו ולגזול את עצמו, הוא אומר לי, אסור לזה, אסור לזה. לא, הוא מסביר לה, זה בדיוק מה אני רצתי את הפשיעה, זה היה בחור, זה היה שום מזדהה. שם ההתנהלות זה גם שווה, אין משקל, ובחור, אסור לשים אותו על המשקל. מה לא מובן, כאן אפשר לשקול. אז מה היא כן? אז מה תשאלי אותי שם? תשאל, איש הקטנה אחרת. שוב, אני רוצה מה לזה. תמיד, כי בגלל שאני הכרתי לו את הדבר הזה, הוא נתן את החלק הכי טוב של הבימה. מה החלק הכי טוב? בני, השרפת, לא יודע, אבל הייתה אותו בשר של הראש. כל יום הוא רוצה מה שזה עבודי, אבל זה לא נכון, למה? כי איפה שאני הולך, כל יום ידוע, אין נותנים לזה בשר טוב. קודם כל, רואים כאן, יש לא בעיה של בשר טוב. אומר את זה, הנה השיר לי. זה השיר של זאת. אומר את זה, אין סיכון לכוח את זה. מה זה דבר הזה? זה לא סיסקאי, הקטן שכשמה אתה אומר, מה זה דבר? ומהגין עליה מידות של כביס עין, אני מכיר ש... בוא נציל, החוקים את כולם הזה, כן? כולם עזו לי בחדר, זה שקרה מתחילה, בסוגיה הזאת, אתה נכון? יש את כביס עין. הוא לא צריך סימונים, הוא אומר כביס עין. כן, נכון? אתה זוכר את הסוגיה הזאת? כביס עין? לא? אני זוכר, אתה זוכר, אתה עוד לא? זה הרבה יותר לעצמו, כי מחמיר על עצמו ומטריץ את הבהמה. אז זה יודע שהוא לא מצליח, אפשר לסמוך עליו. כלומר, זה שונא מהכל לסיפור. מי זה בן אדם שזה שטר שונא מהשמות? זה הרבה יותר לעצמו. הוא עומד את זה באימן שלי, ואני אומר, אסור לי לאכול את זה. רבון צהי, עבוד נשאר הוא אומר שזה קטגוריה, שמונת קטגוריה, זאת אומרת, זה לעשות ידידות ולראות את הפורטה הלאומי של אחריות, של מגלב אחריות, זה לא. אז בואו נעבור על זה קצת. זה ה-18 פרקות שראינו אתמול במסכות. עכשיו אנחנו נחלק אותם בעצם לשמונת קטגוריות. בקורו ראינו אתמול שזה שמונה דברים. כמעט המשת, מוח, הלב, היד, כמעט, העין, הכל שביעי, כל שהאמסס, איזה קויסס, זה נחשב דבר אחד. למה זה נחשב דבר אחד? כי הם אומרים אותה ליד השני, האמסס והאמסס קויסס, סופץ. זה נקורו. מה זה, ואני אומר לכם, פסוקו. מה זה פסוקו? מישהו יכול לחשוב על פסוקו? פסוקו זה גרגרת, זה יפה מאוד. והשמש, אוקיי. הכל, זה מתוך התזרה, זה החוץ של התזרה, אם זה נפסק, הקלה כבר לבד. הגרגרת, זה הגרגרת, השחור, אבל זה לא שחור, לא. הוא פתוח ככה, נפסק הגרגרת, סכנה, הלך. אז בואו נראה, יש לו פסוקו. פסוקת הגרגרת, הפסקה של האישים, זה שלב, עכשיו, נטולו. מה זה נטולו? אז הנה, הגענו עכשיו ככה. לודו, אתם זוכרים, אנחנו, הוא בהמה בריאות. ונקודה אקמו, זה של אחד שיושב כאן, שהלך לו הכדור שנכנס לתוך הכדורים, גם בקטע של כדור שנכנע, בשקע, יש שקע, הוא נכנס, ושלא יצא, נכנס לרפאים. זה נטולו, זה יצא. מה בא אחר כך? חסורו. מה זה חסורו? חיסרון בשעדרות שראינו אתמול, בפרויקט הזה, חוליה אחת, שתיים, חסור, שהנחיל את הבהמה, אז נראה לו כזה, כמו שהסתמק, כמו הסתמק, כמה, הוא הגרם על קובו, קובו, ונראה שפסיה. מה זה קובו? קובו זה הכרס שנצרע או בשר חוסר רוב הכרס, קוברה רבוי זית. שם רואים שזה יוצר, ראינו גם שני כרס, זה לאחד, אבל שם רואים שזה יוצר. סימנים שדברו, הכנב הרגש שדברו, וקצלה, הנה, נקרזה. גוגלת שנכנסו, גוגלת מסקריה. מה עוד? וזה בא להשקיע בפסוקולו, שזה בעצם התמונה הזאת, שיש לו מוגלב טוב, הכליה. אוקיי? אז זה ראינו. לא מרגיע ברעב, ששמוי נראה יש לנו קובו, אז נעזור לקובו, יש 8 סוגים. ואם לא יבוא התשע, למה שיש איזושהי עוד מאוד, ויש לכל זה כמו שהיינו אתמול, מה זה אמרה? בוא נראה שלא זה לא תאמינו, זה נדע בהמה גדולה זה בהמה קטנה, כן? משהו ראיתי זה דבר הבא, כן? אבל בהמה גדולה זה נראה ככה בסדר, אני אראה לכם עוד מעט, זה חלק מהגמור עוד מעט. המראה זה הדבר הזה כאן, הכיס הזה, זה בני אדם, הגוף הזה כל החיים זה שתי קופות. זהו, שתי קופות של שיחה ובוקר. הגמור, אז מה המראה? יש נקב במראה, כל עוד זה ביחד. בסעיו נקרא כאילו, נקרא הדק שהיינו עסקים, שלא היו נקרא הבובו אז בובו, יש לו היסטוריה מדי שנקרא המראה זה פה אז יש עוד אחת שתי שנים לא מראים לו איתו ולכם היה עד הלכי אחרי דוגיסים ובגלוסו מה זה לא? הוא אומר שאם יש נקב במראה זה בעיה והם אומרים זה לא בעיה מה הבעיה שלהם? ותופיעו עם איש כל לאור ולרוץ על האדמה המראה עדיין יהיה חי הוא לא חי ספינו באיסניסטי אז מה הרעשי? שהגמרא תגידו שנייה מה קוי סיסמור תסמור שאומר חמור וסנתן אותו שבדרך כלל בדם בית מזה גם יצאה בנשמו נפשו והחשוב אומר למובס אבל רק יסנאי לא נמות תן לו צורה איסור מי שיבוא כי אני לא יצא שסובב שלי עוד כמו שלא כל ספורט זה שמור יהיה וכיוון כפול אחת ושהנשמה תשאר שם בפנים עוד קשר לה מה אני אצל לזוז לזה? אתה מבין אם היה מאיר כתוב ובצלי שקיבל את כל המחבות מקריס מובס למה? כי אמר חמוד הוא רוצה שהוא חובה לו שהוא לא יהרוג אותו זה דבר כי כתוב יצנע שליו ישראל לא יאפת הכלויות שלי מלאים מילה הוא חי בן אדם נורמלי, לא יכול להיות ככה. אלא מיסה שאני, הוא חי, מיסה שאני, ודאי שחייב להיות שבלי כליות, בלי מרק, בלי כל זה, שאנחנו נשפך לו המרק, הוא חי ומת. אז אי אפשר להגיד לו, מי אוהב ביצים? אצלנו שמעון, ששם זה נרי, שאני, אז הכל גם במרק וגם בקביות, נס, רוב העמים יקראו בעניין שבו יוחנון, הלוחם, תראו אוהב את זה. אם נשאר בכבד, זית, אז זה לא טרייפון, זה הכבד. והכבד זה האמר היחידי, שנשאר לו איזה משהו, הוא מודד בחזרה. תוציא לתרום מהמיד, זה לא יקרה בכבד. כבד, כן. כמה? כי זית זה... עכשיו תגיד, בואו נראה במכאן או לא סתם מישהו. תבין, רבי אומר שלום כסתם מישהו. מה, אתה בנו עוד פעם, מה סתם מישהו, צריך להגיד של אחת ככה, אז הוא לא יצטרך שמות. אם הוא היה מכיר שמות, אז הוא אומר, טוב, זה רק קולי, הוא אומר ככה. הוא אומר על אחת, אני אצטרך משהו כמות. זה לא, בלי שמות. אז יש סתם מישהו. הוא נעמד אפילו במישהו שלנו, הוא מביא לו, הכל זה סתם, ולא כלום. משהו שלא אין כלום, או לשתייר, אם אפילו משם חצי כזה, אני צריך כזה שלה, שיום. אבל גם, בוא נגיד בוא נראה לא רואה איתנו, אז כאן צריכים לשים לב, זה לוקח מפעמיים, המורה יגידו בעלים לרבי אותנו, אני חושב שפעם שקראתי את זה, שיש הכל כזה צריך לזהים, או מהצד השני, כלשהו. מה שאומר לו, היית זית או ספק? כיוון שיש שני משניים שהם סתם משנו, אז אנחנו עכשיו לא יודעים מה לעשות. ממילא, אז שתי דברים זה, או כזית או ספק. אוקיי? לא יודעים ולא יודעים, או לא שני כבר, או בצליחה. יש על הכבד, הנה אז, אבל בייסט מראה. ולא ברחוב, אם החור למעלה על הכיס המרה, אז זה סרוק. למה? כי יש חור, והמרה תצא החוצה. אבל אם החור שוטף על הכבד, אז זה כאילו חיסם את החור. זה סתימה, גם הלחץ של הגוף, יש שם עוד איברים, כן? הכל ממש, זה היה מאוד יפה, כן? הכל מוכר יפה, נקי שם בפני ידינו, סומכים, מסתובבים שם, אין, הכל נקי כזה. אז יש גם לחץ מהאור וכל הזה, אז דוחף את הכיס המרה, על הכבד, בכבד, זה קום כבד. בקשר לא יקרה היום. מה זה קום כבד? אז אנחנו לא כל כך מכירים אם נותנים את זה, כן? מה שקורה זה שהבהמה, העוף, נכנס לזבק, אתם רואים את הזבק כאן, ומשם זה נכנס לקום כבד. הכתובן בעצם תוכן את האוכל של כל ציפור. בציפורים יש כמובן, ובהמות תקו כתובן. ניגע והקום כבד, בקשר לא יקרה היום כושר. אם יש נקר, בקום כבד, תוריד את המקבל. אז בפנים יש כיס, ונראים את הכיס, אז אם נקרא בחוץ, זה שונה שאם זה כאן זה נקרא מבפנים, זה בפנים, זה הכיס. אוקיי? אז זה קומקבן. אז עוד הגמור, אם גם קומקבן, בכיס שלו איטליה, אז אם אנחנו חוזרים לכאן, כאן הכיס יש לו חום. בוא נעצור איזה שיש לזה. הכיס קיים בצד ימין, הנה, אתם רואים הכיס קיים, אז זה בסדר. בוא נעצור שם, לא. חושך, אז הוא אומר, בוא נלוץ. מכיס כאן הכיס, וכוס הבנקה היום, אז בואו נמשיך על הטייפ לשני, שהלך לו הכיס בפנים, הכיס בפנים, אז כאן הכיס, אבל הבשר זה בעצם שתי חלקים, יש בשר מבחוץ, בתמה, שרירי כאילו, ומשהו בפנים, תקרא אלו. ניגה בכיס, ותוקי בינתיים מים. אם הכיס בפנים, יש לו נגד, אבל החוץ היה. שמע, ואומר נאצל, ניגה, זה ולזה כבר. צריך שיהיה נגב, אחד ומזה, החיצוני יש לו נגב, לא נכון. לא לחיצוני, חושב. אם יש לו לבשת. לבשת, בעצם כמו שתי צינורות. אחד חיצון, עוד פנימי לא אמר, איפה הבשת שהשתמשנו הרבה זמן? זה לא זה, בוא נגיד. יש צינור בתוך צינור. החלק הקיצון הוא אדום, הוא לבן. כמו שאולי זה מלא פעמים, אבל הנה זה עוד פעם. החלק הקיצוני הוא לבן, החלק הקיצוני הוא אדום, החלק הפנימי הוא לבן. ומילא. חיצון מאוד אוהב אותי, בלי גם זה ולא זה, או שאם יש נקב רק בצינור אחד, ולשני זה קשה. לא בלרבים, החיצון לא נותנים לו. שבוא נגיד שלמשל, בפנימי, בוא נגיד שהפנימי יהיה אדום, כל כולו אדום. אז זה טבע. שלא יודעת שאין צפויה שווה. יבוא אלו ניקחו שניהם זה שלא כנגד זה, מהו? בוא נראה תמונה, נקב שלא כנגד זה. יש נקב בלבן, יש נקב באדום, ולא ביחד. אז בוא נגיד, ואומר מה זו נתן לפופל בבשת כושר, בקוק מאוד כושר. אם יש לך את הבעיה הזאת בבשת חשב. אבל בקוק לבן זה פסול, למה זה פסול? כי בקוק לבן האוכל מתאסף שם, וזה לא מתאסף החוצה, ובשת זה לא מתאסף, זה לא שוב לרד למטה שלא. לבן זה עכשיו נשאר בזמן, ואם יש חור, אפילו לא כנגד חור, הם לא ממש אחד מול השני, איכשהו זה יוצא בחור אחד, ואז זה זוכה לחור השני ויוצא. מה הסיפור? ולא רבה אשי, אדרבה, בשת דאופלו בו, ובאיו, רוב הסימות, הבשת אוכלים עם הבשת, מה זה הבשת? זה הצינור של האוכל. וגם עושים לזה רעשי, אז רעשי לא עושים לזה רעשי, כולם יודעים, הרעש מגיע מהקנה. והגמר כי הוא אומר שהקנה לא מבט אותה. ורוב אחרי חוצות, זה נהיה גמר, זה נהיה סקבץ, הוא פה שתלם. בקיצור, בגלל שזה כל הזמן מתרחב, ואז זה מעמד מתכבד, זימן, זה בחסי הדוד. אז ייתכן מאוד שפתאום האחורים מתיישרים אחד לשני, יש לנו וידאו מאוד יפה שהם עשו, תסתכלו. יש לנו את הבשת שיש לו חור בלבן וחור באדום. לפעמים, בגלל שהוא זז, אז זה כל הלבן באדום.
Are you fucking serious? This guy's still talking. Hookahasi. The fuck is that? I don't know. I'm gonna poop and... Okay. What?
ואנחנו לא נפגשו אחד לשני, הם לא זזים. אתה צודק. בבקשה. צודק. אנחנו יודעים שכל בבשת עושה מעדיף במשהו, אפילו קצר. פתאום עלה שם איזה, תקום איזה, קרוב, איך אומרים קרוב בעברית. שיש איזה פצע, מה עולה? קרוב? ילד, אני אוהב את המילה ילד הרבה יותר. איזה ילד על המכה, זה לא עוזר. מה כן עוזר לכל דבר? אם היה משהו צמוד אליי, וסותר אותו, זה כן. כמו שעוד אמר בזמן לא אוהב, זה ריבון, צריך להיות ככה מלכתחילה. עוד אמר בזה שאילו הפיקו ובחור, זה לא בפנים. אבל אחרי שתשחק את הבמה, אתה מוציא את הפשט, ואתה מודד את הפנים שלו, ולא את החוץ. למה? כי בחוץ הוא אדום. כמו אתה מפרסם את הזאת, אתה לא יכול לראות את זה כל כך. יש שם חור בצד האדום. אתה לא יודע, אתה יכול לראות, כאילו יש יותר דק, אם יש לו פצע, אז יש כאילו, אתה יכול לראות יותר מהחור הקטן, אתה רואה, הדרומית, זה אדום צומח, זה מה ישימו? סופק, כאילו סופק, אחרי יומיים, כמו שהיינו אצל לב פיטמן, בזמן שהייתי בפיטמן, יום אחד באו להגיד לנו שנכנס נגיעה בחנות של התלמידים. עכשיו מה קרה? זה נהיה סופק כניסה. כי הרגע כמה, והאחרון, אתה לא יודע, אתה לגמרי אנחנו נשאול את הרבנים, את הכל. יש משהו כמו זה סופק כניסה, יש אותו דבר, אבל כל מביאה יש לך אריה, בין כל החמוץ, הם צועקים, הוא עומד בנחת. הוא כבר עושה את שלו. הוא לא צועק, הוא לא מסתכל. אז הוא היה סופק כניסה, מה עושה? הוא תצא את הבאמה. פה נכנס ארץ, הוא נראה שהוא כאילו מסביב לכל האורץ, הוא גם ככנראה את הרשת, אז אם זה סופק כניסה, צריך לבדוק מי. בוא נגבור, הייתי סופק כניסה, סופק כרגע. באמת היה בסיפור. סיפר עליו, אבל בוא נגבור נראה ולבית שמאחורי. הוא לא יסתכל בתוך הבן שלך לבד, הוא יסתכל מבחוץ. אבל עדיין, במה הוא לא אמר, הבן שלך לא מה אתה עושה? עכשיו אתה בא לפני פה מהפרשת, כמו בצד ימין כאן, בלבן, לא באדום, למה אתה עושה לך אדום? אז מה אתה עושה? למה הוא תעקדיס? טוב, הבית הצודק, נפס את זה לזאת פני והשתת עלי תריפות דומו ותארפה. נמצא שתי טיפות חשובים. כלומר, הנה, באמת, החיה שתארפה, את הזרם, באמת, יש שם את הציפורניים שלו בתוך
She's an interesting shade of an interesting shade.
עושה פישורים בדף כאן, עושה תאונות שיתקנו אותו, רואות לו אחרי שמים יודע מה שקורה, הוא יודע טוב טוב, הוא יודע מהצד הלא נכון. הוא ייגש, הבא יצא, אבל הוא לא יתבבש שיכול ששוב. מה זה ישב לקרוץ בבש? איך זה רואים את זה? בראש שלו. מה שקרה את זה הוא פדע את הכל. ואם אתה בצד השני, אתה לא רואה חור. אבל אם אתה מסתכל, ובפנים זה חור טוב. אבל זה לא עובר בצד השני. זה יכול ששם זה חבר לצד השני, וזה יצטרפים מושג את זה, הוא לא מה שאתם מסובים. נכנס הכל, זה לא עבר לצד השני. עכשיו, הוא לא יכול שבסוף יקבוס או... סימן שלא צריכים לראות באמת, הוא בעצמו אומר שיש לך ספק בקבוסה לא צריכים לבדוק. ומה יש לנו בשני חצים? אחר שפרי ששומו, נצפו אירוע, הנה, מישהו לא זוכר. אולי הנה, בפריז. ואז הכל בפריז. אשתו שם לו שתי חתיכות, אחת כשר ואחת טרף, ומתברר שאחת טרף, הוא לא יודע אם זה מאוחר. אז הוא מביא יושבי טוב. לא יודע, אני לא יודע... למה שם צריכים להביא יושבי טוב? גם בקוץ, בסדר, זה לא... בוא נגמור, למה? עושים לך זה כיסוי, אבל זה אומר שיש חתיכת תשובה, לא יודע, חתיכת או לא. כאן, מה כמו שואל שולה, שאתה סבא לכאן לשני? יש לנו שום סיבה לשאול את זה. מה יש לו מעשו את זה כאן, יודע שחיטה, סגירה בסדר. יש שחיטה, אתה מוצא שיש בזה גם, שזה סדק משהו בשקית, ואנחנו לא יודעים. אבל לפני השחיטה היה בסדר, ושם, שלא ליד הסקית. עוד אני מאוד רוצה לראות את זה בסקית. מכיוון ששם יש לו סכין שיש לזה רצי, זה יש לו... לא יודעים אם השחיטה היא טובה או לא. בשני, זה עבר לדל שני. ומה יש לנסה לתקום לו רשוס היוחד, זה לצלג איתו. וזה רשוס היוחד, תמיד, אם יש לנו ספק, אנחנו... בבית המשל, וספק תלו. ואני עם המשל, לצל שני, לתרג, אפשר לנסות ברשוס הרעה ולצלג איתו. אז לא כמו שזה יוחד. זה רע. יודעים שספק, כבר מזרח, היסטוריה היה ויש מספק. כיוון אם זה תדבר, זה מוסדר, אתה לא יכול לדבר. אם אתה מדבר זה מסוים. אבל אולי ניתן לראות זה נצבע, זה האור. כאן עושה נפסיקים לא מסוים. וסויסו, מה קרה? אבל אמר לה, לא תתייחד את כל. מי לא תשיבה לו? מי נסתרה איתו? היה לנו אינפוט. תבוא זה אינפוט. ולא אינפוט. אז זה היה לך שתומד ומסויסו. אבל יוחד. אז אפשר ללמוד בסוף בקטום לו. יום זה ברמון דוד רמתה, אני אבוא. שיש?
This is really the fight of the kid. Right along. Yes. One of our faves, man. All the way from New York City. Toronto. By way of Toronto. By way. Dude, you're filming this week, too. Yeah, in the Reebok pumps, dude. I've seen those forever. Oh, I forget. Ellie's red soda. Yeah, dude. I've seen those forever. Oh, dude, I want those so bad. I never gotten more compliments from black guys than having these shoes. I normally don't wear like running shoes. I'm more like, kind of Vans and stuff like that. Those fit your vibe, though. When I saw them, like, yeah, he looks cool. Dude, as soon as I put them on, I was like, I think this is me now. I'll go walking through the comedy cellar. It's like I'll never do a night without someone stopping me and like, man. Yeah, those weird shoes. Right away, like, oh, man, he looks cool. Right away. As a kid, those were big Reebok pumps. I remember those hats. I'll tell you how much compliments I was getting. I had the same pair, and they're getting dirty, and I bought them again. Hell yeah! This is number 2. I took this online to those. Yeah. Oh, they're crazy. Like, it wasn't like some purchase. Yeah, I kind of want them now. Do you mind if I cut your style after this? They have tennis ones too. By the way, the old. They have I think they remade these ones. They have the and they had the tennis. I originally found them in Newfoundland. I was like doing a date there. Just walked by a window that had them, and I just like stopped. Like I just got them there. Newfoundland is one of those places that don't really live on. I think of whaling. You know what I mean? Like it's just one of those. It's kind of like an Ireland vibe. Yeah. Like, I was watching the World Cup, and was it Newfoundland is on there? I can't get it. They're not in the World Cup, but I can't get it. Who's the big white? I mean, they're the Netherlands. The Netherlands. They had 2 guys. Their 2 forwards are like, or whatever the hell they're called. Yeah. 6'6", 165. Yeah. So big. They're so fucking big. And I'm like, if they grew up in America, they'd be the Dutch are the tallest people in the world, right? They're so big. The Dutch are the tallest people in Europe, at least. Yeah. I think the average height of that team is 6'4". The biggest team. Yeah, in the tallest team in the World Cup. To be honest, I think soccer players are tall now. Oh, dude, they're not. Usually not that big. Oh, look at that.
There you go, Norway. 6-1.
Trying to tell me about World Cup on the way over. Just couldn't make me watch that. I'm so it's been nice knowing who I came.
My wife is Mexican. My mother lives with us. She made fucking all sorts of Mexican dishes. And